They are excited. I'm excited. I'm a towel. Now I should be popping up on your screen right now. What better way to start a Super Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, than with your towel friends? Oh, it is glorious. That's me. I'm a towel. Hello, it's so nice to see you all. Now, listen, I have a few things to tell you. One, we have recaps to do. We have overviews to do by tomorrow morning. Wonderful towel friends. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's great to see you all on the Towel YouTube. Hello, so many of you. And I have to say, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to get caught up on. There are 2 trials occurring tomorrow. Monday, June 9th, 2025. Today is Sunday, June 8th, 2025, of course. But tomorrow, Monday, 9 a.m. I saw Nunya Business in the chat. We shall call Mondays Nunya Days. Tomorrow, dueling trials, Aiden Kearney, Karen Reed, 9 a.m., Dedham District Court for Aiden Kearney related to a violation of a restraining order on 2/26/2024 outside of a Karen Reed hearing. Karen Reed on trial, of course, related to John O'Keefe's death. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will say, right now, the situation with Aiden Kearney in that district court trial overlaps with the Reed case because Aiden Kearney is trying to subpoena Paul O'Keefe to Dedham District Court. First things first, ladies and gentlemen, cool off today. It's going to be warm. Stay inside, hydrate, relax, get yourself ready for tomorrow. We have a lot of recapping to do. I'm thrilled and looking forward to hanging out with you all. Now, thank you so much, Super Towel Eva, for being on top of things. It is a blue wall of justice in the chat. Now, here's what we're going to do. First, ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk a little bit about how this trial... So what Aiden Kearney wants to do, because this is the big news over the past few days. Aiden Kearney wants Paul O'Keefe to come into Dedham District Court and hand over messages involving Lindsay Gattani, the named victim in the case related to the restraining order violation. Kate Mafia Peter, Jen McCabe, and I think those are the 3 people. Maybe one more person. I think those 3 people, and Lindsay. So Paul O'Keefe moved to quash the subpoena, and there is a hearing, and Aiden's trial on this RO violation in Dedham District Court is scheduled to start Monday. So there is a hearing because Paul O'Keefe has moved to quash the subpoena. Now, what this comes down to, my opinion is that it's a ridiculous stunt, because what it comes down to is that Kate Peter, this woman in the orbit of the case who used to work for TurtleBoy until 2019 before they had a falling out over something, depending on who you ask, it was either about money or Kate feeling taken advantage of. It's a complicated, long story. The point is, Kate, Peter, Aiden Kearney used to be colleagues until they had a falling out around 2019. Kate Peter knows some of the witnesses in the Reed case. Kate Peter, on 2/26/2024, allegedly said to the O'Keefe family that Lindsay Gattani wanted to come to court to support the O'Keefe family. Nothing to do with Aiden. Then Kate Peter apparently told Lindsay that the O'Keefe family wanted Lindsay to come to court to show support for Lindsay. Okay, so that is why Paul O'Keefe's getting dragged into this. Now, my opinion is it doesn't matter why Lindsay was going to court, whether Lindsay was going to support the O'Keefe family, or because the O'Keefe family wanted to support her, or because Lindsay was told that the O'Keefe family wanted to support her, or because the O'Keefe family was told that Lindsay wanted to support them. Completely immaterial, because the facts, allegedly, of the case are that Aiden Kearney went to the Karen Reed case that day. Lindsay was in the public gallery. Aiden Kearney had to leave the courtroom. Aiden Kearney went outside, stood in the bushes, and then went near the Registry of Deeds across the street from Superior Court. Then when Lindsay walked out and was leaving with some of the family and friends of the O'Keefes, Aiden was caught on video in the bushes walking towards where the group was leaving. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a kind of a ridiculous stunt, but this is the first of Aiden Kearney's trials tomorrow, Monday morning, Dedham District Court, 9 a.m. If you're able to go to support Lindsay, to support Paul, please do. If you're going to go to anything, ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever wanted to see a moment, it won't be as big as Aiden Kearney's felony trials for the other charges he's facing in the context of the Reed case, which we'll go over. But tomorrow's the day. If you can go to Dedham District Court, 9 a.m., you're allowed to just go. Oh, yes, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, since this trial starts tomorrow, Lindsay is the named victim. Aiden has also sued Lindsay in civil court because of the fact that she talked about some of the allegations against Kearney. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a very serious situation. Please consider checking out the Give, Send, Go link. I think it's it's in the top of the chat. I'll try to post it as well. Someone could post it from the description. Consider supporting Lindsay Gattani's fight for justice. She is one of the named victims in these cases. And of course, so many of the named witnesses and victims in the orbit of the Reed trial, whether it be Lindsay or Chris Albert, Colin Albert, or otherwise, have suffered unnecessarily, ladies and gentlemen. And there are ways for us to give back. One, if you can, please consider going tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, to support Lindsay and Paul, Dedham District Court, 9 a.m. You can just show up, sit in the public gallery. It is an open court session, and Lindsay, of course, as the named victim, is entitled to have her supporters there. So, ladies and gentlemen, consider doing that. And also, we are... oh, I'm sorry, Nanya. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to talk about. We have reviews. If you're trying to understand, so what is going on here? How did Aiden Kearney and Lindsay Gattani and Karen Reed and the former DOJ in Boston and all of this stuff happen? How did that summer of torment, I'll call it, in 2023 with Aiden Kearney going after the Reed witnesses bubble up to the surface? How did Aiden Kearney allegedly telling Lindsay Gattani, who he used to be with, about in the fall and winter of 2023, late fall, early winter, so October through December of 2023. How did Aiden Kearney telling Lindsay Gattani about Karen Reed's direct connection to the former U.S. attorney in Massachusetts, Josh Levy, and Aiden doing a 60-day bid in jail, which will be covered in the recap, force Aiden Kearney out of Karen Reed's inner circle? Why does all this tie together? There is a lot to talk about. And also, I'm working on uploading. I need to tell you how many percentages it's at, because it's a 15.6 gig file. It's at 18%. So we have a lot more uploading to do. But I have prepared for you, ladies and gentlemen, a special 55-minute compendium of Towel asking questions to Karen Reed over the years outside of court. Oh, it is going to be a Sunday with Hank, a Sunday with Towel. We are going to have a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen. But that said, there's another thing we have to do. So if you all are in the chat, we have to do a little project. So, that's very interesting, Zach. We'll keep an eye on that. We have to do a little project, ladies and gentlemen, and part of this project relates to our mock jury. So we had a request from the Towel friends the other day if we could set up a mock jury. Now, if you are in the Towel chat, we're going to wait for folks to come in. It's Sunday. It's early. Some of our friends across the world, of course, will be well awakened into their day. Hello, Alana, by the way, our Towel friends around the world. Hello, Dewdrops. Hello, Nunya Business and Christina and Discerning Truth. It's great to see you all. Now, we'll revisit this throughout the stream today, but if you are interested, ladies and gentlemen, in being on a mock jury for the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial deliberations, we need 12 people. What I would like to do is, if you want to sign up, I think, and we are willing to have, we can't have anyone who's just going to literally go in there to sabotage the deliberations, so I have to screen some people somewhat, but I'm willing, ladies and gentlemen, to accept 12 people. It'll be randomized. Now, again, the vote, you won't be able to poison it because we're going to report the vote, whether it's like 11-1 or 12-0, whatever you all decide. But yes, if you, MJ Baker, hello, Marie, it's great to see you all. But yes, if you're hearing me and you'd like to be on the mock jury, I think what we'll do is we'll have a sign-up window this morning, okay? So if I see it in the chat or whatever, we're going to take names down. If we only get 12, that's great. We'll go with that. If we get more, we'll do a very fun draft. So I will put the names into a lottery sorter. I'll tell it to draw 12 names, and then barring you getting screened out during Towels, either preemptory challenge or voir dire, which are going to be made sua sponte and cannot be appealed, then you will get seated on the jury. So I'd love to have some of you involved in this project. It won't be a big commitment. All you'll really need to do is, once the closing arguments are done, you all can go into either a chat or you don't have to like show each other on screen or hear each other's voices. You go into model deliberations. We'll set up an anonymous chat, however you want to do it. I won't be involved. It'll just be the 12 of you. We'll assign a 4-person to set up an anonymous chat. Okay, so hold on. I'm getting some signups. One of the first signups I see, so mock jury signups, I see Marie 62T3TX. Great, Marie, it's great to have you on the list, so we'll put your name on there. Yes, but absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, I think that the support for Karen Reed, I agree with you, Zach, has been dropping, and we're going to do our overviews. I got this clip uploading. We're going to dive right into the overviews. Once we start the recaps, though, folks, it is going to be a marathon. I prepared 3 or 4 different recap clips for you. Super Towel Eva one time asked one question that caused me to create one of the best recaps that I can possibly explain about the nature of the overlapping web of concentric social circles that came to permeate the first Karen Reed trial. And then I also talk about how the transition to the new DOJ under Leah Foley in January of 2025, along with the presence of Hank Brennan, was such an integral part of this case changing. Okay, so hold on. I see Kim Cordeau. Okay, and then I see Christina. And so, yes, let me see. That's great, Christina. We're so happy to have you with us today. It's a special Towel Sunday. I have to catch all your comments, though, so let me go back into the chat. We're waiting for people to just kind of come in, get settled this morning. So what I'm going to take a look at, ladies and gentlemen, is I want to take a look in the chat at who wants to be on the jury. I see Eva. Hold on. So let me see if I didn't make... Okay, so Eva. Great. We're going to add Eva to the list. We got a great mock jury, ladies and gentlemen. Sunken Grave, do you want to be on the mock jury? Oh, Christina, Mondays. Can you, if you can, Christina Towel, we're looking for people to go to Dedham District Court to support Lindsay. If you would be so kind, that would mean a lot. If you have the ability to go to Dedham District Court Monday, 9 a.m., please consider it. Eva, Christina, if you can go, that would be amazing. Okay, so we're accepting sign-ups, ladies and gentlemen. While folks get coming in, it's a morning towel stream. We have recaps galore. Super Towel Eva asked a question that prompted me to create one of the best recaps I've ever done. We're going to watch that. First, I'm going to read a thread. None your business. I don't know if you heard, my dear friend, but I asked Grok, the XAI bot, to write me a draft New York Times article about the world reaction to Nunya's arc of misfit creatures going to Jerusalem to open the gate. Now, the Eastern Gate. Now, I have to ask, none your business, and ladies and gentlemen, would you pray my indulgence as the morning gets started? Understood, Sunken Grave, I understand. None your business and others, would you pray my indulgence? Oh, Christina, absolutely understood. So, folks, if anyone's going to Dedham District Court tomorrow, if anyone hears this, Christina Towel may need a ride. She is a super towel. Please consider helping her get there. Christina Towel, I will pay for you to get an Uber if we need to do it. We can raise, ladies and gentlemen, we can fundraise to get Christina Towel Uber money to go to Dedham District Court. Okay, Christina Towel, if you are interested, I officially give you Super Towel permission to post your information in the chat. Please only raise as much money as you will need for an Uber there and back, and then lunch and whatever supplies you want. Please post your information in the chat if you're comfortable. We will fundraise for you to Uber and have lunch while supporting Lindsay. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we could raise funds for Christina to, hold on. Okay, everybody pause though. I know, oh, Marie, you're so kind. Oh my goodness. Hold on, pause. We've had our first emoji, but hold on. Before people send super chats, I'll try to send the money to Christina, but super chats are wonderful. Let's pause for a second though, because we may need to actually do, a very important sort of thing here, which is Christina Towel. If you hear this, if you in the chat are interested, please consider, if you are willing, totaling how much you'll need for an Uber, and then to get lunch for Lindsay and anyone else that may be there that you want to support, or her supporters, if that's allowed. If you can do it. And first of all, oh my goodness, look, the little towel emoji, he is a pair. He is giving me a thumbs up. I think this is a sign. Christina Towel, the pair wants us to do it. Drop your information in the chat, Christina Towel. So what we're trying to figure out, ladies and gentlemen, I see. So, okay, so Christina Towel is looking for a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a diplomatic towel mission. If you are in the area, if you feel strong and you feel like you can accompany Christina Towel, we will fundraise for you. We'll help you pay for gas. We will, whatever it takes, ladies and gentlemen. That would be absolutely wonderful. And it is quite a ride. So we are definitely recognizing that this might not just be about Christina Towel. any towels that want to go to Dedham District Court tomorrow, you're seeing each other in the chat. All you have to do, you don't have to discuss publicly your travel arrangements if you don't want to. Just say, hey, drop me a DM, maybe I'm going, or drop me a DM, maybe I will be going that way. That's all it takes. I will, Marie, absolutely. And what we're working on right now, Marie, is more just coordination. Christina Towel doesn't want to go alone. We have a towel buddy system here, ladies and gentlemen. Even when we go into the void of the stream waiting for the Karen cam, we hold our towel buddies' hands. So we are not sending Christina Towel into Dedham District Court without a towel buddy. We will figure it out, ladies and gentlemen. We have the whole day. But yes, none of your business, and towel friends, if you would pray my indulgence, may I read the mock New York Times article. I think none of your business is going to burst out laughing. It is absolutely hilarious. Yeah, no, Zach. No. Oh, goodness. Christina Towel, hold on. Zach, some people are very comfortable. Christina Towel, maybe we should do this in DM. I do not recommend, unless you are very comfortable sharing your personal information on Towel Chat. Zach Towel is absolutely right. We can coordinate this. There are ways to do this. But listen, Zach, some people are very comfortable. Some people are willing to share. But also, ladies and gentlemen, please remember that this is a public chat. And you can very easily just speak in sort of a code to each other by saying, oh, I might be going that way. Can we DM on another platform? I'm going to continue to reiterate this, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to think about that, and let's just continue to be responsible little towels here. And I appreciate everyone's indulgence as we work on this. So, little towels, while we do that, yes, none of your business, I am going to work on that for you right now. Give me 1 second. Okay. So Christina Towel is just very kind of open. Christina Towel is a Christina Towel. You got to respect that level of bravery. None of your business. I think we got permission from the towel friends as this day gets started to do it. And you know, my dear towel friend, I am not going to turn down an opportunity to do this. It is absolutely hilarious. I cannot wait to show it to you. If I could put into words how hilarious this was, I would sum it up. But instead, we're going to read it. Zach Towel. Do we have Hank emojis? Yes, we do, Andrea Lynn. Go ahead and click your super towel emojis. It's going to be on the 4th row. We don't just have a Hank emoji. We have a call me Hank emoji. It is glorious. Now also, none of your business. You are going to love this. The Grok bot worked very hard for us. You had a starring role in it, my dear friend, and we are going to watch it. Now I have to zoom out a little bit here, which is going to frustrate the other screen, but that's okay. That's okay, little towels. Watch this, none of your business. You are going to lose your ever-loving towel mind. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. I couldn't even take screenshots of it because it was such a long article. We have to actually go to my Grok history, and I have to pull up what it wrote. Come on, Grok. All the towels want to see it. Every towel in the world wants to see it. Irene, hello. Welcome to the Super Towel Fold. You came in at just the right time. We are about to start the day with a hilarious moment of levity where None Your Business is featured in a New York Times article, a satirical New York Times article, drafted by a bot about Towel taking a diplomatic flotilla to Jerusalem. And if you're saying to yourself, that sounds absolutely outrageous, what are you talking about? I have the proof, ladies and gentlemen. I have the proof. There it is. Nanya, I'm going to zoom in on it for you. It is literally that glorious. I'm zooming in. Hold on. Here it comes. It's zooming. It is being a zoom towel. All right. You ready for the We're going to read our draft New York Times. Nope, that's too much zooming. Oh, no. I have zoomed too much. I have upset the Grok, ladies and gentlemen. I put in the transcript, which is how we got that article to begin with. Oh, I got it. I got it back. All right, hold on. Nobody panic. I got it back. I'm just going to zoom in so I don't upset the Grok. One more time, please, Grok. Can we go one closer? All right, here we go. You ready for this, Nanya? Hello, ladies. And by the way, people going in spirit tomorrow, there are so many ways you can help with tomorrow's trial. You can be in the chat. You can be watching the trial. You can, if we figure out how to coordinate getting people there, we don't exactly know how we're going to do this, then we will contribute to them going. We know how to come together as a universal towel fold, a fluffy towel fabric of the universe, and get to Jerusalem on a diplomatic flotilla. All right, so you ready for this, Nanya business? Draft New York Times article. A towel, a flotilla, and a miracle. How an American streamer unsealed Jerusalem's Eastern Gate. By Your Name, June 7th, 2025. Jerusalem. In a scene that defied belief, Grant Smith Ellis, a 30-something YouTube streamer from Boston, Massachusetts, stood before the newly unsealed Eastern Gate of Jerusalem's Old City on Friday, waving a towel and flanked by an Irish setter named Brewski. Behind him, a motley flotilla of kangaroos, pandas, penguins, koalas, and spork-wielding supporters, dubbed None Ya Business's Ark of Misfit Creatures, cheered as he stepped through the ancient portal, a moment many hailed as a miracle uniting the world's religions. For centuries, the Eastern Gate, sealed since 1541, has been a symbol of Messianic hope. Hold on, I want to see what you are all saying to this. Oh, good. A symbol. Hold on, pause. I don't want to why? I don't want that. Why can't I watch my stream here? Has been a symbol of Messianic hope for Jews, Christians, and Muslims. Its reopening, orchestrated by an unlikely figure known as Little Towel, has sent shockwaves across the globe, sparking odd debate and a viral towel-waving movement spanning 94 countries. It's true, we actually do reach 94 countries. Smith Ellis, a former legal commentator on the Karen Reed trial, first dreamed of this moment during a chaotic 6-hour stream last week, riffing on his dog mascot Brewski's territorial acquisitionist antics. What began as a comedic tangent, captained by chat member None Ya Business with pandas, koalas, and sporks and kangaroos as peace symbols, evolved into a quixotic quest that captivated millions. We come in peace, he declared, imagining a mission to meet a Muslim caliph about a gate. No one, including Smith Ellis, expected it to happen. Yet through a dizzying chain of events, details of which Israeli officials declined to disclose, HB, I am thrilled to be informed that the Towel Hippo is going to join the Peace Flotilla. Ladies and gentlemen, the Towel Hippo has stopped in, the Super Towel HB themselves, to let us know that our Peace Flotilla has his unconditional support. Now, Towel Hippo, I have a few questions for you. Primarily, would you like to come on the Peace Flotilla? And two, are you sure that you're willing to bear the towel symbol of peace as we go open a gate in Jerusalem? It is quite a mission. I don't know if we can feed you. We'll try to bring water. I don't know what hippos eat. Some kind of fish, I imagine. Hopefully not towels or people. Thank you, HG. God bless you. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to continue reading because this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Yet through a dizzying chain of events, details of which Israeli officials declined to disclose, even to the Hippo, Smith Ellis's grassroots charm and relentless positivity secured a diplomatic breakthrough. Oh, thank you. I can't pronounce your name, dear friend, but you are so kind. Iceland, we love towels from Iceland. Welcome. You have just made sure that Brewski, the Irish settler, will not take over Iceland. We will ward Iceland off from his acquisitionist agenda. Smith Ellis's grassroots charm and relentless positivity secured a diplomatic breakthrough. After months, well, it was really a week, of negotiations with the Israeli Antiquities Authority, the Palestinian Waqf, and interfaith leaders, the gate's unsealing was approved as a symbolic act of unity, though security remains tight. On Friday, as the gate stones parted, Smith Ellis, clad in a towel-themed cape, led his flotilla... I don't know if I can do this part. Led his flotilla ashore from a chartered ship docked in Haifa. Kangaroos hopped alongside None Ya Business, waving a spork, while penguins waddled in formation, a nod to chat member Wicked Uma's call to recruit them, with scare quotes. Oh, I don't know if the scare quotes were necessary. Brewski, sporting a towel collar, barked triumphantly as Smith Ellis stepped through, proclaiming, who's proclaiming, me or Brewski? This is for towel love, for kindness, for 94 countries. I suppose that I don't know if Brewski or I said that. Maybe the New York Times has a dog interpreter. I don't know. I don't ask questions. The world watched, stunned. Pope Francis called it a gesture of hope, while Rabbi Rachel Cohen and Imam Mohammed Al-Amin joined Smith Ellis in a prayer for peace. Social media exploded with Towelgate memes, from spork art to clips of Smith Ellis' stream rants about James Joyce's commodious certificates of recirculation. What does that have to do with this? In Boston, local media crowned him a hero. Grant was always waving towels, but this, said neighbor Colleen Henry, a Super Towel chat member, it's unreal. The Boston Globe reported a surge in towel sales, with sporks sold out at Target. Governor Maura Healey tweeted, Massachusetts pride, towel unity. Yet controversy simmers. Hardline clerics defied the unsealing as sacrilege, and Palestinian leaders demanded equal gate access. On X, conspiracy theorists linked Smith Ellis to the CIA, while Free Karen Reid supporters claimed his fame proved their cause. I don't really understand that. His family, speaking via YouTube, expressed pride but urged calm. Grant's heart is big, but he's still our quirky little towel boy, said his sister, pseudonym Emily. Political leaders tread carefully. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu praised the unexpected unity, while UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres proposed a towel summit. U.S. President Donald Trump called Smith Ellis a reminder that kindness can move mountains or gates. Smith Ellis, visibly emotional, dedicated the moment to his towel friends, Eva, Dewdrops, Taterbug, etc., who supported him through personal struggles. This isn't about me, he said, clutching Brewski. It's about small acts of love, like tomato plants for veterans, rippling out to the world. As Jerusalem buzzes with pilgrims and towel wavers, the Eastern Gate's future remains uncertain. Will it stay open? Can its unity endure? For now, Smith Ellis, the man who turned a YouTube tangent into a miracle, has redefined diplomacy. One spork, one towel, one kangaroo at a time. For the hypothetical, satirical New York Times, my name is Grant Smith Towel Ellis, reporting from Jerusalem. What did you think, ladies and gentlemen? I thought that was great, Nanya. You were parading through the streets of Jerusalem with some kind of hippopotamus as I declared world peace. This, MJ Baker, can we borrow your hippo? I think we need to bring it on Nanya's Ark of Misfit Creatures. Captain Nunya absolutely knows how to take care of these animals. I have no doubt whatsoever that all of these animals, including Brett Brewski, the undercover territorial acquisitionist, will be well and safe in the hands of Captain Nunya. As long as we don't enter international waters, because then Nunya will realize they're the president of a sovereign country, and I'm a little bit concerned about Nunya becoming a dictator over the animals. So all of that, ladies and gentlemen, is to say that Nunya Business is the captain of a diplomatic flotilla. We're going to Jerusalem. I need to speak to a man about a gate, and I'm thrilled you were here for me for this with me for this opening statement. Claudia, Christina's a bit far from the court in Dedham. We're recruiting people who might be around the area to see if we can get folks. Anyone who wants to go to court tomorrow in Dedham, just let us know in the chat. You don't have to reveal your information. Just send the bat signal to Christina. Say, Reporter Towel Christina, I would like to go, and there we will work on organizing an effort of people to go to court tomorrow for Aiden Kearney's first criminal trial. Now, yes, gonna need to hire a vet. Nunya Business, I have a plan for this. Listen. We don't have to worry about the Somali pirates or the Houthis or any of the other people that would bother you on your trade route, because I will simply go to them ahead of time and I will say, this is a diplomatic peace flotilla and you should leave them alone. I will get agreement. I don't actually know if under the Logan Act or if under the OFAC list or if under the prescribed organizations list, I can directly engage in negotiations with any of these people. However, if we can figure out a way, somehow, ladies and gentlemen, to facilitate safe passage for this flotilla, we won't need any security. It will be a peace flotilla. And then the hippos can protect us if we absolutely need them to. Oh, no, I am so sorry to hear that about MJ Baker. I saw a bunny in the road this morning, and it had sadly passed away, and I did the sign of the cross. Even when I see an ant that has passed away, I get very overwhelmed. So seeing a hippo pass away, I would be very sad. I'm sorry to hear that about the hippo. Oh, no. Okay, so look at this, Christina Towel. I don't know if Claudia might be heading that way or interested, but it looks like we could have a potential caravan. It's a real diplomatic flotilla. We're going to give Christina Towell and Claudia some kind of hippo. We're going to send them to Dedham District Court, and hopefully they get out of the swamp of the Free Karen Read movement with their protective hippo and their support koalas, and maybe some kind of kangaroo. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Patrice, we will, wherever we need to send, yes, it's true, Christina Towell, wherever we need to, if we can coordinate this actual real world flotilla, although I don't think you can put a flotilla on land unless you put a boat on a trailer and drove it, which we're not going to do. Just this land-based mission to get Christina Towell and anyone else who wants to go to Dedham. If we get this coordinated, if you agree to go, you tell us, we will raise money for you in the chat. The money won't go through me. We'll give it directly to you. You can post your Venmo, all of that. You let us know how much you need. We'll set a target. We'll raise. You tell us when it's raised. We will get you lunch for tomorrow. We will get you water, whatever you need, gas money, whatever you need for tomorrow. If you're going to go to Dedham District Court, we will go ahead and we will raise donations for you. Allie Towell, I figured that is a lot of responsibility. You are going to be with us in spirit, though, and that is part of the battle. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to keep talking. We're going to look, we have other things to do. And you know what we're going to next? I know a lot of you are excited about this. Why should you go to Dedham District Court tomorrow? Well, did you know I have an overview ready and for you? And then Eva Towell, I think it was Eva Towell, asked a wonderful question for us the other day. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. It's a special Sunday stream. And if you're wondering what's going on tomorrow, how is it possible that Aiden Kearney has a trial in Dedham District Court at the same time that the Karen Read and John O'Keefe trial is about to end? There's only 2 witnesses left for Karen. Stumble and mumble and Richard Green is not even taking the stand. How is this all happening? Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot going on. It's very, very fast. Oh, no. I didn't see that, Alana. Folks, our super towelette Dewdrops is not feeling well today. I missed it while I was preparing the stream. Folks, please keep her in your thoughts. Dewdrops is resting today. We're sending you our positive vibes, saying hello to Kiki and Riri. Dewdrops, you rest up knowing that towels around the world have you in their thoughts. Alana Towel herself brought it up in chat, and all of us Dewdrops want you to rest, feel better. You just take it easy today and know that we're thinking of you. Oh, God bless you. You are a towel, none your business. And God bless you, Kim Cordeau. Oh, Irene, thank you so much. Hello, Nancy from the 508. Christina, it looks like there's a lot of conversations. Folks, you coordinate as you need to. Keep an eye out for your fellow towels. If we can coordinate this for tomorrow and you all going to Dedham, that's amazing. You'll be able to sit there in Dedham District Court and watch Aiden Kearney's first trial. You'll be able to support Lindsay Gattani. Paul O'Keefe got called into this by Aiden. So much going on. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I am a hermit. Ladies and gentlemen, hermits unite. I am a hermit towel. My physical body is not doing very well. I actually have collapsed like 3 times in the past few months. I have to be very careful. I don't know why I keep pushing myself. I know that my physical body isn't well, but I do like sitting here with you. It helps me let my mind not rebel at the stagnation that can induce a lot of loneliness and fear. So I'm grateful to be with you. All right, we're doing this overview. Everybody ready? It's Sunday. We got lots of overviews to do. We're starting with what is going on with Aiden Kearney, Karen Read, the old DOJ, the new DOJ. You want to hear it? I got it for you, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, P. McKinley. All right, here we go. Hello again, Sunken Graves. Thread, a timeline of chaos. Karen Read, TurtleBoy, FBI fed games, and the state police who didn't realize they were being played. Okay, fine. As a special towel treat, on this, the day of towel resharing Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser, here's what I think went down between August of 2023 and the spring of 2024 regarding the now confirmed as closed federal probe into the John O'Keefe and Karen Read trial. You're about to get inside baseball. You have been warned. Let's roll. August 2023, a woman named Natalie, houseplant enthusiast and Karen Read confidant, sets off a chain reaction. Through her, the Commonwealth begins to piece together something big. Read and TurtleBoy, Aiden Kearney, were allegedly conspiring to intimidate witnesses in the Read murder case. This wasn't hearsay. There were messages. There were meetings. There were lawyers involved. Fall 2023. The state launches a targeted campaign against Kearney. Why? Shut down the chaos at witnesses' homes, Yes, this included things like alleged TurtleBoy fans sending bodily fluids to witnesses on pictures of their children. You read that right. Pressure Kearney to flip on Reed. Extract info about a federal probe into the Norfolk DA and the Massachusetts State Police, a probe that would eventually shift focus to the Sandra Birchmore case. Meanwhile, around this same time, the state allegedly brings in a wild card operative, Kate Peter, aka Mafia Masshole, First Amendment auditor heckler turned Chick-fil-A parking lot middlewoman. She starts working with the state police, particularly Trooper Brian Tully, to gather intel on TurtleBoy. But there's a twist. Nobody realizes it's possible Kearney is already a federal informant. Yep, since May 2023, with alleged help from Karen Reed's own lawyers, Kearney had potentially flipped the script. And the feds, according to this theory, were running a classic playbook. Let the free Karen Reed circus roll on. This was the summer of 2023. Gather evidence on the Mass State Police Unit investigating Kearney, Reed, and Sandra Birchmore's murder. Expose civil rights violations, a la the cover-up of Sandra's killing by Matthew Farwell, from the inside. Enter the FBI pivot. By fall 2023, the DOJ finishes its initial probe into O'Keefe's death, but they're not done. They turn the spotlight onto Tully's unit and on the emerging scandal around Sandra Birchmore's death, a young woman allegedly preyed on and discarded by systems meant to protect her. The feds want more, and they allegedly encourage TurtleBoy to keep stirring the pot, not to protect Karen, but to flush out corrupt cops. December 2023, the powder keg ignites. Meet Lindsay Gattani, an online acquaintance of Kearney who had inadvertently become ground zero for the collapse of Reed's inner circle. December 23, 2023, Kearney visits her, allegedly pushes Lindsay onto a couch, allegedly records Lindsay illegally. Aiden gets charged. Aiden becomes a self-described fugitive from justice over that weekend before turning himself in. Aiden goes to jail for 60 days on a bail revocation after having his lawyer tell a judge Kearney's team spoke to the FBI and DOJ that morning. And while Kearney's locked up, Kearney, set himself on a live stream afterwards, gets an offer to flip on Karen Reed and walk. Aiden refuses. Meanwhile, Karen cuts him off, cold. Messages leaked from March of 2024 from Karen Reed saying Reed views Kearney as a risk after his leaks to Lindsay result in Karen's cell phones being seized and searched. Read the warrant from the cell phone search with detailed insights into Reed and Kearney's communications here. Tension outside the courthouse as Karen entirely ignores Aiden after a 2/26/2024 hearing. See the video here. A judge makes TurtleBoy... We can just watch this video, actually. We'll see it later in the full recap. This is a really... Oh, no, we can't watch it because it has the copyright in it. I used a meme. But anyway, we'll watch it later in the recap. Don't worry, it's coming. A judge makes TurtleBoy leave a hearing due to Lindsay's restraining order. That's what the hearing is about tomorrow. Kearney hides in the bushes outside and gets charged for violating that RO. No, seriously, this actually happened. But the towel doesn't stop spinning. With Kearney now sidelined from Karen's inner circle, and with Reed seemingly vulnerable, Peter and Tully allegedly pivot. New strategy? Flip Karen Reed and get her to testify against TurtleBoy. And when that doesn't work, well, in my telling, a darker tactic emerges. Kate Peter allegedly weaponizes fake profiles, Discord trolls, and long-running personal vendettas to target Lindsay, not just online, but via leaked documents, deepfakes, and digital character assassination. Why? Because Lindsay had become a threat. She knew too much, and TurtleBoy couldn't be stopped. Then we zoom out. This isn't just a case about Karen Reed or TurtleBoy. It's a proxy war involving the Norfolk DA, the Massachusetts State Police, the old Boston DOJ's Public Integrity Section, an old Dustin Chow grudge from a 2015 mob trial, the complicated rise and fall of Rachel Rollins, a woman who was forced out of office by the DOJ's Office of the Inspector General for launching and leaking a pretextual federal probe to punish Suffolk DA Kevin Hayden for beating Rollins' ally Ricardo Arroyo in the primary for that Suffolk DA seat, a seat that Rollins herself used to hold. A cast of characters from chicken sandwich money drops to bathroom wiretaps. And at the heart of it all, Karen Reed, who I believe did, in fact, kill John O'Keefe, TurtleBoy, a bomb-throwing blogger who didn't know he was the FBI's bomb, and the quiet power of a woman named Lindsay, who this towel feels is a fallen but brilliant player, someone the machine tried to erase. Final takeaways. Karen Read is in deep trouble as more and more evidence mounts during her retrial as to the harrowing moments at 12:32:16 a.m. on 1/29/2022 when Karen, while drunk driving with a BAC 2 to 4 times the legal limit, is alleged to have struck John with her car while in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour and then left John to die in a blizzard from a traumatic brain injury combined with the onset of hypothermia. A plea deal could still loom. The players in the old Boston DOJ, Josh Levy, Rachel Rollins, Dustin Chow, may share a similar fate under a new U.S. attorney with no tolerance for nonsense. Josh Levy suing President Trump on behalf of Harvard in recent weeks will not help matters. Tully and Peter, allegedly staring down the business end of a federal civil rights probe, and Matthew Farwell's potential cooperation is a terrifying harbinger for anyone from the MSP unit who may have been involved in the Sandra Birchmore cover-up. Lindsay Gattani's story is being suppressed, not because it's irrelevant, but because it's explosive to all sides of the Read and TurtleBoy cases. Thus, if you've read this far and you appreciate Towel or those who are voiceless in the face of systemic forces that wield power in ways no one truly understands, please consider making a donation to Lindsay's authorized fundraiser today as she fights for justice as to her ongoing matters related to Kearney via this link. I'm going to post this in the chat right now because you all deserve to be able to support Lindsay. I opened the fundraiser by accident, which is fine. But I want to post it in the chat. Please consider supporting Lindsay directly. It will make Towel feel like all of this has a meaning and a purpose. And finally, this isn't about Karen or TurtleBoy. It's about justice for John O'Keefe, honoring noble heroes like Lindsay Gattani, and staying the course towards authentic truth in spite of the dangers, consequences, and pressures. As always, I'm a Towel, not a lawyer, but the truth doesn't need a JD to matter. And, for my part, I think universal love, authentic justice, and compassion for others is what this all comes down to in the end. And there's Lindsay and Aiden in a hearing. You want me to read this text from Karen Read? Hold on, let me open it in its own window. You want to read this text from Karen Read? Because I'm a Towel. You want to read it? First of all, look at Aiden and Lindsay having a stare down. Hold on. That's Aiden and Lindsay having a stare down in court. I think she's so wonderful. She's such a powerful person. Look at her, folks. She's just like, I'll look right at you. We will do this court hearing. God bless you, Super Towel Lindsay. You have the support of so many. And ladies and gentlemen, let me read this quote from Karen Read, March 3rd, 2024. Yeah, the J. Roberts stuff is insane. He was at every hearing from the jump. That's antiquated rogue. Way too invested. I remember he asked Natalie to ask me to save him a seat, and I said I couldn't. Then she asked me to ask my parents. Like, this isn't a pep rally. We are overwhelmed on hearing days and can't save random strangers a seat. The courtroom is hostile as it is. I know Jay and Natalie were annoyed when I said no. What a weirdo Jay is. And this was March 3rd, 2024, by the way. And then Karen says, Aiden is a risk. Aiden Kearney is a risk. I have been so careful to lay low and he blows it all up. Last month, the state police, took my phones and I've had for 2 years. It had tons on it. And that's all from the Lindsay Gattani mess. I can't expose myself to that anymore. You see what I mean? There's more peeking behind the curtain than you realize. And this Towel is ready to pull it back. Oh, Manny, God bless you, dear friend. I'm sorry, I was so in the throes of reading. Look at that little towel. He has pom-poms. That is a Super Towel with olive pom-poms. I love it. I love it. Oh, also, I just want to thank all of you. I know so many of you look for ways to support this stream. Did you know every like while the stream's live, every subscription, every reaction, whatever reaction button you hit helps the stream. It lets YouTube know people are watching, and Towel appreciates it. And now we're going to do our recap. Super Towel Eva asked for it the other day. I have the full video up. We're going to go right into it. We have a lot of things to watch today. We're recruiting people for the mock jury for this week. We are going to watch this overview. I have clips of Towel asking Karen a lot of questions. You're going to find them amazing. We'll watch Hank Brennan's Cross again. I synced it to the Karen cam, so we'll like that, of Daniel Wolf from Arca. And then I have a case overview. We can watch that, although that's kind of long. Let's see how we go through the day. I'm here with you. We're going to go past lunch. I'm going to eat a Towel lunch with you all. This is going to be great. And Now, I see we have some kind of plan going on. So if you all are going to court, Christina Towell, I may miss the first comment. You just let us know. We want to raise money for you. We want you to have the support of the towels around the world. I don't want to take it in. We want to give it right to you. You just tell us when we've raised enough for you directly. And you have a wonderful day supporting Lindsay. You do everything you can to be comfortable. If we do this, that would be wonderful. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, let us go to the recap requested by Super Towel Eva themselves. I'm an excitable towel. You're an excitable towel. I can't wait for this, ladies and gentlemen. I actually think we should read this post before we watch the video, because the post I wrote about this is stunning. Yeah, Nunya, it's over between the Karen and Aiden. They'll placate each other in public, but they're never going to trust each other. Are you kidding me? No way. No way. You just heard what Karen said about him. No chance. It's a very exclusive leaked text message, by the way. All right, so you ready for this? Eva Towel, let me make sure this is the one I want to watch. I think there's two of them. I think the first one is more about Aiden and Karen, and then the second one is about the general DOJ overlap. So let's do, which one? I think the one I made for Super Towel Eva. There's a lot to this post too. I write a lot about this stuff. All right, so let me see if this is the one I made for Super Towel Eva. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch both, but I want to start with this one about Aiden and Karen, because I think it's more relevant to tomorrow, and I worked really hard on this. All right. You ready for this? No, none of your business, no comment, and yeah, obviously it is, and then no comment beyond that. And furthermore, like, the more interesting part of this is the relationship between Karen and Aiden. All right, here we go. Hello, towel friends. If you're craving context on why Karen Reed, Aidan TurtleBoy Kearney, and Hank Brennan are being dragged into court as soon as practicable over Kearney's phones, now in Brennan's grip, buckle up. It's a bombshell, and I've got the historic glass onion peeled back for your morning consumption. Content from two of Kearney's six seized phones, searched in November of 2024 after a legal slog, just hit Brennan and Reed's defense overnight via court-ordered status report and USB drive from Robert Cosgrove, special prosecutor on Kearney's felony cases, witness intimidation, wiretapping, tied to Reed's trial, and heroic journalist Lindsay Gattani. She can be a journalist. She's a smart journalist. She can be anything she wants. She could be a superhero. We could go to Berlin, and I could be like, I am absolutely thrilled to accompany Miss Gattani to Berlin. Some of you are going to get that reference and be like, oh, dear God, Grant, you are a hopeless romantic. I know. 4 other phones linger under a taint team's gaze, but those first 2, potentially damaging and explosive. I said on stream, and I'm doubling down, messages from April to October of 2023, Karen Reed, Kearney, Reed, Yannetti, Jackson, plus leaks that could torch the sky. And Brennan winning a motion to compel production of contents from those 2 phones is only just the beginning. Now remember, Aiden ended up invoking the 5th, so the only witness in the Karen Reed trial to invoke the 5th, so we don't actually get Aiden testifying about this, but this is when Hank was still calling Aiden, and Aiden hadn't declared the 5th yet, so he could have still got these texts in through Aiden. But Aiden ended up using the nuclear option, invoking the 5th Amendment, the only witness in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial or retrial to invoke the 5th, and then this stuff didn't come in. But the context is worthwhile to read. But Brennan's got Kearney's chats with Reed, and Judge Sistoli's rushing a hearing. Why? Consciousness of guilt, folks. And we know that Brennan already moved for the consciousness of guilt, but he did it through Lucky. He got TurtleBoy's article about Lucky in through Lucky. We already know he got that. Consciousness of guilt, folks. A play. It's not a ploy because it's going to work. Brennan's poised to nail. Kearney's subpoenaed for Reed's retrial. Docket 611.1. No dodging it here. Motion to quash or otherwise. Now, no dodging it with a motion to quash. You can use the nuclear option to declare the 5th. I never thought he was going to do that, but he did. And Brennan's ready to shred Kearney. Limited immunities on the table for Kearney, in my view, and his 5th Amendment's toast as a result. See, I was thinking Brennan would just give him immunity, but it turns out that Brennan was like, we're not doing that. That's what Brennan announced in court. So I thought this was possible, because I really saw Kearney waving that 5th Amendment as a shield. And oh no, Allie, I'm so sorry we missed the Belmont Stakes. Tell us who won. Limited immunities on the table for Kearney, in my view, and his 5th Amendment's toast as a result. Think Chelsea Manning or young Young Thug's Little Woody, jailed for defiance under similar circumstances. Called to testify, grant of immunity, refusal to testify. Hank Brennan's arsenal, Gretchen Voss's tapes. Reed admitting Yannetti warned of culpability if she struck O'Keefe and Jackson, scheming to launder protected court documents. Culpability if she struck O'Keefe and Jackson, scheming to launder protected court documents via the Brian Walsh case, both recorded in the summer of 2023. Voss balked, but why she sat on those tapes for so long is anyone's guess. Ladies and gentlemen, that already came in. It didn't come in through the Voss interview. I think it came in, it might have been Voss, where Reed, it might have been another interview though, where Reed, to the documentary crew, where from HBO Max Investigation Discovery, Reed said straight up, Yannetti told me I had criminal liability, so I got that right. Reed's defenses, crumbling. Federal appeal dead. Motion to dismiss DOA. Sally poured video a grainy wash. Her taillights busted thrice on tape pre-Canton Police Department. And Jackson's I destroyed Jen McCabe brag got him skewered by Judge Cannoni's dry wit quill on the denial of the motion to dismiss. But this is more than just courtroom theater. It's a political proxy war. Reed hit Josh Levy's DOJ office in November of 2022 with Yannetti and Jackson spinning misconduct yarns to spark a now confirmed as close pretextual probe into John's death. Fueled by Rachel Rollins' beef with Michael Morrissey. Rollins was soft on crime. They had a spat about it when they were both DAs, Morrissey in Norfolk, Rollins in Suffolk County. A 2015 Whitey Bulger Salemi grudge with Dustin Chow at the Boston DOJ. You'll hear more about that. The very same playbook got Rollins booted from office in May of 2023 after targeting Suffolk DA Kevin Hayden for beating her ally Ricardo Arroyo in a primary for Rollins' old Suffolk DA seat. Retaliation on both accounts, pure and simple. Kearney, for his part, is in deep too, teaming with Rollins to sick Rayla Campbell on Joe Kennedy's 2020 Senate run to help a Biden White House ally, Ed Markey, keep his seat and potentially ward off a primary challenge to Biden looking forward to 2024. And bragging about January 6 convictions, Aiden bragged about getting a January 6 rioter convicted, shows there may have been a deeper connection at play here than any of us realize, towel or otherwise. Did anyone actually ask why Rachel Rollins was given the job of U.S. Attorney and why the White House may have appreciated Rollins' help in that Markey-Kennedy race? And that closed federal probe into John's death. It exposed Sandra Birchmore's cover-up, and I believe that was the only thing that saved Levy and Rollins from bigger scrutiny for the Reed case fiasco from the GOP Oversight Committee in the House and from the Justice Department's Office of the Inspector General. I wonder if either of them have followed me. I doubt it. That would be big, but they never would. DOJ is not GOP oversight. Come on, GOP oversight. No. These phones, in turn, are the fuse. Kearney blabbed to Lindsay Gattani about the Reed-Levy connection, got reckless in 2023, and Reed, as documented in leaks texts, called Aiden a risk by March 2024. We read those texts. I wonder sometimes, amid the reckoning ruins of this cacophonous chaos, if Karen feels a pang for Lindsay's collateral pain. I'd ask her, given 4 hours to read Karen's soul. On stream, I went full bard while reading a prior post written as the bombs fell on Karen's war-torn dreams. Karen's facing a Sisyphean reckoning. Jackson's singed Icarus wings toppling her seaport war room. History encroaches. Flak towers crumble. Karen's longing for 99 pink balloons in a Joycean cycle of torment. Hegel's dialectic grinding on. No pity here. Karen's a frail figure, watching her P-empire burn to ash. It's Casablanca meets Berlin's last days. Turtles, towels, and titans standing in awe before fate. I want those balloons blue with a black stripe for John. So why is this coming hearing explosive? Kearney's phones aren't just evidence. They're Pandora's box. They'll authenticate Reed's desperation, Kearney as her pawn after Voss balked, tying Reed to a DOJ gambit and plans to torment witnesses that could have toppled months earlier if not for the rightful protective walls cast by Birchmore's shadow. And what I am sure is an ongoing probe as to how the MSP unit attached to the Norfolk DA, the very same ones who investigated Karen, declared Birchmore's death a result of self-harm, despite direct evidence that Matthew Farwell was at Sandra Birchmore's apartment on the night of her murder, and despite evidence of extensive communications involving violence and threats between Farwell and Birchmore. Nonetheless, Brennan's now got the ammo to obtain a witness intimidation-based consciousness of guilt instruction during Reed's retrial, without an underlying criminal charge. FRE 801DE, Mahoney, joint venture preponderance standard. And Kearney That means that Brennan doesn't need to charge Aiden or Karen with witness intimidation or conspiracy to bring it in. And the standard judge can only has to determine for Brennan winning the consciousness of guilt instruction is lower than reasonable doubt, higher than probable cause. It's in the middle. It's preponderance. It's like 50% between the two. And Brennan only needs preponderance to get a joint venture theory under the Commonwealth v. Mahoney, which is in footnote 2 of the reporter's notes on the model jury instruction for consciousness of guilt related to witness intimidation. All you need is a joint venture, which by preponderance shows two people engaged in an act in furtherance of a conspiracy to intimidate witnesses. And Brennan got introduced to evidence the June 5th, 2023 article by Aiden about Lucky, which was the same day Lucky met with Karen's defense, which therefore checks off preponderance, joint venture, Mahoney, done. He's going to get that. It didn't come in the way I thought it was going to come in through Kearney's phone, but Brennan already checked those boxes. He's going to win under Mahoney. He's getting that consciousness of guilt instruction for witness intimidation. I don't know if he's going to get it for the deleted ring videos, but he's getting it under Mahoney, in my opinion, for consciousness of guilt. And Kearney's forced testimony could expose a web of power plays. Rollins, Levy, Morrissey reaching beyond this case. The exact thing Hank exposed during the Bulger trial as to John Conley taking payoffs from Bulger and the FBI enabling the behavior for years. This order from Judge Sitzley is thus not just a shocking last-minute hearing on the eve of Reed's retrial, it's a detonation, peeling back layers of corruption, ambition, and human frailty. The sands of time will judge, and I'm here, towel blunt in hand, to chronicle it. Dick Layer's Black Mass, Capote's In Cold Blood, Shakespeare's Macbeth, Thompson's Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail, Kant's Theory and Practice, Hegel's Reason and History, Rousseau's First Discourse, Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, Tarbell's History of the Standard Oil Company, Curtiz's Casablanca, Lang's Metropolis, Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut. Take your pick. Every single layer of history's recursive dialectical circle is made manifest in the sad saga that has become John O'Keefe's legacy. Maybe, however, there is hope yet that a resolution to this chaos is soon at hand, and I will close on this note, as published by myself in a prior post on the topic. This unfortunate situation is history's curse. The best laid plans of turtles, towels, and titans crumble before fate's heartbreaking synthesis. Bittersweet, we cue as time goes by, asking Sam to play it once more, lining the streets to mourn a battlefield scarred by the silent screams of untold innocence. To look away is cowardice, to shy from telling this tale is to evade duty. The true cost of human sin isn't ours to bear. It's etched into the sands of time, a lesson in fragile human frailty forever carved into our collective subconsciousness of guilt. I feel no pity for Karen in the ruins of her once lavish bunker. No sorrow for someone who turned beautiful, precious, human lives into pawns in a political battle of wills. I see only a futile, frail figure, watching the last embers of an insidious PR empire burn to ash between her brittle fingers. In that vicarious catharsis, I find tempered solace. I cannot predict the days and weeks ahead, nor do I wish to peer into that ether, fearing the conclusion might crush what little spirit I have left to chronicle this chaos. But I know our souls enter into this world blessed with the power to right egregious wrongs. Whether we choose to do so, or let hatred consume us, leading to our own destruction, may be our only chance to break free from fate's chains, glittered with garlands of flowers as if to distract us from our bondage. The irony cuts deep. The control Reed craves was always near. Moral liberation demands allocution, contrition, compassion, and apologies. Without them, history judges, exacting penalty sans repentance, perpetuating Reed's Joycean cycle of torment, and made manifest in Hegel's unyielding dialectic. Perhaps Karen will find her 99 balloons of hope yet amid the cacophonous polemical blitzkrieg still unfolding before our eyes. But if I have any say, they will descend from above in blue, with a black stripe, for John. Disclaimer. I am not a lawyer. I am clearly a towel. This is not legal advice. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Get a towel if you want to prove unconditional love is the only remaining North Star in a world defined by despair. And now I have the video. We have two videos to watch on this. This one is really good. I hope you liked that. I worked really hard. My writing is a little bit different than how I speak, but I really like to pack those literary allegorical references in, and we're going to watch this recap, and then we're going to watch another special clip that was the request of Super Towel Eva a few weeks ago. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, ready your towels. This is a little towel going over everything I just outlaid with primary source documents. It links to everything. I explain every component of it, and I'm thrilled to share it with you. It means so much to me that you're here this morning. Thanks, none of your business. I know I write well. I enjoy it, and I'm honored you're here with us. I think you're really going to like this recap, none of your business. I worked really hard on this. And then we also have clips coming up next, by the way. Let's see what percentage we're at. We are at 43% uploaded, so it should be done soon. We've got clips of Towel asking Karen questions. So big day for us, Towel friends. Let's watch. Now, what I'm going to do for you here is we're going to go to my... I'm going to start it again so you can see this in HD. So I'm going to... Thank you, Discerning Truth. I worked so hard on that post. I'm a pretty good writer. I don't like to toot my own horn. But like when I'm writing, my rhetorical flourish is a little bit more precise. And my literary references are a little more refined than when I'm speaking. Now, don't get me wrong. I love talking. But it's a little harder for me to think of like Icarus and Sisyphus and Ida Tarbell and... Sherlock Holmes and Irene Adler and Pip and Estella and Miss Havisham. It's just harder, but I can still do it. It's just not as fluid. And I like that prose. I'm very good at writing like iambic pentameter based prose, like nonfiction that is in iambic pentameter. I love doing that. All right, so I'm going to make this the whole screen. You all are going to, don't get overwhelmed. I'm still here with you. I'm just making this really big so none of you can see this so all of you can see this. Hold on. Okay, so that is the web of connections between Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney. And what it says is that Aiden and Karen meet through an intermediary. Jen Altman, one of the TurtleBoy fans, links Karen and Aiden up in about April of 2023 with a woman named Natalie. So then Natalie connects Aiden Kearney, and they talk for a while. Natalie would be the intermediary between Karen and Aiden. They talk for a while until about June of 2023. I think Karen cut Natalie off because Natalie called her one night for help with something late at night, and Karen didn't like it. It's very weird behavior by Karen. And then Karen and Aiden have a falling out in December of 2023 after Aiden becomes a fugitive, as I mentioned. And then there's leaked group chats from a Facebook group from the text where Karen's calling Aiden a risk. And then Lindsay Gattani comes into it because this was right. That falling out occurred right after Aiden leaked information about Reed speaking to U.S. Attorney Josh Levy to Lindsay Gattani. That's Exhibit O, which we're going to look at, literally a text from Aiden to Lindsay talking about how Karen spoke directly to Josh Levy in October of 2023. And then Nick Rocco and Jenna Rocco come in because there's a Facebook chat from May of 2023 where Aiden implies that Karen told him to run Jen McCabe's plates and go to a child's lacrosse game. And then Aiden also admits that he called Karen on the night of December 2024 when he was a fugitive, and that Karen didn't even ask how she could help. She said she was upset and how this was going to make Karen look bad and be a distraction. And how Karen interestingly told Aiden not to go to Lindsay Gattani's apartment on the night of December 23rd, 2023. And yeah, so it really, and then Aiden's and Natalie's testifying against me, not Karen. Well, Natalie's on Karen's the witness list for the state in Karen's case too. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it. I made a chart. I'm a towel chart. Did you like Towel's chart? Oh, thank you, HB. I do know a little bit about America, and I'm thrilled you're learning. And it's really all in the context of my coverage of the case. No, none of your business. So we've talked about this before. I don't actually make charts or write anything down. Everything other than my written post, everything you're hearing is in my head. And so I have a mental mind map, and it's kind of like this. Think of an interactive timeline, like, but it's a computer file system. So like imagine a computer desktop where you have like folder structures for every single thing you've ever learned, heard, or listened to, and then or seen. And then say like I want to go into like the Rachel Rollins DOJ OIG report. Well, okay, I don't have to click. It's a very seamless kind of motion. But I look over that part, that folder, and then it opens up and it's just this expansive tree of documents. And I'm like, okay, I want the DOJ's OIG report, but I specifically want to focus in on the page in the index where it provides a summary of what was said in the later report. So I'm like, okay, so I flip through the first pages of the report in my mind, and then I see that page of the report, and then I'm just reading it. And then simultaneously I'm thinking, okay, is this something I just want to read from and cite from, or do I at the same time want to tell people about it? So should I go to a post on X or something where I posted it, and then to find that post I remember the exact words of the post that I made on X, like say I use the word compendium in the post, or overview, or DOJ. And then I go to X and I search like compendium, just filtering by my own profile. I find the resource that I want to use. This all is happening instantaneously, and then I bring it up on the screen. So it's not really like I don't need to write it down. It's all memorized. It's more, when do I need to recall it? How do I need to present it? And where are the various primary source documents in that sort of mind map? And that mind map is available for instant recall at any time of the day. So I don't really need to actually look at the sources. I only need to bring them up if I want to refresh or show you all. I can just access them by memory with my eyes closed. It's even easier with my eyes closed because then I can actually see all the documents open up, and I can read them very fast. I can do like a 36-page PDF when I'm reading it this way from memory in like 10 seconds. So yeah, oh, thank you, Mira Hardy. You're so kind. But none of your business. I'm so glad you asked about that, because I have that kind of mental mind map schema for everything. The Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case is just kind of like one folder on my mental mind map desktop. If you want to talk about like American history or British UK history, or the conflict in Northern Ireland, or, you know, German history of the Merovingian kings, or France, or Malaysia, or Singapore, or the conflict in Sudan, or the independence of South Sudan, or the rise of the Houthis in North Yemen, whatever you want to talk about. Like, I have a folder in that mental mind map somewhere, and I wish I got to talk about more of them. The Shannon O'Brien and Deb Goldberg case, my knowledge of regulatory apparati. I, ladies and gentlemen, would love to tell you more, but we only have so many hours in the day. But yeah, no map with strings here, none of your business. Just an interconnected mental mind map that can draw on primary and secondary source documents and frame them into a cohesive nonfiction overview with citations peppered throughout as needed. Oh, Dewdrops, you didn't have to do that while you're sick, my dear friend. Our thoughts are with you. We're about to watch a very interesting towel video, but just know that all of our towel thoughts have been with you all day, and then you came into the chat while you're sick. You're gonna make me cry, Dewdrops. You just sit there and you just relax. We are here with you, Dewdrops. Oh my goodness. Oh my dear Dewdrops, we are with you in spirit today, my you super towelette. Towelette's a hard word to spell. We all wish you a quick recovery, and I send my hellos to Kiki and Riri. I could have done that while we were doing the video, but nope, I want you to hear me expressing how much I love Super Towelette Dewdrops. There you go. God bless you, Dewdrops. Now, we're going to watch this overview because it's even better when you hear me explain it, ladies and gentlemen. And now that I know Dewdrops is with us and sitting in bed, I hope you're feeling better, Dewdrops, Kiki, and Riri. We will send them out on errands for you. They can bring you back soup. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so honored to have Super Towelette Dewdrops with us as we wish her a recovery. All right, I'm ready to show you this video. I worked on it, and then we got another video. We got lots of recaps, so let's begin. I've teased it long enough. Now, what I'm going to do for you here is we're going to go to my profile, and we are going to scroll back, because the context leading up to this hearing that we now know, we don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but we have some idea that it is going to happen, related clearly in the next few days, related to Aiden Kearney, Karen Reed, and Kearney's phone. I can read this background now, and I think it's actually serendipitous in some ways and fated, and I'm grateful for that I'm going to read it to you now, because it makes way more sense compared to Kearney's, talking about in the context of Kearney's motion to quash the subpoena that was filed for his testimony that you can see up on your screen right there. It actually makes more sense to read it in the context of the development that just happened here regarding to the contents of Kearney's 2 searched phones, which were searched in November of 2024, just being turned over to Hank Brennan subject to an impoundment order and the Reed defense. So now those parties are going through them, and that must be stunning. So although we don't know what they are, we cannot see the contents of the phone. I can tell you a few things. One, Kearney had 6 phones seized. 2 of them were searched in November of 2024 after a long, drawn-out process to make that happen. And then another one of those phones, 4 of those phones were subject to further review by a team. I believe that it is the contents of the first 2 phones that are actually the most potentially damaging and explosive to Kearney. Those 2 phones, and that's why, although Kearney is saying a lot of confidence, he's saying things like this. Let's take
David Yannetti with others who, David Yannetti with others, whoever, you know, he wants those because he must have gotten, I guarantee they read my messages with those guys and they were like, hey, you can misinterpret this as part of the witness intimidation statute. That's what they're going to do. Like, he wants access to, Hank will call anything witness intimidation. Like something completely innocent, innocuous, he will call it witness intimidation based on their bizarre interpretation of the statute. That's what we're worried about, is them just calling anything witness intimidation. Like, you know, they're going to do it. So, he wants those messages, okay? He is not getting them. That was denied. What he's getting are any communications between Karen Reed and myself in which we discuss, so you don't get all the messages between me and Karen Reed, with David Yannetti.
So we can talk about more about what exactly Hank Brennan got access to, but let me just say that I think even Aiden Kearney talking about these messages that between him and Karen Reed in that way is indicative. And then there are also leaks, of course, about that hint at the content of those messages. However, we're not going to, I think the best way to do it, as I said here, and we're not going to play this song because we are on YouTube, but I'm going to read this for you. The reason I'm going to read it for you is, although it starts off, it actually gets right into the point. This post that I wrote is the way to understand the hearing that's going to happen between Karen Reed, Aiden Kearney, and Hank Brennan related to these Aiden Kearney's phones, okay? So we're going to do a dramatic towel reading. And it won't actually be dramatic. It'll more just be me reading a post that happens to be very poignant related to the development on the docket that just occurred. I'm not omniscient or omnipresent or prescient in that regard. I'm just a towel. Although on March 9th, I did predict that Aiden Kearney was going to get called on the Karen Reed witness list before it happened, because I'm a towel. All right, so let's understand what this hearing in the next few days, we don't know exactly when it's going to be, but what this hearing is going to be about. Of all the courthouses in all the worlds, she walks into mine. Good morning, towel friends. For those unraveling the tangled web between Aidan TurtleBoy Kearney and Karen Reed, this chart, which I attach at the bottom, illuminates the ongoing revelations. It's not just what Kearney confided in Reed. It's what he leaked, igniting a fuse towards a dramatic reckoning. Last week, Prosecutor Hank Brennan gained access to messages on Kearney's phone. That was when the ruling came down. The messages were actually not turned in until today. From April to October of 2023, capturing his exchanges with Reed and her lawyers, David Yannetti and Alan Jackson. Existing records also confirmed direct communications between Kearney and Reed's legal team. Read more about the links between Reed, Yannetti, and Jackson here. Then I provide a link. Kearney now joins Reed's former friend Natalie and journalist Gretchen Voss on the state's witness list for Reed's retrial. Brennan's aim? not likely, he has declared, a consciousness of guilt instruction against Reed, wielding Kearney's testimony as a devastating blow. Read more background on Kearney and Voss being added to the witness list here. Read more about the state's updated witness list, including Natalie, here. As I've detailed, Brennan can, secure the instruction. I have a medical condition that involves my stomach. I'm sorry, you have to deal with it. As I've detailed, Brennan can secure this instruction and present evidence to the jury without charging Reed with witness intimidation. Under state and federal case law, a joint venture can be proven by a preponderance of evidence for a jury instruction motion, enabling Brennan to admit statements under FRE 801D2E, which is the co-conspirator exception to the hearsay rule, which also incorporates by reference pursuant to El Mazian and Borgelli the concept of a joint venture without an underlying indictment, to obtain that instruction for consciousness of guilt, which explicitly addresses witness intimidation. And I hope folks are understanding what I'm saying there. Brendan's going to win his consciousness of guilt motion, and Aiden Kearney is going to testify. And we talked about it a little bit on the stream yesterday, just as a pause here for some annotated commentary. But it's not just that Aiden Kearney is going to testify. It is that Aiden Kearney, whether he is going to cooperates or not, is going to get a grant of immunity, in my opinion, and not be permitted to take the fifth on the stand. And if you think about the Young Thug trial, right, with, what was it, Woody? Yeah, Little Woody? Something along those lines. I don't remember the guy's name, but he got a compelled grant of immunity and he wouldn't testify, even though, although that situation was weird because the first judge in the case, like, dragged him into chambers with a witness and had, like, with the prosecutor, and had this, like, ex parte colloquy where he, like, was threatening the witness. It was a huge problem. You want to talk about judicial misconduct. The Karen Reed case, as to the way it's been handled by Judge Kearney, is the epitome, the gold star of judicial conduct. Look at that Young Thug case, or the YSL case. I don't remember the specific caption header. It had like 30 defendants. Look at that case and how the first judge, who ended up thrown off the case against his wishes, he denied the recusal motion, handled the witness who refused to testify with a grant of immunity. And then look at how Judge Kearney acts. Judge Kearney would never do that. Never bring a witness into chambers ex parte with the prosecutor and yell at them. Never happened, never will happen. But that was down in Georgia. It was somewhere down in the South where I don't think some of us up in Massachusetts who yell on and on and on about our judicial system understand what it's like to practice law in the South. That's my commentary on that. But the other thing is, the insight here is that witness didn't take immunity, got given immunity against their will. And do you know what happened when that witness wouldn't testify? They got thrown in jail for months on end, literally months on end, until they agreed to testify. And the same thing happened to Chelsea Manning when she got subpoenaed in the WikiLeaks federal grand jury. She refused to testify, and she had to sit in jail until the grand jury's term expired. Hello, folks, just joining. Good to see you, Alex. So the context here, by the way, what I'm explaining is, if Aiden Kearney, who is on the witness list and clearly got a subpoena, and Tecum, because he moved to Quash, which is docket number 611.1 on the Reed docket. He moved to Quash recently. And I know it's recently because even though it said it went up on 3/18, it didn't actually show up on the docket until yesterday, and I monitor it very closely so I would know. But he moved to Quash, so he clearly got subpoenaed. So it's not just he's on the witness list, he's getting called. So that means as soon as the presentation of evidence starts, probably the first witness, I don't think openings are technically evidence. Maybe they are. But he's going to be sequestered, and he's not getting out of it, and he's not going to quash the subpoena. Just no chance, not in Massachusetts. But the reason I'm saying it is Brennan's not just calling Aiden Kearney because he wants to call him to the stand, although I think Brennan's going to absolutely decimate Aiden Kearney. He's calling him because there's a larger context here towards consciousness of guilt. Now, remind me, if someone can, I'll try to remind myself. I want to watch a video with you all at some point to take a break from talking, where we look at Hank Brennan's interview with Marjorie Egan. Marjorie is a wonderful human being, by the way. Her and Jim are just legends in the Massachusetts news world, and I have known them forever.
And I have this great picture with me, Jim, and Marjorie at some event. I think it was an Ayanna Presley event, interestingly enough, but some event, and it is just my favorite picture of all time. I'll try to find it for you guys if I can during the stream. But that's not the point. We're going to watch the interview with Hank Brennan and Marjorie Egan, because I want to show you not just I learned today what Hank Brennan did to Stephen the Rifleman Flemmy on the stand. He literally got, we have to actually watch it, but Hank Brennan got, the victims of Whitey Bulger to be hugging him in the courtroom, even though he was getting Stephen the Rifleman Flemmy to basically exonerate Bulger on one of the 32 counts of Bulger's federal indictment. I think Bulger was convicted on 31 counts and then exonerated on the 32nd, which was because of Brennan's cross of Stephen the Rifleman Flemmy. So one, Brennan's just a monster. If you haven't figured it out yet from his strategy, his motions, his tactics, his analytical framework, the man is a fucking monster. And I'm working on not cussing as much to refine my syntactical precision, but the man is an absolute genius. Now, combine that with what we're going to watch the clip for, which is I finally figured out why Hank Brennan was added to this case. I finally figured it out. I was like, it can't be because he knows X, Y, or Z. It has to be, or he got a referral. It has to be because this man not only is a methodical genius, but because he had insight about the federal probe. And I finally put it together. When he represented Whitey Bulger, part of what that entailed was doing reconstruction a la Dick Layer and Gerard O'Neill for Black Mass to understand how Conley and Bulger were able to manipulate the internal workings of the FBI system in order to run cover for Bulger in order to let him continue wreaking havoc in South Boston, while at the same time feeding the federal government useful information to take down the disparate warring factions that were arising out of the Boston Irish mob wars at that time. And if you think about that contextualized history, which, by the way, only really led to the Angiulo brothers, who were the Patriarchas men in Boston, taking over because all the Irish gangs just ended up falling off because it was brutal. The situation with Conley and Bulger ended up playing out in very similar ways, although in a different form, with Karen Reed and her attorneys and their proximity to the old DOJ under Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy. And only a man like Hank Brennan could have figured that out. And that was the genius tactical move. We talk a lot about, because we see it in court, but the genius of Hank Brennan. But whatever you want to say about the people around Michael Morrissey, I think this play was actually Michael Morrissey's to bring on Hank Brennan. And once we watch this clip later with Marjorie Egan and Brennan, I think you all will come to agree with me. This was sublime tactical genius on a level at Hank Brennan's, if not above, from Michael Morrissey. And this poor man, I mean, I feel very bad for him. All he wanted to do was prosecute this case, which is literally his job. The grand jury handed up the indictment. He's prosecuting the case. He's got his ADAs working on it, and he suffered for it, I think, completely unnecessarily and gratuitously, much like some other players in this story, like Lindsay Catani and others, just suffered Michael Proctor completely gratuitously, and John's family and the witnesses and everyone else involved. And it just makes me incredibly sad that that level of genius is not appreciated more. People get so lost in the polemics, they don't see what's actually happening. But that is a little bit of an aside, the Brennan situation that I want to play that clip for. I was just commenting on more just the implications there of Aiden Kearney being called as a witness in the context of the consciousness of guilt play under Mahoney. We have to keep in mind why these phones are coming in, why Kearney is being called as a witness. This is not like a maybe or a rebuttal witness. This is case in chief, justifying why the evidence, why Kearney needs to be called, justifying why Kearney's going to authenticate the evidence. And clearly the fact that Judge Stitzley has ordered a hearing on these phones, like immediately, like something is fucking big, something's going on, folks. I'm telling you, this is, someone left a gif of a exploding bombshell in the comments. That is exactly what's going on. So I'm going to continue reading the background here because I don't want to get distracted. Then I'm going to look at comments and questions at the end. So if you have comments and questions about what you're seeing on the screen and what we're talking about related to Kearney and these phones and what developments happened today, don't worry. We're going to go through that. I'll update you on there were 4 or 5 updates that happened today, not just the juror from the first trial joining Reed's legal team, which in and of itself would have been a huge piece of news. We'll talk about the other updates. Reed lost a motion to try to exclude one of the state's witnesses who's going to testify about John's injuries to his head potentially occurring by him falling down and hitting the hard ground after allegedly being struck by Karen's SUV, which was going in reverse at 4.2 miles an hour at around 12:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022, whereupon Reed then, while drunk, left the scene in her car, returned probably around 5:23 a.m., confirmed John was dead, left the scene again, went to Jen McCabe's, went back to 1 Meadows Ave, John's house, told Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts they needed to leave John's house because John wasn't there, and then brought the women back to Fairview Road, whereupon, in a blizzard through the dark, Karen saw John's body before the women passed the tree line of the house in Kerry's car because Karen had conveniently left the murder weapon back at Fairview Road with a smashed taillight. Then Karen was hospitalized for threats of self-harm by her own family, and whereupon Karen arrived at the hospital, she had her blood alcohol taken, which came out at a .08 at like 8 or 9 in the morning, and therefore a retrograde BAC extrapolation confirmed that Karen's BAC at the time that she allegedly struck John was between .13 and .29, somewhere between 2 and 4 times the legal limit. And that's why I think Karen's parents are so committed to this and trying to help her so much, because they feel incredibly guilty that they sent her to the hospital and ended up providing the state with extremely damning evidence against Karen, even though they loved her and just didn't want her to die. Fate is a very dual-edged sword in that way. A very dual-edged sword. Okay, so that's the consciousness of guilt play, and we're going to talk more about that a little bit later. The evidence mounts. Kearney's actions in the Reed case over recent years, incriminating records on both his and Reed's phones, his witness list status, and his disclosures to journalist Lindsay Gattani, sometimes verbatim quotes of Reed's words in 2023, especially about the now closed federal probe into John O'Keefe's death. Read more on what Kearney revealed to Gattani about the Reed-Josh Levy connection and why that disclosure is the crux of this entire tale here. It's also why Lindsay suffered so much, because I think Karen came to really resent Aiden for, one, leaking all that stuff to Lindsay, and then also because Aiden's behavior and actions on 12/23/2023 and his subsequent declaring himself a fugitive from justice and then getting his bail revoked for 60 days led to Karen saying in a text message on March 4th, 2024, that has now been leaked, that Karen views Aiden as a risk. So I think Aiden blames Lindsay for that, and I sometimes wonder if Karen actually feels a little bit guilty that Lindsay got caught up in all this proxy war, because it's very high-level political stuff. And I did once ask Karen if she wanted to apologize to Lindsay. I don't really think Karen meant for that to happen to Lindsay. I don't think by Karen saying to Aiden, like, what the fuck are you doing? She was saying throw Lindsay under the bus to get back in my good graces. But I think that's how Aiden took it. He was like, oh, if I can just fuck Lindsay's reputation up and just torment her, then maybe Karen will love me again and take me back into her inner circle. That's what I think really drew a lot of the discrediting of Lindsay. It was just so people didn't realize these two basic facts. Aiden blabbed about Karen's connection to the DOJ, to Lindsay, and then also Aiden became a risk to Karen because of his actions on the 23rd. And, you know, I don't know, love's a weird thing. Like, that man was definitely in love with Lindsay Gattani. Okay, I know what those messages he was sending said. Like, he was in love with her. And he got out of control, and I don't know, he made bad choices. And in my opinion, that combined with what he was telling her would cause Lindsay Gattani to become a liability, and that's why so many people wanted to undermine and smear her. But I do wonder, and I hope maybe one day Karen will sit for an interview with me, whether she goes to jail or whatever it is later in life. And I just want to ask her, you know, like, a lot of people say, you know, you're just soulless, whatever, but I don't really believe that. You know, like, I think that you as a religious person and a family-based person and someone who cares about kids, like, I truly believe those things. And as much as Karen says she didn't want kids, I think, like, she still, like, loved those kids, John's niece and nephew. Like, if something happened to them, I'm sure she would have immediately come to their aid and whatever it was. So I would say to her, like, did you feel, everything else aside, like, over that situation, like, just because Kearney blabbed about your connection to Levy and because of Kearney's indiscretions on 12/23/23, do you think Lindsay should have suffered for that? You know, and I hope she would say no. Just any human, I hope, would say no. But that's the context there about why this initial connection between Kearney, Reed, and Reed and Josh Levy became such a problem, because Karen should not have been speaking to Josh Levy, and the federal DOJ, because of because of deep-seated tensions between Rachel Rollins and the Norfolk DA Michael Morrissey, along with the head of the Public Integrity Unit, Dustin Chow, at the Boston DOJ, who also had deep-seated tensions with Morrissey because Chow's wife got passed over for promotion, while the Norfolk DA and the U.S. Attorney's Office were working on a case in 2015, ironically involving Stephen the Rifleman Fleming. What?
Hold on a second.
Hold on. 2015, the Norfolk DA and the U.S. Attorney's Office are working together on a prosecution, because murders are in the original jurisdiction of the state police, that it involves Whitey Bulger, Stephen the Rifleman Fleming, and Frank Cadillac Salemi. I got to look at the date on this YouTube video with Hank Brennan. But that's another reason why Hank Brennan is involved in this. Hank Brennan was involved in the Bulger defense, and there was that joint prosecution related to the murder in Sharon, and the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Norfolk DA were working on that case, and that's where the history of tension between Dustin Chow and Michael Morrissey comes from. Brennan must know this like the back of his hand. I wonder if Hank Brennan is the only person outside of this little towel, and maybe Dick Layer and Gerard O'Neill, who know all this. But it makes perfect sense in some ways, because that 2015 case, that was the source of the tension between Dustin Chow and the public integrity section, so folks realize. We're talking about this now confirmed as closed federal probe into John O'Keefe's death. The public integrity section investigates misconduct among public officials. Dustin Chow was a line prosecutor, maybe the head of the public integrity section back in the old DOJ. I don't want to, and I don't keep track of active DOJ positions right now. But the other important context is that Rachel Rollins was the former Suffolk County District Attorney. And Rachel Rollins had two sources of feuds, of tension with Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk DA. One of which had to do with Rollins being a very soft on crime prosecutor, wherein she would not really prosecute low-level offenses, and then that drew criticism from other DAs and then pushback from Rollins. And then the other issue was Rollins was one of the first people, and she eventually was vindicated by the SJC many years later. Rollins was one of the first people pushing to not sentence people 18 to 21 or 18 to 25 to life in prison because their brains haven't fully developed. Now, that caused pushback from the other DAs as well. It caused a lot of tension between Morrissey and Rollins. I think she called him a meatball or something, and she just generally looked at him with disdain. Now, what's weird, though, is that Rachel Rollins got forced out of her job by the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General in May of 2023, because after Rollins left the Suffolk County District Attorney position to take the U.S. Attorney position after being nominated and confirmed under the Biden administration, that seat was filled by Republican Governor Charlie Baker, and Baker put into that seat Kevin Hayden, who was a Democrat, but definitely a moderate-leaning Democrat, and no Rachel Rollins. And the reason why Baker could fill the seat on an interim basis is Rollins took the position midterm to go take the U.S. Attorney position. And so therefore the Suffolk DA position became open. The governor nominates or fills the position until a special election. That special election, the primary involved a candidate named Ricardo Arroyo, who was then a Boston city councilor, who was an ally of Rachel Rollins. Now, Ricardo Arroyo lost the primary race, and immediately after, Rachel Rollins, who was U.S. attorney, started texting Ricardo Arroyo that Kevin Hayden would pay for beating Ricardo Arroyo in that primary. Now, here's what's fascinating. What did Rachel Rollins do? Rachel Rollins launched a pretextual federal investigation into Kevin Hayden, recused herself from it, and then leaked the recusal letter to the Globe and the Herald to just try to smear Hayden, and then got fired for it. Pushed out, I should say. Now, you want to know something even more interesting, by the way? Why do you folks think Rachel Rollins got hired for the position of U.S. attorney if she basically immediately got forced out by launching a pretextual federal probe into Kevin Hayden? Did you ever ask yourself, and we're taking a little pause here talking about TurtleBoy and his phones coming into Karen Reed's retrial and this big hearing coming up. To those of you in the Massachusetts political world, have you ever asked yourself about that 2020 Senate race between Joe Kennedy Jr., the redhead, and Ed Markey, the current senator, JFK's old Senate seat? Did you ever ask yourself about that race and a spoiler candidate, a Republican spoiler candidate named Rayla Campbell? Now ask yourself further, why would TurtleBoy and Rachel Rollins be having direct communications about Rayla Campbell going to Joe Kennedy events to sabotage Kennedy's campaign? Rayla Campbell, the virulent Republican, TurtleBoy, who got banned from the church apparently next to the Karen Reed trial because he was a bigot against transsexual people or something. That's what he was saying on a stream last night. And I was just like, what the? And then he was like, but I want to be clear, I'm not bigoted against gay or bi people, just transsexual people. And I was like, what the fuck, TurtleBoy? Like, what the fuck? Are you being political, or can you really not see the really stupid bifurcation you're trying to make there? And can you just not be bigoted towards anyone? Oh my God. And then we're not getting into his remarks about what he was going to do to Karen Reed's private parts. And I'm not sure why he thinks Karen Reed has male private parts, or if that was some kind of aphorism, but we're not really going down that road. Because what we're talking about right now is TurtleBoy, the virulent Republican, is teaming up with Rachel Rollins, the liberal, a very progressive liberal Democrat, to have Rayla Campbell, the virulent Republican, go to Joe Kennedy events to help Ed Markey. Now, do you think it's any coincidence, folks, that then Rachel Rollins somehow gets this connection to the Biden White House? And do we really think it's any coincidence that Aiden Kearney was proud that he helped get a January 6th rioter convicted? And do we really think it's any coincidence that for years there was this weird NSC 131 orbited group tied into like Boston Free Speech and Resist Marxism and all those other networks? You know, like, I think Aiden Kearney was helping some people, maybe in a benevolent way, but definitely not like Republican friendly. I think he was helping the liberal Democrats and had some really high ranking connections as a result. But that was in the years leading up to the Reed trial. But just keep that in mind, because Rachel Rollins has this web of connections independent of the Reed case to TurtleBoy. Rachel Rollins has got this pretextual, or I should say pre-existing feud with Michael Morrissey on two different levels. Dustin Chow's got his own feud. And then you got Karen Reed walking into Josh Levy's office with Alan Jackson and David Yannetti in November of 2022, spinning up the exact kind of tale of police misconduct that would get folks involved, the DOJ involved in something like this, even if it were entirely baseless. But for the fact that probe happened to stumble on the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, I think there would literally be congressional investigations right now into Josh Levy and Rachel Rollins and all of these players. But the only reason there's cover for that is because this MSP unit that was investigating Karen Reed really did sign off on Sandra Birchmore's murder as the result of self-harm when it clearly was not, and when they clearly had evidence that it was not. And I think that's the big secret everyone's trying to hide. But okay, so we have to continue because that comes up in this story. But just remember, folks, all of these layers are at play here with Aiden Kearney's phone and his messages to Karen Reed, because it was about the federal probe that Reed and Kearney were talking, and then Kearney was blabbing about. So, folks, we just remember the context here. It sounds like it's multi-layered and dynamic, and there's a lot of players to keep track of. Yes, but that's why this is so explosive. It's not just that there's a hearing happening. It's that the contents of these phones go to the heart of what is a very serious situation and could expose a lot of very powerful people. So let's continue. The conclusion, and by the way, I was writing this days ago, so the conclusion seems inevitable. Kearney will be compelled to testify against Reed, whether he wants to or not. Gretchen Voss's testimony will tighten the vice. She holds recordings of Reed admitting, before her lawyers, that Giannetti warned of potential culpability if Reed struck O'Keefe, even accidentally, at 12:31 a.m. on 1/29/2022. A July 2023 recording captures Jackson proposing to launder protected court documents via the Brian Walsh case, offering Voss cover to use them, a scheme she declined, per evidence. And my evidence there is that Voss didn't mention any of those protected documents in her articles. And I think after what Hank Brennan's planning, by the way, which I don't know if I lay out here, but what I think Hank Brennan's planning is he's going to call Voss to have Voss authenticate the recordings from some of the interviews in Karen's home, and then also to authenticate the recording of the Seaport. The defense ended up stipulating so Voss didn't need to be called. Interview, which Voss never mentioned, like meeting with Alan Jackson and recording him at the Seaport. And then I think Brennan's going to lead up to, and you didn't do this, right, Ms. Voss? You wouldn't go along with it, and that, not in that leading form. Voss is going to testify like, yeah, I would not go along with it. And then Kearney's going to get called, and it's going to be demonstrated to the jury like, oh, the Reed's team got desperate. They went to Kearney, who would go along with this plan and other plans. Reed's legal defenses are collapsing. Last week, Judge Dennis Saylor denied her federal appeal to stay state proceedings. Karen's pretrial motion to dismiss is also futile. It ended up being denied. She didn't request CPD Sallyport video until November of 2024. Boom, cited in the denial. 3 videos show her taillight broken before reaching CPD on 1/29/2022. We didn't even get to that issue because the CPD footage was so grainy that it couldn't be relevant, so Reed just lost. John Fanning never oversaw jurors. Oh, God, yeah, we got a whole section in the denial about how bad it was for Reed to make that argument. And Jackson refused to recall Jen McCabe for cross despite a Rule 14 violation mid-trial. Yeah, it was Jackson who committed the Rule 14 violation, and then he didn't want to recall her. And Judge Kearney literally quoted Jackson's braggadocio and then didn't comment on it and was just like, Mr. Jackson, I'm thinking what Judge Kearney would have said. Mr. Jackson, your own words seal your fate here. You said to the court that you, quote, destroyed Miss McCabe, and you didn't need to call her back. Just ended with a quote. She didn't do an IRAC in that section. Judge Kearney wrote the most eloquent destruction of a lawyer I've ever seen by just using his own words against him. Good job, Judge Kearney. I don't know Judge Kearney, never spoken to Judge Kearney, never intend to speak to Judge Kearney, maybe after she's retired or something. But my word, that judge has a way with structure and words. And it's not like a federal opinion, which is very, it's like a historical treatise. Judge Kearney's opinions are very filled with state law and then very, cutting, dry wit and criticism. It's like the vibe you get from reading a Judge Kearney motion is like, I have a lot to say and I am fed up with all of you. Except for Hank Brennan. I think generally she thinks Hank Brennan is doing the right thing. And that's not like a bias or not, because Judge Kearney rules in favor of Reed, rules against Reed, rules for the state, rules against the state, rules against them both on joint motions. It's not that. It's just I think that Judge Kearney isn't as offended by Hank Brennan's posturing and legal tactics. Okay, so Karen faces a Sisyphean reckoning. Despite Jackson's efforts, his overreaching tactics, his singed Icarus wings, have toppled her seaport war room. History encroaches. Flak towers crumble into bomb shelters, supporters flee, and the naive are devoured like cannon fodder. Imagine Reed amidst the ruins of her once grand city, longing for 99 pink balloons to rise from a cratered promenade. A futile hope. No new dawn awaits. Karen's moral salvation lingers as a dream deferred in this tragic nightmare. The world moves on, faintly recalling Reed's struggle against truth, and even less of John O'Keefe, the great man she erased from this earth, a hero who touched countless lives. This is history's curse. The best laid plans of turtles, towels, and titans crumble before fate's heartbreaking synthesis. Bittersweet. We cue as time goes by, asking Sam to play it once more, lining the streets to mourn a battlefield scarred by the silent screams of untold innocence. To look away is cowardice. To shy from telling this tale is to evade duty. The true cost of sin isn't ours to bear. It's etched into the sands of time, a lesson in fragile human frailty, forever carved into our collective subconsciousness of guilt. That was intentional. I feel no pity for Karen in the ruins of her once lavish bunker. No sorrow for someone who turned beautiful, precious human lives into pawns in a political battle of wills. I see only a frail figure watching the last embers of an insidious PR empire burn to ash between her brittle fingers. In that vicarious catharsis, I find tempered solace. I cannot predict the days and weeks ahead, nor do I wish to peer into that ether, fearing the conclusion might crush what little spirit I have left to chronicle this chaos. But I know our souls enter this world blessed with the power to right egregious wrongs. Whether we choose to do so, or let hatred consume us, leading to our own destruction, may be our only chance to break free from fate's chains, glittered with garlands of flowers, as if to distract us from our bondage. The irony cuts deep. The control Reed craves was always near. Moral liberation demands allocution, contrition, compassion, and apologies. Without them, history judges, exacting penalty sans repentance, perpetuating Reed's Joycean cycle of torment, and made manifest in Hegel's unyielding dialectic. Perhaps Karen will find her 99 balloons of hope yet amid the cacophonous polemical blitzkrieg still unfolding before our eyes. But if I have any say, they will descend from above in blue with a black stripe for John. Disclaimer: I am not a lawyer. I am clearly a towel. This is not legal advice. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Get a towel if you want to prove unconditional love is the only remaining North Star in a world defined by despair. What do you think? I thought it was pretty good. There's a lot of layered allusions in there. There's some Rousseau references. Definitely, without saying it, I was comparing her to his last days in the bunker in Berlin. So that's the theme of it. And it's not a coincidence that I used Casablanca, which is about North Africa and the last port before Lisbon for refugees fleeing war-torn Europe in 41 and 42. That was the whole motif, was comparing this to Karen's current defense to the Russian siege of Berlin in those last days. I was doing that on purpose. So yeah, I hope you liked it. We're going to talk more about the juror situation, the juror from Karen's first trial joining her legal team, the precedent there, the implications. It's never happened before in U.S. history. I cannot find any examples of it. We'll talk about the weighty impact of that. But I want to watch this Hank Brennan clip as well, so I'm going to bring that up for you. And then along with watching the Hank Brennan clip, I want to take some of your comments and questions because I'm a towel. And I appreciate so many of you for tuning in. So what do we got? Oh, we got a lot of comments, and we got a lot of friends watching. I'm so glad so many of you are joining on the YouTube. I haven't been streaming on YouTube a lot. I do most of my streaming on X, where a lot of people seem to like watching. They don't comment as much, and it's hard to see the comments. But yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, apparently it really helps if you like the video while watching it and subscribe if you're not from within the video. It helps the video within the algorithm or something. Don't really know, I don't really understand, but if you're here and you enjoy it, it doesn't cost you anything, and you can click the like button and subscribe. Someone was explaining to me the dynamics of how all of this works within these live videos. I don't really get it. I'm trying to learn. Give me some time. I have other things on my mind, like the integrity of the Republic and the justice system and convoluted political proxy battles of will between the Boston DOJ and the Norfolk District Attorney that for some reason impact countless untold innocent lives for, as I said, reasons that I fully cannot understand or appreciate. All right. Okay. Oh, goodness. There are a lot of comments. I can't read all of these comments. I'm sorry. You all had so much to say. Thank you, Trevor. Trevor says, Grant, good to see you streaming. He enjoyed immensely. Yes, it took me a second to get the YouTube going, folks. For whatever reason, I started the first one with the wrong title, and then I got it going. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family. Absolutely. Poor Grant having to eat all this. Sometimes I prefer when he just talks and gives us his own analysis and opinion. I don't know what it is I have to eat. There to read all of it. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to read. Yesterday, I'll tell you, reading through the 28-page ruling was not as bad as the 50-page motion from the day before, but I'm... All right, Tal, that's enough. Okay, so
I'm excited for that. I'm even more excited for the next video I'm going to show you, which is the actual recap of the sum and substance of the DOJ corruption. We got one more segment here about that. Then we're going to get we are either going to watch Hank Brennan's Cross. Actually, you know what? Let's take just a pause. I know what you all want to see. Me being fashion forward, I'm just a towel and a t-shirt. But no, I want to show you all something because I think the towel friends deserve it, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if Colleen Henry's in the chat yet. She sometimes wakes up later. But I am excited. We're going to watch more Hank in a minute. We have a little more towel to watch, but I have a special towel treat for you. You know it's coming. Ladies and gentlemen, you know it's coming. You know exactly what is coming. Every single one of you knows what's coming. There is only one thing. Kim Cordo knows. Yes, it's a towel. It's Sundays with Hank, ladies and gentlemen. It's a special towel recap stream. And Colleen Henry might not be with us, but that's okay because I have the video the world wants to see anyway, ladies and gentlemen, because I am a towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. You know what's coming. I don't even want to reveal it because I think we will all fall out of our collective chairs. I just want to put it up on the screen and then you can all let go of your pent-up towel emotions and joy, and you can see the clip that will make everyone's Sunday that much brighter. Oh, Emily Joyce. Oh, yes, Chastity, Kim Cordo. Ladies and gentlemen, the people know what's coming. The people know. They are ahead of me, ladies and gentlemen. They are prescient little towels. They know. Ladies and gentlemen, they knew. I'm telling you, it was a conspiracy. They got inside my mind, and they knew. Ladies and gentlemen, you want to see it. I want to see it. The world wants to see it. Take it away, Hank.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir. I will, Hank. One more time.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir. I will, Hank. All right, one more time.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir. I will, Hank. Ladies and gentlemen, the people wanted to see it. You can't deprive the people of their Call Me Hank clip. Ladies and gentlemen, that would be a violation of intergalactic towel law. It would literally result in me being brought up before the International Federation of Towels. They would say, why didn't you play the Call Me Hank clip? And I would say, I have failed you as a towel. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. The towel chat is excitable. They saw their Call Me Hank clip, and that's just a preview, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going to watch Hank Brennan's entire cross of Dr. Daniel Wolf from Arca. I know you're excited. I synced it with the Karen cam. You're going to get to watch Hank in all of his brilliance. There's the Hank cam, the Karen cam, the Chloe the dog in a wig cam. Ladies and gentlemen, it's glorious. It's Sunday. We're hanging out. Towel's going to get his lunch in a few hours. You know Towel loves nothing more than towel lunch. And I have another video to show you. Oh, innocence fraud, Claudia Montano, is when someone uses public relations to try to manipulate the public into thinking that they're innocent as a way to fight their case in the court of public opinion rather than based on the evidence. And it's usually used when someone is very, very guilty, but they want to use a social or political issue to deflect from their guilt and therefore poison the jury pool and undermine the ability of the justice system to hold them accountable through the traditional adversarial mechanisms. Murder by Maestra, did I sum that up relatively well? I think I somewhat got what I was going for there. You know, sometimes I'm a bit of a towel, but sometimes I just nail it. Syntactically precise towel, you can call me, ladies and gentlemen. I am an orator of unparalleled excellence. I'm not actually. I'm just kind of mocking the notion of par excellence. But yes, I can't wait to hear if my explanation of the innocence fraud movement was right. And we are about to go into a very exciting clip, ladies and gentlemen. In terms of the mock jury. So listen, folks, we have a few days, just so we taking a pause here. Kim Cordo had a question. We have an Antoine. It's great to have you with us today, my super towel friend. I'm so glad you helped me learn how to phonetically pronounce your name correctly. I'm a towel that doesn't always get that right. We are recruiting, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to Kim Cordo for the reminder. Ladies and gentlemen, we are recruiting for a mock jury. We're hoping to have this. We're hanking out on Sundays with Hank, says 5MEO DMT, ladies and gentlemen. We got a lot to go, though. We are doing a marathon catch-up stream. Towels from all around the world are popping in, saying hello, enjoying their Sunday. But yes, the first things first, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to be on the mock jury, please. Oh, thank you so much, Murder by Maestro. Yes, Sunken Grave says Hank Brennan washes his hands every day. Be like Hank. Sunken Grave is a soap dispenser. That's true. Sunken Grave is our greatest super towel soap dispenser. We love Sunken Grave. Ladies and oh, it's Alora. Hello. I'm so glad to see you. Don't worry, we won't have to watch the direct. We're only watching Hank's Cross when we get to it. We love Hank. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening in the chat, we are looking for signups for a mock jury. Now, this is going to be very interesting. Oh, Smitty Lee, unfortunately, no. So first of all, we're not even sure that Karen is in Boston. She could be in Dedham. Second of all, because David Unetti has offices there, they have a hotel there, from what I understand. They eat lunch a lot there. So just standing out in Boston, and it's also the one thing that I think is counterproductive in this case. The tensions are dying down. She's literally about to go into deliberate. The trial's going into deliberations. I think her chances of conviction are very high. So going to a hotel she might not be at to protest, the optics can backfire if you don't have people there. It can look weird, like you're protesting a hotel that she's not at. Like I already saw the protest had to change locations because they don't know where she is. It's like, I get it. I think it's well-intentioned, but like we have a trial for Aiden Kearney tomorrow in Dedham District Court where people can go and show up. You want to show up somewhere. Don't show up to protest because you want to get on the news. Like, what is wrong with you? I'm not, maybe this person was well-intentioned, and I'm not talking to the towel friends in the chat, but that's not productive. Standing outside a hotel that Karen Reed is probably not even at to get on the news for optics is not productive. What's productive is going to support people, being informed about the case, things like that. Okay, broadcasting the trial, they're talking about the trial, chatting about the trial. There's lots of ways to help. What's not helpful is to do a protest where Karen Reed might or might not be for optics. Okay, do you want to do so? You want to do an act of service? And listen, I'm not telling you what to do. You want to do a selfless act of service? You want to go stand out somewhere? Go to Dedham District Court at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning and support Lindsay Gattani and Paul O'Keefe during Aiden's trial. That is not performative. You're not going to get on the news. It's going to be a selfless act of service, but that's what we need. We need that. We absolutely need that in this world. This vacuous, performative, nonsensical activism for optics and camera angles. It's stupid. It's counterproductive. It's vacuous. I get why people want to show their support. You want to show your support, do an online movement, posting a picture of John. That's important. Call the trial the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. You want to make an effort. You want to make a difference. I'm sorry. I don't mean to get a little wound up, but one, know where you're going to protest. Two, don't just guess. You can't just guess. You know she's going to be somewhere and you want to protest. Fine. You don't just guess. She's not going to be where you're going to be. If you say we're going to go here, she's going to go somewhere else. So come on. That's what I don't like. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little flustered. If you want to go protest, you want to make an online post, you want to raise attention to John O'Keefe, great. But don't do it for camera angles and optics and whatever. And don't just show up somewhere. You may as well be FKR if you're just showing up on a street corner with signs saying, convict Karen Reed. Come on. I thought we're past that. And listen, I'm not knocking the people who wanted to do this. I'm sure they had justice for John in their heart. But think about the context. Deliberations are literally this week. Aiden and Karen have dueling trials tomorrow. You can make a literal real world, I'm not saying this is the only way to impact, but you want to show up somewhere. You can make a real world impact. And yes, some people have to work, etc. But you can make a real world impact by showing up to that court gallery on Monday to help support Lindsay and Paul. All right, that's enough. I'm sorry. I don't mean to just, yeah, and the problem is that people keep saying, oh, maybe she's at this hotel, maybe she's at that hotel. No, if you think she's somewhere and you announce you're going there, even if there's a slim chance that maybe she was at this hotel or that restaurant, she's just not going to go there. She's that smart. She's very savvy. Her team is very savvy. They know everything you're planning if you're planning it online in public. They know where you're going to be, and she's just not going to be there. So then it's you on a street corner standing there with signs for optics. Anyway, yes, let Towel take a breath because we have, a lot of misguided people. A lot of people have misguided good intentions. Absolutely, Paula. You summed it up. And it doesn't, listen, am I like chastising people because they have a good intention in supporting justice for John O'Keefe? No. Not at all. If you are coming from a place of pure intention, that's absolutely wonderful. Embrace that, act on it, etc. But just in this context, this very specific context of wanting to go to not just a hotel, but trying to pick a random hotel Karen Reed might be at to hold signs on a Sunday to get video angles of it. My opinion, counterproductive. Comes from a very good place maybe, but counterproductive. We need people, in my opinion, at the trial tomorrow at Denham District Court, so if you can go, God bless you. And we need people engaged with what's going on with these cases, talking about it, making sure the wider public knows what's going on. Yes, I get how one sliver of that is raising awareness through online protests, calling the trial the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. But yes, all right, Nanya, I'm so sorry. No, wait a minute. No. Stop. Tom Jones, we need to, I'm cutting this off at the pass. Nanya is a welcome member of this channel. There's no gatekeeping here. Tom Jones, I appreciate that you have strong opinions, but at no point in time will I ever, no, hold on. I'm writing this in the chat. Hold on, Nanya. 1 second. At no point in time do I want anyone to feel uncomfortable. Nanya has been far and above one of the most respectful people in this chat. Nanya defends Towel in other chats. And Tom Jones, I'm sorry, but we're getting to a point where if you're making Nanya uncomfortable, then you're being counterproductive in this chat. And it's not what I want. It's not what I want at all. I would be absolutely heartbroken if Nanya didn't come back to the stream or felt unwelcome. And I don't know, Tom Jones, were you trying to do that? Did you want to cause a rift? Did you want to make Nanya feel not comfortable here? I never should have allowed that. I'm exceptionally frustrated that occurred. I don't want to see that kind of behavior. And Tom Jones, I'm sorry, you could be the most fervent Justice for John O'Keefe supporter in the world. If you start driving away people who Towel really appreciates, then I'm not okay with it. I'm sorry. I'm just not. So that's the end of that story. And God, if Nanya doesn't come back over this moment, I cannot tell you how sad I will be. It's just, I never should have let it got to that point. I saw what Tom Jones was doing. I don't like it. You can see a lot of people in this chat really like Nanya. They do not want Nanya to leave. I do not want Nanya to leave, and I don't want to see that kind of passive-aggressive behavior at all. If I feel like there's a problem and someone shouldn't be here, I'll address it. And so I didn't like that one bit, and I hope Nanya Business, who is a very appreciated Super Towel, will hear this message and won't feel like they are unwelcome. I'll get rid of that other person, Nanya Business, before you are not welcome here. So, yes, Sunken Grave, I will have the multicast tomorrow. But yeah, no, I don't know what to say. I just don't like how that played out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of, hello, Greer's Gardens, a lot of people in the chat like Nanya Business. So I think we have to demote Tom Jones. I'm sorry. You did the one thing I cannot countenance on this stream, which is you made someone who has been nothing but pleasant, respectful, and a friend to Towel feel unwelcome. I can't stand for it. I can't allow it. I won't permit it. And God forbid Nanya doesn't come back to the stream. Tom Jones, you won't be here anymore. Okay, that was just completely over the line. It hurt Towel very deeply, and I don't know why you would want to do that. Makes no sense to me at all. All right, goodbye, Tom Jones. Thank you. I'd rather have you leave if it means Nanya coming back, because I don't think you understand how much Towel appreciates Nanya. Hello, Deaf Otter. We had a little bit of a spat in the chat. I think Tom Jones was coming from a good place and was just questioning why Nanya Business is so respectful despite being in the FKR camp, and then Nanya felt unwelcome and left, and then Towel was very hurt. So now, unfortunately, Tom Jones has had to leave, but I don't mind addressing these kind of things, especially when it's a super Towel like Nanya Business. So, no, it is not, Tom Jones. You know what's offensive to Justice for John? You are that type of insidious behavior that makes people feel unwelcome and is toxic. I don't mind if you have your opinions, but you don't weaponize it to make good, well-intentioned people, whatever their views, feel unwelcome. Not happening. It's just, it undermines the ethos of respect here. I will pause the entire stream to address this if I have to, ladies and gentlemen. and I am appreciative. Is John DePetro here? Oh, John, I'm sorry. You came in one of those moments where I was going on a bit of a rant. We had a slight tiff in the towel chat, but you know, John the Super Towel knows how much being respectful, even with those we may not agree with, is to Little Towel, and that fundamental ethos of respect is going to be pervasive throughout this stream. And Towel is now going to think for the next 6 hours, oh, I just pray none your business shows back up in the chat. So from Towel's heart to none your business, I'm sorry I let it get that far. Please come back, my dear friend. It was not a comment on you. If you don't come back, that's okay, but I will have an empty a part of my heart that was forever none your business will be gone. Oh, all right. But yes, all right, let's watch this. You all are going to like this recap. We are doing a Towel recap stream. How can we get ready for tomorrow's TurtleBoy trial that's starting in Dedham District Court and the Karen Reed trial if we are not watching these recaps? So let's do it. Let Towel compose himself. And yes, God bless you, none your business. I'm so sorry that happened, my friend. I'm going to sit here and try to compose myself.
Okay, so we have a question about TurtleBoy, Rachel Rollins, Josh Levy. I'll be happy to play a clip overviewing that. Basically, the overview is TurtleBoy, Aiden TurtleBoy Kearney, just before the Karen Reed trial even started, just keep this background in mind. TurtleBoy had a connection to the former Suffolk District Attorney turned former U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins, who was very liberal. Rollins was very liberal. For some reason, TurtleBoy and Rachel Rollins had direct communication during the 2020 Senate primary in Massachusetts between JFK Jr., one of the Kennedys, red hair guy who used to be a representative for the Massachusetts 4th District in the Federal House of Reps. Joe Kennedy Jr. or something. Joe Kennedy Jr. ran against a guy named Ed Markey for JFK's old Senate seat in Massachusetts in a Democratic primary. For some reason, Rachel Rollins, at the time, it was either Suffolk DA or maybe U.S. Attorney, was working with TurtleBoy. No, she was Suffolk DA at the time. Working with TurtleBoy to send a Republican spoiler candidate named Rayla Campbell to events for Joe Kennedy Jr. Now, you might say, why would they do that? Well, Rachel Rollins, I think, really wanted Joe Kennedy Jr. to lose that primary. And you might say, well, that's a little weird. Why? Well, the Democratic Party establishment, I think, saw Joe Kennedy Jr. going up into JFK's old Senate seat as a potential trajectory for Joe Kennedy Jr. to challenge Joe Biden in the 2024 primary. Now, in hindsight, for the Democratic Party, although I'm apathetic about this, that probably would have been better than what happened, the disaster that was Biden trying to run and then dropping out and Harris trying to run midway. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you that's the little bit of background here, because how interesting is it then that TurtleBoy and Rachel Rollins work together? Then Rollins gets appointed U.S. Attorney, okay? And right after that happened, she leaves her Suffolk DA seat and gets appointed U.S. Attorney. What's one of the first things that happens while Rachel Rollins is U.S. Attorney? Ladies and gentlemen, Rachel Rollins talks to a man who's running for her old Suffolk DA seat named Ricardo Arroyo, then a Boston City councilor. And she wants Ricardo Arroyo to beat Kevin Hayden for that seat. Kevin Hayden is a Democrat who was appointed to fill Rollins' seat when she went to go be U.S. Attorney, potentially a position, U.S. Attorney, that Rollins got as a thank you for helping, with TurtleBoy's assistance, Ed Markey ward off a Joe Kennedy Jr. Senate primary challenge in 2020. Rachel Rollins goes off to become U.S. Attorney in Boston, Massachusetts. And then she tries to rig, in essence, or tries to help Ricardo Arroyo win her old seat. When that fails, Kevin Hayden, the man who Ricardo Arroyo was running against, was a Democrat, but he was appointed by Republican Governor Charlie Baker to fill Rollins' seat, because Rollins left when the governorship in Massachusetts was under Republican control before Baker went to become the president of the NCAA. Anyway, so Baker, the Republican, fills Rollins' old district attorney seat in Suffolk County with Kevin Hayden, a moderate Democrat. Rollins was the antithesis of that, very liberal. We'll get into that in a second. But Rollins, right away, independent of the Karen Reed case or anything like that, says that to Ricardo Arroyo in a text message that she's going to make Kevin Hayden pay for beating Ricardo Arroyo in that DA primary. Hi, Murder by Maestro. Great to see you, dear friend. But tell friends, listen, because this gets even more intense, right? Rachel Rollins then opens a pretextual probe into Kevin Hayden to punish Hayden for beating Arroyo in the Suffolk DA primary, right? Then leaks the investigation to the Herald and the Globe to smear Hayden. Does that like sound like a familiar precursor to other things that might have been going on, Towel friends? Well, ladies and gentlemen, by May of 2023, Rachel Rollins gets forced out of office by the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General because Rachel Rollins did indeed, as it was found by the Inspector General. You can read the DOJ's OIG report from May of 2023. Rollins launched that probe into Hayden, leaked it, and then used it to smear Hayden, and she was found to have violated a bunch of rules and also found to have violated 18 U.S.C. 1001 by trying to mislead the OIG during the investigation. Well, let me layer one more thread into this fascinating explication, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that Rachel Rollins, a former U.S. attorney in Massachusetts, who I just explained got forced out because she launched and leaked pretextual federal probes to smear political opponents? Did you know Rachel Rollins had a history of tension with the Norfolk DA, completely unrelated to the Reed case, dating back to Rollins' time as Suffolk DA? Why is that, ladies and gentlemen? Two bifurcated reasons. One, Rachel Rollins back in 2018 or earlier, maybe 2015, somewhere in there, started trying to advocate in court motions for not giving lifetime sentences to youthful murder offenders between 18 and 25 on the grounds that they weren't fully developed, mentally ready to be charged as adults. Well, ladies and gentlemen, do you know what happened as a result of that? 4 other DAs in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, ladies and gentlemen, intervened in that case, including Michael Morrissey, leading to a very public fight and spat between Michael Morrissey and DAs and Rachel Rollins. Well, do you know what else caused a little bit of history of tension? Rachel Rollins was a notoriously soft on crime prosecutor. She, instead of doing the soft broken window approach to prosecuting, she did the opposite. She wouldn't prosecute a list of low-level offenses, ladies and gentlemen. And as a result, other DAs started getting upset about that in the Commonwealth, and that caused more tension between Rollins and Morrissey. Oh, why is that relevant, ladies and gentlemen? Because we come to find out that in November of 2022, Karen Reed, David Yannetti, and Alan Jackson walk into the office of then first U.S. Assistant Attorney Josh Levy, who worked for Rollins, and they started, I believe, a pretextual federal probe into John O'Keefe's death. Now, there was another reason why the DOJ up in Boston, not just Rollins, with her history of pretextual probes and grudges against Morrissey, not just Rollins had a grudge against Morrissey, but a high-ranking line prosecutor in something called the Public Integrity Section of the Department of Justice named Dustin Chow. That man also had a grudge against Michael Morrissey, and you can find this in public court filings from the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial from December of 2023. Michael Morrissey used to work with Dustin Chow's wife. Dustin Chow's wife in 2015 during a joint prosecution involving, ironically enough, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston and the Norfolk DA. Dustin Chow's wife was passed over for a promotion in the context of that hearing, prosecution, and other things like that. And so Dustin Chow's wife had a grudge in 2015 against Michael Morrissey. Dustin Chow then went around saying he would do anything he could to burn down the reputation of the Norfolk DA as a result of his wife being passed over for that promotion. So you see how these constellation of factors all align. People in politics hold grudges for a long time, long time. Rachel Rollins had a grudge against Morrissey for 2 reasons. Dustin Chow, high-ranking line prosecutor in the Public Integrity Section that looks at this kind of public corruption, had a grudge against Morrissey. November of 2022, Karen Reed, David Yannetti, Alan Jackson walk into Josh Levy's office because David Yannetti, interestingly enough, to make this even more layered, was on the transition team for Rachel Rollins, which means he was very close to her, probably raised a lot of money for her when Rollins became Suffolk County District Attorney. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so Yannetti's got the connection to Rollins. Rollins probably says, give me a little plausible deniability here, meet with Levy instead. They meet with Levy, who, unbeknownst to everyone, though, Levy would go on to have some kind of personal direct connection to Karen Reed. He would talk to her ex parte about the ongoing federal probe, all sorts of stuff that shouldn't have been happening. But anyway, Josh Levy, when Rachel Rollins gets kicked out in May of 2023, goes on to become actual acting U.S. attorney from the District of Massachusetts. What happens immediately after that? A grand jury for the summer of 2023 opens into John O'Keefe's death and then quickly closes by the end of that summer, or winds down, formally closing a few months later. Now we know in public that it is confirmed as closed. But ladies and gentlemen, how interesting is it then that right as the John O'Keefe probe winds down, in August of 2023, the investigation into the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, a young woman who lived in Canton that was in a very tormented, abusive relationship with a former Stoughton cop named Matthew Farwell, who was murdered in her apartment, right? Only for that murder investigation, within 48 hours, the local police, before all the investigation was turned over to the state police, because unattended deaths and things like that are always in the original jurisdiction of the state police. And although there's initial processing of the crime scene by first responders from the local police department, in this case Canton, the state police actually do the investigation. Within 48 hours, the Canton police turned over to the Massachusetts State Police evidence that Matthew Farwell, the former Stoughton cop, was at Sandra Birchmore's murder on February 1st, 2021 at 9:23 p.m., the time that she was killed. Then the Canton police provided to the MSP evidence that a maintenance worker at Sandra's apartment building said the man who was at Sandra's apartment at the time of her death was the same man who helped her move into her apartment, Matthew Farwell. Then the Canton police went to Sandra's school where she worked and got evidence that Farwell had been telling people that he knew Sandra was pregnant, Sandra was excited to have the baby, and that Farwell would, quote, take care of the problem himself if Sandra wouldn't induce the death of the child or have an abortion, okay? However you feel about that, we're not getting into the politics of it. I think women have a right to choose, and I will stand on that till my last day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after that evidence was handed over between February 4th and February 6th of 2021, the Massachusetts State Police Unit, the same unit that is detailed to the Norfolk DA that investigated Karen for the death of John O'Keefe, ladies and gentlemen, that state police unit gets handed the information. Two of the police on that state police unit, one man, John Fanning, who wrote the police report that we're about to talk about, and another man, Yuri Buchanan, who's a trooper on the Norfolk DA unit, used to work in Stoughton, ladies and gentlemen, the same police department where Matthew Farwell worked. And what did the MSP unit detailed to the Norfolk DA conclude about Sandra's death? Somehow, some way, that it was the result of self-harm. And ladies and gentlemen, I have reason to believe that in August of 2023, a federal probe then, as it shifted away from John's death, opened concurrently into Sandra Birchmore's murder and the subsequent cover-up thereof. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe, and I now know because of public statements from law enforcement partners, that the federal investigation into John O'Keefe's death is over. But that probe may well have led the Boston DOJ to uncover the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. And ladies and gentlemen, if you've been following this twisted tale, then what you'll realize is the DOJ had all the reason in the world to give Karen a wink and a nod and let her do things like collude with her ARCO witnesses, allow the ARCO witnesses to violate Judge Cannoni's sequester order, hide payments and contacts with Reed from Judge Cannoni and state prosecutors. And ladies and gentlemen, before we delve even more into this timeline after the fall of 2023, let's talk about how Aiden Kearney in April of 2023 gets involved with the Karen Reed case, starts reaching out to Karen through an intermediary by the name of Natalie, who went to college with Karen, PR person, liked talking about houseplants with Karen, etc. So Natalie gets hooked up with Aiden Kearney via this woman named Jen Altman. Karen knows Natalie from college. Okay. Karen and Aiden then start speaking through Natalie as an intermediary. The very first thing Aiden Kearney brings up to Karen is how Aiden Kearney in April of 2023 was facing an issue and he needed help. Karen Reed then hooks up Alan Jackson with Aiden Kearney on April 21st, 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, Aiden Kearney, according to what I have seen reported at the time, was facing an investigation unrelated to the Karen Reed trial for wiretapping a woman who lives in Rhode Island. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that woman's last name is Haskin? Haskin or something like that. Okay, there's a lot of women from Rhode Island who are involved with TurtleBoy in some way, shape, or form. So, Veronica, Virginia, something along those lines. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now let me continue with this story. TurtleBoy's facing this wiretapping investigation. The Holden police are doing the wiretapping investigation. TurtleBoy thought that if he used a Rhode Island number or something, even if he was in the state of Massachusetts, he couldn't wiretap the woman because Rhode Island's a one-party consent state or something, and the woman was in Rhode Island or something. But no, TurtleBoy was allegedly physically in Massachusetts, so the Holden police were investigating him. Ladies and gentlemen, within 2 weeks of Karen Reed hooking up Aiden Kearney with Alan Jackson, I have it on good authority that the FBI Worcester Field Office, an agent named Samuel Weiner, yes, that is his real name, directly intervened in that wiretapping prosecution of Aiden Kearney and made it go away. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see what I'm saying here? And then all of a sudden, Aiden Kearney gets this cover to run rampant over the summer of 2023, tormenting witnesses, writing all these stories on his blog, a pace of which he has never reflected again. Almost like the FBI was using all the attention on the Karen Reed case as artificial cover in order to generate leads about the state police, which eventually led them on to Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up, which led to the August 2024 indictment of Matthew Farwell. Whereupon, at a press conference, Josh Levy said the investigation into Farwell started exactly 1 year earlier. See where I'm going, ladies and gentlemen? And how interesting is it then that it is only after Josh Levy and that whole cohort is removed from the DOJ when President Trump takes office in January 2025, that on January 30th, 2025, Hank Brennan gets the first ever responsive TUI request under a case called U.S. XREL TUI v. Reagan from 1985, which is interpolated by 28 U.S. CFR 126.000, which is itself interpolated in Section 25 of the DOJ Operations and Sections Manual. Okay? For the first time, the new U.S. Attorney, Leah Foley, and her office turn over to Hank Brennan just the top of an invoice between Karen Reed's experts from ARCA, who were retained in the context of that shady federal probe that Josh Levy, Rachel Rollins, and others helped start, and Reed's team. Within 13 days, ladies and gentlemen, or 14 days, February, or within just maybe even less, February 13th, 2025, Karen Reed's lawyers are forced to turn over, ladies and gentlemen, forced to turn over evidence to Hank Brennan of their contacts and communications with ARCA. And then, ladies and gentlemen, days later, although the TUI rules do not allow U.S. Attorney Leah Foley to directly confirm the end of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed federal probe, what happens? U.S. Attorney Leah Foley tells Dan Ray on WBZ Nightside that, well, she can't confirm those kind of things. The DOJ does allow law enforcement partners to confirm such things. Within a week, the Brian Walsh prosecutors confirm that the federal probe is over. Hank Brennan, the prosecutor in the Reed case, says out loud he had permission from U.S. attorneys, the Leah Foley or her office, to confirm the probe is over in open court. And then the Canton police release a statement saying they got permission to confirm the O'Keefe probe was over. And so, ladies and gentlemen, and then we therein recognize that it was, in fact, this sordid overlap between the DOJ's investigation into John's death, which closed, and then the discovery of Sandra Birchmore's murder, which led the DOJ to, 1, give Karen a wink and a nod, 2, facilitate this old grudge against Michael Morrissey, 3, use Aiden Kearney's coverage of the case as a honeypot and give Aiden Kearney some protection to generate tips about the MSP. And then 4, it explains why in December of 2023, ladies and gentlemen, when Aiden Kearney faced a bail revocation for going over to Lindsay Gattani's apartment. By the way, it was Lindsay Gattani, who we've talked about on this stream, a superhero in so many ways. Lindsay Gattani was given information by Aiden Kearney that Karen Reed and Josh Levy were talking directly in the fall of 2023. Natalie, the intermediary I mentioned earlier, she had a falling out with Karen because apparently she called Karen late at night about something to talk about her personal problems, and so Karen cut her off, Natalie off. Therefore, the only information that was available about Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney and Josh Levy's relationship between June of 2023, when Karen cut Natalie off, and December of 2023 was Lindsay Gattani. Well, you know what? When Aiden Kearney got criminally charged in October of 2023, ladies and gentlemen, for witness intimidation and a bunch of other things. That was in Stoughton District Court. Those charges got bound over by a grand jury, an indictment on December 20th, 2023. You know what happened next, ladies and gentlemen? Another grand jury was open, and Lindsay Gattani on December 21st, 2023 got a subpoena for that grand jury. Why? Aiden Kearney must have been thinking, well, the previous charges just got indicted. What could the state be doing a grand jury about now? What does Lindsay know? Oh, did Lindsay have information about Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney colluding potentially to torment witnesses in Karen's trial? Did Lindsay Gattani have information about Aiden Kearney saying Karen controlled what he could publish on his blog? Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Did Lindsay Gattani's information eventually lead to a search warrant affidavit and a search warrant being approved for Karen Reed's cell phones? And did it get worse, ladies and gentlemen? Did Aiden Kearney go over to Lindsay Gattani's apartment on December 23rd, 2023, and try to find information on Lindsay's phone, and according to that search warrant from Karen Reed's affidavit, tell Lindsay not to cooperate with the new grand jury? And when Lindsay refused, did a situation happen where Aiden was accused of pushing Lindsay onto a couch, wiretapping Lindsay without her consent by recording her with a phone in his pocket or something along those lines, and then committing witness intimidation? Yes, and on December 23rd, 2023, after Aiden Kearney spent the weekend declaring himself a fugitive on social media, did Aiden turn himself in for a bail revocation hearing? At which point, ladies and gentlemen, did Tim Bradel, Aiden Kearney's lawyer, say that he had been on the phone with the FBI and the DOJ that morning? Yes, and do I have reason to believe that Aiden Kearney was reaching out desperately to high-ranking Free Karen Reed supporters, begging for FBI agent Leah Ferreira's number over that weekend, only to be told no? And does it make perfect sense then that Tim Bradel invoking the FBI and DOJ on Monday was a last-ditch effort to keep Kearney out of jail because the FBI and DOJ didn't need Kearney after they generated their leads and stumbled onto the Birchmore cover-up and the O'Keefe probe was closed? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it all makes sense. It's a modern black mass redo. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I did that from memory. I could write it right now. I think I have put it all together. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I even have reason to believe that in the fall of 2023, the Massachusetts State Police were trying, ladies and gentlemen, to figure out what the federal probe was about. And I have reason to believe the Massachusetts State Police were told that they and Michael Morrissey were the targets of the probe. And they must have realized in the fall of 2023 that it was not about John O'Keefe's death. It was about the murder of Sandra Birchmore and the subsequent cover-up by the same unit that investigated Karen for John's death. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's exactly what happened. And I think when people got too close to that story during the pendency of the investigation, winter of 2023, spring of 2024, they would get their wings burned off to prevent them from explaining to the public what happened. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, I believe State Police Officer Brian Tully, who himself was trying to figure out what a federal probe was about in the context of his official position as a state police officer, which never should have happened, then took Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction, a 15-year extraction of Lindsay Gattani's phone, manipulated it allegedly while in state police custody to remove only messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Mafia Masshole Peter to Lindsay, with Kate being an alleged PI who worked for a guy named Marty Kraft and helped look into the Aiden Kearney prosecution, or help assist with the Aiden Kearney prosecution reportedly. Tully then took a 15-year extraction of that phone, unprecedented in the history of every single case that I've talked to high-ranking people about. Unprecedented. Takes a 15-year unredacted production of that phone, except for those manipulated messages that included intimate moments of Lindsay Gattani's family life, the births of her children, and releases it directly to Aiden Kearney's lawyer on April 24th, 2024, just days before Karen's first trial starts. And did Brian Tully do that for a number of reasons? I believe so. I believe Brian Tully did that, one, to undermine Lindsay and prevent her from being able to tell people that the actual federal probe was probably about Sandra Birchmore. Two, I believe Tully did that so that Aiden Kearney would send those documents around and then provide a useful distraction from some of the other Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial witnesses at Lindsay and her children's expense. And ladies and gentlemen, I think furthermore, I think there was collusion for months to prevent a protective order from issuing related to that cell phone extraction, so that Lindsay would be used as a tool and have her credibility artificially decimated to avoid her being able to relay the tale of this DOJ investigation and how it uncovered Sandra Birchmore's murder. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. It all ties together. It all fits. It all makes sense. Everything is explained. The mosaic has been painted. The historical tiles come together, and the timeline of the events is sealed in towel stone. Murder by Maestro, you're right, it could not have been a mistake. And my ability to memorize all this, which should be impossible, and relay it all to you in a coherent manner, which should also be impossible, can only mean that someone out there, somewhere, was meant to hear this information. And Towel is but a mere conduit, conveying it so that you, whoever you are, hopefully in the government oversight apparatus or in the FBI, can take this and for some godforsaken reason, stop delaying the justice that is deserved for Sandra Birchmore and Lindsay Gattani. For the love of God, there's no reason I should be able to convey all this point by point by point with specific details, dates, timelines, hours of the night, down to the minute. It's for a reason. Someone out there's meant to hear it. And by God, I beg of you to act on it. Please bring justice to these voices who became ping pong balls in a godforsaken proxy war between the state police, the Norfolk DA on one side, and Karen Reed, Aiden Kearney, and the DOJ on the other. Well, who asked for that? Eva, I hope you got what you wanted and more. I did everything I could to lay out for you and answer your question. It may have been more than you were expecting. I'll tell you, folks, I enjoy giving Towel soliloquies. That one was intense. I don't even remember most of what I said, but I know it was accurate. By God. Yes, Ed Jobs. So Matthew Farwell, the officer who had the illegal underage relationship with Sandra Birchmore and then allegedly killed her, was arrested. But how the state police unit who investigated Farwell cleared him initially for years, said Sandra died from self-harm despite evidence otherwise? No. Get this number 9 large out of here. Back to reality. That was reality. If you can't handle it, leave. No, only Farwell was arrested. Now, there's even more to this, ladies and gentlemen. I have a good faith reason to believe that there were more victims, that there was a ring of cops in Stoughton, that there were other victims other than Sandra. Okay? There is more going on here than meets the eye. This probe, I believe, into Sandra's death and the ring of cops surrounding Farwell is still ongoing. It's not just was it Farwell and his brother and that other cop who's getting decertified by the Post Commission soon. It's not just were they abusing young girls and did they know about Farwell killing Sandra. It is did that state police unit, who I argue did nothing wrong in the context of their investigation of Karen and as role as to John's death, other than being very grotesque in some of their text messages, but that isn't a commentary on Karen's guilt, which I believe she is guilty for killing John, and the evidence they collected proves it. But did that state police unit, John Fanning, Tully, Brian Tully, Yuri Buchanan, Proctor, even Nick Garino, did they know about the cover-up of Sandra's murder? It's about so much more, ladies and gentlemen. Why is number 9 large still here? Ladies and gentlemen, we must use our wrench powers. We must use them. And I have utilized my wrench power. Yes, Jimbo. So let me explain something about that. Ladies and gentlemen, we will very quickly talk about... Towel is very devoutly Catholic. Although I was raised in a Jewish family, I converted. And I wouldn't say converted. I became more Catholic in undergrad. But what I will say is... There is a very similar analogy to what happened with the Holy See dating back to the 1920s and utilizing the...
All right, Tal. I then go on to explain how... Well, all right. I guess we can listen to it. I talk about how there was this promulgation by the Holy See in the 60s to kind of move priests around. And the office that moved the priests around was called the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith. And the reason I think Papa Ratzinger resigned as Pope Benedict was because Ratzinger ran the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith in Germany for a very long time during the height of the scandal. And I kind of talk about how, like, even when you have an institution you really love, like I care a lot about the Catholic Church. I wanted to join the Curia. Like, I wanted to be a priest, a Jesuit priest, but I couldn't do it because I became very sick in 2014. Surgery issues. It's a long story. My throat and airway collapse into each other. I'm not well. But anyway, and I also have this optic and facial nerve issue, and I have a stomach disease that's pretty serious. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I care a lot about the Catholic Church. I didn't like the abuses that occurred in the institutional church. I thought it was a disgrace, and so I wanted to correct it, because institutions are only as good as the people that are in them and checking and balancing the human inclinations that can subvert them. And I feel very similar about the state police. I don't think the state police is corrupt. I just think that there's various institutional forces that can facilitate undue behavior. The Birchmore case is a good example. Lindsay's phone extraction is a good example. You just get behavior that's takes advantage of the system. It doesn't mean the entire system is broken. I have a lot of respect for police officers. They literally put their lives on the line for us every day. I have a lot of respect for firefighters. We're going to watch Katie McLaughlin's testimony here in a second. But there can be bad apples in systems. That doesn't mean that they permeate and rot every part of the system. We have institutional checks and balances for a reason. We have oversight, and there are ways to correct problems within institutions that don't require throwing the entire baby out with the bathwater. I'm not going to do that. I'm a towel. We clean up. We don't just throw the water on the floor. That is the antithesis of what towels do. So, ladies and gentlemen, hello, Deb H. Hello. We are having a... yeah, exactly. Just because people have one religion or another, that doesn't mean that they're automatically good people. That just because people are part of an institution, that doesn't mean they're automatically good people. And just because I'm a towel, you shouldn't automatically assume I'm a good person. I can make mistakes. I made mistakes this week. It was an accident. I was just being a little towel, but I made a mistake. I hurt someone I loved very dearly by accident because I'm an idiot. And people are like, don't degrade yourself. Well, no, I did something. I learned from it. I will not do that again. I will hopefully grow as a person. It's not our mistakes. It's what we do as a result of those mistakes, and whether we act from a place of good intention and thus learn and grow, or whether we were being malicious and look at it as more of, a continuing cycle of taking out our internal pain on others. That's the dangerous side of all of this, ladies and gentlemen. But in any event, I don't think that one bad apple spoils the whole bunch. I think institutions need to be reformed. I go on to say that at the end of the clip, and that you can reform institutions while also pointing out that they are fundamentally working in the interest of good, and they are selfless, and those institutions may be corrupted by individual humans, but that doesn't mean the institution itself should just be entirely eradicated. It's ridiculous to even suggest that. But yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Rachel, it's so good to see you. We are here for Towel Lunch. We are here. Jesuits are wonderful. I was taught by Jesuits at BC in my undergrad and graduate career. I love the Jesuits. They are very, very intelligent, and they were kicked out of every country in the world in the 1700s except for Russia under Catherine the Great, because they were seen as very intellectually subversive. I wouldn't really call them intellectually subversive. They're more just like, okay, so if you think about like the Knights Templar and how they functioned as kind of like a protective body for pilgrims during the Crusades, the Jesuits formed in like 1548 when St. Ignatius of Loyola pilgrimaged from town in Spain to Rome and got the order granted this like special papal recognition for it to be like God's Marines basically. But they're not like, they don't really like act like the Knights Templar. They're more like intellectual mercenaries where they go into different countries and they give very robust, good classical education, but they teach it from the perspective, or not the perspective, they teach it in line with the institutional Catholic Church. Like if you go to a Jesuit school, you're like 80% of the student body is Catholic, and you are going to leave, most people will leave that school even more Catholic. And it's not like they're indoctrinating you, it's just you will come to see the Catholic religion as a very benevolent, powerful force in the world. And you'll become like an intellectual Catholic, which is kind of a unique, all Catholics are very intellectual, but you'll become this kind of like, you'll become part of the institutional church, and it becomes more of like, how can you use like the benevolent work the church is doing to spread a mission of love and compassion. Like there's very few institutions that at their core have people who care about like spreading Jesus's message of love. And you can be whatever religion you want, but go find a bureaucracy out there where a lot of people in the bureaucracy talk about love. That is not really a thing. Maybe it's some nonprofits and animal care shelters and homeless veteran shelters or organizations. It's out there, but it's fleeting. So the church is a place where you can go out. Colleen Henry, oh my goodness, it's Colleen Henry. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what that means. But let me just tell you, the Roman Catholic Church, setting aside all its flaws and its human-based flaws, if you want an institution where like 80% of the people involved in it just talk about how important it is to love people and do acts of service for the poor, oh, you can't find anything better than the Roman Catholic Church, in my opinion. There's lots of organizations that do that. But you will find so many people in the Roman Catholic Church who are like, how can I selflessly and without recognition help the poor, help the needy, help the vulnerable, live up to Matthew 25:31 through 46, just as an example. And that's important. Now, other religions have that too. I just happen to be Catholic. There are a lot of people I met in the in the religion of Judaism growing up who were just wonderful people too. There's a lot of Muslim people who I have met who are just absolutely wonderful. There are secular people I know who are wonderful humans and have wonderful ethics. It's just more about the ethics rather than the hegemonic worldview that you may embody them in, and that's how I think about the world. Colleen Henry, I have a special clip for you.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
You know we love the Call Me Hank clip. And yes, Barbara, don't get me wrong. As a Catholic, so just to give you a little perspective, we're taking a little break, then we're going to watch Katie McLaughlin's testimony, and then I saw your poll results. We are going to watch Grant interview Karen. There's so many good clips. You're going to love all of them, and I think you all are going to burst out in laughter with each different question because some of them are great. But someone was saying, Grant, you're a Catholic, and to summarize, like your personal views, it must be really hard to have them in the public sphere. Well, yeah, I know that. So I totally respect that. I ascribe to a view of the political sphere or the political world that's called overlapping consensus. It comes from a thinker named John Rawls, who is really a Kantian thinker. He was an American philosopher in the 70s to the 90s. Read Justice is Fairness, Theory of Justice, Justice is Fairness, Political Liberalism, Law of Peoples, 3 great books. And then I really recommend you read the 1985 transcript of the Dewey lectures that Rawls gave at MIT, because if you read that 85 series of lectures, you can't listen to it, you have to read it. You will find that Rawls made his political turn between 1979's Justice is Fairness, or Theory of Justice, and 1989's Political Liberalism in 85 while giving these lectures at MIT. And the whole center of Rawls's political turn is he realizes that in Theory of Justice, he had built up a hegemonic form of liberalism that was no different. He saw the Bush Doctrine coming, no different than just an excuse for American hegemony. So John Rawls comes up with this theory in 1989 in political liberalism called overlapping consensus. It's rooted in this idea of the original position where you're behind a veil of ignorance and you don't know where in society you're going to end up, the bottom, middle, or top stratification of society. So you envision a society that's built to accommodate your position as if you might end up in the lowest strata, lowest rung of society. And from there, Rawls envisions this idea where we have this pluralistic public sphere with what he calls overlapping consensus. So we have all these different comprehensive worldviews: Christianity, Judaism, the Muslim religion, secular views, Protestants, Eastern Orthodox, evangelicals, Satanists, whatever. God forbid. Whatever it is, you can be in the public sphere, says Rawls. But the buffer that kind of distinguishes between views that we hold in our private lives and views that we express in the public sphere is toleration. Now, it's a very amorphous concept, this bifurcation between the private sphere and the public sphere. Rawls gets it from Immanuel Kant, and basically Kant had this notion, I think it was in the Groundwork for the Metaphysics of Morals, which is also a really good book that I recommend you read. But in the Groundwork, Kant talks about how you imagine, like, if you're a public official in the 1700s or something, or like a what's the word? They would have been prefects or something, like people who do like administrative tasks in the civil arena. You can't just go out there in the 1700s and be like, I am an atheist, or like I think the king should be overthrown. So what Kant was saying is, like, we necessarily as public figures come as a prevendant, a state-sponsored teacher at a university. You would get a commission from the king to be like a lifetime professor. It's complicated. It was in Königsberg. Königsberg is an exclave oblast that is owned by Russia now. It used to be German. And now it's called Kaliningrad. It used to be called Königsberg, but that's where Kant lived. And he was a prévendant, so he was appointed by the king to be a professor for life. And Kant was saying, people like myself or other civic officials, we can't just go out there and say our private opinions all the time. That you can't do that. You have to have a domain of private reason and a domain of public reason. So John Rawls picks up on this distinction in Kant and says, okay, so you've got like private reason and public reason. And in the modern world, Rawls applies this and says, okay, so in our overlapping public sphere where we have all these different worldviews, you have to have this buffer between what we say, what we believe in our private lives, and what we express in public as part of a overlapping consensus of different comprehensive worldviews. Rawls, in turn, then says toleration's the buffer. So that's how I think about my own principles. I have views, very strong views about things religiously, spiritually, etc. But I buffer those out of my political views because I'm not going to impose my hegemonic form, which might be dogmatic, spiritual, whatever, of, for example, Catholicism on other people. I'm not going to go out there and make a law that says you have to follow, this is just my opinion, you have to follow my religious worldview. I will make a law that is informed by my religious worldview if it's appropriately buffered by this overlapping doctrine of consensus. But I'm not imposing just the fact that I believe something on you in the civic arena. I'm not making a law about it. I don't believe in it. That's not how we should govern, and that's how I think about it. So don't take my political positions or my positions on issues in the public sphere as a commentary on necessarily my religious beliefs or my personal beliefs. I have a duty to more than just myself, and I have a duty to more than just the people who believe what I believe. I have a duty to, in my opinion, the entire public sphere, which is a lot of people, a lot of countries, and I try to take everyone's best interests and well-being into account before I make a policy position, because I try to act only in a way that I can will as a universal moral law for all people to follow at all times. Thanks for allowing me to rant. Jack D65, oh, you came in with some coffee. What a time for Jack D65 to come in with towel coffee. I was going on a rant about how I love John Rawls. Now, I think a lot of folks were like, Grant, oh my goodness, I am not a philosophy major. I don't necessarily understand what you are talking about. But those of you who are philosophy majors and love John Rawls and Immanuel Kant, oh, you are going to have been in heaven for that. But yes, we have to keep going. We have to keep going because we're about 10 or 20 minutes away from this extensive, I know, I see your votes. We have a plurality of support for Grant asking questions to Karen. We are, however, only at 41% of the upload. So we are going to watch Katie McLaughlin's testimony because Murder by Maestro, the super towel themselves, who I'm pretty sure just heard me call their name, so they're in their garden enjoying the plants, but now they're going to run over to their phone and be like, oh, hello, I'm here. Oh my goodness, Murder by Maestro showed up in the chat before I even said their name. We're going to watch Katie McLaughlin's testimony on direct from the second trial, and then we're going to watch the moment from the cross that Murder by Maestro hopefully will get me a timestamp for because they're a super towel, where it's very clear Alan Jackson tried to introduce Katie, Firefighter McLaughlin's bikini pics to embarrass her because he's an Alan Jackson. And in turn, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. No, we're really just going to indulge Murder by Maestro. I don't know what me being a towel has to do with that. It doesn't really have anything to do with that. I just kind of wanted to say I'm a towel there. I'm sure you'll all indulge me. All right, but yes, so we're going to watch Katie McLaughlin's cross, direct, the moment where she, the reason why Katie McLaughlin was such a devastating witness during the second trial is she clearly heard an unprompted confession from Karen Reed as to Karen saying she hit John O'Keefe. So I have the full moment. Okay, here it is. Where is it now? Come on, where is it? Where is it? Oh, I think it wasn't, I might have not called her Katie. I might have said firefighter, which is the way to address her. All right, hold on. I got it. I got the clip. So this was what Katie McLaughlin testified to on direct. It was devastating. It was basically Karen Reed admitting she hit John O'Keefe. And then we're going to look for the moment on cross where Alan Jackson apparently tried to introduce pictures of Katie McLaughlin in a bikini, and Hank Brennan won on sidebar and it wasn't allowed to come in. But let's watch this moment first while I know you all voted for the clips of Grant asking Karen questions. They're coming. They're uploading. But while we do that, let's watch this. Murder by Maestro, you're a super towel.
He gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him. And a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him. Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was sustained. Disregard that comment.
Did Miss McCabe interject verbally?
Yes.
After Miss McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that, and it was also really not my place at that point, and I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient.
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Did you have any other further role at the scene as far as helping the man or doing anything else?
No, other than I drove the ambulance to the hospital.
With the gentleman in the ambulance?
Yes.
Did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
Did you know at the time who it was?
No.
When you got to 34 Fairview, did you recognize the home when you got there?
No.
Did you later learn who lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know somebody who had lived at that home?
Yes.
You heard it, towel friends. That is what Katie McLaughlin said. Now we have to go I have to go take a look at the moment from the cross of Katie McLaughlin. I have the full towel stream. It was from May 5th, so we're going to take a look at that because Murder by Maestro has asked us to analyze the moment where AJ tries to bring up Karen's or Katie McLaughlin's bikini pics, which I think is a little creepy. But I also have an article from a Super Towel friend here. This is an article about Whitey Bulger's mouthpiece takes a stand. It's about Hank Brennan. And we are going to listen. We're going to read it right now. You know why, Super Towels? Because the Super Towel who shared it with us is wonderful. This is an article from Den of Geek by Tony Sokol on June 25th, 2024. So give me a second while I bring this up for you little towels. I'm a multitasking towel today. We have a lot more to go in our recap, by the way. I know you're excited. And I am excited to watch the rest of the Katie McLaughlin cross. But before we do that, I got to bring this up for you all because this is a fascinating article. Where is it? I got it. I'm a towel. Look it. I found it for you all because I am a towel. Now let me just zoom in on this a little bit more. Actually, you know what? We're going to end up using this. So let me just use the zoom function. Hold on, little towels. I got a plan. I'm the towel with a plan. Look at me, little towels. Look at me being a little towel and zooming in. I'm a little towel. So let's read this article about Hank Brennan. Apparently it's very insightful about our Hank, call me Hank Brennan. So let's read it. He is a super towel, honorary super towel. No, Karen's not taking the stand, Beach Dance. We know that because she proposed a jury instruction about not taking the stand. So, yeah, Karen's not taking the stand. I just know it. I saw the only two witnesses left for Karen are, it's going to be the end of Wolf's testimony, then Dr. Rentschler from ARCA, and then Dr. Sarbadosa, and that's it. It's going to end with that, and then Hank gets his rebuttal witness, which is Welcher. We'll see if Hank does any consciousness of guilt stuff. If not, they're going right to closings. The jury's going to have this by Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. But yes, let's take a look. Let's read this article that was sent to us by the Super Towel in the chat. The first thing Whitey Bulger's attorney, Hank Brennan, wanted to know before he started the interview was whether he was in the den of geek. I suspect that at heart he is one. If you want a lawyer to defend you, a geek would be a good choice. A geek will study. A geek will obsess over minor details that the non-geek might miss. I love this already. Oh, I love this. That's not a bad thing to have on your side. Hank Brennan was a Boston bar band musician before he got his law degree. And he only got that so he could represent himself as an artist. Of course. I love this. He had no idea that once he started law school, he'd have no time for bands. That doesn't mean he gave up improvisation. He just took it to the courts. He keeps his harmonica in his pocket in the event he ever has to go to the wall for a client and gets himself locked up on a contempt charge, though. Wait, what? He keeps his harmonica with him in court? No, he does not. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that if I asked Hank Brennan walking out of court if he had a harmonica in his pocket, he would pull it out and say yes? Oh, goodness. Red Sky, I am proud that you are a towel. We are reading a fascinating article about Hank Brennan. This is the greatest thing I've ever read in my entire life. No, you do not have a harmonica in your pocket in court, Hank. Oh my goodness. That is hilarious. This man is more wonderful than I could possibly have imagined. It's actually exactly what I imagined, which makes it all the more wonderful. Oh yes, I went to go to law school so I can represent myself as an artist, just to spite the system. I love this man. Hey, Brendan isn't offended by the term mouthpiece. He says he's been called a lot of names in his years as a lawyer. I didn't float the word shyster past him, though. Oh, this guy's hilarious who wrote this. Who wrote this? Tony Sokol. I gotta meet this man. Let's see. Brennan talked about the law and movies about the law. He liked movies about the law. The toughened defense attorney admits to feeling guilty about liking A Few Good Men because it might label him a bubblegum culture fan. Yeah, I mean, it's very cliche to watch A Few Good Men, but the actual story about that, isn't Cuba Gooding Jr. in that movie? And isn't it about like a diving accident where like a Navy sailor was going down, he was a black Navy sailor going down into the water in like an old-timey diving suit, and it's a question of whether like his fellow sailors like tried to hurt him when they didn't save him, and isn't that like the crescendo, whether the commanding officer tried to cover it up? it's not a cliche movie. What's cliche about it is that you can't handle the truth scene because it alienates the context of what the movie's about. But the movie A Few Good Men is not cliche. It's about, like, fundamentally about, like, corruption in the U.S. military and standing up for honor. It's a great movie. I mean, I can totally see, but it's so funny that Hank's first thought is, yeah, but it's a little cliche because of that scene. The cross-examination, which is at the heart of any trial, is so well orchestrated. There are some real classic law movies. The ones that get to the heart of what a trial lawyer does. Those are the ones that get to me, Brennan says. He particularly cites Paul Newman in The Verdict. I've never seen The Verdict. I feel like I've watched clips of it because there are a lot of YouTube channels that just do clips of movies. And I feel like I've seen clips of it. Paul Newman, I would have to peg that like 82 to 89. If it came out in the 90s, I would be surprised. Hold on, let me look. What year did the movie The Verdict come out? Watch it be like 92. I'm going to guess it's 80s. 82. I got it. Early 80s. I feel like I've heard of it. My parents watched a lot of legal movies. I grew up as like a 5-year-old watching The Practice. Do you understand that at 5 years old, ladies and gentlemen, I was reading this. Oh my goodness, I've had it my whole life. I keep it right by my desk at all times so that I can break it out for you all should I need it. Of course, I dropped like 6 things. But did you know at age 5, my parents... hello, Truth Exposed. Did you know at age 5, my parents would... give me books like this. So like between the ages of like 7 and 5, and this is just a compendium of Supreme Court cases. I have had this book for 30 years. I just have like I have all my favorite citations bookmarked with pieces of paper. Like I know everything about this book. Like for example, if we just flip to one of my favorite bookmarks, I bet it's going to be like something awesome. Oh, it's Gideon v. Wainwright, the oral argument. This is a book of transcripts of oral arguments of Supreme Court cases. It is literally my treasured book. I have every single case memorized. So when I went into 1L of law school, I had been reading these cases for like 30 years, just gratuitously over and over and over. And then we'd talk in class and I would raise my hand and just be like, oh, well, this is clearly a reflection of like, you know, how this case evolved into this case and that case. And this is what the justice was thinking. The classmates would look over at me like, oh, dear God. And the professors, we would, at one point during con law, it was an hour and 50 minutes twice a week. One of the students came up to me and was like, Grant, we all love this class, but we just want to let you know, it's an hour of 45 minutes of class for us and an hour of 50 minutes of class for you, because there's at least 5 minutes of every class where you and the professor talk about something that we simply do not understand. And my favorite example of that was, and I think my con law professor thought she was a very smart woman. Her name was Dina Haynes. I think she's at Yale now. I think she thought I was trying to flex on her a little bit, which I wasn't, because I brought up Bruce Ackerman's theory of constitutional dualism. And we were talking about like how there can be non-amendment based reformation of the Constitution. And I was like, well, you know, like there's been examples of subconstitutional reformation. Like Ackerman points to the 3 epics of American constitutional interpretation. And she was like, oh yeah, she didn't give me a chance to look anything up. She just on the spot in front of 150 people said, okay, tell me what are some examples of subconstitutional reformation. And then just off the bat, I was like, oh, founding, the Reconstruction, and the New Deal. Because if you read Bruce Ackerman's 3-part book, it's We the People, Foundations, Volume 1, 2, and 3. The 3 examples of subconstitutional reformation are the founding, the Reconstruction after the Civil War, and the New Deal. She looked at me and smiled. We moved right on in the conversation, but that I knew at that moment, I was like, yep, I can do this. I can play at this level. Because she was testing me. She wanted to, like, I think she thought I like Googled it or something. So she was just testing to see if I actually understood what I was saying. And I did. I was like a 1L. She was like, you are brilliant. And I was like, you're brilliant. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that part was great. All right, but we have to keep reading this Hank interview. Hank, and I only brought that up because I was saying Hank Brennan reminds me of my parents because they had me watching The Practice. They had me reading books by Peter Irons at age 5, and they had me reading Black Mass at age 10. Hank Brennan is James Whitey Bulger's lawyer. He is working right now on appealing the Boston Mob's legend conviction on racketeering and 11 murder charges. A lot of that courtroom drama played out in director Joe Berlinger's documentary, Whitey, USA v. James J. Bulger. Bulger sat down with Den of Geek to talk about the documentary, Whitey Bulger, and the widespread corruption that blurs law enforcement. Den of Geek, how fair do you find the evidence presented in the documentary, Whitey, USA v. James Bulger? Brennan, Hank, I thought the documentary was an excellent summary of what happened in the trial. I think, unfortunately, most of the extraordinary evidence showing the systemic corruption of the government drew to the trial. I think, unfortunately, most of the extraordinary evidence showing the systemic corruption the government drew to the trial. So the documentary, unfortunately, doesn't reflect the depth of that corruption throughout the decade. But I thought the documentary itself was an excellent presentation. There's no doubt in my mind that we won the first round, because what we've done is we've alerted the public that the legacy they tried to create really is a sham. I think he means the DOJ. I think that the trial was really just the first step. The most important thing is that the public becomes aware of that corruption. The next step is to do something about it. Ooh, I like that in the context of the Reed trial. The jury found Bulger played a role in 11 murders, and he was cleared of 7 murders, stretching back to 73. He was also found guilty of racketeering. Were you satisfied with your defense? Do you know anything now that would have changed your strategy? Do you rehash it in retrospect? I don't say this callously, but I wouldn't have changed a thing. I think about it every day. I wake up in late hours of the night. I run my examination strategy function through my head regularly. But I'm pretty invested on working on the case because I'm Mr. Bulger's attorney through the appeal. So I typically work about 100 hours a week. He does they're really screwed. Listen, I don't know if a lot of you understand. The distinction between an appellate and first of all, we're talking about federal court. So this man is like a honed attorney on the highest levels. But the difference between an appellate attorney and a trial attorney is stunning. Like, to be a good appellate attorney, you have to know like very advanced legal writing, very advanced rules of appellate practice, very advanced rules of like how to make an argument, how to find like error, how to get like even standing to get an appeal, and especially to do it on the federal level. But to be a trial attorney and an appellate attorney, very rare breed. Like the people who specialize in appellate law are called like the geek squad or the nerd squad at the Norfolk DA's office, clearly for a reason, because like the people who do this are geniuses. So for him to be able, because you really have to be a technical legal genius to do that. And my word, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, I hear that there might be some people doing some things in the chat causing issues. Don't worry. Mary Adams, it's so great to see you. We're reading an interview about Hank Brennan. We got Murder by Maestro and the other super towels in the chat keeping an eye on things. We try not to rush to judgment, so we just go along to get along, and we hopefully can all be friends in towel chat. But we're reading this interview from Hank Brennan. I cannot believe how interesting this is. That process will continue until the end of August, so I had a lot of time to really think about the evidence, read the transcripts, be very critical about the whole process in a very different way than at a trial. As a man of law, what do you think about the street code, gangster code of omerta? It means silence, like you don't cooperate. Brennan says it's been successful for generations. The fact that it allowed the Italian mafia not only to thrive, but to go on for such a considerable amount of time. As far as an organized crime standpoint, the government did have quite an ordeal fighting that entire concept. Yeah, well, until Joe, whatever his name is, Valachi went before the Congressional Committee in the 50s and blew that whole thing up. How is the gangster code of silence like the attorney's duty of confidentiality? Very interesting question. I wouldn't want to draw an analysis between the two. It's wholly different. Attorney-client privilege deals with applying an extraordinary high level of tactical responsibility. Yeah, and I would have also said there are exceptions. You have to report when you know there's a crime or someone could be harmed or something like that. As far as omerta, you do have to be personally involved to say whether or not there's a strong case of morality or ethical nature to it. I couldn't speak to that. Well, if you think of the mafia like a government, like it's a paramilitary organization, it's like a society within a society. So if you think about it from that perspective, then okay, they're living up to like a moral code. So that's true. I don't necessarily know if it's good for our society. There was a time and place where I think very hyper-localized governance in a parallel structure based on community was necessary. I don't think we need that anymore, but that's just me. Who am I to pass judgment? I'm not getting involved. Who subverts the law more often, criminals or law enforcement? Well, here's what I said in the closing of the James Bulger trial. We expect that our criminals did their crime, because that's what they inherently do. We don't expect it from our law enforcement. Law enforcement has this great advantage of being the custodian for the people's power. That makes them much more dangerous because, in reality, federal law enforcement officers, they don't have any power. They're just custodians of the people's power. Only they use it in a way that is adverse to the public, is dangerous, and sometimes fatal. That is probably one of the greatest harms. No wonder why he got involved in the Reed case. Do you think cameras in the courtroom help or harm the justice system? Cameras in the courtroom is essential, so they're not allowed in federal court. Without cameras in the courtroom, without television televising trials, what happens is anything can happen in the courtroom. What happens is filtered through the media that is covering it. If you have a media or someone in the media that may be biased for personal reasons, you get a very distorted picture of what happened. In the Bulger case, I don't think that the general public really understands the extent of the systemic corruption. That's why Joe Berlinger felt it was so important. It was the first subject view, without taking a personal interest, of showing the absolute depravity that happened throughout law enforcement in the past 40 years. And for that, I'm grateful. More specifically, question, do you think they help or hurt your client? There were no cameras in the courtroom. There was no video in the courtroom. How did the press coverage of the event, the legend that surrounds Whitey Bulger, affect the trial? Much of what's been said about James Bulger is myth. What happens is you have global media who's interested in the old story of the myth because they may have their reputation staked on that myth, or they might have a financial interest in the myth, whether they're selling books or making profit. Oh, this is why this man got hired for this case. They have to perpetuate the myth. Hello, Ted Daniel. Hello, Sue O'Connell. They're going to continue to exacerbate that myth rather than report the facts. The real shame of it, what really troubles me, and Vinnie Politan, when you think about the role of the media, and don't get me wrong, there was some great local coverage like David Frank and others, but when you have a massive amount of the media who are invested financially because of the Bulger franchise, that they cease to be the watchdog of the federal government. Wow. Wow. Just to put it into perspective, when a local police officer gets in trouble, the state police come in and investigate. They prosecute. And when the state police get in trouble, the feds come in and they prosecute. But when the federal government gets in trouble, there's nobody to prosecute them. They're not going to prosecute themselves. Well, the DOJ Inspector General should do it. So it's the old adage, who's going to guard the guards? What happens is there is no watchdog for the federal government. There is the OIG, though. So when you have all these families who have been so terribly victimized by the federal government, they have no voice because their local media was invested in telling a story from decades ago and ignore all the facts. They really let them down, and that troubles me. How are Whitey Bulger and Kathleen Gregg similar to Charlie and Carol Gasco, the names that Bulger and his girlfriend lived under while on the lam? I respectfully decline to speak to that. What kind of person is Whitey actually? How is Whitey different than the public persona before and after he went on the lam? Lam means to go on the run. I can tell you that I've spent thousands of hours with him. I visited him 2 days a week, 7 or 8 hours at a time leading to the trial. The person I came to know was shockingly different than that. He was engaging, an extraordinary storyteller, a photographic memory. He was more akin in my mind to someone who ran a Fortune 500 company than what you think of as an organized crime figure. So my relationship and my association with him was much different than I ever would have anticipated. After the conviction, what options can you now explore? Answer. Hank, there are a couple of important things that happened in Boston that I'm dissatisfied with. The first is that we made clear to the court that James Bulger was successful not just because he had great instinct and ability to beat people, but he was in an association with the federal government. Not that he was an informant, but he had an association with a high-ranking member of the strike force who was one of the premium prosecutors in the DOJ. That association was that he was going to receive protection. For whatever reason, the court decided that the jury wasn't in a position that they should have had that information. The government blocked all the evidence of that relationship. Wow. Yeah, you can't win in federal court. Like, you cannot win in federal court. You're up against, if the DOJ doesn't want something in evidence, it's not getting in evidence. It's a very powerful system it's one of the rare places where, even though you have a lot of constitutional rights, just the power of the federal system, the federal courts, the rules, you're 99.6% getting convicted of something if you're federally charged. Because of how the jury instructions work, like how the judge can talk to the jury, it's like a very overbearing process for the defendant. Like, if you ever find yourself in that situation, which is what Hank's saying here, like, it was such an unfair playing field, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't get that testimony, and the judge was not going to allow it. It should have been allowed in, Hank's saying, but it wasn't allowed in. Right before trial, there was a member of the Bathgate police who offered information that the handlers of the government's witnesses, particularly Joe Materano, were giving ongoing protection to him. When we tried to explore that, to show that this was really just a contrived story rather than based in fact, again, we were prevented from doing that. So we felt that the jury and the public really did not hear the actual facts, the history of what had happened during this whole tragedy. James Bulger was denied his right to a fair trial. Every citizen, no matter what your impression of them, has a right to a fair trial. As James Bulger said during the end of his trial, it was a sham. I don't disagree with him. I'll take it back to court. I'll argue it. If we win, we'll try this case again. If not, we'll see it either Florida or we'll see if either Florida or Oklahoma will bring him down there, and we'll have the trial there. Oh, yeah, he did. Hank Brennan, no wonder why they got him in prison. Hank Brennan was going to fight this for years. You came up through the state prosecutor's office. How did your time as a DA differentiate how you approach a criminal defense case rather than someone who didn't come up through the state's offices? They're very similar, but the perspective is very different. Jay Kearney, who was co-lead counsel, was a prosecutor for 5 years. I started as a prosecutor at Suffolk County in the state system. I was a state prosecutor for 5 years. Our approach to the case is very different. The prosecutor's approach to a case should be trying to ensure justice. You present the facts to the jury. You don't make any emotional attachment to it. The jury decides whether the facts are enough for a conviction. The defense has an obligation to protect their client and to give them the best defense possible. So a defense attorney can get emotionally attached? As a prosecutor, there's a certain level that you're supposed to be dispassionate and only care for an individual, sometimes in cases where there are victims. It's a temporary assignment. Whereas if you have a client, they're coming to you because they're asking for you to fight for them. That could mean something very subtle, or it could mean their life. And so there's a very different bond and connection. As a defense attorney, you would become extraordinarily attached, but it's important that you remain objective. The most important skill for a trial lawyer is objectivity, because a jury is not going to become attached. To become attached as a defense attorney is to always need to see things as objectively as possible. Though as a prosecutor, there are victims that I feel a strong attachment to. You are one of the top criminal defense attorneys in Massachusetts. Is there a secret society or club where you and other criminal defense attorneys like Bruce Cutler can let your hair down and talk shop? No. The practical day-to-day reality is that being a trial lawyer is a very obsessive profession because you never sleep. It's like studying for finals every day of your life. It's not only a strain, it's a tough road to follow because there are so many obligations you have to so many people. So sadly, I don't have a lot of camaraderie with other trial attorneys where I can enjoy a moment and have a drink. I literally work 100 hours a week. I've worked 80 hours a week since I was a prosecutor. It's consuming. It's in some ways damning, but it's the obligation you take on when you get a client. You do everything you can for them. It would be nice to have friendships and learn from other attorneys who have different experiences, but in my regular practice, that's rare. Oh, this man's like me, huh? Wow. No wonder I share such a connection with this man. You're from the suburbs of Boston. When you were growing up, were gangsters at all heroes to you like they can be in the city? When I was young, everybody sees television. Everything is quite sensationalized on television, and everybody wants to be the bad guy. There's something mysterious and cool about being the bad guy. As you get older, and perhaps my experience as a prosecutor, you see some of the harm that comes from organized crime, and it's not as glamorous. This case particularly left me with some really difficult experiences that I don't think I can ever escape from. That is what happens to the people left behind, the families left behind. It's just a painful image to watch. Being so closely connected through this trial and empathizing so much with the pain and grief that's lasted decades and generations of families. I don't think I see things the same way as when I was a little kid. Stunning. Wait, hold on, don't, no, Jack D65 and Colleen, don't fight, hold on. Colleen is just very protective of Towel, Jack D65, and Colleen, let's understand Jack D65 could be protective of Kevin. Kevin is very sick. We are not going to get into a fight over this. I just asked that we drop it. I know it's caused a lot of tension in chat. We just have to understand that part of the Towel ethos is we have to rise above. If compassion is what we're all about, then even when people attack Little Towel or are mean or whatever, that might be more a reflection of what they're going through than what they're saying about us or Little Towel or the reality. So don't get too caught up about it, okay? I did not elevate the process. Hello. Oh, God bless you, Claudia Montano. That's such a... Oh, Chastity, you shared this with us. God bless you. Yeah, and see what I'm saying? Colleen Henry, do not worry. Do not worry. Jack D65 is a friend of Towel. Friend of Towel channel. Jack D65 is very protective of Towel. We had the discussion earlier. Jack D65 was never coming from a bad place, but it's very possible Jack D65 wants to protect Kevin, and maybe Kevin has some things going on. So we don't pass judgment, and we just know Colleen Henry. Jack D65 cares about Little Towel, and we care about Jack D65. Thank you so much. I love it. See, I know. And Jack D65, please don't hold it against Colleen Henry. Colleen Henry loves Little Towel a lot. Towel loves Colleen Henry. Colleen Henry will sometimes be like, oh no, don't do that to Little Towel. And then I will jump in and say, no, don't worry. Don't worry. Everything is okay. Towel is not being chased by a bear in the woods. And even if I were being chased by a bear in the woods, I have a Towel friend with a stick who will take out the bear. I have talked to her about this. We had extensive conversations. We looked for bears, and I made sure Towel did not get eaten by a bear. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. I have thought about this a lot. We'll have to elevate the process. The 2 phones were already searched in November of 2024. Yes, Mary Adams, God bless you, dear friend. Colleen Henry's like, yep, I do tend to get a little protective of Little Towel. I appreciate that. No, elevate the process. Those 2 phones were searched in November of 2024. They didn't need the passwords. And by the way, you never have to turn over a password. If you have a numerical password on your phone, whether it's an Android or an iPhone, you know how sometimes when you type in a password a lot of times and you lock yourself out of your phone? Well, there's something called gray key, and the state police can just use what's called a dictionary-based brute force attack, which is they can just load up every possible numerical combination, whether it's 4, 5, or 6 numbers, and just brute force your phone. Because when you run gray key while attached to an iPhone, Apple made an agreement with the federal government as part of some complex case out of California where the federal government needed to get access to some phones in some very serious case related to national security that I'm not going to talk about. And so the government made a deal with Apple, and Apple, instead of agreeing to a subpoena, instead said they would do a very passive thing where they would let gray key do dictionary-based brute force attacks on phones without the phone ever resetting. So the state police do not need, or any law enforcement does not need your password. If you have a numerical password on your phone, all they need to do to unlock it is use a dictionary-based brute force attack with gray key activated. The phone will not reset. It will let it run every password possible, and they will find it. I think the math works to 3 to 8 months, depending on if you have a 4 to 6 number password. They're going to get into it. Aiden's devices were searched in November of 2024, so those devices are long since searched. Now, I'm not sure what the rumors are going around, but that's just a general update. Now, you are not to use any of this information for any nefarious purposes. I am simply engendering the cogency of public discourse to ward off usurpation of our representative forms of government. That is my disclaimer. I am only empowering you. You can find all these public documents out there about how gray key works, etc., etc. Yeah, we can read it from the doc. Elevate the process if you want to link the doc, but I'm just telling you that those phones, the 2 phones in question, they're not subject to the Taint Team review, and those phones were searched a long time ago. Maybe there was some kind of development. Just make sure you read the document and relay us the update. Maybe there was some kind of update to him giving further passwords, but remember, Aiden Kearney is the one who's been talking about cooperating. But okay, ladies and gentlemen, I know Murder by Maestro wants us to find this part of Katie McLaughlin's cross. I don't necessarily know if we're going to be able to do that. But, oh no, it did not fail again. No, it did not. Stop giving an error. I've been waiting for so long. All right, we're going to have to go to a backup plan here. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, we might not need to go to a backup plan. I think we can watch it like this, can't we? Yeah, we can. It probably will let me. Hold on. Ah, that's hilarious. It's going to let me watch it inline. Hold on. Yeah, it is. I love it. 1 second. Yeah, it is. It's going to let us watch it this way. All right, hold on. I have the video of me asking Karen questions. Yep. Claudia. But yes, Murder by Maestro, if you can get me a timestamp just generally of that cross, I'd love to watch it. We can't watch it right now because we'd have to sort through the cross. So what I want to do first, though, is I have the video upload, okay? So not everyone can see it yet. How about this? A special towel world premiere. You all are the first people seeing this in the entire world. It's not even uploaded yet. It is a special super towel compilation of all the things I asked Karen over the past few years. Oh, you are going to really like this, ladies and gentlemen. And Towel has to get his lunch, so I'm going to try to do that simultaneous. Maybe I will order a special Towel chicken and rice lunch. I am hungry for chicken and rice. I do love chicken and rice. And I have no food downstairs because I saved my birthday cake and now it's gone. And I'm a very sad Towel. I don't know what happened to it. I don't think it melted. Maybe someone like opened the fridge and it fell out or something. I don't know, but I can't find my birthday cake and I wanted to have some. It was an ice cream cake. It would have lasted for months and now it's gone. Murder by Maestro, hello. Okay, so as soon as we finish watching this super clip, you're going to love this, by the way. This is all the questions Towel has asked Karen Reed over the years. You're going to really like it. It's a 15 gig file, Murder by Maestro, so I can't get it to upload, but I have it loaded up in the Twitter upload window, and it does a preview that will render the file down to a small enough size where I can play it for you all without it causing issues. If I played a raw 15 gig file just from within my streaming software, it would completely overload the whole entire system, so we're not doing that. But yes, hello, ARS. Yes, the man bear pig ate it. I don't know what the man bear pig ate, but the man bear pig did it. And ladies and gentlemen, don't get, this is going to be really fun, actually. We are going to watch one of the most unique compendiums I've ever put together. We'll watch Karen clips later. Don't worry, we'll watch Hank Brennan's cross next. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Towel asking, oh, this is a big one, folks. This is fun. I worked hard. It is a Towel World exclusive. If you're in your garden, ready up your flowers, ready your tea, ready your pizza, ready your burgers, ready your towels, ladies and gentlemen. Towel asking questions for an hour to Karen Reed. Now, there's some just like running around in here that's going to happen. You just got to watch it, live it, love it. It's exclusive footage. It was all taken by yours truly. Hundreds of hours went into driving and getting this and all that. It wore me down to the point where I had another physical collapse, but I did it. But all right, I'm ready. You're ready. Take it away, little Towel. And I promise you, some of these questions in 2024, I was asking Karen why she went back to Fairview Road before picking up yes, Murder by Maestro, I will clip it, but picking up Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe. I was asking in 2024. So take a look. This is my magnum opus of asking Karen questions. You're going to like it. I like it. And I'm hungry. I'm going to order lunch. I forgot I can still talk to you. All right, let's do it. Karen, why'd you go back to Fairview before going to Jen McCabe's? Karen, why'd you hook Aiden Kearney up with the FBI? Fell. Richie, are you okay? Gonna take the plea, Karen? Do it. All right. Good morning.
Hey Karen, are you prepared to spend the rest of your life in prison, Karen? How's it feel to be known as a cop killer, Karen? Remorse, Karen, for what you did to the O'Keefe family. Do you have any remorse, Karen, for what you did to the O'Keefe family, huh? Will you denounce your supporters harassing the O'Keefe family? Will you denounce your reporters harassing the O'Keefe family, Karen? Shame on you, Karen. That's what people say. Karen, anything to say, Karen? You're going to spend the rest of your life in here. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Karen, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison, ain't you, Karen? Yeah, you are, Karen. Karen, you are, aren't you? Karen, watch out for the water. Karen, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. Right, Karen? How's it feel to be known as a cop killer, Karen? How's it feel to be known as an asshole? How's it feel to be known as a cop killer, Karen? Karen, how's it feel, Karen? How's it feel?
Karen, how did you manage to walk into Josh Levy's office in November of 2022? Do you know him? Does your father?
Hey, Karen, how's it feel to be a cop killer?
Mr. Jackson, did you go to Mexico with Melanie Little in the recent months?
Karen, aren't you? How's it feel to be a cop killer, Karen? How does it feel to be a cop killer, Karen? Shame on you for what you did to their Keith family. Shame on you, Karen.
How was the trip to Mexico with Melanie Little, Alan Jackson? Karen, why did you go back to the house that night before you called Jen McCabe? Sorry. Karen, do you disavow TurtleBoy? Free press, Tom.
100%. Got it.
Don't block the free press. Don't block the free press, guys.
The free press? Really? Yeah. Love you, Karen. Thank you. Right there, right there.
These are your fans.
Good job, guys.
Don't block the free press.
I can block. Use your mommy's name to get away with.
That's her dad right there.
Listen.
Free press.
You like to star magazine?
Free press.
Doesn't give you the right
Free
to be a
press.
star.
Yes, it does.
Patriot, Karen Reed.
I thought you were a law student. Say hi to the feds.
She already met them. We're good there. Trust me.
That's how Aiden became an informant.
Nope.
Karen, are you sharing a room with Alan Jackson at the Omni?
Don't need no reason.
I forgot we're okay there. I had some music, but we can play less than 10 seconds. All right, let's keep going.
And it clarified some ARP issues. If I take him at his word, that would be a very dangerous endeavor of mine. But I've seen a letter from the U.S. Attorney's Office from 1 month ago, and it said it was ongoing. It was a 4-page single-spaced letter from Mary Marie on Leah Foley's letterhead.
So you do believe it is ongoing?
I don't know. That's just the actual data that I have.
What do you think about a gag order against your attorneys and you are the only one who can talk? Would you like
Guys,
that?
give her some room, please. Give her some room, please.
I like talking. I like to reveal the truth. Yes. Yep. I think I can get back here.
Come on, guys, keep it moving.
Gotta keep it moving. Let's go. You said that in terms of what you've been told, you have not.
The Canton police just put out a statement confirming the federal investigation's over. Any comment, Karen?
Guys and girls, please give us some room so we can get this off. Thank you very much.
Hello, Trooper. Karen, does Alan go scorched earth all the way? Is that what he does?
Really? Really? Am I going to do this for you today? Grant. Stop. When I think you have half the price. Grant.
Hey, it's not my fault you didn't
Grant.
become chief.
Grant. Grant.
I'm in a bad mood.
All right, well, don't take it out on people that are going through worse than you.
Fine.
He attacked me.
How was your day, Chrissy?
My day is going good as long as you're
One question.
respect.
I'm being respectful. People were mad.
I swear to God, if it's not on my question,
That was not out of line. I actually feel bad. Good morning. Hey, Karen. Karen, are you sharing a room with Alan Jackson at the Omni?
Sharon, how are you feeling today? Doing well.
Yeah, thank you. This is good marathon weather, not so much.
Morning, how are you?
We're good guys.
Sure, right?
Karen, why'd you say it was all your fault at the scene that morning? If you had to predict who's going to file lawsuits against you, Jen McCabe, Colin F. Oh, actually, I do have a question for you. I have a question for you. If, and this is an interesting question, if Kate Peter sent you that rumor about Colin Albert selling drugs that was false, do you have a contribution claim against her as a co-defendant if you get sued?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't. You misrepresent the status of that bar council complaint to the court yesterday. You play dangerous games sometimes, Mr. Bradle. It concerns me. Careful.
Hi, Dina. Hi, how are you? Happy New Year.
Morning, guys. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I love the band, by the way. Good job.
Oh, tell her I said hi. Oh,
Be
Lisa.
good.
I'm me.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Nice to see you.
You can put it on us.
No.
My hand is on.
Those are my dad's clothes. He doesn't own it.
Exactly. I don't even own these. I borrowed these from Mr. Reed. Exactly.
Oh.
cold is it for you? Like, 45, probably. 42, 45. It doesn't get anywhere near 30. Yeah. There it is. There it is. I like it. Ready, guys?
So cold.
Nice weather we're having.
How you doing? Happy New Year. Good.
Ain't coming on, Josh Levy. Moving on, Karen.
Morning, Neil. Morning.
How are you, Nick? Good morning, boss.
Not gonna start.
The unwanted idiot.
Who's up first today? Gallagher? On the witnesses, Gallagher? Okay, excellent. We're gonna find out why Michael Lank responded at 9 o'clock when the state police were taking over the investigation today. We'll see.
Do you speak to accused rapists this often? Is that a habit? Do you speak to accused rapists this often? Is that a habit, Mr. Jackson?
Yikes. Wow.
Hey, don't insult Lindsay's credibility, Mr. Jackson. We have an accused rapist here who's an idiot.
He's an accused child molester.
Your victim was a child, Mr. Kearney?
Sources are telling us. Where's he going? Where's he running? Look at him. What's happening?
Look at this accused rapist. Good morning, Miss O'Neill.
Oh, you smell great today, Grant.
Smell like weed, you moron.
Really cheap weed.
You got this, Karen.
Sorry about that, bud. Good morning.
You're welcome, Massachusetts.
Aiden, what do you
new
think?
Shoes, no combat boots today. Although they are, what's going on at the bottom? Is that elastic?
Wait, is that a leather jacket? Are you in Greece?
Well, you got to clean them. Look at the stains on the pants.
Aiden, I think it's.
Can I see the belt?
I think it's very interesting.
I noticed you went with the black on black ensemble today.
I think it's very interesting that Lindsay's cooperating with the investigation into Tully, and you're finally starting to realize it. Kate Peter is the enemy.
What do you think of people?
What do you think of Christy?
Murder children.
What do you think of Christy Citroni?
Are you okay
What do you
with
think
that,
of Christy Citroni actually working for Kate and using the attacks on Lindsay to get close to you and your followers to funnel information back to her?
That seems a little far-fetched, Grant. That seems awful.
It only benefits you to realize it.
Well, what do you think of the voicemail in which you heard somebody threatening to kill a child? Do you approve of that?
I think that if indeed Lindsay's cooperating against Brian Tully, Kate has an incentive to smear her and induce that.
Was that voicemail justified?
If you feel that Lindsay cooperating against Brian Tully is a problem, then that's how you feel.
But are you ever?
Are you pressuring her? Do you want Lindsay not to cooperate with an investigation into Brian Tully?
Is it ever okay to threaten to murder a child?
Is it okay to pressure someone not to get involved with a federal investigation into Brian Tully?
He's doing tough questions. He can't answer them. He can't answer. Why can't you answer tough questions?
Don't you want Brian Tully to be investigated?
Why can't you answer tough questions?
How's Leah Ferreira doing?
Why can't you answer it, Grant? I guess Grant
doesn't want Lindsay to cooperate with the investigation into Brian Tully.
He can't do it, folks. He can't do it. We all heard the voicemail, right?
Aiden's aligned with Kate Peter now.
We heard somebody threatening
to cooperate with the investigation into Brian Tully.
He can't do it.
He's hurting himself because he doesn't realize what's going on.
But real talk, was that Higgins last night on JFK?
Oh, it makes
I know. Therefore, you know don't.
Well, I would know if Lindsay's cooperating with a federal investigation.
But we all like his haircut. Aren't we so proud that Grant got a haircut?
And that explains why. These are my clothes. It's because something Kate Peter is targeting Lindsay for cooperating. You're helping her.
That seems far-fetched, though.
I know, but I'm right. I'm right.
I don't know. So you're saying that she used her?
And Christy.
Okay, so everyone's innocent except the one person.
No, it's not a matter of innocent or guilty. You could be guilty of the crimes you committed and have been subject to federal civil rights violations.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean? How am I?
So your federal civil rights could have been violated if Kate Peter was an undisclosed human intelligence source that wrote your October indictment.
She wrote my indictment?
At least part of it. And that would mean cooperating. Think about it, Aiden.
I know.
Yes, you did think about it.
So she's innocent.
You think there's any 302s? Hold on. I think what would tell you something is if there's a 302 on Leah Ferreira's desk about any of this. Really?
Oh my God.
You can ask her, can't you?
Look at the haircut. You figured it out.
Why does every time Leah Ferreira's name come up, you freak out?
Clean those pants. Look at those stains. What is that?
Aiden, every single time.
Powdered donut for breakfast.
Are you sexually interested in me? I'm not going to sleep with you. Why does every time Leah Ferreira's name come up, you have to go quiet? Did you sign an NDA with the feds?
I've never spoken with her.
You lies. You gave people her personal cell phone number.
How do I have her personal? I don't know. Hey, what's happening?
You also said you never spoke to Karen until the leaks came out.
You're being silly. Anyway,
Karen
did you go inside today?
Why'd you ignore Karen's advice to go as to going over Lindsay's on December 23rd?
What are you going to do when Just Machado?
Why did you threaten Karen, saying that she was the one who told you to go to Jen McCabe's soccer game? Meredith, thank you for being nice. Nice to see you. Do you have any comment on that leaked text from Sean indicating that you think Aiden Kearney is a threat and a liability, Karen? Are you and your family afraid of Aiden Kearney, Karen? I missed you. I only asked you questions. Being friendly. Oh, please. I saw you. I miss you all. Oh, please. That was a fair question. You read that text from Sean. Mr. Kearney, any comment on that leaked text message from Sean McDonough? Karen sees you as a liability and a threat, Mr. Kearney. Hi, David. Miss you.
Hi, Grant.
David, wait. David, David waved at me.
All right, listen.
Hold on.
Don't go yelling crazy shit.
That's how crazy you saw that text message.
Where's your rope? There's no rope more than knock it off.
I got a smaller size of pants, Aiden.
Where'd you buy these? What brand shoes are those?
That was March 3rd when Sean sent that text when Karen and Sean were texting.
You've chosen to wear to court today. Excellent. I noticed you cleaned your shirt.
Hold on. Who's taller?
I noticed you cleaned your...
Wait a minute. Did you read that text message from Karen to Sean? That's some fucked up shit. They're afraid of him, and you're enabling it? That's some fucked up shit.
Yeah,
Aiden, do you have any comment on that text message from Sean McDonough to Karen Reed, indicating that Karen and her family are afraid of you?
This is an interesting outfit you chose for today. Where's the road? Did you
Karen, now tell me, is Karen said that you're a liability. Is that because you conspired with her family and Karen to intimidate witnesses in the Reed case?
What is that? Did you clean yourself up today, Grant?
That's a real text message, isn't it, Aiden? Okay. I'm still taller than you.
So, anyway, Grant, what's it like to be
that was fucked up. It was fucked up.
How does it feel to be perpetually in the friend zone?
If Karen Reed is afraid of you, something is seriously fucking wrong.
You still live with your mother?
Grant, everything you say is lies.
Do you live with your mother?
Don't stand by him. You saw that text to Sean. Karen said she's afraid of him. Karen said she's afraid.
I stand by him. We talked
And
about
if
this.
Karen's afraid of him, you stand by him? Bullshit. Bullshit. She said it in the text to Sean. She said it in the text message. He's a liability because he has information on his phone that Karen ordered that parade at Jen's house. 9-3 guilty. 9-3 guilty, Aiden. 9-3. Well, I can do math.
You were wrong.
I was right that the jury voted 9-3 guilty. 9-3. 9-3. Do you admit that text was real? Have a good day, Aiden. I'm taller than you. I'm beautiful, don't lie. Don't stand by him.
I'm not saying I'm standing by him. But honey, you've been lying so much.
That's not a lie. You read that text.
You're lying when it things that Lindsay said.
I'll listen to it.
That's the one question you heard from the justices that makes you think they might motivate.
I think the legal issues presented to them with those that the court will determine the blame, which you can never predict. Oral argument it's not the correct barometer to start making prognostications as to how the court moves. These are tough cases, tough issues. Very little precedent.
They were tough questions. I mean, you felt like you were the kid that almost like when you're up there, they're really grilling you. Was that a sign of anything, or?
You want to be grilled. I don't want the court to ask the tough questions. The problem is that they've declared that they failed to tell the judge that they reached acquittals on 2 of the 3 counts. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Take care of you.
Do it. Do it, Tom.
Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed.
Who's going down today?
Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed.
Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed.
Free Karen Reed.
Say something stupid. Come on, say something stupid.
Free Karen Reed.
No, look at me.
Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed.
What are you doing, moron? Get away from them. Focus on me.
Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed.
It's a loser!
Free Karen Reed. 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 Free Karen Reed.
Rapunzel, let your hair down. Rapunzel.
Say something stupid. Do it.
Keep moving, asshole. Keep moving, dickhead. Keep moving, dickweed. Hey, dickweed, keep moving.
Get good angles. Come on. Karen, why are you paying Christina Lamb $3,000 a month for PR? You know you are. Don't lie to me. I didn't know you could comment. Karen, you worried about getting indicted on the WI?
Yes.
You worried about a bar complaint for breaking federal law? God bless America.
Where's your belt? You look.
I was going to say it's just us.
This is Brian, David, Brian.
We love you, Karen. We love you, Karen.
You smiled and I missed it.
I'll deal with the state of Massachusetts. I appreciate it.
I got a smile from AJ the other day.
No. I love the smile. I never get it.
Oh, he was smiling today.
Rita, you look so fancy.
Hi, Rita. There's somebody that can get DY. Do you want a pink drink, Tom?
I'm trying to quit, thanks.
Do you quit drinking Prime? You do have to appreciate. I'm fitting in.
There you go. That's because you know the truth, man.
I didn't say that. I just said I'm fitting in.
Brad, you really gonna do that with your drinks in your hand?
They're pink. I'm trying to fit in. Yeah, I'm working on it. I lost a button too. I just don't have the money for it, DY. I'm sorry.
Just trying to be helpful.
I appreciate it. Oh, of course. If you needed one. I'm just trying to fit in.
Go, mother.
I hope we get a handshake. Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
There we go.
Got it. Morning, all.
Good morning.
Thank you for the support. Yeah.
Anybody who shakes Dennis's hand is all right with me.
Oh, good. Thanks.
That was so nice of you earlier. Thank you.
That's a grand Alex assault on you.
Oh, I'm not a pair of pink glasses. Oh, good morning.
Hey, how was your weekend?
It was very relaxing. I didn't have to get up to come here.
Good morning, Paul.
Happy Mother's Day.
Good luck today.
How's the morning going?
Okay.
Yeah, not bad. Mr. Reed gave Dennis a handshake, and I said, anyone that shakes Dennis's hand is okay with me. Anyway. Good morning, Nick and Jenna. Oh, you should go up with him.
No, he wants a picture.
Oh, I think we'll get one. Yeah, we'll get one.
Good.
And I said,
think I got that, and I got.
and I said, well, I said, anyone who shakes Dennis's hand is good with me, and then he smiled at me. Yay! There you go.
Get him! Go get him!
Oh, well, that's good.
The 18, yeah.
We love you guys.
Morning. Oh.
Good morning, Grant. Good morning, Officer Murphy.
Fellas, let him walk. Let him walk. Let him walk. Let him walk. Come on. Let him walk. Watch your steps, sir. You guys got this. Stay strong, Karen.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, full crew. Full crew. How are you? How are you? Good, good, good. Oh, your face. How are you?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
no kidding.
No, your face is cold. Jason, how are you? Good, good. Hi, Chad. How are you? Bob,
Good morning.
how are you?
Everybody ready?
Karen, that statement about glass in John's nose seems to undermine your entire case. Also, you said you're a control freak. Don't you think that goes to motive for why you tried to yell at John when your relationship was breaking down? It was kind of a telling interview, Karen. I liked it, though. Good morning, David. I bet we can find agreement on my shirt. How are you? Any comment? Karen, any comment on the subpoena sent to your brother and father? I told Chrissy I would be nice.
Good job.
Where's she going?
Nice job, David. Good job.
How was the first day of testimony?
We're pleased with the result.
Yeah.
Karen, what was your reaction seeing that video?
Yeah, Karen, how was it to see that video? I've seen it many times.
Definitely.
I see that. That is definitely tough one.
Run around the crowd and try to
We're with you, Karen.
Do you apologize to Lindsay, Karen? Don't assault me.
Morning, Karen.
Morning. Karen, why are you always smiling during these walks instead of mourning John? Karen, are you worried about the juror who lied about hearing about the case and then Aiden Kearney bragged about it? Karen, how'd you know when Jen McCabe was going to testify in front of the federal grand jury? That's not public. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Oh. Morning.
Justice train. Woo-hoo. It's rolling.
Good morning.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning. Thank you, troopers. Thank you, trooper.
Give them the room downstairs.
No demonstrating. Karen, why'd you say you hit John?
Who did your hair today, Grant? Grant, did your shampoo today, Grant?
Karen, did you cut Aiden Kearney off after he told Lindsay that you know the U.S. attorney personally? Why didn't you put Scanlon on your witness list? Karen, are you worried Higgins is going to talk about the affair? Don't push. Oh, David Unetti, are you worried about a bar complaint for breaking federal law to leak to TurtleBoy? 28 CFR 1621. Did you just knock him on the stomach? David Unetti, do you know TurtleBoy? You just personally interacted with him, David Unetti. Maybe the Board of Bar Overseers wants to see that clip. You smirked at me the other day. Don't lie.
Grant, your fly's open.
Alan Jackson, are you and Karen having an affair?
I'll never be the attorney in that green idea. Just jealous.
Oh, God, I forgot about him.
Sorry.
Say bye to Aiden, Karen. Hi, Aiden.
Grant, your fly's open.
Get some rest, guys.
There's his State Street friend who got mad when I asked if he has other girlfriends.
I didn't get mad because I know the answer to that.
Because you're in a harem?
Good job, Grant. Have you considered finding a boyfriend? No?
You know, I want to ask you if you were an accessory after the fact, Mr. Nathan Reed. Do you know how many motions there were today?
We ain't gonna do nothing.
I just have to stay out of the street today.
Erica, hit the front so we can block up.
That's true.
Remember, Grant, be nice, Grant.
I'm waiting to see if she has something to say.
You're not gonna say that. I'm telling you, I will elbow this.
Don't elbow me.
Don't do it.
Karen will get mad.
There's dynamite in there.
Yes.
I was defending Mike on Twitter. Did you hear? Oh, well, you should.
When you found out about the first hearing.
This is a friend of mine. He wanted to meet.
Oh, my God. Thank you for all the support.
I'm sorry? Oh, no, honey, thank you.
Anything's like you today, Karen. All I can ask you is to know what? Move it up. We're going.
Karen, what's the Lexus GPS data going to show?
Hi.
That was a fair question.
No, you can ask him when he comes out.
Who? The one on us shirt.
Of course, she's a...
Hi, David. Hi, what's your name? Nice to meet you, Josie. Well, thank you. You do too. Oh, okay. Well, I taught my daughters to shake a hand like you do, so you've got good parents. You want to come right in the middle? Is it okay if we put our arms around each other? Okay. Keep going with the gift box.
That was nice.
Trying to get secret.
Yeah, that was a good question.
Take care. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm going in the back. Hey. I'm going in the back. You need a break. Your legs need a break.
I'll drop my phone here.
That's a real good thing. I want to see what you're. I want to really. I want to see what you're dropping.
Shotgun for you today?
Oh, you know what? Karen's taking over the stuff.
Directing traffic, Dina?
Well, I could be yelling things and just getting a shot.
No, Tuesday. Thank you. Was it? I didn't watch it.
Good job, guys.
Bye, Allison.
Be safe. See you then.
I don't get a bye. And I was nice too.
Bye, Grant.
Good job,
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, I didn't see it. Oh, nice.
I made it back.
You made it back? Don't act like you never made it back.
Any comment on this morning, Karen?
No agitation. No agitation. You got it?
Yep.
No agitation.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
All right. Let her go peace.
Karen, why'd you go back to... I was manhandled, ladies and gentlemen. I was manhandled. I tell you, I was manhandled by the state police, ladies and gentlemen. Little Towel was manhandled. Oh, goodness. Hello. What an interesting collection. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. We're going to... Hello, Super Towel Banana. Hello, so many Super Towels in the chat. I'm sorry if if the chat, for whatever reason, stopped loading. I didn't notice that a while ago. I was watching on my phone. You're going to have to give me a second. It looks like it was when I pinned a comment a little while ago. So, oh, there we go. Looks your chat. Your chat's back, but we may have missed a lot of the chat. So, needless to say, we are going to watch a video because Super Towel Banana is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. And I know that Super Towel Banana wants to see this excellent clip from last night on TurtleBoy's show from 1:11:46. Now, I don't exactly know what this is going to be, but we're going to watch it together because I am a towel. Now, you might be saying to yourself, sir, I am very well aware that you are a towel, and I'm thrilled to be watching this stream with you today. Well, I'm thrilled to have you with us. I'm sorry your comments stopped loading for a little bit there, but I got fixed, ladies and gentlemen. Also, if your comments ever stop showing up on the screen, you just let Little Towel know. I'll get it fixed right away. And also, anyone who says that the state police are like unduly aggressive with either side, look what they did to Little Towel. Your friendly Little Towel got manhandled. I forgive Sergeant Hartman for that, but God, Little Towel got manhandled. Ladies and gentlemen, I was manhandled. I didn't even do anything wrong. I just asked her how her morning was. He was like, no agitation. I didn't agitate her. That never happened again, though. And from then on, media were allowed to ask their questions. I negotiated a compromise. Oh, that actually definitely got escalated to the highest levels because Little Towel was basically crying in the courthouse after that. The security was like, and the clerks were like, "Oh no, what has happened, Grant?" And I was like, I was manhandled. They were worried about Little Towel, ladies and gentlemen. I was worried about Little Towel. Oh, goodness. Moments. Just scenes. Oh, yeah. I'm going to take a look, ladies and gentlemen, at this TurtleBoy clip from last night. We got a request from Super Towel Banana. We're going to look into it. I like bananas, ladies and gentlemen. It's a hilarious username. So many of you have wonderful usernames. And I am ready, ladies and gentlemen. I am ready to see if we can find this clip from last night. No promises. I have to screen it first with the captions. No promises, but I'm looking. We're going to look at 1:11:46. All right, so let me just hold on 1 second. Let me just make this thing go away. Thank you. All right, let me make this a little smaller for you. It's not for you, but on my back, my software, that'll make things a little more efficient. Thank you. All right, now give me 1 second, little towels. I got to pull up this stream from last night. I have it on mute because I'm going to screen whatever this is, and we're going to watch the clip from 1:11:46 into the stream. So let's see what this is. Banana Towel wants to watch it. We're going to watch it, and then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to. I hope you're ready for Hank. We are ready for Hank. I am ready for Hank, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go in order of actually the poll results. So 1 second, let me end the poll as I get things loaded up here. I have it muted anyway, so it won't bother us on the stream. I don't know what TurtleBoy did last night, but we'll find out, little towels. Oh, we will find out. Let me just end this poll so we can find out what we're going to watch next. I think we're going to watch Hank's Cross next, and we are going to take a look. But yes, give me 1 second here, little towels. Let me get things loaded up, and then I have the TurtleBoy stream loaded up, so I'm going to get us to the 1 hour, 11 minute, and 46 second mark. Just give me 1 second to end this poll. I want to see what we're going to watch next. Oh no, I clicked the wrong button. I am a silly little towel. But yeah, I am interested. I don't know what we're about to manhandled. So you know the word Schadenfreude, 5-MEODMT, Schadenfreude. It's kind of a similar concept, but instead of the external embarrassment you feel for someone else, manhandled means to have someone come up to you in a physically aggressive way and then with authority kind of take you and move you around as if you are a small little child. That is what manhandled means. Yes, it's a very interesting word. I love Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude. By the way, that's one of my favorite German words for a number of reasons. I think it's hilarious. I love the idea of amalgamating multiple words into a single word to express a complex concept quickly, and the Germans are just excellent at that. Good for you, Germans. All right, we're going to watch Hank's Arca Cross next, and then Karen clips after that. So I got this up, but first we have a request from the Super Towel themselves, Banana Towel. And I'm going to go to 1:11. Hold on, 1:11. I don't want to watch more than we need to. 1:11:46. 1:11:46. All right, what did he say at 1:11:46? All right, so hold on. Let me bring up the closed captions. All right. Okay, what does he say? This is it. Then his friend's question. Okay, so what is okay? Okay. I'm listening. Oh, okay. Hold on. We're going to watch this. All right. So listen, I make no disclaimers about what this man is going to say. I take no responsibility for anything this man says. I disclaim any and all. This is literally for commentary purposes. I have no idea what this man... I reviewed the clip in a responsible manner, so I was able to determine that it's about him commenting about his trial. But I take no responsibility for anything this man says, and we are watching this only for commentary purposes. So give me a second. I'm going to bring it up on your screen now. Special request from Banana Towel and other towels in the chat who apparently saw this and provided the screen, the timestamp. So give me 1 second, little towels. I have it loaded up for you here. Where is it? Is he still trying to... Why does he like this guy from Arca? The Arca guy is really bad. It's not a good witness for the defense. So let's take a look here. Oh, goodness, I don't like looking at that face, but you know what? We make sacrifices here on Towel Channel, ladies and gentlemen. We make sacrifices. Let's see what he's going to say. Oh, dear goodness. I ordered a cheeseburger, by the way. I'm an excitable little towel. I got a towel lunch. I'm excited to hang out with you today. We are doing a recap stream as we get ready for Aiden Kearney's trial tomorrow. And, of course, simulcast coverage. Murder by Maestro asked what we're going to do. We are going to, as recesses happen in each trial, we're going to go from one trial to the other. So if there's nothing happening in the Aiden trial, we're going to cover the Karen case. If there's something going on in the Karen case, we're going to pause the Aiden case, and then we're going to go over to the Karen case. And so if there's a recess in Aiden's case or a pause, we're going to be covering Karen. If Aiden's case is going, we're going to pause Karen, watch Aiden's case, wait for a break, then finish up with Karen. If there's nothing happening in Aiden's case tomorrow after a motion hearing, if there's a delay, we'll just watch Karen. We're going to adapt on the fly, ladies and gentlemen. We are Super Towels. But yes, it's going to take a second for your chat to load back up here because Towel overloaded his little towel computer. He didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. It was a towel accident. I am a towel. I did not mean to do that to my poor little towel computer. All I wanted to do was watch this. So let's wait for your towel comments to load up. And as we're doing that, we're going to watch this clip from Aiden Kearney last night. I would be, hello, Artworks 2. Oh, my goodness. It's so good to see you. Chastity, thanks for your wonderful insights earlier. And yeah, I heard Karen Reed was the one who insisted on playing those ARCA videos that hurt her so much. And we, ladies and gentlemen, as good little towels, you know what we're going to do? Wait a minute. That's not what I wanted in this tab. What are you doing here? How did that even get open in that tab? That was my towel comments tab. 1 second, I have to load up the towel comments again because somehow I loaded up the wrong stream. Well, you could see I over in the sidebar, I was clearly not on my stream because it was in the preview. But yes, and also you could see I was listening. I think at one point I listened to Jim Cornette's overview of the Bluegrass Brawl from 1987 or from 1993. I really like territorial wrestling. So if there's any wrestling fans out there, Grant, not using dark mode on YouTube is savage. I have used light mode since forever, so I'm not changing ever. Murder by Maestro. You will rip my YouTube as it looks now out of my hands when I'm no longer here. I don't like change. It scares me, Murder by Maestro. That's what it looked like in 2009. That's what I want it to look like now. I live perpetually in 2009. But all right, as your comments are loading up, because they are going to show up on the screen here in about... it has the quote up on the screen. Not using dark mode on YouTube is savage. Well, there you go. You got a little towel laugh out of me. I'm sorry your comments haven't loaded up yet. I really want them to show on the screen, but because I have so many things going on at once, it's frustrating. But let's watch this from TurtleBoy last night. 11:46. So it's not going to be the first thing he says. It's going to be like 7 seconds in. And hopefully by the time this is done, your towel comments will be back. All right, let's go. Hold on, I gotta unmute it, don't I? I don't really want to listen to TurtleBoy, but we are doing commentary and reaction, ladies and gentlemen. Look at me, I'm in the window. I have a head. I am a towel with a head.
Bob sends 5 and goes, Higgy is so lame he couldn't get a girl if he paid for a prostitute. Then his friends questioned his manhood while he was drunk. Okay. The Albert Family Rock sends $10 goes, sorry if this is a double chat. When will your witness intimidation charges be dealt with? Do you have any option other than trial or waiting to see if the Commonwealth makes an offer? We got a couple other options, but I'm just not going to talk about things for once. How about that? We'll just don't want to give too much away. So thank you.
He's going to plea. That's my opinion. I don't see him going to trial. Like, I think if tomorrow gets delayed, I think they're going to plea him out. Did you see the AI bot? Oh, yes, you did. You sent that to me. Let's watch it, Eva. I have it loaded up. Don't worry, my dear friend. I have it loaded up. But just let me analyze what he just said there, because I've watched a lot of this man over the years, and he's in love with her, in my opinion, Paula. And, like, okay, here's how I would explain it. Like, I think he deifies her, but then even if he falls out of love with her, because I think he loves Meredith, too. Even if he falls out of love with Karen, like... he can't be wrong about this case. Aiden Kearney has said multiple times that he has staked his entire reputation on this case. So he can't be wrong about this. You see what I'm saying? So let me see if he actually moves on. Hold
on. Mrs. JD Love sends $11 and goes, hey there, my 6th grade daughter, Rosie Love, is obsessed with Karen retrial and is a huge fan of yours. If you had to guess, do you think the trial will be fully wrapped up? I'm secretly hoping it goes past June 20th.
Oh, sorry, folks. I know I forgot to push the button. Listen, so I was watching forward there to see if he says anything else. He doesn't. He doesn't say anything else. So what I'm doing is twofold. One, I'm bringing your comments back up on the screen, and then two, I don't think he is going. I think he's going to take a plea. I think the reason I'm analyzing this is Aiden Kearney very rarely will be like, oh, I'm going to hold back and not comment. No, like he loves talking. No, I don't think he's going to get prison time. I need to be very direct with you all. I think that if he gives up Karen, that's enough to avoid prison time. I'm sorry. That's my direct analysis. Now, yes, I think it's good. There's like a lot of pieces to this. There's a lot of moving parts. Like if that's going to happen that way, a lot of kind of things are going to kind of just go away. Like if Aiden gives up Karen and Karen gets convicted, that just ends it all. I mean, there's no point in Aiden fighting the WI or even this thing in district court if Karen's going to get convicted. That's my analysis. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not anyone's lawyer. This is not legal advice. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Get a towel if you're trying to prove unconditional love is still possible in a world defined by just a lot of bad things. But listen, the way I think about it is that I really think that Aiden's going to plea. I think that it's kind of how everything's lining up. Chances of a conviction for Karen are pretty high. Aiden's reputation will be in the tank after that because he said himself, I'm staking my reputation on Karen Reed getting acquitted, and I don't think that's going to happen. So if Karen Reed gets acquitted, where does that leave Aiden Kearney, folks? It doesn't leave him in a very good position. So his plea would be, like, Karen's already going to prison. Okay, so what's it matter if you give her up on another indictment where she goes down for WI? Probably another, 10 years, 5 to 10 in the can for her, but Aiden avoids prison. And yes, it would mean so Paula, there's something called a continuing cooperation agreement where you can plea to an underlying set of criminal charges and the prosecutor makes a recommendation because there's a lot of prosecutorial discretion. The prosecutor can just, even if the prosecutor, over the objection of the victims, which you don't really need their permission anyway, the prosecutor can say either this case was like a miscarriage of justice, like the victim abused the system. That's not what we have here, but that's one reason the prosecutor could do it. Another reason is the prosecutor might say, okay, Your Honor, we've made a deal. Part of the deal is this defendant has agreed to provide sufficient cooperation over a period of however much time, sufficient to the prosecutor's appreciation or sufficient to the prosecutor's liking, and that cooperation shall, and they'd lay it out, but it normally will entail grand jury testimony if needed, testifying at trial against Karen if needed, etc., etc. It's very laid out. And then if you get that kind of plea, then you get the plea, you avoid whatever sentence you were going to get. But the prosecutor has the discretion to go back in front of the court later and be like, this person didn't cooperate effectively, we're withdrawing the plea. So that's why it's such a powerful tool. If you agree to a plea with a continuing cooperation agreement, it means you have to sufficiently meet the conditions of your cooperation to the judgment of the prosecutor, not the judge, that you actually cooperated, and that would be against Karen. So yeah, it's really bad. And also here, obviously, we don't have that rule. You want to send donor? Oh, by the way, we're 5 hours in? Yeah, we don't have that rule here. If you ask questions and I see it in chat and I can respond to it, you post clips, you want to see things like the Eva video we're about to watch, go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. No super chats needed. I love the super chat emojis. I dance like a little towel. But you know what? No super chat. None of that required. You have important questions. You have insights you want to leave. Absolutely. If I see them, I'm going to talk about them. We're going to watch the clips on screen. That is what it's like being in towel chat. There's no stratification here. There's no hierarchies. You matter because you are you. Doesn't matter if you contribute. Doesn't matter if you're a little towel, a big towel, a towelette, a washcloth, a soap dispenser. Ladies and gentlemen, you are special because of who you are. Of course, flannels, soap dispensers, hemp towels, paper towels, etc. You all matter. You all are special. And now I want to pull up a very special towel clip from our Super Towel themselves. Was it Eva? It might have been Super Towel Eva. Apologies if it was not. I'm going to look into it right now. Super Towels. I think I have it. Yes, I do. It is the AI. It's from Jake's son. That's funny. It's an AI overview of Aiden Kearney's case on Monday. And remember, this is the restraining order case. Now, listen, I'm not necessarily going to endorse this. I haven't listened to it ahead of time. I hope this is respectful to Lindsay and the victim and Lindsay Kearney. But remember, this case is tomorrow at 9 a.m. in Dedham. We're about to watch Hank's Cross of Arca. But before we do, we're going to watch this AI video, which could be ridiculous. I'm warning you ahead of time. It is from Jake's son.
I live in Massachusetts. I was charged with violating a 209A order because my ex-girlfriend entered a courtroom where I was watching a hearing.
Okay, first of all, I don't like it. All right, her name is Lindsay Kearney. She has a name, Jake's son. I don't care, like, what's going on. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. And if you don't highlight, let me just be clear. What happened was Lindsay Kearney was told that the O'Keefe family wanted her to come to court that day to support them by an intermediary named Kate Peter. However, the O'Keefe family was told that Lindsay wanted to come to court that day to support them. Now, it doesn't matter why Lindsay was told she wanted to go to court that day. It just reflects poorly on Kate that she was manipulating both of them. But it doesn't matter because Aiden, when you already know if you were listening earlier, on February 26, 2024, Aiden was told Lindsay was in court. He was asked to leave. He went outside. He went across the street to the Registry of Deeds. He stood there when Lindsay left. There's a video of Aiden in the bushes near where Lindsay is walking away from court. That's why he's criminally charged. So, but anyway, the interest that day, Lindsay was invited to court through an intermediary named Kate Peter, who told Lindsay that the O'Keefe family wanted Lindsay to come to court to support them. But then the O'Keefe family were told by Kate Peter that Lindsay wanted to come to court to support the O'Keefe family. That's why so many people are like, oh, especially tied to Kate Peter, or I even think Kevin, are like, I don't want to cover that trial. Oh, really? Is it because Kate Peter did something embarrassing? I think so, in my opinion. But Jesus. I don't mean to take the Lord's name in vain. Jesus.
In a murder case, it wasn't my hearing, with her restraining order in her hand. It was a total setup. The court officers told me to leave, so I went across the street, filming myself yelling angrily about her, and stayed there until she was walking to her car. I followed her most of the way to her car, taking photos of her and her...
No, okay, so that is, Jake, come on, fact check. That is a picture from when we were walking in. When Lindsay's walking out, it's a different video that was shot by someone else. I've seen video of it. It's like Aiden standing in the bushes or something. That's different. It was in court or something. There was a whole motion hearing about it. That's what it was. I was in court for a motion hearing about that video. That's not Lindsay leaving. That is us arriving. Come on.
Her friends, and her friends have a video of me following her. I also posted a blog about it the same day and included the pictures of her that I took while she was walking to her.
That might be them walking out. Okay, so that is at least factually accurate.
Her car. I believe that the brother of the murder victim conspired with my internet arch nemesis to have my ex-girlfriend show up to...
No, that's wrong. No, Paul didn't conspire with anyone. Tell it right. Kate Peter told Paul O'Keefe that Lindsay wanted to come to court to support the O'Keefe family, and Kate Peter told Lindsay that the O'Keefes wanted Lindsay to come to court to support Lindsay. It's ridiculous. Tell the truth, Jake. Tell the truth, sir.
To entrap me and make me do it. I was ordered to stay 100 yards away from her, and I was about 150 feet away from her. I want to win by arguing that I was entrapped, and also I am a blogger, famous...
Okay, so first of all, it's not entrapment. Do you understand? That's ridiculous. First of all, there was I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. There was a supervening. First of all, why Lindsay was going to court that day, whether she thought the O'Keefes wanted her to come because whether Lindsay was under the impression that she was being invited because the O'Keefes wanted to support her, which I'm sure they did. I'm sure they do. Or whether the O'Keefes were under the impression that Lindsay was coming to support them. Doesn't matter. Kate Peter telling those two people two different things does not matter whatsoever because there was a supervening event, which was Aiden was presented with the court order, the restraining order, by the court officer and told to leave. Aiden left, went outside, stayed in the bushes or something, got filmed while Lindsay was leaving. So the supervening event is him being told to leave but staying at the district court outside. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's first of all, it's on entrapment. And second of all, Jake is not presenting this honestly. I don't like it. It's wrong. Be authentic to what actually happened. Huh?
for being charged with dozens of counts of witness intimidation against the witnesses in the murder case I was thrown out of. Will that be successful?
Thanks for laying that all.
Listen to me. If this whole video does not use Lindsay's name once, we're not watching this. Are you kidding me? You made the whole video and didn't say Lindsay Gattani's name once? Listen, this isn't the fault of whoever shared this. You disgust me. You disgust me. This is disgusting. What, did you try to erase her name from it? Listen, I have a message to you, to the people involved in making this video. Don't come to me for help. You want to disgrace Lindsay like that? Don't even mention her name in the video. Oh, you want to get on my bad side. Don't listen. It's nobody's fault for bringing this up. You wouldn't have known this. That video tries to erase Lindsay Gattani from existence. It doesn't even mention her name. Shame on you. Shame on you who made it. Not the person who shared it. It's not your fault. You wouldn't have known this. It's very subtle subtext. Shame on you. You disgust me. Everyone involved in it. You and the person who made it. Shame on you. Shame on you. Say her name. Lindsay Gattani has a name. You disgusting, horrifying human beings. Use it. I'm not talking to any of you in chat. Very specific people I'm addressing. Use it. Use her name. How dare you? How dare you? You disgust me. Absolutely disgust me. I'm glad that someone made a video to bring attention to it. But what? You don't include her name? You're spiteful, disgusting human beings. Shameful. Listen, folks, this is why people don't want you to go to Dedham District Court tomorrow to support Lindsay Gattani. Exactly. They want to erase her name from the video. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is why they don't want you to go to Dedham District Court tomorrow to support Lindsay. This is why they don't want you there. They don't want you to understand who Lindsay Gattani is. Shame on you. Shame on you. Look at that. Look at it's not just me. How dare you erase her name? How dare you? How dare you? Say her name. You abhorrent, disgusting, loathsome individuals. Disgust me. And that's the thing. Listen, I didn't make that video. You can literally read the disclaimer on the screen that it is not a video made by me. But my goodness, at least if you're gonna do this kind of thing, use Lindsay Gattani's name. Get me in a mood. I haven't even had my towel cheeseburger, and I'm already in a mood. Anyway, if you want to go to Dedham District Court Monday, 9 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, Aiden Kearney's trial is taking place. You can take a look at that trial. You can watch from the public gallery. You can support Lindsay Gattani. Let me just remind you, Jake, her name is Lindsay Gattani. Would you like me to spell it for you? Let me go very slow so that Jake can understand this. Jake is not in the chat, but when you listen to this, I want you to understand. I'm going to spell it for you. Okay? I want you to get a piece of paper. I want you to get a pen. All right? Now you take the pen in whatever your dominant hand is. Maybe you're a lefty, maybe you're a righty, and you pick up the pen. Okay? Now, I just want to speak in a way that you can understand, and I want to make clear to you so that there is no equivocation, Jake, about what I'm saying to you. Lindsay Gattani's name is spelled L, okay? It's the letter L. You draw the line down and then to the right, okay? Then it's the letter I, so you draw a straight line up with a dot, okay? Then it is an N, okay? The lowercase n is a little hoop, a little hump, and then a line, okay? D, okay? You draw a line down and then give it a little backwards belly. S, that's a squiggly S. E, that's kind of like a looping line around, and then a Y. That one's a little hard. You got to draw one line and then another line. Okay, Lindsay, that's how you spell her first name. Now her last name is spelled Gattani. G, okay, that one's a little hard. You got to draw like a looping circle and then close it off like that. A, you know how to do the A, but it's lowercase, so it's a little circle with a tail. G-A-E, now it's a looping E. Gaetani. So it's G, A, the little loop with the tail, G-A-E, looping E, T, so that one's a line with another line through it, then an A, small a, with a little tail, G-A-N-T-A-N, then another N, Okay, I know this is a lot of letters. You can remember this, Jake. And then an I, Lindsay Kearney. Okay, do we have that? Does that make us, is that very clear? Jake, I just want to make sure I'm speaking to you directly. Well, and the person that made that video. That's how you spell Lindsay Kearney's name. Now listen, we can practice multiple times today. We can go through the how you put the pen. Now listen, when you're putting the pen to the piece of paper, you have to actually touch the pen to the paper because the ink comes out of a ballpoint at the end of the pen, right? So you push down on the paper and that transfers the ink to the paper. And that's how we practice spelling Lindsay Kearney's name. Does that make sense? Okay. I just want to make clear so that we are all on the same page and that Jake understands how to spell Lindsay Kearney's name. We're going to get a chalkboard. We're going to put Jake up in front of it and we're going to make him write Lindsay Kearney's name 5,000 times. I hope everyone is comfortable with that, and I appreciate you allowing me to do this spelling lesson. I know, ladies and gentlemen, this has been wonderful. We got to teach Jake how to spell new words. We got to teach him the individual strokes. We got to teach him how to use a pen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day on Towel Street. Me, sardonic and spicy? No, I would never in a million years, ladies and gentlemen, especially when I haven't had my cheeseburger. Can we watch the cross of Hank Brennan's cross now so I can eat my cheeseburger? Let's watch a summary of the case first, actually. There was a really good post that someone did make. I think it was an account that I really like. Switching gears now. Yes, Funkarella, we did a spelling lesson. It was wonderful. We learned so much. Jake learned how to spell Lindsay Kearney. Oh, what a wonderful day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me say this. What was it that the video from the bot. I love this little bot. He calls himself a bot. His name is Luke Wilkinson. Now, you want me to heap praise on someone. Let's look at this, ladies and gentlemen. An explicated timeline of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case in video format from a man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic bot on social media. Oh, I want everything about this. I want to live in this. I love this man. Please follow this man. Hold on one second. Let me go over here. Please follow, unlike our last account who doesn't know how to spell, Luke Wilkinson. I like this man. I'm all about this bot. This bot and I can be friends as long as Luke Wilkinson is around. Luke Wilkinson has a friend in towel, ladies and gentlemen. So let me just show you this excellent overview of the case that Luke Wilkinson made. We're going to watch it while I go downstairs to check for my cheeseburger. I am a man who loves his cheeseburgers. And you have to understand, ladies and gentlemen, I need to eat my cheeseburger or I'm going to continue to go on very petty rants and teach people how to spell Lindsay Kearney's name for the lulz. Yes, I did it for the lulz. What are you going to do about it? All right, so let's watch this wonderful video.
So at 12:33:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone call's not answered. 12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:39 a.m. The defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi HatsFam123.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m. At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left. At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Message at 12:41:35.
The defendant then texts John O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. The defendant texts John O'Keefe. See you later at 12:55:50 a.m. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, you fucking pervert.
At 1 a.m. and 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second called, no sound. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, your kids are cucking alone, at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th. Defendant texts John O'Keefe, I'm back in Mansfield, the kids are home alone, 1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th. At 1:10:17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left with voice.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:14:11 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:14:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
At 1:18:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:38:49 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:39:39 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:40:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:54 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:45:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:04:27 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:21:28 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:21:58 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:23:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. At 5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:25:28 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:26:14 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:28:16 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:28:43 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:29:21 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:29:46 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:30:15 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:30:52 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:31:21 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:36:29 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 6:03:02 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Yes, I need someone to report at you. 34 beautiful Vietnam, your baby and cat notice no. Yeah. Okay, I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see blankets, Harry. Yes, I need that.
Just heartbreaking. Just heartbreaking. And I got to get Luke Wilkinson the better copy of that audio. He was using the courtroom audio. There we have the raw file. It's way better. Oh my God. That was intense, ladies and gentlemen. That was hard to listen to. I'm sure it was not just for me. That is a haunting audio at the end there. I had my, yes, free rescue Randy. Free rescue Randy. I had my cheeseburger. I am well fed, but I now want to watch Hank Brennan's Cross. Did you know I synced it with the Karen cam, ladies and gentlemen? I am a towel. I synced Hank Brennan's Cross for you all with the Karen cam. And you might be saying, Towel, did you do that because we are your favorite towels? Yes, whether you're beach towels, just coming back from a lovely day on the lake, hello, it is great to see you, curly girl. Whether you're a beach towel, a Hank Brennan towel, a flannel, a soap dispenser, a hemp towel, a paper towel, a microfiber towel, a towelette, or a washcloth. We love you, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what it's time for, folks. You know what it's time for. It is time for Sundays with Hank. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've all been waiting. You voted for it. We got to watch Karen interviewing Grant a lot. Now it is time. Colleen Henry, if you're still here, you're going to get the moment you wanted to introduce Hank Brennan's Cross. We can't just start with Hank Brennan's Cross. Oh, no. There's only one way we can start a Hank Brennan Cross, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Turkish Towel, Alicia B. We love Turkish Towel. Turkish towels will always be welcome amongst the fluffy universe that is the towel fold. Now, you all are very excited. I know you all are thrilled. Colleen Henry's definitely in the chat. Hope it's Colleen Henry's moment. It's your favorite.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
Oh, yes. One more time. If we're going to set off the Hank Brennan Cross of ARCA, we need one more.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
You love it. Oh, we're going to get the dummy video, Laura. Don't worry. One more time for all the Hank Brennan fans out there.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
Oh, all right. We might have to do one more. Listen, there's so many requests for it. One more. This is a world record. Four times.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 Call Me Hank clips. That is some kind of towel stream record. 4 Call Me Hank clips in a row. Oh, write it down. Make a note of it in the towel record books. 4 Call Me Hank clips in a row, little towels. I know all of you have just lost your little towel minds. I share that sentiment, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. Now we're going to watch Hank Brennan's Cross. Who's ready, ladies and gentlemen? Who's ready for it? I'm ready for it. I'm a little towel. You're little towels. We're going to get to watch Hank Brennan cross the guy from ARCA, and we're going to get to laugh about it. Oh, there's so many good moments. We love the Call Me Hank clips. I do want to interview Hank Brennan after the trial. Leafy, yes, listen, it is totally okay to use tobacco. We are adults on this stream. There is 0% viewership below age 24. So you may use tobacco. We don't have any of those ads as far as I know, but you can use it. I will be vaping. I am a vaping towel. That is how Towel does his thing. Tiger Lily Girl, I see you have a question. What are you just raising your hands in applause to Hank Brennan, or are you raising your hand because you have a question? You don't actually have to raise your hand. Or are you raising your hand by saying you really like the Call Me Hank clip? Or are you raising your hand because you're saying you really want to watch Hank Brennan's Cross? I can't tell. It could be any number of things. Well, how about this? We're going to pause, because if Tiger Lily Girl has a question, I'll answer the question. Anyone who raises their hand, oh my goodness, of course, that is so polite and respectful, I'm going to answer your question. I'm a towel. But yes, we're going to watch Hank Brennan's cross. Everybody try to contain themselves. I know you all... Oh, okay, so it was Tiger Lily girls saying they're ready. I know you all are ready for Hank. I know it has been a build-up. It is Sundays with Hank. If we did not play a Hank Brennan cross synced to the Karen cam, would it really be Sundays with Hank? No, of course not. That would be a violation of intergalactic towel law, and therefore I would have to throw myself some kind of shenanigans-based trial. I think Murder by Maestro would get a broom. I would be chased around. There would be writs of shenanigans declared, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to be chased by a crowd with brooms, ladies and gentlemen. That is not on my list, okay? And so therefore we must play Hank Brennan's cross. Yes, and of course, you can engage in whatever activities it is that you engage in while you are basking in the glory that is Hank Brennan. And you might say to yourself, I don't think it's possible for me to be any more excited than to get to watch this Hank Brennan cross again. Well, I agree, ladies and gentlemen. It very well may be the case that this is one of the greatest crosses I have seen. It's so methodical. It's so wonderful. Somebody build Hank Brennan some kind of shrine. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Let's go, Hank. I think the world awaits your wonderful cross synced with the Karen cam, exclusive to Towel Channel. I am thrilled to have you all. Oh my goodness. Discerning Truth is making pancakes with maple syrup, real maple syrup. That is the greatest lunch of all time. I'm going to put pancakes in the chat. Allie90211 says they smell like weed and BO just like Brad Pitt. We all love Brad Pitt, ladies and gentlemen. Now listen, I have to pause before we begin this cross to put pancakes in the chat. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, Discerning Truth is making pancakes, and I have put pancakes in the chat. I think that is hilarious. Now we can watch Hank Brennan's cross with the pancake and Call Me Hank clip lead in. Take it away, Hank.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wolf.
Good afternoon.
When you testified in direct, you shared with the jury some of the work that ARCA does. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had mentioned a couple interesting things, that there had been some work with the Department of Defense.
Correct, yes.
The work with the Department of Defense, was that during your time or before you got there?
That would have been prior to my employment, yes.
So when you were telling them about working with the Department of Defense, that really had nothing to do with you. That was ARCA before you began working there.
ARCA as a whole, yes, the work that we do, yes.
Not you.
As I said, I wasn't involved specifically in that project, no.
And you mentioned that you did some stuff, or the company does some things for the NHL?
Yes.
You didn't tell us much more about what you do. There's other things that ARCA does as far as clients, right?
Certainly.
Did you share with us that you work for lawyers and law firms?
Yes, we do.
And you do litigation, insurance companies?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why you highlighted the Department of Defense that you don't do and the NHL but didn't share the rest of the stuff with us?
That's just some of the prominent clients that we have.
I see. You provided us a CV, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's like a resume, tells us a little bit about your education experience. You get to highlight some of the things, your accomplishments.
Yes.
You shared with us you've been the director of accident reconstruction at this company, ARCA, since 2017?
No, not since I started.
You started with ARCA in 2017?
Correct, yes.
When did you become the director of accident reconstruction?
I think that would have been in January of 2024, so about a year and a half.
About a year and a half ago?
Yes.
And you received your certification from ACDAR?
Yes.
Did you pass the test on both parts first time?
I don't recall if it, I think it was I had to retake, I think, the practical section in the afternoon.
Well, you would recall something like that, wouldn't you? Did you pass both parts on the first try?
Like I said, I think it was the second part I had to retake.
Well, this is a pretty important test, isn't it?
Not really.
It's your certification.
It is, but much of the concepts that are covered in it are very elementary.
Well, not so elementary. You had a hard time with part of it, didn't you?
Well, with respect to the portion that I had to retake, it's a practical exam where you have to reconstruct an accident, where you have to determine approach angles, departure angles, and it can be very sensitive to those inputs. And unfortunately, if you mess up one of your first angles and you carry out that calculation, then the whole problem is graded wrong, even if you did all of the math correct.
So we understand there's a multiple choice question part that's the easier part, correct?
I don't know that
that's easier, but there is a multiple choice part.
There's a more practical part where you actually have to go out in the field and do assessments, kind of like the things that you did today.
You don't go out into the field, no.
And, when did you first take that second part that you did the test?
I don't recall.
You don't remember when you took the test?
No, I don't.
Suffice to say you took it again.
Correct.
And ultimately you passed both sections of that test?
Yes.
In your CV, you list your schooling and you list your degrees, don't you?
Yes.
You mentioned some of the things that you focused on in your academic experience, don't you?
Yes.
You mentioned you have publications that you focused.
Correct.
Recently, you did a publication regarding vehicle control history on Toyotas.
Correct.
Vehicle control history is data that is stored in a vehicle?
Yes.
And Toyota owns Lexus, correct?
Correct.
So you have familiarity with vehicle control history. In fact, you have a publication on it.
Yes.
In your entire resume, you only mention pedestrian collisions or that you're involved in pedestrian type events 3 times. Is there anything specific in your resume or your publications that show a published accomplishment, for example, in pedestrian collisions? Do you have any publications that have been peer reviewed or published in that area?
No, I don't have any publications in pedestrians.
You write or you note areas of specialty and you list a bunch: accident reconstruction, human factors, EDR, commercial vehicle, AGEDR, pedestrian bicycle accidents, nighttime visibility, and a number of others, correct?
Correct.
Is there anywhere in your resume that notes particular classes that you've attended and completed regarding pedestrian collisions?
No, I haven't taken any classes in that.
You haven't taken any classes on pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever taught regarding pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever been a speaker in a presentation about pedestrian collisions?
Yes.
Okay. Is that listed in your resume?
I don't list lectures or presentations, no.
You were asked questions about your involvement in this case. Yes?
Yes.
And you had shared with us that you, at the beginning, were working for a separate party or a third party, you said?
Yes, another agency.
Another agency. And at some point, you came into court and testified last year.
Yes.
And during the time before you came in to testify, you weren't wholly independent of the defense, were you?
Well, certainly before all of our testing, at the point at which we did all of our testing, report, and analysis, as I mentioned on direct, I didn't know the Commonwealth or the defense in this case.
My question, more precisely, before you testified, before you came into court and gave your testimony, you weren't totally independent from the defense, were you?
No, I mean, I had to communicate with them to be able to determine when to appear for testimony.
So you were communicating with them, yes?
Yes.
And in fact, some of the time that you spent, ARCA actually billed the defense for, and they paid that bill, didn't they?
Eventually, after the trial, yes.
During that time, you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
Do you think that you're under a sequestration order today?
Yes.
Did you talk to anybody about any of the prior testimony in this case before today?
No.
How'd you get here today?
How did I get here today? I took a car ride over from the hotel.
Who drove you?
It was a driver. I don't know his name.
Who set up the car?
It would have been someone on the defense team.
Was it like a window, like a limo?
It was an SUV.
Was there anybody from the defense with you on the ride home?
There were 3 young ladies in the back seat. I think they might have been interns, and Mr. Woke. Mr. Wolk, I think is it pronounced? Am I saying it wrong?
Have you discussed anything about this case before your testimony today as far as the trial?
Before today? Yes.
Have you discussed anybody's testimony in this case?
Nobody's testimony, no.
That was different last year, though, because before you testified last year, you did have discussions about testimony, didn't you?
Not with the Commonwealth or the defense, no.
But I'm asking, though, you did have discussions about testimony before you testified last year, right?
Correct, yes.
And you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
After you testified last year, the court ordered you to provide all of your text messages, all your communications with the defense, didn't they?
Yes, earlier this year.
And when you were ordered to provide all of the actual verbatim communications with the defense, did you provide those communications?
Yes, all of the records that I had at the time I provided.
Well, not the records. You know what I'm getting at. Did you provide the communications?
I provided everything I had in my possession, sir.
A text message isn't just a time and date. It's actually substance when you text somebody, isn't there?
Correct.
And when you texted, how many texts do you think you had with the defense?
From what I recall, I think it was around 50 texts that I sent.
It wasn't 100, I think it was 50.
Well, I think it was around 100 total in terms of back and forth, but it was, I think, 50 that I sent.
And during those texts, communications, conversations, correct?
About logistics, yes.
Did you provide the content of those text messages when you were ordered to by the court?
Well, those text messages spanned from, I guess it would have been April or so of 2024 through May to June of 2024. Ultimately, I think I received the court's order in May of this year, April of this year. So it was a year after the fact, and I had already deleted the text at that point.
How many of those text messages did you delete?
I just swiped the conversation, so it would have been the whole conversation.
Not how you did it. How many of those 100 or so text messages did you delete, sir?
It would have been the whole text chain. I didn't individually delete them. It just, when you swipe, it just deletes the text chain.
After you deleted them, did you go into the recently deleted and then delete them so they were unavailable?
I don't recall doing that.
Well, when you were asked to search your records of the text messages, did you do a thorough search to see if you still had them or whether you had destroyed them all?
I checked my phone, and I also checked with my phone carrier.
So do you know if they were still under the recently deleted part of your phone, or did you go and take that extra step and totally destroy them?
From what I recall, I did not find any of the text messages, no.
Is there any reason why you deleted all of your text communications with the defense?
Well, it's something that I routinely do. I work with attorneys and clients all the time, whether it's appearing for trial or inspections, and I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain that talks about logistics and things. It's just I routinely delete them after that communication is over with, and certainly after the prior proceeding, once it had concluded, there was no reason for me to preserve those.
Okay. And so, at some point, you switched from text messages to another form of communication, didn't you?
Yes, earlier this year.
Tell us a little bit about this new form of communication, not text messages.
So, Mr. Jackson had indicated that he and his defense team utilize an application known as Signal for their communications amongst their defense team. Ultimately asked if I would also use that application to communicate, which I agreed to.
Is Signal an encrypted app?
It's a secure encrypted app, yes.
It doesn't leave any records, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Well, you have it. You're using it. Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I'm going to allow that.
Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I do not, no.
So you know full well that Signal as an encrypted app leaves no record.
There may be a setting that you can change. I just know that the way that it was set up, there was no record.
Well, who set yours up to have no record?
I don't know. I think it was default.
Have you ever checked your Signal app to see if you have any record of your communications pursuant to that court order?
Well, I don't have the application anymore, but at the time I did check the application.
Out of all these clients that you've had, how many times or how many clients would you use Signal with?
This was the first time.
Have you used it since with other clients?
Not yet, no.
Before you testified last time, at the last proceeding, or should I say when you testified at the last proceeding, kind of like today, you attempted to portray yourself as totally independent, didn't you?
Sustained enough.
When you testified at the prior proceeding, did you attempt to portray yourself as totally independent?
Yes.
The truth is, before you testified, you were communicating with the defense and attempting the best you could to assist their cause, weren't you?
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
So before you testified, you wrote out questions that you thought could help, that you should be asked when you testified, correct?
So something I routinely do before testifying is prepare an outline of topics and questions that would best help be able to get out my opinions and the analysis I undertook, ultimately so that you all have an understanding of what I did.
So I'm asking you a question. You gave the explanation, but you're skipping over the answer to my questions. So I'll ask you again. Before you testified, did you write out a list of questions that you wanted to be asked?
Yes.
And when you listed out the questions, you also listed out the answers, didn't you?
A general response. It wouldn't be verbatim to that.
I didn't say verbatim, because you listed out the answers to each and every one of the questions that you had prepared.
Yes.
So for every question, there's an answer that you provided so that you could follow a script, so to speak, yes?
I wouldn't characterize it as a script.
One of the questions asks, so not being able to inspect vehicles is something that is not uncommon in your line of work? And your answer, absolutely not. Remember writing that out?
Yes.
Then you put a footnote, a comment. And you said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show the jury it doesn't matter in this case. You write that?
Yes.
When you're talking about they, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicle. Who's they?
That'd be the Commonwealth.
And so when you were writing out these questions as is your routine with the answers, is this the mark of independence to you?
Well, I think, again, whether the Commonwealth asked me that question or the defense asked me that question, my response would be the same. It wouldn't change depending on who called me to testify. There are a number of cases, by the time I get involved, the evidence is gone from the roadway, the vehicle is gone. So it's certainly not necessary to inspect a vehicle. And I wanted the jury to have an understanding that because I didn't physically inspect the vehicle, it didn't affect my analysis in the case.
So you think that showed independence?
Yes.
Then you also had another question. Would it be fair to say that because you do a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians? Remember that?
Yes.
And you said, yes, unfortunately, there is a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian fatalities. Is that true?
Correct, yes.
And do they happen more often in the day or at night?
More often at night, yes.
Statistically speaking, by the way, this case involves nighttime, doesn't it?
Correct.
Statistically speaking, most of pedestrian fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. So my specialty in the area of lighting and human factors results in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. Did you write that?
Yes.
In fact, you testified, you shared that with the jury, didn't you?
Correct. I've testified to that twice last year as well as this year.
And in the notes that you wrote, when you shared it last year and this year, was it an important point for the jury?
I think so, because it helped gave them an understanding, I think, of my background and lighting and human factors. And as I mentioned earlier today, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian impacts, right? So my specialty in lighting and human factors results in me seeing many, many different types of pedestrian impacts.
So if it was important, why did you include a note? If you don't want me to say this, that's fine. Why did you include a note to the defense that if they didn't want you to say something that you thought was important, you would leave it out?
Well, I think because I didn't want to confuse the jury about a statistic that just because we have inclement weather and dark lighting conditions, it doesn't automatically equal a pedestrian impact, right? We have to look at the evidence and the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to determine whether or not a collision occurred, not the visibility.
So you weren't trying to mislead the jury, you were trying to help them because they wouldn't understand something that you were trying to explain? Is that the way you're phrasing this?
I think at the end of the day it was to help them understand my background, how it relates to seeing a lot of pedestrian impacts.
Something was important and it helps the jury get to the truth. Why would you offer to leave it out?
Well, I didn't leave it out.
No, but you offered to. You would have if requested. Why did you invite, why did you invite somebody else to interject in your independence and guide you to leave something out? Why would you even provide that invitation to them?
Again, it's because I didn't want them to get hung up on a statistic that just because we have more pedestrian impacts at night and in bad weather, that this alleged incident happened at night under bad weather, to give it more weight, to weight the evidence more because of that statistic.
You done?
Yes.
If you make a mistake in court under oath, would you take the affirmative step on your own and correct that mistake?
I'll allow it.
I would do my best to do that, yes.
Well, when you say do your best, would you do that if you became aware of it?
Yes.
Before you testified in the proceeding last year, there was a hearing that you testified in front of Her Honor and other people that were here, correct?
Correct.
I wasn't here.
No.
You were.
Yes.
And you testified about your experience, didn't you?
Correct,
When you were
yes.
sharing your experience with the court, it was important for the court to have an accurate understanding of what your experience was because it was being evaluated in that hearing, wasn't it?
Correct.
When you testified to the court, you testified that you had been qualified as an expert to testify over 20 times, didn't you?
I don't have the transcript. I believe I said approximately 20 times.
The reality is you hadn't. You've only testified and been qualified 11 times at that point.
Correct. I misunderstood the question. I thought it also encompassed deposition, so I added those two and approximated at 20.
And at some point when you realized you had made a mistake in your testimony to the court, you had a chance to come back when you testified last year and fix it and clarify the record, didn't you?
Correct, which is why I provided a comment with the specific breakdown for clarification.
And when you came back and testified under oath the second time, on the record under oath, did you clarify and fix the mistaken testimony that you had provided just days earlier?
I don't recall being asked a question, no.
It wasn't what you were being asked. The question is, did you take the affirmative step to fix the misstatements under oath that you made? Objection.
I'll allow it.
Sure.
Oh, this is bad for Alan. The objection was sustained, was overruled, and Alan still wanted a sidebar, which means Hank's going to get to ask this question when he comes back. Oh, ladies.
After your first testimony, you appreciated that you made a statement under oath that was wrong, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, you made a note. I realized in my testimony I said about 20 times, when you asked me how many times I had been qualified, I misinterpreted your question, which was my fault, but in looking at my D&T list, with 11 trials, 7 depositions, 18 testimonies total, I'm not sure if you want to clear it up or just leave it. Those
Correct.
words?
Yes, sir.
Did you just leave it?
I'm not responsible for asking the question, sir.
you ever heard the terms confirmation bias?
Yes.
Do you know what confirmation bias is generally?
Generally, yes.
Do you think that you suffer from any confirmation bias in this case?
No.
Do you have any close family that supports one side over the other? Not the facts of the data, but one side over the other.
Close family?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Wife?
My wife?
Yes.
I don't really know what her thoughts are on the case.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Can you look at that document? Have you seen that before?
No, I have not.
Never seen that?
No.
Bring it back. You're unaware of anything that may influence you to lean one way or another?
Correct.
When you first took a look at some of the facts in this case, you had some information. Since then, you've received a lot more, haven't you?
Correct, yes.
Part of your testimony today to this jury was to provide opinions that you do not think that the holes in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes are consistent with some type of collision. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
In coming to that opinion, you relied on some of your testing that we saw in those videos, didn't you?
Yes.
And that testing involves a hybrid 3-arm, doesn't it?
Correct, yes.
A hybrid 3-arm is an arm from a crash dummy.
Yes.
That's not the technical name, but that's what it's often referred to.
Yes.
And you and Dr. Renshaw have been working together on this case, haven't you?
Yes.
You've discussed ideas and shared thoughts.
Yes.
In fact, you've worked so intimately together, you know some of the things he's going to testify if he comes to testify, you've said many times today, right?
Yes.
And so some of the data that you shared and some of the opinions overlap with each other, wouldn't you say?
Certainly. He's going to rely on a lot of that test data, yes.
When you were forming your opinion about holes in clothes and potential abrasions to somebody's skin, all of those tests, all of those that you did, were using a crash test dummy arm, weren't they?
Yes.
In your report, you cite, or Dr. Renshaw cites, 3 different sources regarding testing clothing and skin, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, haven't you read his report?
I've skimmed it, but I don't know what the basis are for his opinions.
Did you see footnotes 24, 25, 26, 24 being skin tissue cutability and its relation to lacerations, severity, indices? Did you read that?
Let's see if there's a foundation.
No, I didn't read that reference.
Did you read 25, the book that is cited, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition?
I'm going to have you come to sidebar.
Told ya. Called it. Ladies and gentlemen, yep, I realize, don't worry, I'm going to fix the Dr. Wolf image. We're at sidebar anyway, but ladies and gentlemen, my word. It's not us, by the way. It's fixed. I fixed it. It wasn't us. It was just the feed. Ladies and gentlemen, my word, I cannot believe this is happening. I cannot believe how amazing this is. What a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for it. You did. No, it's unpaused. Don't worry, friends. It's fixed. Yep, it's fixed. I cannot believe, at the sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe Hank Brennan brought the wife question in. I literally pulled up the wife question immediately. We are now at sidebar. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching it, this is what you get when you're an informed towel viewing audience, ladies and gentlemen. You get to sit here and watch everything you knew was going to happen come true. We send our prayers to the O'Keefe family, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my word, it's all coming true, ladies and gentlemen. This is It's all coming true, ladies and gentlemen. It's all coming true. This is the moment. This is the moment. We're here for it. You are watching Hank Brennan's masterclass, ladies and gentlemen, come to fruition, and we have until 3:45. We have an hour, an hour and 34 more minutes of Hank Brennan. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Super Towel at Jew Drops, don't worry, I'm sending you a towel hug. I know you're excited. Hank Brennan is masterfully executing this cross, and it's going to get better. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Miss O'Keefe had a look of calmness this morning and a sense of, ladies and gentlemen, this is Super Towel, Elevate the Process from the ground. Here's the report. Miss Peggy O'Keefe had a look of calmness this morning, sense of reassurance. She has regained her strength. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan has brought the one thing all the towel friends from around the world have been praying for, strength and prayers to Miss O'Keefe. And Miss O'Keefe, the reporter towel, Elevate the Process on the ground, says Miss O'Keefe is strong. Ladies and gentlemen, we send our prayers to the O'Keefe family. We are going to watch Hank Brennan's masterclass continue in just a few seconds here. We're ready. Hank, the world awaits. What do you got for us next? Take it away, Hank. You can call him Hank. You can call me Towel.
Let me again ask you about this book that is cited in Dr. Rentschler's report. By the way, have you read Dr. Rentschler's report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed through it.
So in all of your preparation with Dr. Rentschler, you merely skimmed through his report? You didn't take time to read and study it?
Well, none of my opinions are based on work that he did. He's undertaking a completely separate aspect in the analysis.
But that's not the question. The question I asked you was, did you, in working closely with him, take the time to study his report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed it. I didn't read through, as you mentioned, all the references or what he cited. I didn't do that.
Did you read his report?
I did read the report, yes, but I didn't in depth go through each reference and look at what he was citing.
So you read his report?
Yes.
And when you read his report, did you see there were footnotes for a number of different propositions that he made?
I know that there were footnotes in the report, yes.
Well, on the issue of whether or not crash test dummies should be used during experiments as a basis for an opinion of whether abrasions can happen through cloth or an arm, wouldn't that particularly interest you since you were going to come here and testify about it multiple times in front of this jury?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You knew you were going to come in here and suggest to the jury that you thought that these tests were inconsistent with causing any type of holes in clothing similar to Mr. O'Keefe's or abrasions on his arm. You knew that was going to be part of your opinion today, yes?
Yes,
and
yes.
As part of forming a valid opinion that people can rely upon, wouldn't you want to do as much study as possible on the background for that opinion before you give it to a jury?
I suppose, yes.
Well, you suppose. Don't you think if you come in here as an expert, the jury is relying on your background and education?
Yes.
And they're relying on the fact that you're representing something definitively or with an opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty? You understand that, right?
Yes.
And don't you think when you do that, that it's important that you have proper study and foundation before you just come into court and give an opinion?
Well, I will note that the ATD crash dummy is a generally accepted test device to use for not only assessing occupant forces in motor vehicle crashes, but also to assess impact forces. So that the use of that device is certainly generally accepted.
When you get uncomfortable with my question, Judge, you generally tend to answer a different question.
Sustain, Mr. Brennan. Next question.
Oh, that's a strike.
Strike that, Julie.
Let me ask you again. Don't you think, as an expert, it's important when you come in, and you're going to present an opinion based on science or engineering or whatever you want to do, that you study the basis for that opinion before you give it?
Yes.
When you saw in Dr. Rentschler's report references to this very issue about what should be used when you're doing demonstration or study of what can cause tears to clothing, weren't you interested in the basis for those opinions?
Well, again, it was something where Dr. Rentschler and I worked together, and we were in agreement that we could utilize the ATD arm clothed.
when you decided to have an agreement that you could use that arm, did you read the book that he cites as support, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition, Vincent J. DeMaio? Did you read it?
No, I did not.
Did you brief it?
No.
Did you peruse through it at all?
No.
When you decided to come to this agreement that's going to have a foundation for your opinions, did you look at footnote 26, understanding the acute skin injury mechanism caused by player surface contact during soccer, a survey and systematic review? Did you review that?
No, sir.
Have you seen any articles that support the proposition that a hybrid 3 arm of a crash test dummy is appropriate to use when you're trying to provide a foundation for an opinion about whether or not tears can happen to clothing or abrasions to skin? Do you have any support for that in your report?
Well, again, Dr. Rentschler is going to be addressing the... You're shaking your head.
So I'm going to let him answer the question first, Mr.
So as I mentioned, Dr. Rentschler is assessing the injuries to the arm, okay? He indicated to me that we could utilize the hybrid arm to assess the injuries to the arm.
So you have no independent experience or research or knowledge, not Dr. Rentschler, you don't have any independent research or science or knowledge to support your idea, your theory, your opinion to this jury about the tears to the clothes into the skin.
I was relaying the observations from the testing that we conducted with the ATD. Ultimately, like I said, Dr. Rentschler, it's my understanding that he will testify to the abrasions or the lacerations to the arm.
You've given multiple opinions about this to this jury, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
I'll ask you one more time. I'll ask it this way. Name, other than someone called Dr. Rentschler, name the papers, the studies, the learned treatise, name the resource material you relied on as the basis for those opinions. That a hybrid 3 arm can be used in these type of demonstrations as a basis for that type of thing.
I certainly... ATD crash test dummies can be used for impact testing, yes.
Not impact testing. You're talking about tears to clothes, abrasions to skin. I'm asking for the third time. Name one journal, one paper, one study that supports your proposition that you're relying on as the basis for your opinion in front of this jury today. Name one.
I did not cite any in my report, no.
Can you think of one that you didn't cite?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You had mentioned on direct examination that when you first started looking at material some time ago, at the beginning, you were unconstrained in the scope of your study. Is that fair to say?
Are we talking about 2023?
Yes, we are.
Okay, yes.
You were unconstrained. You could have done anything you wanted to.
I don't know about anything.
When you said unconstrained, what did that mean?
Well, the agency that retained us didn't ask us to do specific work per se or specific tests.
You didn't do any type of crash test at that time, did you?
Not like was demonstrated today, no.
Instead, you started a working theory that perhaps a glass was thrown at the rear taillight of the defendant's car?
Yes.
Did someone suggest to you that was a theory?
No.
It's just something that you and Dr. Rentschler thought up together?
Based on the evidence that we had, yes.
When you thought up that as a potential theory, that's why you built the potato cannon?
The pressurized cannon, yes.
Pressurized cannon. And you shot a glass at the rear taillight, yes?
Yes.
You determined that at 37 miles per hour there'd be similar damage?
Yes.
And then you came into court last year, didn't you?
Yes.
And you provided that opinion of consistency to the jury, didn't you?
Yes.
You got up and you said that something to the effect that that speed is consistent with the damage?
Yes.
Now, when you gave that theory last year to the jury, did you know about other evidence in this case? For example, if a glass was thrown at the back of the car, how would the bottom of the glass bounce off the car and land near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Objection. Ask it differently.
Did you consider, when you came in last year and opined, gave your theory about a glass being thrown at the tail light is consistent with damage, did you think about how, if a glass was thrown at the rear tail light, the bottom would have bounced off the vehicle wherever it was and landed near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I'm aware that it was found near his body, yes.
Knowing that it was found near his body, but you knew his body was about 7 or 8 feet off the road, didn't you?
Yes.
Knowing the bottom of the glass, the broken glass was found near his body 7 to 8 feet off the road, did you consider if somebody threw a glass and broke that taillight, cross your mind how would the bottom of the glass bounce with him to where his body ended up?
No, I did not analyze that part of it.
If a glass was thrown and bounced off that car, did you consider how the speaker would be left to occur?
No, I did not evaluate that.
If glass was thrown at the car and broke the taillight, did you consider how the debris field would end up on that line?
Well, it's my understanding, I think that there were plows that came through that night, so I don't know that where the debris field was eventually found, if that's where it would have been at some point earlier.
Did you ever talk to Lieutenant O'Hara or anybody from the state police to see if the plows went all the way to the side of the yard or were just down the middle? Looking at that at all?
No, I did not.
So did you give any careful consideration to if the glass was thrown at the back of that taillight, how would it be a debris field on the front lawn of somebody's yard?
I don't think that was a part of our scope. It was more or less to determine whether or not, if the taillight was impacted by a projectile like a glass, could you get generally consistent damage to that taillight? That was the objective of the test.
So when you came in and testified last time, you weren't considering all of the other evidence that may not support that theory, were you?
I think our objective was to determine whether or not the damage was consistent with an interaction with Mr. John O'Keefe, and could there be another mechanism to cause the tail light to break?
Is there a reason why you were backing off that opinion on direct examination today?
Sustained.
You weren't fully embracing that theory today, were you?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I agree with that.
In this case, you provided reports recently?
Yes.
When did you provide your report? Was it April 6th?
April 6th?
Or was it May 6th?
I think it's May 7th,
May 7th.
if I'm not mistaken.
So you provided a report May 7th, yes?
Correct.
And do you know when this trial started?
Early April.
You provided your PowerPoint. When did you provide your PowerPoint?
I think it would have been Thursday of this week.
Well, it wasn't last week.
Sorry, maybe Wednesday. Wednesday or Thursday.
Wednesday. Is that fair?
Yes.
In looking at pedestrian accidents, it's important to try, if you can, understand the exact positioning of the body, isn't it?
If a collision occurred, yes.
And if a collision occurred, you can't always identify the exact position of the body, can you?
No, oftentimes it can be very difficult, yes.
You would want to know if it is a collision between a car and a pedestrian, whether the person was fully impacted or it was a clipping type incident. Wouldn't you want to know that if you could?
That would certainly affect the trajectory, yes.
And you would want to know, if you could, the body posture, whether the person was standing up straight or crouching.
If a collision occurred, yes.
Whether they were turning or standing straight or they had their arm out. That's helpful information, isn't it?
It can be, but when we're talking about how quickly this impact duration is, right? If you recall back to the PowerPoint, right, we're talking about a 10 millisecond window. So however the body is positioned at contact, that's how it's positioned. It's not going to be able to have any significant movement or change in orientation in that 10 millisecond window.
The position of the body can change the trajectory of the person who's hit, can it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Positioning of the body, the way they're positioned, that can change the trajectory if they're hit after they hit, can it?
It can, yes.
Whether they're moving towards the vehicle or away from it could affect the trajectory, couldn't it?
If they have some relative velocity, yeah.
Trying to determine the point of impact when you're looking at a scene, it's important when you do trajectory studies to know where the point of impact is.
If you're going to utilize studies that look at projection of pedestrians when you're contacted at the center of gravity and you get projected some distance, you can rely on those studies, but you have to have an understanding of where the point of impact is and where the point of rest is.
If you don't have the point of impact, if you don't know the point of impact, you don't know the exact body position, that creates variables in your studies, doesn't it?
Well, again, talking about those studies, they're not applicable when you are contacting, for instance, just a limb or you don't have a center of gravity hit. Those when you're talking about how far will a pedestrian get projected, if it's like a forward projection or what's known as like a wrap projection where the pedestrian wraps onto the hood and then becomes decoupled, those studies are applicable there. But when you're talking about where there's minimal overlap between the body and the center of gravity, then you can't utilize those studies.
So you would not want to know where the point of impact is?
In this particular case, no, I don't think it would be helpful.
You would not want to know the body position?
I don't think that it would be helpful in determining, because again, we have to start with, is it consistent with a collision?
So you would not want to know the body position. That's what you're telling us. You don't want to know that.
Well, if the evidence indicates that the contact is inconsistent, then that's kind of where the reconstruction stops. You can't go to a point of impact and a point of rest if there was no contact.
So you don't want to know the body position.
Objection. Can you answer that?
I don't understand this question, Your Honor.
When you're doing studies, you don't want to know the body position?
Objection. Can you answer that, Dr. Long?
Again, it depends on the type of impact. For the alleged contact in this case, you can't rely on those studies about impact location and point of rest. They're not applicable to this.
I was talking about studies. As far as data, information, you as the person doing tests, would you want to know the body positioning?
Objection. And this time we'll get an answer, and that'll be it. Can you answer that, Dr. Wong?
I feel like I've answered it the best I can, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You don't like that question?
Objection. Sustained. Strike. Jurors disregard.
Okay. When you were doing these video demonstrations, was it important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
Data changes if information changes, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
That's a tough question. You want to be precise as you can in ultimately having a conclusion regarding data, don't you?
Yes.
Could I have PowerPoint page 12, please? Now look at force on the bottom. The first letter F signifies force, correct?
Correct.
And the last two letters, MA, signifies mass, yes?
Correct.
That's a very important part of that equation, isn't it?
Yes.
If you change the mass, it can change the whole analysis, can it?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Let me make it more simple. When you did these tests, you chose a arm from a Hybrid 3 crash dummy, didn't you?
Yes.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Now, when you made that choice, you knew that John O'Keefe's arm, based on the statistics and his weight of being 216 pounds, you knew that his arm weight would be 11.8 pounds, didn't you?
Yes.
And you knew that he was 6'1" tall.
Yes.
When you decided to choose an arm in this case, you didn't choose the arm closest to his weight, did you?
It was representative enough, yes.
It was representative enough.
It was close enough, yes, sir.
Close enough. Wouldn't you want to get an arm most closely related to his actual weight?
I don't know that you can have custom-made ATDs.
You probably can't custom make them, but they have one that's 12 pounds. You know that, don't you?
Are you referring to the 95th percentile?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
So there's a 12-pound arm. Mr. O'Keefe's is 11.86 according to the statistics. You know that, right?
Yes.
You looked it up.
Yes.
You didn't tell us that on direct, though, did you?
I don't believe I was asked that.
No. Instead of choosing the 12-pound arm, which is 0.12 difference, you chose a much lesser weight, didn't you?
It was about 10 pounds, yes.
No, it wasn't about 10 pounds. It was less than 10 pounds. Let's be exact. You're a scientist. Let's be as precise as possible when we're talking about data. It was less than 10 pounds, wasn't it?
I think according to the spec sheet, I think it's 9.4 pounds total.
How about 9.38? You keep coming up a little bit. 9.38 pounds.
Sustain enough.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Is that a photograph of your materials in this case?
Yes.
And in that photograph, it shows the arm that you used in your studies, doesn't it?
Correct.
And it shows that that arm weighs 9.38 pounds, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that is less than the 11.86 pounds of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes?
Correct, yes.
You didn't put that photograph in your PowerPoint to make it clear to everybody you were using an arm that was a much lesser weight, were you?
No, I didn't put that photograph.
I'd like to move this to evidence, please.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, you are. Of course, Commissioner, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Just give us a minute. Let Madam Court Reporter mark it.
217.
Yes, now you can put it.
This is the arm that you used in all of your videos, right?
Correct, yes.
And you can see, could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman, on the weight? 9.38 pounds.
Yes.
There's a bigger difference between 9.38 and 11.86 than there is 12 and 11.86, isn't there?
Correct, yes.
So when you do the math, and have you done the math before on this? When you do the math, it's 26% difference, isn't it?
In terms of more force?
No, of mass, weight, 26% difference,
Okay.
right?
I'm going to trust you, yeah.
Well, do you have a calculator?
I do.
Can you do it?
Sure.
Okay. And before you do that, you took this from Mr. O'Keefe's 6'1". You used a crash test dummy that, what is the height on it?
Well, the ATD, I believe, is 5'7". The Rescue Randy, I think, is 6 feet tall.
We'll talk about the Rescue Randy later. We have questions about Randy. But let's talk about this. 5'9". You said 5'7". It's actually 5'9".
Sorry, 5'9", yes.
5'9". And it's 170 pounds?
171, I believe.
Mr. O'Keefe's not 170 pounds.
No, not his whole body.
He wasn't 5'9".
Correct.
Okay. So when you do the math and you take the 9.38 pounds based on the 171-pound doll, and you look at the percentage, doesn't it come out to 5.48% total body weight?
Yes.
Okay. And so the difference, when you look at it, it's a 26.3% difference from his actual weight, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
And so I'm probably at the 6th grade level on this, but isn't it very basic that the more something weighs, the slower something has to go to have damage? And if something weighs less, the other part that collides and the force has to go faster?
The force is going to be greater if the mass is greater.
So if you throw a 5-pound rock into a window, you can throw it slower to cause the same damage if you have a 2-pound rock.
I don't know if I agree with that analogy.
So you agree that based on the 26% difference, in order to actually be accurate, to be specific, to be scientific, you then have to adjust the speeds that you presented on your demonstrations, and you have to reduce the speed by 26%.
I don't agree with that.
Don't agree with that. You think that having a lighter arm, so what you're telling us is having a lighter arm would cause the exact same amount of damage to the taillight studies as a heavier arm. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, if you look at, for instance, the 29-mile-an-hour impact test, that's significantly more kinetic energy. So the momentum of a 6,000-pound vehicle moving at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, that's going to overcome whatever the mass is that it's hitting at that point.
You're sidestepping my question.
Objection sustained. Ask a question, Mr. Brennan. Just ask a question, no more.
My question is, are you telling us that having a lighter arm does not impact the damage in these tests as opposed to using the heavier arm?
Certainly not in the field tests, no.
And so you disagree that when you look at the weights of those arms, do you disagree there's a 26.3% difference?
Yes.
You disagree?
No, I'm sorry, what was your question?
Do you agree there was a 26.3% difference in the arm weight that you used opposed to John O'Keefe?
Yes, the hybrid arm compared to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes.
And you are denying that there needs to be an adjustment to your calculation because the mass, MA, is different. You're denying that.
I think, again, if you're, and this is something Dr. Rentschler, I believe, will
No, I want
touch
to talk
on.
to you. I don't want to talk to Dr. Rentschler.
Well, because when you're addressing the forces for injury and the mechanisms for injury, right, you would account for the difference in the weight.
So you're saying that it makes no difference that you use an arm that was 26% lighter. Is that what you're saying to us?
No, I don't think it would have made a significant difference, especially if you look at, for instance, if you're looking at the 95th percentile hand and the 50th percentile hand, they both weigh 1.25 pounds. They're the exact same weight. There's about a pound more roughly in the forearm and a pound more distributed in the upper arm.
That's not my question. It's not whether it's significant or not. I'm asking you, are you saying under oath right now that a 26.3% difference had no impact on the calculations in that study? It would have no impact at all.
The calculations, yes, but in terms of the damage, no, I don't think that 1 pound difference, when we're talking about something that's 6,000 pounds, striking something that's, quite frankly, whether it's 9.4 or it's 11 something, it's not, you're not going to get a difference in the damage.
So why not just have a 3-pound arm up there?
Well, I think that's unreasonable, sir.
What's that?
I think that's unreasonable.
What's the difference? It's a 6,000-pound car, according to you. What's the difference between 26% and 40%?
Well, I don't even know that I agree with your percentage because, again, you're accounting for the whole part of the arm that goes up to here, which we did not strike that part.
It's, how much lighter? 2 pounds and what? How many ounces?
Sorry, what was your question?
How much lighter is it, the arm that you used?
In terms of a percentage?
No, in terms of weight. The weight. 9.38.
Right.
And Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86, right?
About 2.48.
And you're saying that makes no difference?
Not in the observed damage at those speeds, no.
Why didn't you use a 5-pound arm, sir?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Why didn't you use a 5-pound arm?
Again, I don't know that they make a 5-pound ATD arm.
You didn't tell us when you did these studies, you didn't disclose in your PowerPoint that you used an arm that was much lighter than Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you?
I don't know that it was, I didn't give the weight in the presentation, no.
Let's take a look at some of your testing. The first one was at 10 miles per hour, test A. You remember that test, right?
Yes.
Now, 10 miles per hour, if you had taken 26% off, would you agree it would change the actual speed from 10 miles per hour to 7.67 miles per hour? If you did out the math, if you did it specifically, accurately, precisely, would you agree, using the wrong arm, you make the deductions and the calculations, that 10 mile per hour test would actually be 7.67 miles per hour? Would you agree with that?
I would allow that.
No, because again, the arm is going to get accelerated up to that speed. So that the speed would still, that mass would still be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour. Same thing in the vehicle testing. It's going to be, given that weight difference, it's going to be accelerated up to that speed.
Now, can we see the video of test A, please? Now, this is your study, 10 miles per hour, you claim, with a arm that is 9.38 pounds, correct?
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pounds, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, this light on the end of this, you're trying to replicate the light on the back of a Lexus?
Correct.
If a Lexus at 6,000 pounds hits a person, the Lexus isn't stopping automatically, is it?
No, it would move at a common velocity with the arm.
It would continue to push forward through the arm, yes?
It may, yes.
And the arm can.
I don't know that I agree with that, no.
If the light on the Lexus, not at this speed, but if the light on a Lexus was broken or breaks and it hits the arm, it's not going to bounce off the arm, it's going to push through, isn't it?
It's going to move at a common velocity with the arm.
And that will move not only the arm, it will move the person's body, won't it?
It may, yes.
It may push the body, it may throw the body.
I don't know about throw.
And the light, if broken, will continue to press against the arm until there's separation. Isn't that fair to say?
It could. In some instances, again, it could bounce.
It could, because it's not always the same. It's a dynamic process, isn't it?
It is dynamic, yes.
You could do the test many times and get very different results, couldn't you?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Would you get the same result every time?
I think you would certainly get similar results.
Every time?
If you had the exact same impact location and speeds, yes.
Well, that's my point. What if the impact location moved a little bit? Could it change?
Well, is Dr. Welcher changing? I don't know if, again, I was relying on what he provided in his report.
This isn't on Dr. Welcher. I'm asking you.
Objection.
No, it's not.
Okay, so jurors disregard that exchange between counsel. Next question.
If the body position changed, you may get a different result. Isn't that fair to say?
I was going after what Dr. Welcher had represented in his report and analysis. So we did testing to analyze his orientation that he had demonstrated in his report.
You don't like that question either?
Objection. Sustained.
If the body position changed, it could change the result. True?
I don't know what you mean by body position. Do you mean the whole body, the arm? What part of the body?
Okay, let's start with the arm. If the arm position changes, it could change the result, couldn't it?
Well, I'm not aware of any other orientation that Dr. Welcher provided in his analysis report as to alternative orientations.
If the arm position changed, could it change the result?
Yes, I mean, I presume if you don't have your arm on the taillight, then yes, you'll probably get a different result.
What if it's bent in a different way? Could that change the result?
Again, I haven't reviewed anything that indicates that there was a different orientation that Dr. Welcher suggested.
You're a scientist, right? You can think. I'm asking you. Just a general question over here. If you bend the arm, could it change the result?
It could.
Thank you. Okay. When a pedestrian is struck, they are not held stationary on a harness, are they?
No.
In this case, the crash test dummy is on a harness?
Yes, he's supported.
Strapped?
Yes.
By its hips or pelvis?
Yes.
That's not real life. That's not how a pedestrian is usually when they're hit, right? They're not strapped to a harness, are they?
No, and again, the purpose of this test was to evaluate the arm. We're not looking at the whole body here with this test.
And when we talk about injuries, part of injuries is not just the impact, it's the drag, in this case, from the car, isn't it?
It could be, yes.
But when you put the dummy on a harness, restricting or restraining its movement, it is not going to replicate hitting somebody and their movement, including the drag, is it?
I don't know that I agree with that, because it will replicate, again, when we're talking about that impact pulse of 10 milliseconds, it will replicate that. And that's ultimately what we're after, is what's happening in that 10 millisecond window in terms of the contact and the damage and the acceleration.
I know that's what you're after. What I'm asking you is when you end it, when the light stops, unlike a Lexus, and the dummy is stationary, unlike a person, it affects the aftermath, the drag and the push after, doesn't it?
Yes, the kinematics would be different, likely, if it's not restrained like that.
In real life, the pedestrian usually is not restrained, are they?
Correct.
In real life, a 6,000-pound Lexus, upon contact with an arm, doesn't usually stop on a dime, does it?
No.
Can I have the photo from test A, please? And so there is no break, but there's a crack in this light that was a result of this experiment where this light hits that restrained dummy, yes?
Yes.
And this is at 10 miles per hour in your world and 7.67 if you take off the 26% weight.
Sustained just to that point.
We can move to test B, please. Now this test B, a similar test, it has the same limitations, doesn't it? This dummy is restrained at the pelvis.
Yes.
Could you show the video, please? There's two videos. We can see the first one. And was the dummy restrained by its head as well?
Yes.
Was its arm restrained in any way?
It was tethered, but it was free to move.
This test you have is 17 miles per hour with the arm that's 9.38 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pound arm. If you consider that 26% difference, wouldn't it be fair to say that this test, rather than replicate 17 miles per hour, would actually replicate 12.6 miles per hour?
No, can you answer that?
Not the way it's phrased, no.
And so looking at this test, test B, which you say is 17 miles per hour, can you do a calculation for the 26% difference, or is that something that you don't think is fair?
I don't think that'd be a fair way to characterize it. Again, if no matter what the mass is there, if you're accelerating it, if you're impacting at 17, that arm is going to move at 17.
Well, not just the movement, the damage. If this arm was 5 pounds, do you think the test would have the same exact result?
If it's 5 pounds?
Yes.
Probably would be less damage.
It'd be less damage. So to get this amount of damage, you would have to increase the weight, right?
Sorry, what was your question?
To get this amount of damage, you couldn't use a 5-pound arm. There would be less damage with a 5-pound arm.
Correct.
Right, because the less weight you use, the less damage at that speed. That's basically how it works.
Correct.
Okay. So, in this test, if we could run that back again, you have a restrained dummy at the hips and the head. There's no follow-through of the light or the body that's attached to that arm, correct? And at this speed, you can see the shards of taillight. You can see them move, can't you?
When you say move, you mean just
not stationary.
Yeah, I mean they're moving from the taillight as they brake.
Detached from the taillight.
Correct, they're broken.
That could create a debris field, yes?
Yes.
And you can see them floating in the air, some of them actually floating and then touching the sweater. Do you see that?
Possibly. Some of it might be, again, some of that polyurethane foam.
Yeah, some might be. And why don't we play it again so we can see clearly? Some might be taillight shards too, right? That black object spinning, that's not poly foam, is it?
No, it would not be.
That'd be taillight shard, right?
Correct.
And so, even at this speed, you can see in this type of collision, there is significant amount of taillight shards that are broken from the taillight and spewed into the air, yes?
Well, I think on the one of the slides I had, I think I showed the fragments that were left, and from what I recall, I think there was 4 pieces from the taillight, from the lens.
If you could put that back a little so Dr. Wolf can see it again, to the point of the collision. Even at this speed, go ahead. Stop. You can see pieces, large, small, medium, maybe even microscopic, are now breaking off from that taillight and being littered into the air, aren't they?
Yes, there are pieces coming off.
If we can go to test C, please. Now, in test C, you actually use only an arm. Isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
You don't use a body or a crash test dummy.
No.
You don't, in fact, this is not the 12-pound arm either. This is the 9.38-pound arm.
Correct.
And when you do this test, you have the arm. It's basically just an object suspended in the air, isn't it?
Yes.
And you said, I think on direct examination, I think you said that this is the same as if it was on the dummy. Is that your testimony?
Well, in terms of, again, the amount of weight that would be interacting with the taillight, whether it's attached to the dummy or not, what's in direct contact is going to be the same.
Well, the fact that it's just floating up in the sky like that, it's very different than if it was attached to a person or a dummy, isn't it?
In terms of how it moves immediately after the impact, yes.
Not just how it moves, as far as the impact. Isn't it different?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you say that in addition to the arm, if you had another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, that would affect the force that's acting on the arm?
Well, the arm, again, is going to be accelerated, but the center of mass of the body's not going to see that acceleration.
Have you testified before in this case about the importance of the full body and gravity?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Have you testified before in this case about the effect of gravity and the full force of a body as opposed to just an arm?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember whether you thought it important on a previous time you testified that there was significance to the arm would be attached to a 200 plus pound body and there was the issue of gravity that would affect force?
From what I recall, I think that had to deal with whether or not the pedestrian would be projected based upon an interaction with the arm or a full-on center of gravity hit, right? When we're only hitting the arm, we're not hitting the CG of the body.
You did test B, and you claim it was at 17 miles per hour, test B.
Correct.
And we saw the damage. This is at 15 miles per hour, test C. Could you play this, please? It might be a delay, so you could fast forward a little bit, please. How many times do you think that arm spun around?
I don't know.
That's not what would happen to a person who got hit. Their arm wouldn't spin through their body like that, would it?
Correct.
Their arm wouldn't spin that many times.
No.
There'd be the pull of their body weight, yes?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
There'd be the pull of their body weight.
The body weight, yeah, would affect the movement afterwards, yes.
Gravity, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And so there's a reason why you do this test at 15 miles per hour. Is there a photo related to this, to the damage to the taillight? There is a reason why at 15 miles per hour the damage is much different than the other test at 17 miles per hour, isn't there?
Correct.
Right, because at 17 miles per hour you have a dummy that is strapped by a harness in its pelvis. When it's hitting the arm, it's affecting it much differently than just a arm floating in air. Yes?
No, I don't agree with that. The primary reason there's a difference in the damage is because of the amount of the arm that's outstretched and interacting with the taillights. There's a difference in those two tests.
Mm-hmm. And so the body and the weight of the body, you're saying, has nothing to do with the amount of damage?
Not in these tests, no.
So when somebody gets hit, does the body weight have anything to do with the damage? Not just the area that gets hit. Does the body weight affect it at all?
Not in terms of the impact. Like the rest of the body, it's not going to matter if, for instance, only my hand, like in that last test we just saw, it was the hand and the wrist. How much my stomach weighs, my head weighs, is not going to affect the damage to that taillight in that interaction.
And by the way, this test, you said 15 miles per hour. If you consider the 26%, you're only at 11.1 miles per hour. Is that the right math?
Again, I don't agree with that, because if you look at the data and you integrate the acceleration data to get the speed, right, that we saw in those plots, the hand basically gets up to, I think it was 14 or 15 miles an hour. It reaches that common velocity of the vehicle.
Let's go to test F. On test F, you place the dummy.
Give it a second, it comes. Pool feed issue. Pool feed issue. Don't worry. Don't worry. I have the court TV. Oh,
This
it's back.
dummy
It's back.
behind the car. This was not a legitimate crash test dummy. It was a different type of dummy, wasn't it?
Yes, it's called a Rescue Randy.
A Rescue Randy. And that is not typically the type of dummy that you're going to use for crash tests, is it?
I wouldn't agree with that.
When you did the Rescue Randy and crash test F, did you use the 12-pound arm or did you stick with the 9.38?
The hybrid arm wasn't attached to the Rescue Randy.
The hybrid arm was not. Is that what you said, or it was?
It was not. No, not in the full impact test.
Okay, so what was the weight of the arm on the Rescue Randy?
I don't know specifically the weight of the arm. I know that the total mass of the Rescue Randy was 200 pounds.
Isn't the weight of the arm important when you're talking about impact of the arm?
I don't think relative to the rest of the mass of the body.
So now the mass of the body counts, but before it didn't.
Objection. Sustained enough.
Okay. If we can see in test F, we have some photographs. Start with the first one, if you could widen that, please. Now, this is a direct hit?
Correct.
Okay. Is this simply a photo or a video? Could we go to the next one, please? So the Rescue Randy's placed much further in the car than the other type of test that would be more similar to a clip, yes?
Correct.
Next photo, please. Okay. And that is the result of the impact?
Correct.
Do you see the debris field?
Yes.
Is it near Rescue Randy?
Some of it is, yes.
Yeah. It's spread out a little bit, yes?
That's fair, yes.
But it's not right on his body. It's a distance from his body, yes?
There may be some, I can't tell from this photo, there may be some around his body, but yes, there's also debris close to the Lexus as well.
And and this is the demonstration where you didn't turn on the videotape, so we don't have a videotape?
Correct, we had the false start, yep.
What's that?
We had the false start.
The false start. Is there another picture after this? Those clothes. Are there holes or tears in the clothes?
Yes, there's damage that's consistent with road rash when clothing or a body makes contact with the pavement and is grinding into the pavement.
Pavement's hard.
Yes.
How about frozen ground, frozen dirt?
Is that hard?
Yeah.
I suppose it can be.
Well, do you have any doubt whether frozen ground in the Northeast in the winter is hard as a rock?
I haven't done any analysis to assess that.
And so seeing holes in those clothes is what you would expect after Randy hits that hard ground, right?
He's a very, very nice man. He's trolling me by filming the light and then filming the fan after because he knows I'm going to be like, oh no, it's the fan. Hank Brennan is literally in a masterclass right now. I hope you're all watching. Take notes. Take notes, ladies and gentlemen. It is Hank Brennan's world. We're living in it, and I'm here to watch it happen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to rewatch this cross during the recap. Don't you worry, but here we go. Take it away, Mr. Brennan. I mean, Hank. Sir.
So holes in the clothes is what you would expect after Randy hits the ground, yes?
If there is prolonged sliding contact with the asphalt, certainly you could expect to see tearing, large holes, material fraying, and even transfer of pavement material onto the clothing.
You've done no studies on hard ground, like a front yard, have you?
In terms of a pedestrian sliding on the grass?
In clothing tears, yes.
No, sir.
And if you could go back one slide. You see the debris field is near but not on Randy? Can you tell if there's any small pieces or microscopic pieces on or in Randy's clothes in the study? Did you look?
No.
If I could go to test E, please. Test E, you cite as having a speed of 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And that's with a arm that is 9.38 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
And to remind you, Mr. O'Keefe's arm would be about 11.86 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
If you would reduce 26%, you'd be at 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
Are you doing the math, Dr. Wolf?
I don't agree with his characterization, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
I understand you don't agree, but if you took 26% off the 24 miles per hour, you would come out to 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
I'm going to allow that. I'm going to allow that.
That's what the calculation would yield.
Okay. On test E, there are some differences between your test and what would happen in real life. For example, there is a harness, correct?
Correct.
And the harness prevents the dummy from being thrown naturally.
Correct.
The harness affects your ability or one's ability to see the study and see what the trajectory would be after impact, correct?
Well, that wasn't the purpose of the study, to assess the trajectory, sir.
I understand. I'm not trying to criticize, but it affects the ability to see the trajectory when the dummy's on a harness, doesn't it?
Yes.
Could we put up the first video on this, please? A photo 115, if we can start with. If you could stop it right there. And you can see the feet aren't as firmly planted on the ground as a person would be in most circumstances because of that harness, yes?
Correct.
And that affects gravity, doesn't it?
Affects gravity?
Well, when the car hits, the gravity, the weight of the dummy is less because it's held up by a harness, isn't it?
Right. So gravity really, again, is suspended at this point, just above the ground.
The arm that's extended, is there a glass in that hand?
No, there's not more weight in the hand.
So there's no object in the hand in any of these tests?
No, because ultimately what would happen is because of the accelerometer being mounted on the palm of the hand, if you had a glass there, it would interfere with those measurements.
I understand why you didn't do it, but would you say it's fair to say that if a glass was in the dummy's hand on these tests, it could affect or change the damage?
Well, if you add another, I think that the drinking glass we utilized for the testing last year, I think was 0.7 pounds. So if you add another 0.7 or pound to the hand, that hand contacts the liftgate taillight, you certainly could see damage to that taillight, which we certainly didn't see on the subject vehicle.
So weight does kind of matter, right?
It can, yes.
Not just 0.7 pounds, the 2.5 pounds can matter too. Weight matters.
Yes.
Because that's kind of what we were talking about for the last half hour. Weight matters in these tests, doesn't it?
Correct, but you can't look at this in isolation just between damage, and you can't separate it from the injuries, right? What's going to happen to the body in terms of the injuries in a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
Does weight matter?
In terms of the force?
And so we see this dummy with the arm stretched out, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can we bring this back? Stop right there. This isn't approved crash test dummy, is it?
The Rescue Randy portion, no. It's not instrumented like a hybrid.
Is the arm the hybrid 3?
Yes, the arm is the hybrid 3.
So you took in test F, you didn't put the hybrid 3 on the Randy, but on this one you did?
No, because you risk these AT devices can range from $100,000 to $150,000, and you run the risk of destroying that equipment in a test like that.
So in test F, did you put the hybrid on the Randy, or did you keep Randy's original arm?
It's just the Rescue Randy in the last test.
On F?
Correct.
This one, you have the hybrid arm on Randy.
Correct.
So you're switching up between tests what pieces you're using, aren't you?
I would say adding, but...
Well, adding and subtracting doesn't have two arms. There's one off, one on. One's Randy and one's hybrid. So you're switching.
Yes.
Different result.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay.
Are you trying to say a different result between test F and this test? Because they're not the same test.
Oh, I understand. If we can have this come back a little bit more. Okay, and let it run. Stop. You can see the shattered taillight moving, and most of it's moving in the same direction, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's what creates a debris field after a collision, doesn't it?
Yes, I mean, components will break off and fall to the ground, yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, since Randy is on a harness, he's not going to be thrown the same way as it would happen in real life, is he?
Correct, and that wasn't the purpose of this test, sir.
When you chose 24 miles per hour without the 26% deduction, which would make it 17.8 miles per hour, when you chose 24 miles per hour, it's because you had looked at the text stream data that had been taken from the defendant's Lexus, right?
Correct.
And when you looked at that data, you understood that during that event, 10 seconds of data is captured, yes?
Yes.
But that doesn't define the whole event, does it?
That only encompasses what was recorded.
And you said you chose 24 miles per hour because that was about the speed at the end of that 10 seconds.
Correct.
You do realize at the end of that 10 seconds, the car The defendant's Lexus was going faster. It was still accelerating, don't you?
Objection. I'm going to allow it.
From what I recall, the last data point, I believe the throttle was still at around 74%.
Well, ARCA specializes in text stream data, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. So you are looking at that, you would agree that at the end of the 10 seconds, the defendant's Lexus was increasing in speed.
Well, we don't know, again, beyond that data point, what the data is.
At the end of that 10 seconds, the car was going up, not down, in speed, yes?
Correct.
And you can't tell how much longer that car traveled for after that 10 seconds, can you?
Correct, we don't know.
So when you chose the 24 miles per hour, it was just based on a data point. It wasn't based on you believing that there was an impact at a certain speed, was it?
No, and the triggering event itself it's not a collision by definition, and nowhere in that data can you parse out whether or not any contact even occurred.
We know that.
Okay.
The point is, you can't tell how fast the vehicle was going if it was in a collision from that data, can you?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
If that vehicle was in a collision, you wouldn't be able to tell from that data what the speed was at the time of the collision.
If contact allegedly occurred at some point in that data set, no, you would not be able to pick a row in that data and say, this is where the collision occurred.
Or after that data set, you would have no idea.
Outside of the data?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And so when you look at this experiment that you did, if you were to add, you said 24 miles per hour, but that's not considering the 26%. If you were to add 7 more miles per hour to this collision, would you expect more damage to that right taillight?
Potentially, yes, but you're certainly getting into the realm of injury at that point.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking a simple question about damage. If you were to add 7 miles per hour onto this test here, would you expect more damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes.
Okay, can you finish the video? Now I want to ask you some questions. You can stop there. I want to ask you some questions. Can you bring it back to right before the collision, please? Speed changes the result of this, doesn't it?
In terms of the impact speed?
Yes, the impact speed can change the result of this, of the damage to the right rear taillight, can it?
Correct.
And the angle of the arm can change the damage to that right rear taillight, can't it?
It can, yes.
Did you take any pictures of the debris field after the impact and damage in this test E? Did you take any photographs of the debris field?
I believe so, yes.
Was it included in your materials that you provided us?
It should have been in all of the test materials that was provided, yes.
Was the debris field within a certain range? Was it within a certain circle, 10, 20, 30 feet?
That sounds about right.
And so a debris field, although it might scatter, it almost forms kind of a ring, doesn't it?
It can, yes.
And it can form that ring away from where the body lands, can't it?
It can, yes.
And in this test, which you say is 24 miles per hour, without the reduction to 17.8 miles per hour, in this test, upon impact, there is a number of pieces of taillight that shatter, isn't there?
Yes.
Did you count how many?
About 19 pieces.
19 pieces. Could you move forward just a little bit? And when they break and scatter, some of them go up, some go down. Stop, please. Yes?
Correct, yes.
Some of them come in contact with Randy's arm, yes?
Correct.
Now, Randy being on a harness, it's not like real life when the Lexus goes by, could continue to push him with it, right? He can't go with the car or the Lexus because he's on a harness. Yes?
Correct. He's not going to move from that position.
If you can move forward, do you see Randy's feet?
Yes.
See the right foot?
Yes.
It's twisting, right?
Correct.
Turning. Stop. Could you show the photo of the sneaker, please? When you were reaching your conclusions that you offered to the jury today, did you consider this photograph?
No.
Did you know that this sneaker was up against a curb in the area?
Yes.
And you didn't consider this at all?
Wasn't a part of my analysis.
Okay. You can go back to the video. You see the spin and rotation on the foot?
Yes.
Can you keep going? And the turn of the sneaker?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to go back, Ms. Gilman, please, to the point of impact. In your studies, you would agree there can be a clip of a pedestrian that causes significant damage to a taillight where the pedestrian incurs no lower body injuries whatsoever. That can happen, can it?
Well, I don't know that I would describe this as a clip to the arm. This is a full-on impact to the arm, so it's not a clip. Again, you saw it the 15 miles per hour. I think that's more analogous to a clip or a side swipe where the arm just kind of gets brushed out of the way. This, I would say, is a full-on impact to the arm.
Okay. To use your words, in a full-on impact like this, a pedestrian could be involved in a full-on impact causing that amount of damage to the taillight that's reflected in this video, but suffer no lower body injuries. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't address injuries, sir.
Well, let's play it forward. Do we ever see Randy's knees hit the car? Hips? Ribs?
I see the foot getting run over, but I don't think there was contact with the legs, no.
Would you agree that a pedestrian could be in this type of collision and suffer no lower body injuries based on your presentation here?
Sir, I don't address injuries. Biomechanics is not my area of specialty.
You said it's common in vehicle-pedestrian collisions that there's some type of bumper displacement. You
Correct.
said that?
Yes.
Okay, bring it back to the beginning, please. Stop. Any bumper displacement in this collision?
In this specific test, no.
You said that on direct you would expect that there would be some panel deformation. What does that mean?
So if for instance, let's say the hand is not contacting the taillight or a portion of it is contacting the lift gate, you could see deformation to that body paneling.
You said that you would expect to see, not that you could. What you said on direct is you would expect to see panel deformation.
Yes.
And you said in this case there was none, right? Talking about the defendant's Lexus. You said, I would expect to see panel deformation, and in this case, the defendant's Lexus, there was none. That's what you told us on direct.
Correct.
Let's watch let's watch your video. Play it ahead. Is there any panel deformation? Stop. In this?
No, sir.
Okay. So when you said on direct examination, relative to the defendant's Lexus, you would expect panel deformation, there was none. There are examples, one that you gave us yourself, where there is a collision causing this amount of damage to a taillight where there's no panel deformation.
I'm going to allow it.
Right?
If I recall, I think you're referring to my prior testimony in another proceeding where I had not conducted this testing yet. So ultimately, that's part of the reason why this testing was conducted, to evaluate that.
In this case, the damage to the right rear tail light, there's no panel deformation there, is there?
Correct, there is not.
When somebody is wearing a hat and they're involved in a collision similar to this, can their hat fall off?
Potentially.
Did you look at photos? Is there a photo of the hat, Ms. Gilman? Before you came to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at this photo and see a hat on the grass?
I did review this, yes.
And did you give any consideration when you did your tests to whether the hat would come off Randy or any crash test dummy when you hit it at that speed?
No, that wasn't a part of my evaluation.
Could I have photo 77, please? What's that, sir?
So I don't know if you'll be able to see it in the photograph, but there was some material transfer from the jeans that the rescue Randy was wearing.
And so as a result of that impact, there was scuffing from Randy's jeans onto this exemplar Lexus.
There was scuffing, yes.
Did you look at the defendant's photos of the defendant's Lexus to
Yes.
see if there was it?
Sorry.
It's okay. To see if there was any scuffing in a very similar area?
I don't recall it being at that portion of the vehicle close to the rear wheel.
Where did you see the scuffing on the defendant's Lexus?
I think there was some scrapes along the wraparound section of the bumper cover.
The bottom part?
Correct.
It's not claimed that's attributed to the collision, so I don't want you to consider that. But did you see other scuffs a little higher up on the Lexus?
I did, but I don't know that those could certainly just be normal wear and tear to the vehicle.
Is that normal wear and tear?
This, no, because we observed it in the test.
Could I have photo 153, please? Now, this is a photo without the hatchback up. This is just the lighting fixture, right?
Correct.
And could you close up in on that? And you would agree if you went 7 miles per hour faster, it would cause more damage to that, wouldn't it?
Yes.
When the taillight is shattered and it spreads through the air, does it have the potential to impale a person, for example, on their nose?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In your test, you saw that upon collision, there was a scattering of taillight that broke from the fixture, correct?
Correct.
Would those shards, as they float or fly through the air, would they have the ability to impale a person on their face or even their nose?
I think that would be unlikely.
And finally, we've discussed, you now would agree with me that weight does matter, doesn't it?
It can if it's significant, yes.
I have no further questions.
Perfect ending. Perfect ending, folks. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. That was quite a cross. For Aperture Rebuttal, do they get to have a new written report? Yes, it's being worked on, Murder by Maestro, and Hank Brennan got permission to have extra time to work on that because Aperture got extra time by violating Rule 14. Yeah, I agree, Tiger Lily Girl. I think there's a lot of questions about what's exactly been going on. But listen, folks, looking at that reconstruction and after watching the video of poor I forgot his name. Randy. Poor Hank cares a lot about Randy, so we got to remember Randy's name. Should we watch this reconstruction by Murder by Maestro? Now, I want to warn you all, this is sensitive. It is it's hard to watch, but Murder by Maestro put it together, and I think we should watch it. So let me just get it in frame here. One little second, little towels. Now tell me, after looking at these experts, after looking at what ARCA has proven, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta say, it's really hard to watch Murder by Maestro's reconstruction and not think that this super towel, the Murder by Maestro, the binary speaking super towel themselves, did not figure this out. So let's watch. This is hard to watch, but Murder by Maestro got it. And this was just based on the data, folks. I mean, you can see it. You can see the reconstruction from Murder by Maestro. It's absolutely devastating. But after watching ARCA's test... Oh, hello, Marilyn, the sister of Artworks 2. I want to give you a special shout out. I'm sorry it has to come at this moment, but just know that Artworks 2 is absolutely wonderful. We got to celebrate Artworks 2's daughter, so I guess your niece's birthday on stream last week, and it was a very important moment. We've asked for, JVA has asked for an enlargement, okay? Tell friends, I don't want you to get scared, but I'm going to go off the screen for a second here, and it's going to become all Murder by Maestro's reenactment. I'm still with you. Don't panic. Don't panic, friends. I'm here. You're not alone. We are just watching a zoomed-in version of this at the request of JVA Towel. This is Murder by Maestro's reconstruction. It aligns so closely with what ARCA's tests seem to show, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost stunning. It is not a problem, JVA. We will happily make this full screen just for you. You know we are always happy to help on Towel Stream. But this is such a sad moment, but it also shows that Murder by Maestro is a very... I mean, it takes a special amount of skill. Murder by Maestro posted this back on April 8th, ladies and gentlemen, of 2025. This man had figured it out in every sense of the term. It's truly impressive, and ARCA only reaffirmed it. I mean, you may as well have called Murder by Maestro up on the stand as the defense for what good ARCA did for the defense. Have you noticed, folks, that every witness called by the defense becomes a witness helping Hank Brennan? And this ARCA's video, and now you can see why there's reports, I think it was from John DePetro, that Reed's lawyer Bob Alessi did not want this video from ARCA played, and that Karen was the one who demanded that the ARCA video be played, and look how badly it hurt her, folks. I think it really hurt her, especially when you juxtapose ARCA's analysis with what Murder by Maestro had rendered based on the data. The snowy drone shot is deceiving because you can't see where the road started. John was standing in the road. Yeah, I tend to agree. And it all just, ladies and gentlemen, it all lines up, and I'm sorry to have to play this over. But yes, Hank Brennan controls that courtroom. You can tell the jurors trust him. They don't want to let Hank Brennan down. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, we have more time on our recap here. This is today's stream. We have had requests for Karen clips, so I know you all want to watch the Karen clips, as hard as this is to watch. So I'm going to shrink it now. Thank you, Murder by Maestro. I just want to let you know that towels around the world believe you to be a prescient, informed, and wonderful towel, and so you shared this with us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I want to do here is I have a number of other things. First of all, oh no, that's why Murder by Maestro told me to fix the mic. It was picking up too much in the background. So Eva has a question. If the defense gets SIR rebuttals, you can ask for a SIR rebuttal, but you have to get permission. It came up when Hank talked about getting his rebuttal witnesses for ARCA, and Judge Alessi said, okay, well, we have a SIR rebuttal, and Judge Cannoni said, we'll deal with that at the time. It would be short, though, and it would probably be with ARCA, but I don't know, Judge Cannoni, it's not by right. Judge Cannoni would have to allow it. And yes, you are Murder by Maestro. We give you super towel hugs. But yes, folks, so we have a Karen clip request. You know we are going to watch that. But we also, folks, while I have you here, we are having a mock jury sign up. So we have members of the mock jury that have been signing up. If you are interested, here's how we're going to do it. I'm not going to be involved in the chat. We're going to find an anonymous chat service, okay, a single time chat room, where after closing arguments, 12 of you towel friends are going to be sent off with a foreperson to deliberate in an anonymous chat room. You won't have to reveal any information, completely anonymous, and then you're going to come back with your verdict for us, okay? You're going to go into deliberations at the same exact time. Yes, Macy, but let me finish this part. So you're going to go into this at the exact same moment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to, as the jury. So if you want to sign up, you just let us know in the comments. If we get to 12 people, we have a few more days. If we get to 12 people, you all will just be on the jury. Right now we have Marie 623TX, Kim Cordeau, Christina, and Eva on the jury. So we need a few more people to, but I only announced it once earlier. We need a few more people to join the mock jury. I think this will be really fun. You don't have to do a big commitment. You don't have to really do any work. All you do is go into an anonymous chat room. You can use your same username as here. You just go in there, you deliberate with your fellow jurors, and then you make a decision, and then you report back. But it's absolute. Thanks, Eva. Thanks, Allie90211. Appreciate you. I have heard about that. Discord is interesting. I like all those. I've heard about them. But I think what we want to do for this is it's going to be a little bit more secure than that. It's going to be a one-time chat room, completely anonymous. Nobody will know how to engage. Nobody will know who you are. Nobody will get any information, no accounts. It's going to be complete. Right. That's what I'm saying. It might be quick deliberation, but we actually need people to sign up. So Colleen Henry, if you want on the jury, you just let me know. It's absolutely okay for you to have an opinion because we're in trial already. It is absolutely okay for you to have an opinion on the evidence. Now, we actually have to do the simulation. So if you want to sign up for the mock jury, just say in the chat, I would like to sign up. You literally have to do nothing other than on the day deliberations begin, go into an anonymous chat room. It's not even going to be an app you have to install. It'll probably be like a web chat. It's not going to keep a record. It's going to be completely anonymous. No usernames, like no sign up. You use like a one-time username, and it's completely anonymous. Okay, that's the safest way for everybody to do it. All right, Colleen Henry is in. So we have 5 jurors, ladies and gentlemen. We have 5 mock jurors. This is going to be great. You all are going to be one of the simulation. You are going to be a simulation jury who's going to get to go into deliberations right after closing argument. And well, you all have to wait for the jury to get charged. And then as soon as Judge Canoni sends them to deliberate, we're sending you to deliberate. Rachel McIntyre is in, ladies and gentlemen. Rachel McIntyre is in. So we now have, 6 members. We need 12 voting jurors, ladies and gentlemen. We need more. We have 6 right now, ladies and gentlemen. Alicia B., if you would like in, just let us know. You can be juror number 7. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are going to have a mock jury. We are getting there very quickly. And all you'll need to do, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, you're going to be watching Towel Stream, monitoring the case. On the day of closing arguments, after the jury gets charged, when they get sent into deliberations, you get sent into deliberations. Now, you might say this is going to be quick. Okay, well, are you sure you're all going to come to a decision on everything? Maybe there might be someone in there who's a holdout. Maybe they got in there saying they were going to vote guilty on all 3, but only want to vote guilty on 2. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, all you have to do. So I see, hold on. Deaf Otter is in. The commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe is in. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Irene is in. So let me see. Irene Grillo. Right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8, ladies and gentlemen. Now I want to make sure. Well, that's why there probably won't be a server rebuttal, Eva, because the state gets the last. Well, no, the defense normally gets the last word, Eva, on witnesses, but the state gets the last word on closing. So the defense normally gets to call witnesses last, and then the state gets to do the closing last. So, yes, we're trying to see, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, not a problem, Allie90211. It is a fun idea. Rita P. And yes, we are allowing international jurors, ladies and gentlemen. Rita P. is allowed in. We have 9 jurors now. Yes, you're in, Deaf Otter. Unless we get, the only way that I'm, it's going to be very interesting, Steph. It's going to be fascinating. Agree, elevate the process, justice for John O'Keefe. Has the CW, yeah, but Paula, you don't need to have intentionality for any of the offenses. No, intentionality is only that Karen intended to back up, and you have to intend to back up to back the car up. So she didn't have to intend to hit John for any of the charges. In fact, if she intended to hit him, it would be murder one. I thought prosecution speaks last during closing. Not remember, prosecution does their case, then defense closes, then the state closes. Prosecution opens first and closes last. I hope Drew Drops is sleeping. Kim Cordeau, Drew Drops let us know that at one point that they were listening in and they were so grateful. We had been keeping them in our towel hearts, but they were resting. They were feeling well enough to let us know they were resting. So super towelette hugs to Drew Drops and Kiki and Riri. Hello, Angela. It is great to see you. Ange Whittick, my dear friend. And by the way, we are going to watch Karen clips. That's the very next thing. Yeah, they don't have to be sequestered because they're only going. I think the deliberations will be pretty quick, but no, they don't have to be sequestered. Ange Whittick is in on the jury, ladies and gentlemen. Ange Whittick, oh, the super towel. Ange Whittick is in on the jury. So, hold on, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, goodness. Greenwich Mean Time is 5 hours ahead. So if it's 8 p.m., if it's 1800 GMT, then it's 1500 Eastern. No. Yeah, that's right. If it's 1800 GMT, then it's, no, that's not right. If it's 2000 GMT, then it's 1500 Eastern time. So if it's 8 p.m. in GMT, then it's 3 p.m. Eastern time. There you go. 5 hours ahead of Eastern. So, ladies and gentlemen, my goodness, hold on, let me make sure I didn't miss anyone. Elevate the processes here. Very nice to see Sarah Shenanigans here. All right, we only need one more juror. Shout out to all the Irish in the house. Yes, Irish towels. Hello, all of you wonderful towels. Now, what do you have to do, Ange Whittick? Oh, so here's how for those wondering, here's how the jury's going to work. We have a mock jury in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. All you need to do is be watching Towel Stream on the day of closings, and when juries begin deliberation, you'd probably be here anyway. With your towel friends, and as soon as the jury gets charged and Judge Cannoni says, okay, you're going to go off to begin your deliberations, we are going to send you all with a foreperson into, okay, Sarah L. Shenanigans. Hold on. Sarah L. Shenanigans. We are all going to send you off. We're going to send you off into a special room. It's only going to have 12 of you, okay? So we're going to have to do a little coordination between now and then. So it looks like we have 12. So no sequestration. It looks like we have our 12 jurors. I want to say, now, if you're just coming in and you're thinking, oh, I want to be a jury, don't worry. We can do alternates. We can do a lottery. But as of now, we have a seated jury, ladies and gentlemen. So, Alicia B., I don't know, did you end up volunteering? I know you were asking if we need more, but so I want to give Alicia B. the opportunity, because we can always have an alternate juror just sitting in on deliberations in case someone can't make it. In fact, we should have alternating. Yeah, well, Rachel, I don't even want to do a Zoom room because then people would have to use their voices. I think we can do this just by text chat, like an anonymous text chat that doesn't even require you to make an account. Okay, so Alicia's in. All right, so here's what we're doing. I missed Alicia. So here's what we're doing. We're having 13 people. Nope. It's important because, say, someone has a family emergency or whatever. So we are having 13 people on the jury. And we're going to even accept more because we're going to put all of you in, but only 12 people are going to vote. All right. So, but we're having 13 people on the jury. And then we will have 12 people voting, and then no one is a per se alternate on the day of. Okay, I'm going to draw 12 names. Nope. I want everyone, especially because. No. Oh, Deafwater, you are so kind. All right, so that's what we'll do. So Alicia B., Deafwater, the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force, will go to slot 13, and Alicia B. will go up. So don't worry about it, Deafwater. You are still on the jury. Yes, no private information. Yes, no private information. But yes, you are so kind, Deafwater. Here's what we're going to do. here are the 13 people we have. Def Otter's going to be the first alternate, so if anybody can't make it, please don't feel... Oh, that's very interesting, Alicia B. Yeah, so if we get to 24 people... Actually, you know what? Don't stop volunteering. If we get to 24 people, we will do 2 juries. It's just as quick. We'll see if we get different results. So as of now, what we'll do is start an alternate list, and if we get to 24, which we could over the next 2 days, trust me, easily, then we're going to do 2 juries. So if you all know, don't worry, we might even do 2 juries now, so everyone might get to be on a jury. If you are just coming in, don't think you missed it. If you want to be on the mock jury, I'm going to accept more signups. I think it's absolutely wonderful. Yep, we don't know exactly when jury charging is going to take place. I'm thinking it's probably going to be Thursday, though, Thursday or Friday. But yes, Paula is Swiss and always neutral. That's absolutely okay. But yes, Tiger Lily Girl is in. Look at this. We may get 2 juries. This is going to be great, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's 18 jurors, and then 12 of them are going to get drawn out of an old wooden box, and 12 of them will be on the jury. 6 will be alternates. None have left. So this is a great sign, unlike last trial. So everything is going well. I want to... well, it's okay. I'm sure some jurors already have their opinions formed. So here's the jury list. So we have at least 1 jury. We might even get to 2. So we have Marie 623TX, Kim Cordeau, Alicia B, Christina, Eva, Colleen Henry, Rachel McIntyre. Hold on. Let me make sure I didn't forget someone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh no, I may have deleted someone's name that I didn't mean to. Hold on. Please let me know if you signed up and you are not on this list, because I may have accidentally overlooked your name. Hold on, I have to go back in the chat now. It's just one person. I just want to make sure that I didn't miss anyone who just signed up right now. So hold on. Let me know if you signed up and I missed your name, because I by accidentally deleted one name when I meant to put Def Otter later in the list. So, all right. I got Colleen Henry and then Rachel McIntyre. Yep. And then I got... we say howdy here. Okay. That was it. We say howdy here. And then Irene. Yep, it was we say howdy here. Got it. All right, perfect. And then Rita P, I think. And then Alicia. Oh, I did miss you, Alicia. That was my fault. You said add me. My fault. I'm a fool. Chastity, I missed you up there, so you are on the jury as well. Hold on. Oh, look at this. I'm glad I went back. I go by Stefio is going to be there in spirit. I'm glad I went back, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going to end up with 2 juries. Absolutely. All right. So if you're just figuring this out, if you're just looking at this, we are still recruiting. It looks like we are going to have 2 mock juries. I got Chastity. I had to go back. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. I had to go back and look up the whole list. So here's what I got. Marie 623X. Hold on, I'm going to actually put Chastity back in their original position. All right, so here's what I got. I got Marie 623TX, Kim Cordeau, Alicia B, Chastity, Christina, Eva, Colleen Henry, We Say Howdy Here, Rachel McIntyre, Irene Grillo, Rita P from Canada, Ann Dwiddick, Sarah L. Shenanigans, Def Otter, Tiger Lily Girl. Yes, I got you, Sarah L. Shenanigans. So I want the way we might split this up. We might end up doing 2 juries. Do not worry. I think we're going to end up doing 2 juries. We need 9 more people at this point for the second jury. So I could possibly be an alt, but my schedule is iffy. Yeah, don't worry about it, Steph. We'll put you as a potential just in case you're there. We'll have you as an option. This is Artworks 2. Got it. All right, Artworks 2. Absolutely Artworks 2. So Artworks 2 is on the jury. There you go. So we just need 8 more, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have 2 mock juries. And you all, again, if you're all just tuning in, you're wondering, what are we doing? We've decided the Towel Friends are all, we've put this together on when the jury gets charged and goes into deliberations in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. You will have the opportunity to go into a one-off anonymous chat room. We'll figure out how to do it. No apps required, no sign up, just a room you go into, make a username. You will have a 4-person for your jury picked at random, and then yes, it will be great. And then I agree, Steph, and then all you'll have to do is go into that chat room. You don't have any obligations between just chatting, no voice, no video needed. You just chat, and then you all come to consensus, just like you chat here. You just chat in the chat room, and then your 4-person, after you all go through each of the verdict slips, will decide how you're going to vote. So I think it's going to be very, very interesting. And we don't know where. I've heard Karen staying in Dedham. Some people were saying it was one Boston hotel, then another. But again, if Karen heard people were coming to protest her, she just wouldn't be at a hotel. She would just go somewhere else that day, and that's, I'm sure, what she did. Oh, yes, the Super Towelette Jew drops. I bet they do want to be involved. Okay, I added them to the list. Oh, Jack D65, you know you are in, my dear friend. Oh, yes, our mock juries. Yes, Sun-Eyed Girl, you nailed it. You're there. It's Sun-Eyed Girl. Yep, you got it. We are signing up. Oh, hello, Luisa Ramirez. You are in, Jack D65. We are doing a mock jury sign up, Luisa Ramirez. So we are going to have 2 mock juries go into deliberations on a special kind of one-off chat room. No app, no sign up, no app required. You just go in with a username, chat in the chat with your jurors, and then you all come to a vote on the 3 indictments as charged by Judge Canoni and come back with your verdict. Now, you're going to have a 4-person. We're going to select that person by random, and that's going to be fun. Yep, you are in, Jack D65. I don't know how we're going to select the 4-person. I think the judge selects the 4-person. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the 4-person. So jurors, over the next mock jurors, over the next 4 or 5 days, please note that I will be keeping an eye on chat. Hello, Luisa Ramirez. Please know that I will be keeping an eye on chat, and I will be selecting a 4-person for each jury based on my review of the chat. Now, you all may do absolutely wonderful, but I'm still going to use my learned and discerned towelness to decide who should be the 4-persons. There you go. And Allie, SCOTUS, FLOTUS, POTUS. I love it. Say that 5 times fast. SCOTUS, FLOTUS, POTUS, POTUS, FLOTUS, SCOTUS, SCOTUS, FLOTUS, POTUS, POTUS, FLOTUS, SCOTUS, SCOTUS, FLOTUS, POTUS. See what I did there? I went back to forth like a palindrome. I'm a palindrome towel. All right, so let's see how many people we got, ladies and gentlemen. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have our first jury, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 on our second and 1 potential. So, ladies and gentlemen, Antoine, please let me know if I got that right, Antoine. Fun fact, Hank Brennan is one of 100 super lawyers in the country by National Trial Lawyers Association. Absolutely, I wouldn't be surprised. Murder by Maestro, how are you going to look at evidence? Yeah, so this isn't a traditional jury. You all can access the evidence through Google Drive links and your general access to a computer. Luisa Ramirez, if you want in. Oh, yep, Luisa Ramirez is in. Got it? Luisa Ramirez. Of course, Luisa Ramirez is in. Okay, so now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We only need 4. Allie 90211, I'm half convinced it's because you're biased, or you think you're biased, and half convinced because it's responsibilities. But I'm just joking. Hello, Hot Coffee Chats. I am a towel. It's great to see you. But yes, Karen clips coming up next, friends. I know we have other requests that came in, but we did it. We're working on these mock jurors. We got, let me just read you the list. This is quite a mock jury. Hello, Peach Pie. Great to see you. I love your username. We are signing up mock jurors for our mock jury in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. So if you're interested, it's not really a commitment. You just have to be here on the day of closing arguments when the jury gets its charge and goes into deliberations, which hopefully are on the same day. And then, ladies and gentlemen and towels, you will have the opportunity to go into a one-off chat room. It'll just be text chat. You don't need to make an account. No app required. You just use a username. You chat with your 11 other jurors. There's going to be a 4-person for each jury, and then you come back to us with a verdict on your own time. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's the list I have so far. Let me know if you were missed so I can monitor the chat. Hello, Laura Lee Smith. You are on the jury, Deafwater. It's going to be great. I have Marie623TX, Kim Cordeau, Alicia B, Christina, Eva, Colleen Henry, We Say Howdy Here, Rachel McIntyre, Irene Grillo, Rita P, Ange Whittick, Sarah L. Shenanigans. On the second jury, we have Deaf Otter, Tiger Lily Girl, Chastity, Artworks 2, Potentially Jew Drops, Jack D65, Sunny Eyed Girl, and Luisa Ramirez. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be fascinating to see how the different juries discuss. And you know what? We might even be able to, if you want, you can, if someone is willing to share their voice, if they want to talk, you can come on and do an interview. And don't feel any pressure, but one person from each jury can come on and do an interview and tell us what it was like to go into the deliberations. Oh, it'll be amazing, and you won't know anything about each other because it'll only be text chat, but you all can go in there, and then we can pick people from your group to, that's funny, Allie. And listen, I think a lot of you are going to vote guilty, but the whole process, how you deliberate, how you think about it, is going to be very interesting. And remember, Judge Canoni is just going to have read her instructions to you, so you're going to know exactly how to do it. Yes, absolutely. I understand, Colleen. So there's no way anyone will know who you are when you go into those chats. You pick a username. Don't use your real name. Pick any username you want. There's no app. You don't create an account. We're going to find a chat room that's just a one-off chat. You go in there with your 4-person and you just discuss. Only you all can get in. We'll have to coordinate ahead of time so you all get the link, and only you have it, but we'll do it. It's going to be great. Oh, it's going to be so interesting. The courtroom step comments, Peach Pie, I don't know. I think it's going to be a lot of documentary footage, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of Karen comments. That wouldn't surprise me. I think, Hank Brennan said that there were 44 Karen clips, ladies and gentlemen, that he had, and he was only played 26. Now, what's really interesting is, guess what? Don't worry about it, Macy. It will be even more fun when you get to listen to the other jurors, or listen to us as we wait for those jurors, our jurors, mock jurors, and the real jurors to go into deliberations. My username will be Crazy Eyes Karen on the deliberations, says Rita. That's okay, Rita. That is perfectly okay. You go ahead. You influence your other jurors. That's part of being in deliberations. And what we're going to do is, that's a good segue, because we've only been going for 7.5 hours. So this is a pretty, relaxed Sundays with Hank. But I think you all are ready for some Karen clips. I just want to make sure there was nothing else that folks sent along today that we were supposed to watch that I didn't get to see yet. So we watched the Katie McLaughlin one. Yep, that was really good. We're not going to get a chance to watch the Katie McLaughlin cross, but keep an eye on that. Don't worry about that. Oh, Colleen Henry, are you here? I think we have to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to do it.
Good night. Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Before we play it again, Ange, no, we're going to find a chat platform where when you sign on for your deliberations, you can pick any username you want. So if you want to just be Ange, that's great. But you could also just be Juror 3. You can pick a fake username. It doesn't matter what you put. You'll have a 4-person who we'll talk ahead of time with, and we'll make sure the 4-person is able to help you all get into it. And you're going to have to be on we're going to have to find some platform where you can receive a link to the chat, but you can make a fake email
email. We'll figure it out in the next 5 days. The procedure of it all, don't worry, we'll figure it out. But yes, you have to be able to receive the link, so you might have to make a fake email or something, and then you have to be able to go to this platform, and all you have to do on it is just type in a fake username or your name, whatever, and then you're in. But don't use your personal information if you don't want to. Get in the damn band, Karen. I bet Hank smells like cookies and freedom. Well, on that note, let's play the Call Me Hank clip again. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. I don't think he actually calls me anything. He's just like, have a good night. And then I'm like, you as well, Mr. Brennan. And he's like, call me Hank. And then I'm like, okay, sir, I will, Hank. Hank has a wife and kids. And from what I understand, Hank built a home office so he could be with his kids more during this trial. Also, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what happened after. Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, it's up. It's just I'm behind on my stream. I was like, what do you mean the Call Me Hank clip isn't showing? It's got to be showing. But why does it? Oh, I'm 5 minutes behind on my stream. But yes, the other thing is I wanted to tell you all what happened after that clip. So if you haven't heard this story, after the Call Me Hank clip, you got to imagine Little Towel is behind the camera, right? There's the cameraman around Little Towel, and then, or the camera people. Then I turn around and I just look, and there's Abby Patkin, towel friend Abby Patkin. She could be a honorary super towel. Abby Patkin writes for Boston.com in the Globe. She's sitting on like a little wall, and I walk over to her, and she's kind of working. You could tell she was like watching Hank Brennan come out because she was like observing, and we're going to write her story for the day. And so she's just taking in the atmosphere, and she's kind of sitting there on her laptop. And I run up to her, and not run, but I just kind of walk up to her like a little towel, and I'm like, Abby, Hank Brennan said I could call him Hank. And now most people, I think, if most people went up to Abby Packett and was like, Hank Brennan said I could call him Hank, she would look at them like, what is going on right now? But me, she looked at me with this smile. She didn't say it, but you could tell. She was like, oh, he's so proud of himself right now. And then I said to her, I feel like I won a medal. And then I just kind of walked away. I realized now Tal's a little weird socially because I will just do things like that. So I just walked away down the street, the sidewalk of Norfolk Superior Court, heading to my car, beaming like a little towel. If people had come up to me, random strangers, I would have said, Hank Brennan said I can call him Hank. You don't understand. I feel like I won a medal. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, it was a glorious moment to be a towel. Apparently some people really like Hank Brennan's socks. I'm not a big sock guy. I got some new socks today because I needed to get some black socks for my black shoes, but I'm not a big sock guy. I'm sorry to tell you. I wear very plain black socks. Sometimes I wear black socks with green stripes on the bottom because that's the pack of socks I got one time. I bet Hank Brennan, I don't know why you're interested in his socks, but one time I saw he had socks with patterns on them. I'm thrilled for him. I don't know why people talk about that. Personally, I don't really see that as relevant to the case, but if you all are interested in Hank Brennan socks, I am not going to deny you the opportunity to hear me talk about Hank Brennan socks. I'm a little befuddled, but you know what? I have come across more strange things in my life, ladies and gentlemen, than people who are interested in Hank Brennan's socks. Now, furthermore, I also think that socks can be a form of towel. Because if you think about it, what if you spill water on the ground and you walk over it with socks on? You might pick up some of that water. Ladies and gentlemen, I was just in the kitchen earlier today pouring myself a glass of water. Some spilled on the ground. I went to pick it up. I stepped in some of the water by accident that spilled. I said to myself, this sock is like a towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I think we figured it out. You all are interested in Hank Brennan socks because that confirms he's a towel. I put it together. It's a logical syllogism, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go. A equals B, B equals C, A equals C. Hank Brennan is a towel because he wears socks. Okay, here's the logical structure. Okay, Hank Brennan wears socks. Socks are towels. Hank Brennan, therefore, is a towel.
I did it. QED. I did it. Murder by Maestro. I don't know if you're here, but someone write it down. I have proven that Hank Brennan is a towel. Let me run through it for you one more time. Okay. Hank Brennan wears socks. Okay, I think that is, we can take that as a proof that is a valid premise. That's A equals B. Now, socks are towels. We've proven that because if you spill water on the ground in the kitchen and you step into the little bit of water, the sock will pick up the water. Socks, therefore, ipso facto, are towels. So B equals C. Now, remember, A is Hank Brennan, okay, and C is towels. So therefore, Hank Brennan is a towel. A equals C. We've done it, ladies and gentlemen. No, Deaf Otter, you don't understand. Yes, it is a little bit of 6 degrees of Hank Brennan-based towel bacon. Maybe the Chewbacca man-bear pig got involved in this. But I just want to point out that if Hank Brennan wears socks, then ipso facto, according to the rules of logic, Hank Brennan is a towel. Now, no one can debate this. Ladies and gentlemen, you will all be quizzed on this at the end of the semester. They will implement a new curriculum. It will be called Towel Logic, and the base of the class is how do you prove that everything is in some way, shape, or form a towel? And the only questions on the final will be, is this object a towel? And you're not allowed to say no or you fail. Okay, listen, I put it all together. You all should pay me to teach your college-age university student children, if you have them, about how everything in the world is actually a towel. Then there'll become this whole convoluted department of towel studies. It will become this phenomena. No one will really understand why this exists as a discipline, but it won't matter, because I will be doing it, and people will take my class, and the only thing you'll have to, students will love it. Imagine if in college you had a class, and the only questions at the end of the class on the final was, is this object a towel? And you have to answer yes to every question or you fail. Hello, Forensic RN. Yeah, okay, so, Steph, I'm absolutely happy to do that. I'm not sure if I should administer a test where every answer is yes and the questions are all, is this object a towel? But I'd be happy to help. Okay, Peach Pie, listen. I understand what you're saying, but I just won't put the Reed family on the final. There might be things in this world that are not towels, but they aren't going on the final. Only things, the whole point of the class is only things that are towels are on the final. So you have to say yes to everything. I have thought this through. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I have thought this through. Okay, Deaf Otter has asked if we can have geese and chicken in the class. Now, okay, so I am totally willing to do that, Deaf Otter, but there's a few things that makes me think about. One, we have to inoculate the geese and the chicken. Two, we have to inoculate ourselves against any possible diseases that the chicken or the goose might be carrying. So, therefore, yes, I think that we can have this, I think we can make this happen. Just be aware, the whole premise of the class is that you only get to talk about things that are towels. How do we go? Who asked me about something that put us off on this tangent? Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Listen, Forensic RN, I have a very important logical syllogism to explain to you. Have you ever considered the postulate that Hank Brennan wears socks? I think it's fairly reasonable. This is what we were discussing earlier. A lot of people, while watching the Call Me Hank clip, were talking about Hank Brennan socks. So I think it's reasonable as a postulate, a scientific towel-based postulate, just to bring Forensic RN up to speed, to have the postulate that Hank Brennan wears socks, because he wears socks. We've seen pictures, video evidence of Hank Brennan wearing socks. So, therefore, if Hank Brennan wears socks, that's A equals B. All right, you see where I'm going with this? Now, the next part of the syllogism is a little bit complicated, but I think you can follow me. Socks, in a certain way, are towels. Okay, now hear me out. If you are in the kitchen getting a glass of water and you spill a little water on the floor and you walk over it with your sock while going for paper towel, that means the sock became a towel. So therefore, that proves my second point, okay? So Hank Brennan wears socks. That's A equals B. Socks are towels. That's B equals C. And so therefore, Hank Brennan is a towel. A equals C. It is a perfectly valid, deductive, logical syllogism. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to just assert my point. Kim Cordero, you have a great time cooking dinner. You know, friends, what's up next. You all voted for it earlier. Now that I have fully analyzed that Hank Brennan and confirmed in a logical syllogism that Hank Brennan is a towel, it's time to watch the Karen clips. Curly Girly, you are on the jury, Curly Girly. Oh my goodness, that was an internal rhyme. Curly Girly is on the jury, ladies and gentlemen. I absolutely love it. So there's only 2 more witnesses to go, Miss Lisa. Great to see you, by the way. Only 2 more witnesses to go for Reed. She's not calling. Did you all hear the big news? Karen Reed is not calling Stumble and Mumble and Richard Green. She's not calling him. She didn't want to subject him to the Hankinator. She couldn't, ladies and gentlemen. She could not, in good faith, subject Stumble and Mumble and Richard Green to the devastating impacts of the Hankinator. Now, I gotta say, yes, Deaf Otter. Oh, hold on. We have a motion from Deaf Otter on the floor, ladies and gentlemen. This is an incredibly important towel motion. I have to interrupt the stream because we have to put this motion on the floor. Where does the inoculation of chickens and geese come in? Oh, forensic RN. So I have decided I'm going to teach a class in higher education that is going to be focused on identifying which people and objects in the world are towels. And the final is going to only be based on questions where the answer is yes. And if you answer one question wrong or no, every question is this object or person a towel? And if you say no to any question, you fail. And Deaf Otter said, well, can we add chicken and geese to the class? They seem to like towels. And I said, yes, but I don't know if it's safe to have wild chicken and geese around without inoculating us and them. So therefore, that's how that came into play. Also, by the way, we have updates from reporter Towel Christina. It's just I have to do this towel poll because Deaf Otter absolutely is entitled to a towel poll. Deaf Otter has put a motion on the floor, ladies and gentlemen. Towel motion on the floor. On the floor from Deaf Otter. From Deaf Otter. Can we call socks feet towels from now on? Nay. Okay. So there are 2 options, ladies and gentlemen. There is a very important towel poll on the floor. Deaf Otter has moved the motion. The motion has been seconded. The motion is on the floor. Can we call socks feet towels from now on? Now, I don't know which of you are horses and saying nay on this poll. First of all, how did horses get in this chat? And second of all, how did they figure out how to vote on the poll? Anyway, before we watch the Karen clips, we actually have updates from Reporter Towel Christina. Reporter Towel Christina, you're excited. We're excited. I am excited to show you all these. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are all excited because also Deaf Otter, the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe, has just moved a motion on the floor. It has over 90% approval. It very much looks like there's going to be a formal international declaration, domestically incorporated via the 10th Amendment, that socks are indeed called feet towels. Now, you might be utterly baffled by this, but I want you to just calm down, take it in stride. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have some updates from Reporter Towel Christina. This is a little shocking. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have liberated Randy. Reporter Towel Christina. Yeah, I noticed that. And Antoine. Yes, I think I'm also on the spectrum. So my brain, I also have a photographic memory, so my brain just runs through things all the time. But yes, I appreciate the question. I might be ADHD, if that's the term. Yeah, so. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, reporter towel Christina has figured out that Randy, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Randy has been freed. Randy has been provided a towel. I want to let everyone know that Randy is safe. Okay, now Randy is the crash test dummy, or whatever it's called, the doll, as Hank Brennan called it, that ARCA used. Randy is okay. He has been provided with a comfort towel. Randy also wants to let us know, according to reporter towel Christina, that Randy is indeed a towel. Now, this is wonderful news, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Forensic RN, you're so kind. You are so kind. This is wonderful news, though, ladies and gentlemen, because this means that we have officially confirmed that Miss O'Keefe has been told she's the mother of all towels, and now Randy himself is apparently, according to reporter towel Christina, a super towel. Aphantasia. Sarah Shenanigans. Aphantasia. I have never heard of that. I've heard of aphasia. And I'm not trying to prod, but you're sharing, so please, I don't know what that is. I'll look it up later, of course. But that is, I've never heard the term. Thank you for teaching me a new word. And that's wonderful. I love these crazy towel cast moments. Yes, Deaf Otter, I am thrilled we are here together. Okay, so hold on. I got to check your motion on the floor because I think we need a quorum of somewhere around 30 votes. You only need 2 more votes, Deaf Otter. Just 2 more votes, folks, on the towel poll. Deaf Otter's motion is on the floor. Should we refer to socks as feet towels from now on? And only 1 more vote. No, ladies and gentlemen, only 1 more. Deaf Otter is literally sitting on the edge of the poll we've hit a quorum. Deaf Otter, I am pleased to announce that after a quorum, after a vote of an official non-scientific towel poll vote, your motion to refer to socks as feet towels has passed. Deaf Otter, your motion has passed by an overwhelming 83 to 16% majority. Congratulations, Deaf Otter. Your motion has officially passed, and I am thrilled to let you know. Congratulations, Deaf Otter. Your motion has passed. Socks are now forth and forevermore called feet towels. It is a glorious day for all towels worldwide. Praise. Nope, we don't need to do that. I think we will just say, I am a towel, and thus basking in the glory. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Deaf Otter. The motion has passed, and from now forth and forevermore, socks shall be called feet towels. I do thus designate as such. And you might be saying to yourself, ladies and gentlemen, that is absurd. Well, no, it's not. It is not absurd at all. Look at that crash test dummy in a towel. He might actually have socks. I think Christina Towel got him some blue fluffy socks. That was so nice of you, Christina Towel. Where did you find socks? But yes, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. It's very possible that Randy was actually... So, you know how we talked a lot about Chloe the dog in a wig and Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? It's very possible that was all cover because the real operation was Randy, who was actually a towel, had infiltrated ARCA in order to undermine the Reed defense. Now, I know this is going to blow all of your minds. None of you saw it coming. It was the one arc that no one predicted. How would the Karen Reed defense see that Hank Brennan had managed to convince a crash test dummy who's anthropomorphized and named Randy to identify as a towel? And then furthermore, how did Hank Brennan convince this anthropomorphic crash test dummy who is a towel to infiltrate ARCA? And then at that point, how did Hank Brennan get this anthropomorphized crash test dummy who is a towel, who has infiltrated ARCA, to somehow then undermine the Reed defense from within? Just the number of steps that Hank Brennan had to be thinking ahead, ladies and gentlemen, and I think it all ties back to the fact that Randy is actually an undercover agent for Hank Brennan. Now, you can say, oh, hold on. And so I got a message from my family. You can say as much as you want that that Randy was not a spy. But the more that I think about it, the more reporting that reporter Towel Christina does, the more I am convinced that Hank Brennan sent the crash test dummy. That's why Hank Brennan was referring to Randy by his first name. Hank Brennan felt a special connection because Randy was an operative for the state. Listen, it all makes sense. We put it all together. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, I'm so sorry. I know. Listen, it's very possible that Randy, though, is a code name. So Randy is actually an undercover operative for Hank Brennan. Randy is working a deep cover project, probably for some kind of, who knows who Hank Brennan has connections with. Interpol, I don't even, it could go right to the top. The penguins in Antarctica, I don't know. But the point is, Randy has a pink slip. He's clearly an undercover informant for some kind of penguin-based international government agency. And therefore, Randy's probably not his real name. So you can take solace in that, okay? Randy is a cover name Randy is a towel, and Randy has facilitated the infiltration and subversion of the Karen Reed defense. It wasn't the confirmation of the end of the federal probe. It wasn't Karen being shady. It wasn't her witnesses being allowed to violate state court sequester orders by the former DOJ in Boston. It wasn't Karen's PR campaign or the money or Alan's Hollywood connections or anything like that. It was just a very, very simple thing, ladies and gentlemen. Hank Brennan planted the seed. He's like the Magnus Carlsen, although I guess he just lost. So he's like that new guy who's the Grandmaster of Chess or whatever it's called, Grand Champion. He saw 7 steps ahead, and Brennan said, if I just put enough of this out there, if I have the Reed defense thing, the federal probe's over. If I have them thinking it was Chloe the dog in a wig, who's actually Chewbacca, if I have Alan Jackson thinking about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, none of them are going to see that what I actually did was send in Randy, who's actually a towel, to infiltrate ARCA in a long-term cover project to sabotage the Reed defense 10 years before the case started. Yes, Karen clips are coming, Forensic RN, but we have one more update. Listen, if I don't get to go on my moment of levity, I get a little grumpy. But I do have all the Karen clips, all 26 of them. Now, yes, there is one more pick. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you heard the news, but I heard that Karen Reed, when she gets to Framingham, may have an issue because, ladies and gentlemen, some of the people that hang out there might be towels. Now, I'm not saying that they know any of us. I'm just saying that it's very possible that there are towels in Framingham. Now, I don't know any towels there, but think about it. They have to have showers. Do you think they just give them, even if they gave them a rag, the prisoners, that is a type of towel, ladies and gentlemen. So I think we need to just be very aware that reporter Towel Christina has let us know and has gotten the exclusive on-the-ground confirmation that there are towels in Framingham, and Karen Reed in an orange jumpsuit may have to indeed confront that reality. Oh, goodness. But you know we're getting Karen clips. You know you're going to get them. Oh, yeah, look at all those towels surrounding Karen. She's going to have plenty of towel friends. I know, folks. Listen, I don't know if Randy was qualified for his job, but those towels in Framingham, they look somewhat. Yeah, I wonder if Karen will write a letter from the Framingham jail. Oh, Chloe in a wig. I must tell you, I have been oppressed. Me, Karen Reed, I have been oppressed by the powers of the state of Massachusetts. Chloe the dog in a wig, you must understand my fight for freedom in deep blue Massachusetts. It is against all odds. I will bring down the gravity following, non-dog DNA based entities who have suppressed me. Yes, Chloe the dog in the wig. As I sit here in Framingham jail, I, Karen Reed, doth explaineth to you my quest for freedom and justice that do defineth the American spirit. I, Karen Reed, am clearly the embodiment of the modern civil rights movement. You should all look to me as your hero. Yes, Chloe the dog in a wig, I write you this letter as I am on the floor surrounded by towels in Framingham State Prison. This is my letter, signed Karen Reed. There you go. See, I wrote, you may as well call that Karen Reed, the letter from the Framingham State Jail. Oh, it was absolutely wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, Karen doesn't need me, though. She could pen that on her own, but I gave her a draft. Oh, that's so kind of me. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed will thus leave her impact on the world, and it will be known as Karen Reed's letter from the Framingham State Jail, which is actually a prison. There you go, towel friends. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. the tale of woe from the Framingham jail. All right, now that we looked at that hilarious picture, I got to get you the Karen clips. I promised you Karen clips. I'm going to deliver on the Karen clips. You don't understand. Oh, wait a minute. Before we go to the Karen clips, I know there's one thing. It's not the Call Me Hank clip. I promise we'll watch that again. There's something else we got to watch. It's perhaps even better. I don't know. We're not going to get to see Lucky again. But ladies and gentlemen, would we really be ourselves? I know it's hiding, but are you ready for this? Oh, it's Baby Lucky. Oh, it's Baby Lucky, ladies and gentlemen. How excited are you? Before we get the Karen clips, I know, Paula, but we get something even better. It's Baby Lucky. Oh, Baby Lucky, I've been so excited the past few days. All I've wanted to talk to you about is the Franken truck. So, Baby Lucky, listen. Can you tell me? Yes, I will look it up. Absolutely, Allie90211. Enough, Randy. Yeah, I agree. But listen, Baby Lucky, I have some very serious questions for you. I have been thinking about the Franken truck over the past week. I'm so interested in it. I know you get so excited every time you get to talk about the Franken truck. So could you take us, first of all, I just want you to take us a little bit through how the Franken truck came to be. And, just first of all, why are you on the stand in a high chair? Second of all, why do you, a baby, have a Franken truck? And third of all, can you tell me a little bit more about the Franken truck and what makes it so special? Baby Lucky, you don't understand. The people of the world are waiting for you. They have been waiting. They adore you. All we want is for you and your giggly little Baby Lucky voice to tell us about the Franken truck. This was a key part of the trial. If you didn't tell us, with David and Eddie's help, about the Franken truck, I don't think anyone in the world, Lucky, would be able to figure out this case. The Franken truck is crucial, ladies and gentlemen. Baby Lucky, please. I've delayed you long enough. The world needs to hear it from you directly. Please tell us about the Franken truck.
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out. It's called the Franken truck. It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific truck. It was a truck that was very uncomfortable at the beginning to use, so they try to make it as comfortable as possible. Franken truck has an air ride suspensions, an air ride seat, so the seat is raised so I can see over the hood, and I can see about 5 either side of the passenger side, driver's side. I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out. It's called the Franken truck. It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific truck. It was a truck that was very uncomfortable at the beginning to use, so they try to make it as comfortable as possible. Franken truck has an air ride suspensions, an air ride seat, so the seat is raised so I can see over the hood, and I can see about 5 either side of the passenger side, driver's side.
So good you have to watch it twice. Oh, goodness. That was great. Oh, little Lucky, Baby Lucky. We love you so much. Oh, now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you. Oh, so here's the D&E Pizza info. Definitely consider supporting D&E Pizza. Oh, Baby Lucky, Oh, it's Baby Lucky. It's Meta Baby Lucky. Oh, it's Meta Towel. That's me. And that's Baby Lucky. Hello. Oh, that's me. Oh, and Baby Lucky. Oh, very metaphysical. I want to show you this image, though, as we continue to think about how wonderful Baby Lucky is. I want to show you this image of Karen Reed that I found, at least to her and Henry Blue, this before we go to the Karen clips. I was tweeting like a mad towel the other day, ladies and gentlemen, and I went over to, where is it? Hold on. I went over to, it was before the Arco Witness, and I got this screenshot with a timestamp of Karen Reed tweeting, or at least Karen Reed being on her phone, and then a tweet going out from the Henry Blue account. Now, does this definitively prove it's her? No. But, like, she could be texting someone to send out a tweet, but it absolutely... Hello, Peony and Rose. Oh, I'm so glad I looked down in the chat. Susie Q, it's great to see you. By the way, folks, we need a few more people for the mock jury, so as I scroll down to find this image of Karen that I wanted to see... Oh, my goodness, how much do I tweet? I sometimes tweet a lot, I guess. Goodness, towel friends, I don't mean to tweet a lot. I'm just a little towel. Sometimes I act like a little towel. Hold on. Oh no! Hold on. Stay with me, little towels. We're still here. Stay with me, little towels. Everything's fine. Nothing has gone wrong. Your comments just need to reload on the screen. Hold on, little towels. I have to wait because I have loaded up so much data. All right, so I just wanted to show the image of Henry Blue tweeting, but I have upset my my towel computer. So hold on 1 second, little towels. Your comments are loaded up. Now let me just get back on here, and then I'm going to try to see if I can't find it here. I'm going to just search for it. I have a backup plan, little towels. I have a backup plan. Hold on. Let's just get rid of this tab. My backup plan, hold on, is not that. My backup plan is to watch the Karen clips. And while I'm looking for the Karen clips, I will pull up that image for you all of Karen and Henry Blue. So got everything working. Yeah, so I actually do want to pull it up. Hold on, I think I have a way to quickly pull it up, because I said, like, diplomatic. I said, like, a weird word in the post, so it's kind of easy for me to just search it. But as I was trying to load up, like, 1,000 pieces of data, my computer was like, okay, that's enough. Let's see, I got it. Of course I got it. Yeah, so it was, oh, I never would have got there. It was June 4th. Take a look at this, folks. You see that up on your towel screens? You see how that's a 9:44 a.m. screenshot on June 3rd of Karen on her phone? The Karen cam there. She's actually using her phone in that screenshot. Well, look at that tweet from Henry Blue, 9:46. Interesting timing, huh? Interesting timing. And the post I wrote, I have to show you this post. It's going to require me zooming out, but it's actually kind of funny. I think Karen the other day had been like, Grant, not Karen, Henry Blue was like, you don't know what you're talking about, towel, or something, and that you should issue an apology. And I was, oh, hold on, what did I do? Hold on, no, come over here. So the Henry Blue account was like, you should issue an apology. And so this was my response. I screenshotted that 9:44 image, and then I said, fine, I will provide a contrite and towel-like response worthy of your dignified diplomatic PR efforts. Hi, Karen. Also, on a general note, I like the book The Grand Chessboard by Zygmunt Brzezinski. Oh, I love swans towels folded into swans. I'm still trying to get over Rescue Randy. All right, while we're getting over Rescue Randy, who's ready for Karen clips? I know you are. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing better than Karen clips. Well, there's one thing better than Karen clips. Is Colleen Henry in the chat? Colleen Henry's running errands, but if Colleen Henry pops up before this next clip goes up, you know what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to get a very special clip before the Call Me Hank clips. But you know, oh, I gave it away. You're going to get a special treat before the Karen clips, but it all depends on how the chat plays out. There's a little bit of a delay before Towel sees chat. Oh, Bossy Texas Chick, God bless you. Listen, Bossy Texas Chick, can you tell me is there any copyright issues if I play the Harmonica Hank song? That was the only thing I was worried about, because I know it's AI, but I've never played an AI song before. Are we? Oh, you're so kind. God bless you, Bossy Texas Chick. Are we? Am I allowed to play that song though, the Harmonica Hank song? I have it queued up. I just don't know if I'm allowed to play it. So if it's cool and I'm not going to run into any copyright, I don't know if it's like based on a real song or anything, but if you tell us, we can play it. Folks, Bossy Texas Chick, I don't know if you know this, they make absolutely unbelievable songs, okay? And I have one of the songs up here. Oh, okay. It's made by Bossy Texas Chick. So I have it. I'm going to bring it up for you on Towelstream. This is a very special Harmonica Hank song made by Bossy Texas Chick. Now, I normally wouldn't do this before Karen clips, but we have a special friend with us here in Bossy Texas Chick. And who's ready for the Harmonica Hank song? It's not Hank Brennan playing harmonica. It is a special song made by our very own Bossy Texas Chick from their heart. And we send hello to our special Bossy Texas Chick Super Cat mascot, Bella. We send hello to Bella. Are you ready for this? Bella sits by the TV sometimes when Bossy Texas Chick is listening to music. So we know Bella loves music, ladies and gentlemen. But do you love music? All right, who's ready? I'm ready for the Harmonica Hank song. Now remember, this is made by Bossy Texas Chick. We are listening. We are celebrating Bossy Texas Chicks from her heart. Let me see. Hold on. So I got to make sure the music is, I got to select the volume button. All right, it's all the way up. Now here we go. All right, everybody ready for Harmonica Hank, Bossy Texas Chick? Now, the only reason I waited to play this is because I didn't know if this was based on a real song, so I had to wait to find out. But now that I have Bossy Texas Chick in the chat and I know we're good to play this, get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Bossy Texas Chick has waited days. We're excited. I'm excited. Take it away, Harmonica Hank and Bossy Texas Chick.
Well, let me tell you about a man you want to thank. His name is Henry Brennan, but you can call him Hank. In that Denham courthouse every single day, fighting for right in a special way. Usually defends the other side, then the Commonwealth needed his help. He just had to comply. Karen sitting there with her high-priced crew, claiming the police got nothing true. Says they framed her, oh what a tale, but Hank can see right through that veil. Special prosecutor, that's his role. He is worth more than his weight in gold. Now listen here and listen up, what we got today. It's a battle between truth and what the others say. Karen's got her lawyers 3 or 4, always pushing truth out the door. But Hank's got something they never seen. He can play dirty while keeping it clean. Listen here and listen up, you will see. This is a lawyer with integrity. The other side carry on and put on a show, but this ain't Hank's first rodeo. Listen here and listen up, mark my word. Even though the truth got blurred, listen here, listen up, not to those noisy boys. Hear Hank speaking in his gentle voice. Listen here and listen up, so easy to tell. The jury won't buy what Karen wants to sell. What Karen wants to sell. You'll see the difference when they brawl between those who stand and those who crawl. Hank's got backbone, steel in his spine, while Karen's side is all serpentine. In this high-profile mess they made, Hank will come to the O'Keefe's aid. In this old courthouse, walls have seen plenty of folk who ain't what they seem. So when you're wondering who to trust, when their fairy tales turn to dust, look for the one who stands up tall, even when his back's against the wall. That's our Hank, he's so trusting, but he ain't nobody's fool. He's smart, respectful, and so totally cool. Trial should be over by end of June. Maybe Harmonica Hank will play us all a tune.
Oh no, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm back. Thank you. I don't know, I was bringing something up for you, ladies and gentlemen. At the end of that song, I forgot to hit the mute button because I was so excited to bring something up for you. Hold on, sound is back, sound is back. So sorry about that. It was my apologies. I got so excited after hearing that song. How amazing is Bossy Texas Chick, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot tell you. Some of you were asking who made that song. Bossy Texas Chick is, oh no, the sound's going to go out for about 20 seconds at the end of the song if you're getting caught up, because I forgot to hit the unmute button. But more importantly, how wonderful is that song by Bossy Texas Chick? I wanted to tell you all how many times had I was telling you actually while I was on mute for just about 10 seconds. All I was saying was, Bossy Texas Chick loves making these songs. Sometimes her and I hang out on live. I go over to the live. It's just her, Bella the cat, playing music, and I listen. The songs are amazing. I love the Delta Blues. That song was even more wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. And I will tell you this, folks. Oh, my King of Kings is here. Bunny Bryson, welcome to the honorary towel fold. All I was saying while I was muted was, I have a video that is going to perfectly complement that. Do you know what we're going to get to see next? We loved that rendition from our wonderful towel friend, Bossy Texas Chick. That was amazing. I think Bossy Texas Chick is going to be beaming from ear to ear, I hope, for the next few days. But yes, please keep sharing. We love it, Bossy Texas Chick. We love it. We love it. We love it a lot. And then the other thing is, wait till you see this, ladies and gentlemen. If you were wondering, oh, is Grant going to pull up video of Hank Brennan playing the harmonica? Yep, I'm absolutely going to do that. I have video. After we heard a song about Hank Brennan playing the harmonica, I have a literal video for you, hold on, of Hank Brennan playing the harmonica. And you might be saying, there is no way that, Grant, you have a video of Hank Brennan playing the harmonica. Yes, I do, ladies and gentlemen. That is Hank Brennan. That is him playing the harmonica, and we are about to listen to it. And in fact, hold on, I can actually do, especially if I do it right, I can zoom in for you. The video is kind of zoomed out, but if we do this right, I can zoom in. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready to listen to Hank Brennan himself playing the harmonica? Do you think you can handle this? I don't know if I'm ready for it. Take it away, Hank. That man has got soul, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, hold on. Wait, you didn't hear the video playing? Hold on. Leslie, you might be a few seconds behind. Don't worry, the sound comes back on. Yeah. Hold on. It comes back on, Leslie. It only goes out for like 20 seconds. Sound comes back, comes back in 20 seconds, Leslie. But ladies and gentlemen, how good is Hank Brennan at playing the harmonica, folks? I mean, that was quite impressive. And then I also had a request. Some people asked in the chat if I could explain the towel thing. I absolutely can, ladies and gentlemen, okay? I can explain the towel thing. In January of 2024, okay, so a TurtleBoy fan, I'm going to bring it up on your screen now, named Stoop the Kid, said that my pronouns were towels. Oh, we're glad you're back. Yep, sorry about that, Leslie. A TurtleBoy fan said that my pronouns were towel. Okay, you can see Stoop the Kid there. And so it was, what, January 24th, 2024? Oh, Brian Riccio. I miss him. He passed away. Oh, God bless you, Brian. You can see here, missed that man. He was the person who actually caught my attention on the TurtleBoy tormenting of the witnesses. I was Brian's reporting. He was a reporter from the Revere Reporter. He was up in Revere. He covered the TurtleBoy element of the tormenting of the Reed witnesses. He is the person. He's the reason I got involved in this case, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Riccio, he passed away last year. Oh my goodness, I miss him, ladies and gentlemen. He was a good man. But you can, oh, I didn't expect that. I'm sorry, but you can see, Stoop the Kid said Grant's a self-proclaimed towel. Those are his pronouns. And I then said, okay, it's time for me to come clean and take out that mustache. I am indeed an anthropomorphic towel. The TurtleBoy and Karen Reed fans have cracked the case. And so there you go. Little towel in his shoes. But it's so hard. I miss Brian Riccio a lot. His account is at WTD WTDFDIC_hour. Miss him a lot, man. Yeah, may he rest in peace. He was one of the good ones. I hope I'll tell the story. I'll make sure. I cannot forget it. There, more so than anything else, the person who came to the aid of the witnesses first was Brian Riccio. Over the summer of 2023, Brian, if you think the works towels done on this case matters, I just want to let you know, it wasn't my mom. I didn't find out about this case because of my mom. I found out about it because of Brian Riccio on Twitter. He was talking about like Aiden Kearney tormenting these people or something. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And so if you look back at my very early coverage of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case, you'll hear me saying, like, I'm following the TurtleBoy developments because of what Brian Riccio has been covering. I don't really have a position on the Karen Reed case. I don't know enough of the facts yet. In fact, all I knew about the Karen Reed case when I first learned about it was that the timeline of her movements in that morning, like, it really confused me. I couldn't piece together where she went, when she went there. It was just weird. So I remember I was in my friend's backyard and he was trying to tell me these, like, the timeline of the case, and I was like, I don't trust you. Like, not that I don't trust you. I don't trust you to relay this all to me. I have to figure it out for myself. Like, not that I don't trust your position. That was a long time ago. But that person happened to think Karen was innocent at the time. But I was like, no, I can't just take your word for it. I have to look it up for myself. So eventually by, I'd say, I don't know, the summer of 2023, I was really paying attention to what Aiden was doing. By the fall of 2023, I was paying attention to Karen and Aiden. And by, I'd say, like October of 2023, I was very convinced that Karen was guilty. By November of 2023, I was very convinced both Karen and Aiden were guilty. And then by December of 2023 and January of 2024, I had put together that Aiden and Karen were being run by the feds to torment the Norfolk DA. So yeah, Brian Riccio is the reason I started following this case. So God bless him, ladies and gentlemen. And if this story ever gets told by me, I'm telling you, the person who single-handedly changed everything, although he didn't live to see it, God rest his soul, was Brian Riccio. Those witnesses, the state, the prosecutors, they all owe all the changes that came about, although it took a while, to Brian Riccio. He was the first person, oh, ladies and gentlemen, to just stand up and say what's going on with TurtleBoy is wrong. So, I mean, God bless him, ladies and gentlemen. What was Murder by Maestro? No, I'm absolutely happy to entertain your question. Yeah, that very interesting. I didn't pay attention to exactly which ones ended about Randy, which one ended with Randy on the floor or not. Yeah, there is a lot of depth and strange developments, Lady Leslie Mack. I agree. But ladies and gentlemen, you bared with me for that, so you get your reward. It's Karen Clip's time, ladies and gentlemen. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. It's the best possible crescendo. Who knows if Karen's case is going to end tomorrow? We know Hank Brennan's going to get his recross of Wolf. That's going to be wonderful. Brian was not in his 30s, I don't think. Was he? No, I think he was a little bit older. I think he had, what is it? I think he was older. I want to say he was a little older. Also, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the Karen clips, because tomorrow's Aiden Kearney's trial, remember, please consider going to Dedham District Court at 9 a.m. to support Lindsay Gattani. If you're wondering, how's Towel going to do it all tomorrow? We are going to be here. I'm going to be with you. 7:30 a.m., we're going to live stream everything. Even if the Aiden case and the Karen case are going at the same time, we are going to live stream everything. Yes, God bless you, Kat. God bless you for that. But someone was asking earlier, so is it really true that there's a picture of Aiden, like, literally in the bushes while Lindsay's walking out of court that day? Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Now, tell me, folks, does that look... since court is tomorrow, we're gonna do that dual stream. This is, I think, part of what's gonna be entered. But is that Aiden Kearney? I got this from social media. Is this Aiden Kearney? I think it was Exposing Manipulators or something that posted it. Is that Aiden Kearney standing in the bushes as Lindsay Gattani is walking away from the courthouse? And this was after, by the way, folks, he had been told to leave because she was there. Yeah, it's going to be a day tomorrow. This is TurtleBoy is going to trial tomorrow in Dedham District Court for violating a restraining order involving Lindsay Gattani. Aiden is trying to subpoena Paul O'Keefe into the case. Paul has raised an objection. After the Karen clips, we can look at that, but we will get ready for that tomorrow morning. Trust me, we are going to get fully prepared starting at 7:30 tomorrow on Towel Stream. You are going to get fully ready for tomorrow's dual hearings. There are 2 of them, ladies and gentlemen, 2 hearings at once tomorrow. It is going to be a lot, but I'll tell you, what are you looking at right here? This is what Aiden's hearing is about tomorrow. He was criminally charged for being in those bushes after he was told to leave the area because Lindsay Gattani was in the courthouse. So the question is, that he's in the bushes. I mean, it's weird, ladies and gentlemen. It's weird. Antoine, I'm inclined to agree. So, and then what's really interesting, folks, is that this, I don't know, TurtleBoy's argument, or at least what I think people are saying he's going to try to argue, is that for some reason he was entrapped. But just so folks understand the timeline of events, what happened was, it was 2/26/2024, February 26, 2024, outside of a Karen Reed and John O'Keefe hearing. Aiden Kearney, Lindsay Gattani was invited there, and Aiden's trying to argue that because Lindsay was told that the O'Keefe family wanted Lindsay to come to the hearing to support the O'Keefes, or to support Lindsay, and because the O'Keefes were told that Lindsay wanted to come to support them, that's somehow entrapping Aiden. Now, if you're wondering who would be talking to Lindsay and the O'Keefes and saying this, it was Kate Peter. Kate Peter was saying to Lindsay that the O'Keefes wanted Lindsay to come to the hearing that day so that the O'Keefes could support Lindsay. So Lindsay, in her mind, is thinking she's going because the O'Keefes want to support her. But then Kate Peter was telling the O'Keefes that Lindsay wanted to come to the hearing to support them. So the O'Keefes are thinking, oh, okay, Lindsay's coming to support us. Both sides but what both sides were told by Kate Peter is irrelevant, because why Lindsay was there is irrelevant. Whether she was there because she thought the O'Keefes wanted to support her or because she wanted to support the O'Keefes is irrelevant, because first of all, it's irrelevant to Aiden violating the order, but it's also irrelevant because after Lindsay gets there, Lindsay goes into the courthouse, Aiden's forced to get up and leave the courtroom, okay? Then Aiden stays outside and then goes across the street, and then at that moment, as Lindsay eventually leaves after the hearing, after Aiden's been told to leave, he gets pictured, it's actually a video, clearly within the 100 yards. Kate is Kate Mafia Masshole Peter. So why Kate was telling Lindsay, oh, the O'Keefes want you to come to the hearing to support you, and then Kate was going to tell the O'Keefes, oh, Lindsay wants to come to support you all, is irrelevant. Like, why Kate Peter was doing that, I don't know. Like, I'm sure it's going to come up, but like, why? That's irrelevant to Aiden violating the order, allegedly. It makes Kate look very manipulative, and I don't understand why she would have done that. Why she would have told Lindsay that the O'Keefes wanted Lindsay there to show support for Lindsay, and then why Kate would go tell the O'Keefes, oh, Lindsay wants to come to support you. It would have been very easy to just have them say to each other, oh, I'd like to come to support you. Why Kate Peter was involved in trying to manipulate people, I don't know. I do not know, but it's not relevant to the underlying criminal charge, and I don't know why. It just goes to show that like Kate Peter is weird, and that whole situation is weird. So, yeah, and Bossy Texas Chick, it's just weird. I think it's because, so it's just weird how Kate operates sometimes. Like, I think she has certain people she's allied with and certain people she's not. So she has like I believe she has a very specific incentive to make sure this case gets covered a certain way. And then like the details about the Sandra Birchmore stuff and the MSP unit, like that stuff doesn't get talked about too much in the orbit of the Karen Reed case. And then I also think, because I've seen it, I think Kate kind of like plays people. That's my opinion. She kind of has this ability, like I'm like this, like's going to come out during Aiden's trial. And you watch, folks, there are certain channels that are going to absolutely refuse to cover Aiden's trials tomorrow, because what's going to come out during that trial is stuff about how Kate, even though it doesn't affect Aiden's criminal liability, in my opinion, just my lay opinion, it's going to come out that Kate was being very manipulative for no reason. It was just absolutely no reason. So, yes, so what I understand is we don't know if there's going to be pool coverage of Aiden Kearney's hearing tomorrow. So we're all going to be tuning in, and what we're going to be watching for, ladies and gentlemen, is whether Aiden Kearney is his feed is going to be broadcast. We think it is. We're going to be keeping an eye on updates. I put in a formal request from the court for permission to broadcast the court Zoom for it to run, but we're going to have to watch for that in real time. No matter what, Karen's trial is coming into session. So, and so you want to know what's really interesting, Murder by Maestro? Did you know Kate didn't organize those protests? Like, she tried to take credit for it, but Kate was just invited at the last minute. So, it's really interesting to look into those, like, protests, but that was not Kate. The people who organized it would never take credit for it, but really, I'll tell you, like, Lindsay was one of the people who organized it. She never would stand up and ever say it or anything, but it was really Lindsay. Kate just tried to take credit for it because she's weird like that. I don't know. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think Aiden's facing jail time tomorrow, okay? Because Aiden's case tomorrow has to do with a misdemeanor RO violation, but it could become a big deal because if he gets a conviction or something versus a plea, that can really stack up if you get convicted on other cases. But Aiden Kearney's been fishing for a deal. Did you all watch the clip we saw earlier? Yeah, no, it's not. It won't be. It's a misdemeanor charge, but it's what you have to realize is that if he gets a conviction on a case before those other felonies move forward, that makes any resulting conviction from the felony way worse. And if we should watch this video from last night on TurtleBoy stream, because we had a wonderful super towel come in earlier. I'm forgetting their username. It's some kind of fruit or something. I don't know. But they were saying something like, did you see Aiden or the stream last night about Aiden and the mark is 111.46. So I'm going to bring up, I know you want to see the Karen clips, but I'm going to bring up this Aiden stream last night because it's actually very interesting. Aiden basically said on his stream, he was kind of hinting that he may be interested in taking a plea. So the way that he talked about it, it was very, very interesting. So let me just take a look. I'm going to bring it up for you here. We're going to watch it. Don't worry. I got it for you, little towels. I am a little towel. I am an effective little towel. And then we're going to watch the Karen clips. And then we have a full day together tomorrow. Things are going on, ladies and gentlemen. We are being busy little effective towels. We're working hard. We are not hardly working, I'll tell you, even though I sit a lot because I'm not doing that well. But it's great to be with you all. I got it queued up right to the moment, ladies and gentlemen. I got it queued up right to the moment, 11:46. Here we go. Let me just get it. Oh, goodness. I know you aren't going to want to see this face on your screen, but it's somewhat important, ladies and gentlemen. So let me just bring it up for you. How do we have it set up? We had that set up. All right, now let's do this. All right. There you go, little towels. Now, let me show this to you. So how interesting is this, little towels? All right, listen to Aiden Kearney from his show last night. Now, you let me know if this is the type of person who you think might be fishing for a plea bargain, because there's another quote I'm going to show you after this from a few days ago. But listen to his quote from last night. Yes, we love banana. That's what it is. It was banana.
Unbelievable how much he knows. That's why they got to call him. Period. Bob sends 5 and goes, Higgy is so lame he couldn't get a girl if he paid for a prostitute. Then his friends questioned his manhood while he was drunk. Okay. The Albert family rocks sends $10. Goes, sorry if this is a double chat. When will your witness intimidation charges be dealt with? Do you have any option other than trial or waiting to see if the Commonwealth makes an offer? We got a couple other options, but I'm just not going to talk about things for once. How about that? We'll just don't want to give too much away. So thank you.
He's fishing for a plea, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think he's said a lot that he doesn't want to go back to jail. I've seen some leaked messages where he said it would break him or something. But then let me show you this other video before. I know you want the Karen clips. I don't mean to tease you, but some of this stuff is very important for tomorrow. Let me show you this other clip Aiden Kearney said the other day on one of his streams. Tell me if this is, I have like 40 tabs open at this point. Tell me if this isn't very interesting, little towels. Oh, hold on. Hank and the WI charges. Hold on. What does it say? Let me go grab it from the chat. Hold on. Sarah L. Shenanigans. Give me 1 second. I missed it earlier because I was compiling all these different pieces of video. Hold on. All right. Let me open this in a new link. It looks like these are all the WI hearings. Let me load this up here. Oh, yeah, the Aiden Kearney phone data hearing. Oh, this is great. This was from when Hank won Aiden Kearney's phone data. So we'll definitely take a look. Thank you so much for this, Sarah L. Shenanigans. We obviously can't watch the whole argument right now. Hold on. What do we want to watch? Hold on. We're going to watch one thing at a time. So the first thing we're going to watch right now is Aiden Kearney talk about fishing for a plea. I don't know. Okay, we can think about doing the TurtleBoy phone hearing, but it's a long hearing, folks. It's a long hearing. If you want to watch it, we can. I'll do it for you. But yeah, it's a long hearing. So let's watch what Aiden was saying the other day. Sorry about that. Let's watch what Aiden was saying the other day. On his stream. What do you think about this, folks?
And, I thought I would love to go to trial. I would love to take these fuckers on. I would love to beat them in court. But if the Commonwealth came to me and offered, like, you'll never go to jail, but you have to do this in return, right? I would consider whatever they offered. I would have to at this point. So if I'm offered a deal where it's like you can have no jail time, whatever, thank you for that $10. I appreciate that because I did already win. And we're going to free Karen Reed. And who gives a fuck?
So... just break up the hearing in parts. Yeah, okay, we can do that, Eva. We'll watch the TurtleBoy hearing. So what do you want to do next? Do you want to do Karen? So if we're going to do the Karen, do you want to do the Karen clips now or the TurtleBoy hearing now? All right, so I think we have to take a formal vote on this. Hold on. We have to take a vote. Start a poll. Hold on. I'm going to do it. We will come to consensus. TurtleBoy phone hearing with Hank or Karen clips next. Is the TurtleBoy phone hearing with Hank? Yeah, I think it is. Hank and TB. And then the other option is Karen clips. All right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is a towel democracy. I will not be deterred. Bossy Texas chick, I love it. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are running a towel poll. Listen, you got to vote in the poll. Some folks are going to want Karen clips. Some folks are going to want Hank and Turtle. Oh, this is a fiery poll. Oh, it is a contentious poll, ladies and gentlemen. If you want your Karen clips, you're going to... Oh, no, it's the Hank and TB is pulling away. Oh, I feel terrible. I don't want to deprive Bossy Texas Chick of Karen clips, but unfortunately, Bossy Texas Chick, it looks like we have a runaway result. However, what I can do for you, Bossy Texas Chick, is I'll give you one Karen clip. I'm not going to deprive Bossy Texas Chick. We're going to watch all of them after, but I'm going to watch one Karen clip because Bossy Texas Chick is a Bossy Texas Chick and a towel. We've been going for a while, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully this argument isn't too long. I still have to go get my medicine for tomorrow. I have to get a lot of stuff ready. All right, so let's figure this out. Hold on here. We are looking for Karen clips. All right, let's see the latest version. No, I don't need that one. All 26 Karen clips. All right, you get one Karen clip before we watch the Hank and TB hearing. So here you go, especially for bossy Texas chick. Just one.
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
So, I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out, and David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability.
Well, there you go. And don't worry about it, bossy Texas chick. We got one Karen clip. Now I have the Karen clips ready for when we're ready. But, you know what we're going to do first? I got the Hank and TB hearing, so let me just bring it up for you, little towels. I'm a little towel. You're a little towel. Thank you so much to the super towel. I think it was Rachel McIntyre who brought this up for us, little towels. Let me just bring this up on your little towel screens here, and then we'll get ready to go. This is going to be excellent, little towels. I am excited. I'm looking forward to it. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a little towel. Hopefully this loads up here. Give me 1 second. Yes, so this is the prosecution case from the... This is the TurtleBoy and Hank hearing. There's some really good arguments. Oh, God bless you, Leafy. Hello, Wicked Uma. I'm so thrilled that your partner is a loofah and that you are a towel. Hello, loofah towel, and hello, Wicked Uma towel. It is great to see both of you. And we are going to watch this hearing. Oh, goodness. It's Aidan TurtleBoy Kearney in a pink tie, looking ridiculous. We are going to watch this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to listen to Hank Brennan. You love Hank. We love Hank. Let's listen to Hank.
A Commonwealth lawyer is obligated to obtain a Rule 17 subpoena to pursue or obtain other information available in a separate case. But these are a bit unique in circumstances in that I am a specially appointed prosecutor to Karen Reed's case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. And Judge Cosgrove, Special Prosecutor Cosgrove, is specially appointed to Mr. Kearney's case. Because of that, I have, from the beginning, kept a very strong line of separation between both Mr. Kearney's case and Ms. Reed's case. I have only sought information that's been publicly available, and that's why my motion cites a search warrant, an affidavit in the search warrant, and there are 2 pleadings as well in my motion that are on the public docket. And so what I learned is from my public reading and from watching hearings. And so what I know is that there are 2 phones that were searched by Trooper Tully and is in the possession of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and the information is relevant material to Karen Reed's case. The reason why it's important and relevant is that separately I possess information that establishes not only a relationship between Karen Reed and Mr. Kearney, but a relationship in where information, some of it private, some of it suggestive grand jury minutes, was passed purposefully from Karen Reed to Mr. Kearney. Originally, a third party was used, an intermediary, where allegedly Ms. Reed would send the information to the third party, would then be sent to
Counsel, let me stop you there. Has the name of the intermediary appeared in the public record?
I don't know that. I know that the attorneys are very well aware of that person's name. It may be, but I don't know that, and that's why I've refrained.
Let me ask you this, Counsel. Does the name of the intermediary appear in Trooper Tully's affidavit, either in the substantially itself or in the addendum A?
I will need to re-review, but it very well may.
Well, that's a critical issue here with regard to the purported relevance of the data sought. Let me ask you this, Attorney Brennan. Have the extraction reports that have been requested been generated?
I understand they are available to Special Prosecutor Cosgrove and that they have the reports that have been generated.
Has the underlying data from the two phones in question been assembled?
I understand that it has. I cannot personally confirm because I have not asked to review it personally.
Do you know the volume of the underlying data?
I have no idea because I've purposely not asked to see it or ask questions about it.
Okay. Please elaborate on relevance as it relates to consciousness of guilt.
Yes. As Your Honor is aware, consciousness of guilt is a different standard than trying to prove a case of intimidation of a witness beyond a reasonable doubt. What we expect evidence will show, separately and in Mr. Kearney's phone, is that there was a relationship between Karen Reed and Mr. Kearney, in which Ms. Reed would provide information indirectly and directly to Mr. Kearney. That information would then be reviewed by Mr. Kearney, posted on social media, and consequently was used, we believe, allegedly, to intimidate and harass witnesses. In the search warrant itself, there is extraordinary detail on how Mr. Kearney targeted witnesses in Ms. Reed's case, with the express purpose, according to Mr. Kearney, that this trial of Ms. Reed never go forward. We have a many-page affidavit that we have provided to the court. I can offer some of the most important parts if Your Honor would like.
Counsel, I don't think that's necessary. I've reviewed the affidavit in support of the search warrant thoroughly, and here's where I struggle. So the case law says the party seeking the data in question has to make a initial factual showing that it's relevant, not potentially relevant, relevant. That's the initial burden. So to demonstrate her alleged consciousness of guilt, defendants, don't the communications sought or the data related thereto have to only involve communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant?
I'm not clear on your question, Your Honor.
How is anything beyond communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant in this case relevant to her consciousness of guilt? Here's my issue. You have sought a broad swath of data. We don't know the volume yet, but it is from the Addendum A to Trooper Tully's affidavit in support of the search warrant. It calls for data including calendars, alerts, reminders, notes, text messages, pictures, or videos from April 1st, 2023 through and including October 5th, 2023. 7 months of material that ostensibly could include everything from meeting notes, calendar invites, texts, videos, things that have absolutely nothing to do with communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant. So how can the Commonwealth make the threshold showing that those are relevant?
First, this is a ruling with Mr. Kearney, so I'm asking that Mr. Kearney and his attorney be at the table. I'm not sure why we're being joined by Ms. Reed's team, unless they have standing in this.
Your Honor, we're a little confused, and I don't mean to interrupt the proceeding, but as we're...
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Of course, I'm sorry. Alan Jackson on behalf of the court. We didn't see which case number was called for this Rule 17, if it was Mr. Kearney's case number or if it was Ms. Reed's case number. We were told, or at least our impression in talking to Judge Kearney, was if this issue was going to be on our case number. I specifically asked that question at sidebar day before yesterday, and she said yes. The Rule 17 that Mr. Brennan's dealing with is on Ms. Reed's case number as it pertains to her rights. And the issue
is being recorded. Counsel, it has been called in this case, but I don't know that your client has standing with regard to this particular issue.
So the case number, I just want to make sure procedurally I'm on the same page as the court and Mr. Brennan and Mr. Kearney. The case number that was called was the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
00117.
Okay.
That's correct.
Then she needed to be here and she has a right to counsel, and we have a right, we believe we have a right to be heard on this issue because it does attend to her rights going forward in terms of her case. I mean, this is her case.
I don't know that that's, yes, it is her case, but what standing does she have to challenge a Rule 17 request related to documents produced in another case?
Because it specifically pertains to the prosecutor asking for information in her case to move forward, her consciousness of guilt, etc.
Those are evidentiary issues, counsel.
Correct, but
which can be dealt with at a later time. Those are, what you're suggesting are evidentiary issues which are not before the court. All of it before the court is a Lamprin hearing on material sought for Mr. Kearney's case. The evidentiary issue will be dealt with at a later time.
This is, and respectfully, I don't necessarily disagree that from an evidentiary standpoint or an admissibility standpoint, that can be dealt with at a later time, but the case should never be called without my client being here. She has a constitutional right to be here and to be heard, even on a Rule 17. The Commonwealth there's been Rule 17s for 2 years on this case, over and over and over, Your Honor. The Commonwealth has taken positions on Rule 17s. We've taken positions on Rule 17s dealing with third-party information, be it cell phones or text messages or whatever. I'm only asking that we be entitled to be heard on this issue, even though it deals with Mr. Kearney's phone and he's got legal representation. It also attends to Ms. Reed's rights, and it's her case number, and the reason the Commonwealth is trying to bring it in is to deal with her case, not Mr. Kearney's case. So she has to have a right to be heard.
Counsel, this motion's been pending for a week and a half now. Correct. I don't have any opposition from you. I don't have any submission from you.
We intended to submit oral argument as it attends to, and we're prepared.
Did you give the court notice of that?
We did to Justice Kearney.
Okay.
Day before yesterday.
And what do you propose, counsel?
The only thing I propose, I don't want to interrupt Mr. Brennan's argument, but when Mr. Brennan is finished, Ms. Little is prepared to address the court on the very issues that Mr. Brennan is bringing up.
I'll take it under consideration. Is there any issue, counsel, with the current configuration, the court, such that that causes any issue for any of the parties?
No, absolutely not, Your Honor. Again, I will step back. I will be a little mouse in the room. I just need to be in the courtroom. And once Mr. Brennan is finished, before the court makes its ultimate ruling, and once Mr. Bradle is finished, I think we should be provided an opportunity to be heard.
I'll consider the request.
Okay.
Judge, I have no objection procedurally. The counsel wants to join in my file. That's an issue in terms of the file. So just put it
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney.
Well, Your Honor, I do object. Ms. Reed's counsel and Ms. Reed do not have standing for this motion. I don't believe they should be sitting at the table for this motion. It's a Rule 17 motion of third party. She has no privacy interest in these materials. She has no standing to object, and she's not a party on the Rule 17.
Thank you, ADA Brennan. She is a party in this case, and I'll allow her to sit at counsel table and to have representation, and I'll consider whether I'll hear from her counsel concerning the substance of the motion and her
Thank you, Your Honor.
considerations there, too.
We appreciate the court accommodating us.
So, ADA Brennan, with the court's apologies for the interruptions, the crux of the issue, as I see it, with regard to relevancy and the Commonwealth's burden at this stage to show that the requested materials are relevant, involves the breadth of what has been requested. And perhaps you could speak to that and how materials that would be swept into this request are in fact relevant.
I understand the court's concern, and I've looked at Addendum A as well, and I've identified the information I think is relevant to the Rule 17 subpoena. So I agree the Rule 17 subpoena speaks broadly, but what is relevant is sections D, E, and F. Now, mindful that there was probable cause to obtain this warrant, which is a far stronger standard than what is needed for a Rule 17 motion.
Counsel, pardon me, did you say D, E, and F of Addendum A?
Yes. So if we look at Section D, there was probable cause granted for communications between Mr. Kearney and any witness or family members of witnesses involved in the murder of John O'Keefe to include but not limited to Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Juliana Albert, Michael Proctor, Elizabeth Proctor. And so limited, including but not limited, would suggest any witnesses in the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed case. E is pictures or video depicting evidence of intimidation of a witness. So similarly to D. And F, data evidence disseminating data depicting evidence of intimidation of witnesses of those same people. And so D, E, and F are squarely on point and relevant to the Commonwealth versus Reed case. If there is probable cause to obtain a search warrant, believing that there is information of those three categories on those phones, then I believe we're entitled because we'll clearly have met our burden of proof, not only because a Rule 17 is that it's likely relevant, much less than probable cause, but because of all the attendant information that we've provided. There is...
Hey, Brennan, let me stop you again. Would any of those categories include communications from Mr. Kearney with counsel from Ms. Reed?
No, I think those would be privileged. Secondly, there are motions filed in this case, not Karen Reed case, Mr. Kearney's case. One is the Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's motion to suppress and to restrain any searching of a computer or telecommunications devices. This was filed by Special Prosecutor Cosgrove. And in that motion, on page 5, he notes that the two phones that I'm seeking information from have already been searched. And he also notes in the motion that there does not appear to be any attorney-client privilege materials. There is a second source as well, and that is in the Commonwealth versus Kearney case, docket number 53, Commonwealth's revised proposal for examination of digital material seized. That's relative to the 4 phones that I'm not seeking. However, it's instructive because in that motion as well, it talks about the history, and it gives assurance that there are no attorney-client privilege communications in the 2 phones that I seek. And so, given the separate evidence that we have, and these are clearly witnesses in our case, and the admission by Ms. Reed herself, I do not have the video, but she was recently on an air broadcast on a documentary last night, the night before, and the night before. There are admissions that she was, in fact, providing information to Mr. Kearney. And what is notable is that she specifically reflects upon the consequence of Mr. Kearney's actions, which she helped fuel by providing this information and identifying the witnesses in her case. I do have a clip, if the court is interested, because it gives great depth and understanding to the intentions of the party in sharing this information. I have a clip available. If the court wants to hear it, I can play it for the court.
I don't think that's necessary, so I'll decline respectfully the offer. A.D. Brennan, thank you.
And so in light of the fact that this information was seized pursuant to a warrant of probable cause, in light of the proffer in the affidavit, in light of Ms. Reed's admissions of this sharing, and inevitably the obvious consequence to witnesses, this is relevant to conscience of guilt. The evidentiary basis is clear. I do not have access to this material if a Rule 17 is necessary. And again, I've filed the Rule 17 out of an abundance of caution to be beyond reproach. If it is not necessary, I will simply go and obtain the information on my own, but I think it's more prudent to have a court order. It's necessary before trial. I'd like to review the materials that are relevant, and I agree the scope should be limited to D, E, and F, not the entire phone. And those materials would be provided to Judge Cannoni in a motion in limine regarding conscience of guilt. Also, will dictate what witnesses we call at trial, which advance notice is important for both the Commonwealth and for the defense. It's in good faith. I provided both pleadings from Mr. Kearney's case, the search warrant, affidavit in support of the search warrant. I've offered videos of the admissions by Ms. Reed to the relationship. And so for those reasons, I ask you...
Signal loss? Really? Really?
Counsel.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, let's listen to Tim Bradel.
Good morning, Your Honor, counsel.
Morning.
Judge,
Tim Bradel, you are an idiot.
this is a Lampron request.
You're a
the
Lampron
case, and I know you're familiar with it, Your Honor. The purpose of the court's focus here, Judge, is on preventing unwarranted harassment of witnesses and third parties The focus in Lampron as well is avoiding unwarranted delays. So this search warrant was done back, I believe, in February of 2024. So here we are at the 11th hour, and the Commonwealth is throwing, last-minute bombs out. I happened to look at the Reed docket last night. It's amazing to me how many motions in limine are filed. The government's trying to try that case through motions in limine versus, the immediacy of a trial. It was my impression of that. So, we're now getting sucked into these motions here at the 11th hour. And in terms of a Lampron analysis, Your Honor, there's relevancy, evidentiary, meaning it has to be evidence. As you said, not potential relevance, but actual relevance. Not otherwise obtainable at trial. You can't prepare for trial without it. And most important, Judge, is that the application is made in good faith and not as a general fishing expedition. This is the ultimate fishing expedition, Your Honor. And I want to go back. When this happened, Judge, we didn't have a dog in the fight back then. As far as my client and I knew, they were going after Ms. Reed for communications with my client on this witness intimidation issue. Well, counsel wants to tell you that, there was probable cause in a search warrant, but then they took it to a grand jury, so we're past that. They had the two easiest forums you can have for a prosecutor. Sitting in the judge's lobby, shooting the breeze with a search warrant affidavit in front of you and nobody else there. And then they went to the lowest hanging fruit.
You, not me. When you say you, not me, counsel.
Right, not you, Your Honor. And then they had the lowest hanging fruit you can get as a prosecutor, going to a grand jury without anybody else there, crafting the evidence in any sort of way they wanted to. And thankfully, and it doesn't happen very often anymore, but the grand jury said no. The grand jury said there is not probable cause. Again, the lowest hanging fruit in our system. They couldn't establish probable cause based on this information. And I remembered when this happened, just sort of, not even so much representing Mr. Kearney, but just as a constitutionalist, as a person interested in the Constitution as an attorney, I saw this, I read the search warrant, out of the Herald or something. And I was prompted to write this press release that I sent out about this exact issue. And I went back to it, I looked at it again this morning, and it really covers exactly what's going on here. And in that search warrant, Your Honor, it's very clear that the government just wrote a 30-page short story about its efforts to try to find and isolate, and you have it in there, right, to find and isolate communications. And the government wants to criminalize communications. And if you look at my press release, and I'll submit it, or I'm just going to read a few things from it, we have in this Commonwealth a very special provision in our own Constitution that Ms. Reed has the right to present all proofs. And she has the right to fight any way she wants and talk to anyone she wants and communicate with anyone she wants and say, hey, don't share this. Hey, keep this between us. That's her right, her constitutional right under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights to present all proofs. So when the government cites that just as a bare proposition, she tried to keep this secret. She communicated with Aiden Kearney. Then we're going to make this gargantuan leap that she's sharing the intent to intimidate witnesses. So the whole thing is completely bereft of any evidentiary value, Your Honor. Just the notions that they put in the search warrant, and ultimately the fact that they tried to use it to get an indictment and failed. So that's why this has no evidentiary value. The relevancy is zero because they can't put it into evidence. And then further, Judge, as a practical matter, I looked at the docket. I spoke with counsel from the Reed matter. It's my understanding, and everyone's here and they can correct me if I'm wrong, the government agreed to not put anything in their case in chief relative to this issue about communicating with Mr. Kearney and consciousness of guilt unless it was, quote unquote, the door was open, which of course is sort of a proposition that is, out in the ether, and that ain't ever going to happen in this case, Your Honor. And so that adds to the issue of whether this is evidentiary or not. The government's already backed off. The government got a search warrant filled with nothing but investigative pronouncements. We took a trip to California, we talked to this lady, and they were communicating. All they say is they were communicating. They don't say, hey, let's really get that person and let's let's get them off of this and let's try to have that person not testify. Let's scare that person. Let's harass that person. There's no communications like that. They just have the fact of communications. And that's not evidentiary. That's not relevant. So, Judge, here, they just want to get in Mr. Kearney's phones. We're not concerned about what's in Mr. Kearney's phones. We're concerned about their bizarre interpretation of the witness intimidation statute that they will try to graft onto any communications in our client's phone, in my client's phones, Your Honor. So there's a few more complicated things, Judge. I feel like you have it, but I just want the court to be aware, having come into this case at this point, there's a pending motion to dismiss with Judge Doolin, basically saying that all these witness intimidation allegations don't cut it under the Constitution, under the First Amendment. So that's pending, number one. Number two, Judge, is this taint team issue. Counsel's doesn't have it right when to say that, these first two phones, we already got into them. So the taint team covers everything, all of Mr. Kearney's phones. So the fact that the state police snuck in and forged ahead and searched some phones before the taint team could get set up should not inure to the benefit of this Commonwealth. And this is a firewall type of a case with respect to a special prosecutor on the one side and the Norfolk County DA's office on the other side. A Rule 17 motion is absolutely required here, Your Honor. That's the whole point of keeping this confidential and separate. So the Rule 17 territory is entirely appropriate, Your Honor. In terms of...
Counsel, what's the legal import of the pending motion to dismiss in Mr. Kearney's case?
Sure.
How does that change either the relevancy analysis or the evidentiary value analysis in this case that I must make in the Rule 17 context?
Sure. So we expect Judge Doolin to come back with a decision that says all of these communications, maybe they're distasteful, maybe they're obnoxious, maybe we don't like them, they're all protected by the First Amendment. So let's look at the search warrant. They're looking for communications between Ms. Reed and Mr. Kearney. They don't even have that much. They don't have quotes. They don't have communications. They just have the idea that, they communicated. The fact that they communicated cannot be a basis for a criminal investigation and the extraordinary step of getting into the phones. A couple of quotes on the cell phones, Judge, just to set the context. This is from Commonwealth versus Onyx White. That is a landmark case that involves the notion, and the government is always pushing the envelope, Your Honor. That case was very dangerous. The government was trying to set up a state of the law where just because we all have cell phones in our back pocket, in almost every case, let's see in that cell phone whether they communicated about a crime. And it would have been an unbelievable expansion of government power to search people's private information. Thankfully, the SJC said, no, you need to have a nexus between the phone and the crime. And they cited some other cases in terms of quotes about cell phones. Just two quick quotes, Your Honor. The cell phone is a repository of just about everything that is materially important to a possessor. Documents, messages, emails, notes, thoughts, communications, photos, loved ones, information involving loved ones. The court should not view lightly what the Commonwealth is seeking here. Cell searches would typically expose to the government far more than the most exhaustive search of a home. So
I appreciate that, counsel, but at the same time, the phone has been searched. The data has been obtained by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. It's in it's in Special 88 Cosgrove's possession, custody, control. It's already been seized. 88 Brennan is looking now, it seems, for a very narrow subset of that information that does not contain the long list of materials that you just rattled off from the Onyx White case.
But it never should have happened. The search never should have happened.
That issue isn't before me, counsel. That issue isn't before me. The issue before me is what he's looking for relevant.
Right. What do they have? What do they have to set that up? They have the fact that they spoke. And the fact that they spoke is not evidentiary. It's not relevant. If the fact that they spoke was the basis, we'd be at Onyx White. We'd have the wrong decision in Onyx White, Your Honor. That just because people speak, the government gets to ferret around in their phones. It's a horrifying concept, Your Honor. That's really the crux of why I'm here. And the last thing I'll say, Judge, is that the fact that they got around the taint team we shouldn't just forget about the taint team. These phones need to go back through the taint team if they want to look at them. And on the taint team issue.
So basically, Bradel ends up losing this. And listen, I've been seeing some questions. No, I don't have to go. No, I'm not. No, I'm not done at all. Don't worry, friends. We're going to watch the rest of this. And there's another hearing, and we have Karen clips to watch. I just want to show something to you because listen, I'm not trying to be mean to anyone. I just think sometimes people present a persona online that isn't who they are. So just a little context here. We're going to go back to this hearing in a second. I do want to let you all know, do you remember that vicious rumor about Colin Albert selling drugs that was not true, was never true? I want to show you the origin of that. And listen, it's a little disturbing, but if you don't look at these kind of things and confront them, then, yeah, no, I want to show you this. This is incredibly important, bossy Texas chick, because this is the kind of thing that once you see it, you'll see what's actually underlying it. And I want you to notice, it's tactical in my opinion because I really do think that this was a strategy. Kate was very close to certain witnesses in the case and not others. So she would use certain witnesses who she didn't really know as kind of cover to distract the attention of turtle riders. And you may remember things got really bad for Jen McCabe for a while. And I think maybe people like Lindsay or Colin Albert were kind of useful distractions that helped less heat be on Jen McCabe. Now, Jen McCabe never did anything wrong. She's been completely vindicated. She Googled 623. She Googled how long to die in cold at 623 and 624. Everyone knows that. But for a while in like 2022, 2023, or 2023, 2024, it would have been helpful for maybe Kate Peter to go out there and bossy Texas chick. I mean, I'll show you this clip. It's very real. No one was ever talking about Colin Albert or Chris Albert selling drugs until this clip. And yeah, if you listen to this, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to hear Kate Peter planting a false rumor with Aiden Kearney in order to make Colin Albert seem like him and his family had been selling drugs. And you might be saying, no, I listen to Kate all the time. She defends the witnesses. Why would she ever do that? I don't know. I have no idea why she did this, but I'm going to play it for you. It's her words. You listen. You let me know what you think. So Kate Peter was colleagues with TurtleBoy up till 2019. She then kind of got involved in the TurtleBoy and Karen Reed cases in the fall of 2023. She worked as a PI at the time for this guy named Marty Kraft. I think she was kind of like actually investigating Aiden. It was a little weird. But anyway, she's hated Aiden ever since 2019. And Kate has caught like a bunch of criminal charges due to being around, or due to her involvement and then falling out with Aiden. She's facing like charges in 3 different courts, Leominster, Stoughton. One of them got dropped, Dedham. Some of them are felonies for witness intimidation. And this is why, to me, I can't understand why someone who would say they defend the witnesses, justice for John O'Keefe and that kind of thing, would then go out and spread this rumor to Aiden. Clearly the point wasn't to make a point that Aiden would run with anything. This started a vicious rumor about Colin Albert. No one would have ever talked about it if not for this one thing that Kate planted with Aiden. Listen to this. It's real.
This was 100% a fabrication out of my own mind. It is not rooted in reality at all. I sent this just to fuck with Aiden to prove that he does not vet information at all. He will run with any sort of gossip that bolsters his claims. And I want to prove this. So anyone who believes him should realize that a lot of this is getting sent out. I just went ahead and I emailed turtleboysports@gmail.com. I wrote based on a movie plot. This is based on a movie plot. You could do the same thing. He would probably run with it too. If anyone gets their fake stories mentioned by this schmuck, please email me. We'll have a prize for you. Listen to this.
Again, this is an honor. I don't know who this person is, but I'm just going to read the email that I got out loud. Bear with me.
Someone asked when this was. I think it was the fall of 2023.
Hi, I've been really scared to talk to anyone about this. And I know I'm not the only one, but I see you're keeping people anonymous, and I think it's important that people know. The problem that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe is that Colin Albert sells pills and weed, and John knew about it because he lived across the street from one of Colin's friends who runs Colin. Colin's dad knows, and sometimes the drugs go through the pizza shop, from what I've heard. The whole Albert family makes money from it. I don't know, that's that's what makes it a little far-fetched. Like, you're making the Albert family relies on marijuana sales and what other pill sales? Come on, that sounds. I'm just reading the email from it, and I don't know if his Uncle Brian knows or not, but I think he probably does, and explains why they're really covering it up. I have screenshots of Colin selling drugs because, sadly, I have bought from him before. Well, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
So interesting.
So again, this person asked for anonymity. They will be granted it. Yeah. Just to be clear, I have not said your name, and I'm not going to say your name.
Yeah, very trustworthy man.
You are
until you don't dance to what I tell you to dance to.
He said you're safe with me. Well, I don't want anonymity. I sent you that email, you dumb mother.
Yeah. So, that's nice, right, Kate? Folks, that was Kate, Peter, Boomer, one other person who I know who it is. Joking. They were laughing about the fact that they spread that rumor about Colin Albert. So I know that Kate, here's my opinion. Kate was trying to get the Netflix documentary producers who are making the Netflix movie about the Justice for John O'Keefe kind of movement and case. She was trying to get them to present her as Charlotte, like the woman who saved the internet from like this true crime story. And so she had to like finesse the story a certain way. Stuff couldn't come out about like the Kate doing that to Colin Albert, or in my opinion, what happened to Lindsay. Do you all understand that as part of the criminal investigation into Aiden Kearney, in January of 2024, Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction was taken by the MSP, and then by April or so of that year, a 15-year record of that extraction, including pictures of Lindsay giving birth, were handed over to Aiden Kearney by Brian Tully, Aiden Kearney's lawyer, Brian Tully, personally. An extraction of that phone, unredacted completely. You know what was removed from that forensic extraction, though, of the phone while in MSP custody? Text from Tully to Kate Peter, or Tully to Lindsay, and from Kate Peter to Lindsay. So, listen, I think there's something serious going on here, folks, with Kate Peter and the involvement she had in this case. I think Alex said it exactly right, which is that getting revenge on TurtleBoy was more important to Kate than protecting some of these witnesses. Now, maybe Kate wanted to protect some of the witnesses, in my opinion, but she did some horrible things to these other witnesses. And that rumor about Colin and Chris Albert did not exist before Kate sent it to TurtleBoy. So that's what I'm saying. It's so sad, and I'm not really Murder by Maestro is right. There are so many details about Kate's malfeasance, in my opinion, in the context, and misfeasance in the context of this trial, that I am only touching the surface because I'm not trying to make it seem to my towel friends that just because Kate told me to my face that religion is BS or stuff like that I have some kind of personal grudge. I don't. Okay, or even, do you understand? One time, Lindsay, Kate, and I were in Lindsay's apartment. It was in, May or June of 2024, right after Lindsay's phone got leaked, about a month after that. And Lindsay that day had on her own gone up to one of the Court TV producers and started making a connection with the Court TV producer. So Lindsay and Kate and I were hanging out at Lindsay's apartment, and I gave Lindsay, I want you to be able to see my face for this, hold on. And so as Lindsay, Kate, and I are talking, at her apartment in May of 2024, I said to Lindsay in front of Kate, Lindsay, I think people are trying to keep you from the media to protect Brian Tully. And then I wrote Anjanette Levy's direct contact information on a piece of paper, and I gave it to Lindsay. Do you know what Kate Peter did no less than 15 seconds later? She got up from her seat at the kitchen table over to the left, walked over to the island where Lindsay was standing, I was sitting. Kate said to Lindsay, unbeknownst to me at the time, Lindsay, go along with this when I get back. Kate went outside for 5 minutes. I thought she was vaping. Kate came back inside and did perhaps one of the most manipulative and cruelest things I've ever seen a human do in my entire life. Kate started Kate came back inside, started talking about a double date that she was arranging with Lindsay. Turns out it was completely false, obviously, and was telling Lindsay about it, etc. To the point where I stood up from the couch, I walked over to Kate, I said, Kate, you are a piece of S, go F yourself. I gave Lindsay a hug, I marched out of that house, and I didn't talk to Lindsay for 3 months. Now, if Lindsay and I had just talked in that moment, we would have realized that what Kate did was in direct response to me saying to Lindsay, I think people are trying to keep you from the media to protect Brian Tully. But can you imagine how manipulative you have to be to know that, like, my heart, okay, is completely committed to this woman, and to come in there and just like torment me into a reaction to drive me away from her by setting up a fake double date as a form of emotional manipulation? To do that to Little Towel, I mean, first of all, you have to really profile someone to know that, like, you can induce a reaction by doing that. Like, you have to really be a sick mind. And then to do it and to tell Lindsay to go along with it and to stage it. You think about what kind of mind someone has to have to do that. And Lindsay and I didn't talk for months after that because I was just heartbroken. I was like, how could this have happened? When we did finally talk, of course, we put it together and we were like, that can't have been a coincidence. And then she was like, yeah, she told me to go along with it. I was like, oh, well, yeah, she was a setup. Oh, goodness. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, and so I think a lot of what Kate's trying to do is mask her real personality as a form of, like, propaganda. I don't know why the Netflix producers went along with it. I think they kind of got, like, manipulated a little bit, in my opinion. I don't know if the film will actually end up looking like that. You know, Tal's got friends. You know, I don't need to be in things. I don't want to be in things, but I certainly got friends. And, you know, in terms of, like, why, or the psychology of all this, I don't understand it. I think it's weird. I think it's like I think the state police, that unit, or at least Tully enabled her a little bit. And, like, I don't know, maybe it was a thank you for, like, helping them understand Aiden, or, like, could do all his videos, but, like, it was weird. It shouldn't have happened. I don't know why. If you act like Kate Peter's good on the surface, but if you take like literally just a little time to study her, you'll find that there's like something really nefarious, very dark, in my opinion, to that human. And it's not good. And then let me just tell you one more thing. There was a fundraiser. It was so disgusting. There was a fundraiser that Kate launched for Lindsay one time. It raised $8,000 for Lindsay's legal defense. Kate started like stalling and wouldn't turn over the money. It was like $8,000 minus fees or whatever. And so like 5 days before a big hearing, it was like Thursday or Friday, Kate was saying she couldn't get this money out of the Give, Send, Go. The lawyer needed the money because the hearing was going to be on Tuesday. It was a Rule 17 hearing. By the way, that lawyer got paid in full. And Kate randomly says, oh, I can't get the money out of the Give, Send, Go. Do you all understand that a lawyer from the Midwest, some guy, I forget his name, lent Kate $8,000 on top of the initial $8,000 that they raised through the Give, Send, Go? That means Lindsay's fundraiser got $16,000. Okay? Kate did pay the $8,000 or whatever it was to the lawyer. But Kate never documented whether she paid back that other $8,000. She may have used that fundraiser for Lindsay to have raised another $8,000 for herself from this lawyer, who she never paid back, because there's no evidence she ever paid back that lawyer at all. Nor is there any evidence when the money actually got sent to her bank account from the Give, Send, Go, and whether that lawyer actually needed to lend that $8,000 to begin with. So that situation was wild. And then jump forward to the 2024, summer 2024 protest that Lindsay and others organized, not Kate. Kate then goes on 2 different Facebook groups and makes donation posts telling people she's going to pay for their lunches that day. Now, some people who I dispute whether they actually paid for their, whether Kate paid for their lunches, did say, oh, Kate paid for my lunch. But I have multiple people I talked to who were at the protest lunches that day in summer of 2024 who paid for their own lunches happily and were never told that Kate went and fundraised for them on those Facebook groups. So that's what I'm saying. Like, yes, there are a lot of people in Kate's orbit who are like, oh, I don't want to talk about this. Kate's out there doing good work. Nonsense. We cannot just withhold this information because Kate Peter happens to agree that Karen Reed is guilty. That's absurd. That's how institutional corruption happens. I will not stand by and just let this stuff. And if you think that it's just me, no, Murder by Maestro saw a lot of this stuff going down, ladies and gentlemen. It was not just me. There were a lot of people watching. And now if you were just to come into this and say, oh, wow, this is extremely overwhelming. There's a lot to this. I really, this is weighty. Well, yeah. It literally means that you have someone who's very like TurtleBoy that inserted themselves onto the pro-justice for John O'Keefe side for a litany of different reasons. Revenge against Aiden, I think, making a name for themselves, fame. Kate Peter's the type of person who would say, quote, like, you know, whatever Aiden was aiming for, you know, like, think what Aiden was trying to get out of this case. That's what Kate Peter wants to get out of this case. The psychology of Aiden and Kate, I'm not positioned to diagnose them, but if you think about the actions, just my opinion of their approaches and their mental state, they are two different sides of the same type of very dark triad personality, okay? One of them is on the Karen Reed side, one is on the Justice for John O'Keefe side. They both have powerful allies in certain ways, and they both like have this very weird controlling, like, you won't talk to this person demeanor. Like, I can tell you, like, Kate Peter literally will say to people, which is just weird, like, who would do this as an adult? You can't talk to that person. Like, saying, like, who would say, imagine how much of a manipulative, like, high school-esque, childlike mind, emotionally, you have to think you can say to people around you, you are not allowed to talk to X person or X person. Like, most adults will say to you, like, okay, child, moving on now, I'm going to go find an actual serious human being to discuss with. So, and that's why I think it's so dangerous. So, yeah, and listen, Murder by Maestro is on this stuff, okay? And it's not just me, it's lots of people who have looked into her, and a lot of people who might not feel comfortable. You're seeing, I mean, people will just come forward because the floodgates are open now. But for a while, there was this sort of, what would you call it? Like, she's very basic. Her like catchphrase comes from a fun song. So you'd call it like a basic wall of silence around her. Like, very basic people keep a very basic wall of silence around her because they're very like, they're looking for meaning in their life. And it's kind of like, oh, maybe Kate will invite me somewhere or to some kind of dinner, or she knows this person. But it's really all like cliquey, like high school based nonsense. And I think that is just, it has no place in adult conversation. It has no place in coverage of a criminal trial. It has no, God help us, it has no place in the prosecution or investigation of a criminal trial. It is the antithesis of what all of this should be. And I've said multiple times that the toxic clash of personalities that defined the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial for so long really came down to Aiden Kearney on one side and Kate Peter on the other. That chain is now breaking. The dam is flooded. It's over. Like Kate Peter, and I'm not saying this gratuitously, but like Kate Peter could stream across 7 different channels the same content in violation of a court order without permission to broadcast the Karen Cam, and still not reach the influence of the towels of this towel universe. And I'm not being braggadocious. There's no braggadocio here. Okay, it is simply a reflection of the fact that, like, I don't think people want that. Like, yes, she can kind of hide behind Kevin and Jen Coffindaffer, and I'm not saying they enable her, but I think they know there's more to Kate than is on the surface, and they just kind of are like, oh, well, at least she believes what we believe. No. You can only hide behind that for so long. People realize it. In the chat, in other people's chats, on other streams, people talk. They might be afraid to actually come out and say it, but, like, there's something there that people just know is wrong, and I've seen it firsthand, my opinion. Something is very wrong with her, and there's a reason. You have to have a certain personality type to work for TurtleBoy in the first place, and there's a reason she worked for TurtleBoy until 2019. So, they even got sued together in one case for something ridiculous. It's some crazy stuff. Yeah, and, like, you know, and Bunny Bryson, don't worry, you get caught up. I agree, Bunny. You're going to get caught up into some very intense moments, but I agree. We're going to watch the Karen clips. Listen, we don't have to watch. We're going to watch the, like, next 5 minutes of this hearing. We're not going to watch all 3 hours. We've been going for almost 10 hours on an off day, but you heard my soliloquy about Kate. But, yeah, no, elevate the process. Listen, I am not someone who would judge or anything like that. To me, it's an ethical integrity of the system issue, right? So you've heard my spiel before, every person in the system has an opportunity to either ripple out goodness throughout institutional bureaucracies or seed, like, evil or in badness, okay? It's those everyday actions and our everyday choices that define the type of institutions in which we function and get to operate in which the world is subject to. And that's very precious to me. So I don't, like, if this were just me saying I don't like that Kate uses certain words or how she trolls or whatever, no. Are you kidding? I would not even bring it up. It's because I feel her actions are fundamentally a threat to the integrity of the justice system. I feel that they're designed to prevent people from understanding what's really going on, and that's antithetical to the foundations of this public information service, which are to engender cogent public discourse by way of educating, informing, and entertaining the public at large, such as to ward off the usurpations of our representative forms of government. So that's really what it comes down to. I'm not passing judgment. I'm concerned that she is a threat to the integrity of the justice system. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's all this weird, like, I know this and I know this, so I'm useful to these people. Overlapping concentric social circles of influence are what's really going on. Before we watch the Karen clips, because we don't have to finish this hearing, Hank ends up winning. Let me just tell you, folks. Have we talked on this stream before about finals clubs at Harvard? Have you ever looked into them? You know, you kind of hear about like Hasty Pudding or Porcellian or DKE. You kind of hear of these clubs, okay? I think Porcellian's the most famous. You hear of them, okay? But they don't really exist, you know? There are 8 finals clubs at Harvard, okay? They are very, very pretentious places. They are so pretentious, in fact. Oh, Bunny Bryson, we are so glad to hear you. Well, so listen, Claudia, Kate does those kind of things for attention, and like she is like not a good representation of the Justice for John O'Keefe movement, and here's why. I'm trying to explain. So the finals clubs at Harvard, there's 8 of them. Like occasionally Kate might do good things that are like good things within the Justice for John O'Keefe movement, but the wider apparatus she's operating in is negative. So at Harvard, right, there's 8 finals clubs, okay? Now it's very exclusive. Presidents have been turned down. Presidents of the United States have been turned down from joining these clubs when they were undergrads, like 8th generation, like Harvard students, like very wealthy members of the aristocracy, like literally went on to be president and couldn't get in. The way it works is 8 rising sophomores each year from the Harvard undergraduate body get to join each of the 8 clubs. So you get 64 new members each year. So 64, 128, 192, okay, or something like that, 186 to 192 members in these clubs at any one time. All right. But that's not the important part. The important part is the form of how these clubs work. But before we go to the form, just so you understand how pretentious they are, when you go in, and you're all going to start to figure out that Tao walks in very unique circles. When you go into these clubhouses, first of all, you can't really even go into them. You might be able to go into like a bicycle room on the first floor if you are a guest. But if you are not like somebody, if you are not a member of those clubs or an alumni or a donor, you are not going in there. But you get up to the second floor, right? You are not allowed to look out the window. And you might say to yourself, why would you not be able to look out the window? Because they're not allowed to let their eyes rest on commoners. So do you know what happens if they want to look out the window in those finals clubs? They have to sit in a chair looking at a mirror on the wall that looks out the window, because then technically they aren't resting their eyes, their gaze on commoners. Okay? Now, of these 8 finals clubs, there is an inner circle finals club. It's very hard to find information about it. The only reason I found out this is because I went to the Harvard Rare Books Library because I wanted to read some of the I wanted to read some of the Aristotle in the original ancient Greek, and the only place you can read some of those texts is in the Rare Book Library in Harvard, which is like underground in like a plaza next to Widener. It's like this, it's very hard to get to. You have to be a scholar, you have to get permission. It's very hard to go to. But I went there one time because I wanted to read some of the Aristotle. I think it was Aristotle in the original ancient Greek. It was a very, very interesting experience. I don't know how I got in there. But anyway, one of the books that I ended up getting access to while doing some other research there is a book about finals clubs at Harvard that's definitely not available publicly. And what I learned in that book is that there's an inner circle finals club called Delta Kappa Epsilon. Now, if you just look up DKE, it looks like it's just some like fraternity in Cambridge that's not associated with Harvard, really. But it's not. It's something way more intense. It is an inner circle club of the other 8 finals clubs. And what I mean by that is each of the presidents of the finals clubs of Harvard belong to this inner circle club, which is not technically a finals club. It's kind of like a civic association or something, but its only members are the 8 presidents of the 8 finals clubs at Harvard, and then probably all the alumni who were previous presidents of the 8 finals clubs at Harvard. This inner circle group, okay, is in this dynamic of overlapping concentric rings of influence is how soft power functions in the real world. Those 8 people make their decisions and set their policy and whatever, and then they go out to their smaller finals clubs, and they're the presidents, so they set the terms. And that is, now whether it's a symbiotic thing, I think it kind of goes back to like British kind of like aristocratic tradition. So whether like the way diplomacy works domestically in the United States and politics and soft power and all that, whether it's symbiotic and it emerged from the finals clubs at Harvard, or whether Harvard finals clubs mirrored an existing aristocratic power structure that was always latent within the American Republic, is kind of an open question. But what's more important to understand about this is that the way Kate and Aiden work is they're kind of like they're on like the dumbed down version of that. They're like the public facing sort of proxies of that larger apparatus. Aiden has his connections, Kate has her connections. There are overlapping concentric social circles of influence that move behind the scenes. That's what real power is in America. There's a reason why you don't know the name of the guy who owns the Empire State Building. His name's Tony Malkin. His wife is named Shelley. She comes from Belco Petro money or something like that. Anyway, real power moves in plain sight. They use proxies. Fame is a degraded form of influence, and people like Kate and Aiden Kearney are kind of like useful lemmings for the actual powers that be. So when you're looking at people like Kate and Aiden, you always have to be asking, like, who are they a useful tool for? And then you can deconstruct what's actually, or reconstruct what's actually going on, cut through the noise, and piece together some semblance of the truth. But figuring out who those operatives are is very difficult, because the good one, like Kate and Aiden, that's child's play. I sniffed that out in like 3 months. Are you kidding me? Like they couldn't hide what they were doing if their life depended on it. Oh my goodness! Like especially like online, they maybe can hide it a little, but you get in and around both of them, you can read their souls. They are not effective operators at all, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion. They are like low-level state intelligence operatives who like they're one step above like a guy who like got caught up in an investigation, flipped, and like gets a little protection instead of doing a full term. You know, they're one step above that in the sense that they have somewhat of the intelligence needed to cultivate a very basic public platform. You think they have big platforms. I mean, yeah, Aiden has more supporters than Kate by a lot, but it's a very small niche world. You know, it doesn't really get outside of that. It never really goes beyond their very small network. So for Kate, it's always the same amount of views per stream. It's always the same for Aiden. Aiden's bigger than Kate comparatively, but that's the only reason they're one level above what would just be like a run-of-the-mill informant, like just another person helping. They are somewhat savvy at technology. They know how to troll. They know how to meme, etc., etc. Now, what makes it, but what that opens the door to, and what I don't think that Kate, Peter, and Aiden understand is like the actual powers that be. Like, you may think that you're talking to like the guy in the room or the woman in the room, whatever. You're not. Like, your power structure, like, you are one rung on one part of one small apparatus. Have you ever thought about how the Manhattan Project was implemented across Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and Los Alamos in a compartmentalized format so that people would go into Oak Ridge, they would go into work at Oak Ridge, they would put a punch card into a computer over and over again. They had no idea what they were doing, and they had no idea what project they were working on. That is how the domestic security state works, whether at the federal or the state level. It's way more rudimentary on the state level because they don't have as many resources and they don't really understand how to do, or at least what the feds are doing in terms of compartmentalization with confidentiality. If you have people working on a project, the best way to get them to be completely free of causing you any threat if you are operating them as a proxy is if they don't know who they're working for and if they don't know what they're doing, ideally. So you have them segmented into very small compartments where they never see the larger project. And even people like Kate and Aiden who think as they see like behind the curtain, the next rung up, that that's the power structure. It's not. Those people are just working for somebody else who's working for somebody else who's working for somebody else. And if you don't actually understand what you get involved with, you get eaten alive. I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, I think it's just a very important thing to understand about this case and the dynamics surrounding this case, and how, not just how it became so pernicious and toxic, but how people like Aiden Kearney and Kate Peter can come to represent listen, do not take this as me saying that they are members, they are going to like the Breckenridge dinner or going to Bohemian Grove. No, not at all. This is very rudimentary. This is child's play. Hank Brennan is literally eating them alive. If Hank Brennan wanted to eat Kate Peter alive too, he probably could, just for fun. But it's child's play. But what it's hinting at are tactics that are very common in intelligence community circles. Now, intelligence community circles does not mean what you think it means. It can literally mean like local police, state police, federal, whatever. That's how the intelligence community works. If you've never learned about this, like the way police function is through these overlapping task forces, local, state, federal, etc. But anyway, to bring this all back, that's why Brian Higgins had an office at the Canton PD. He was clearly on a joint task force running out of Canton. He was actually an undercover ATF agent whose cover was blown because of Karen's PR campaign. But anyway, Aiden Kearney and Kate Peter represent a very rudimentary form of this, these tactics. But they're like handlers. Oh yeah, those people, they aren't the actual like power players. Like, I don't even think Morrissey and some of these like people like Tully and them, even like the feds who were involved in investigating Birchmore, etc. I don't think they're the power players, but I think we're touching on the power structures. Like then you're really starting to get close to the higher levels. So when I talk about like Rachel Rollins and the race between Markey and Joe Kennedy Jr. and the Biden White House, like, I'm not kidding. Like that, then it really starts to get to the top. But if you think for 1 second that Aiden Kearney or Kate Peter had any idea the full scope of what they were involved with as to the proxy battle between the DOJ and the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and probably the wider institution of the state police, you have no idea what you're talking about. Like that, they had no idea. They were completely played the entire time. I don't even think Karen had any idea what was going on, really. I think she was played as well. It was all part of this larger gambit between this chess match, long-running chess match between the Norfolk DA and the Boston DOJ. And by the way, did you all notice the very subtle news about how 6 different investigations by the DOJ into police misconduct were dropped over the past few weeks? And do you think it's any coincidence that Leah Foley announces the end of the federal probe, tips Hank Brennan off to the ARCA hidden payments and contacts with that just the top of the invoice that she released to him through a TUI request, never had been released before? Do you think it's any coincidence that Josh Levy, within a few months of leaving office as U.S. attorney, is suing President Trump on behalf of Harvard? Yeah, no, ladies and gentlemen, this is high-level power politics. And come on, I mean, in some sense, I don't think anyone in the apparatus of this was surprised that, first of all, that I put this together very quickly. I don't think anyone was surprised at that. But more so that I was the person to do this. I don't think there was anyone really surprised at that, because these are the circles I move in, very obviously. From the very beginning, if you paid attention to this case, it was clear that the reason I was able to put it together was because I've moved in very high-level circles, and I was able to just go to people and be like, okay, I need to find out what's actually going on, and they would tell me. And so, I was trying to tell people, like, I cannot tell you exactly, but just trust me, I know that I'm right about all this. I need to parse out the details. And it's because when you move in these circles, real power hides in plain sight. They would be completely ineffective, like our security state, the aristocratic structure that exists in America. All of that would be completely ineffective, ladies and gentlemen, if it operated in plain sight. So these proxies, these fall people, whatever, they are very common. This is what, if anything, if you want my really ground level opinion on this whole thing, I think the security state looks at this case as an embarrassment. An absolute, yes, no, it wasn't that Murder by Maestro. It was, the DOJ, the old DOJ in Boston allowed ARCA witnesses to violate Judge Cannoni's sequester order during the first trial. And again, all part of this political proxy war. But if you want my bottom line sort of analysis about this case, I think it's embarrassing to the intelligence community. I think the old DOJ in Boston under Levy and Rollins and Chow did run an operation using TurtleBoy and Aiden Kearney. But what they did was they exposed FBI tactics by running that op because I figured it out. They know. I'm telling you, they know. When I walked into that office, did you all ever see me ask a question to Josh Levy at the federal press conference? Can I show you the clip? Look into this man's eyes and tell me whether you think he doesn't look down. Now, the question was about Tanya Fernandez Anderson, the Boston City Councilor who got arrested. But look into this man's eyes and tell me whether or not you think that this man doesn't look down. This was about 2024. Late 2024, and tell me that this man does not recognize Little Towel. He clearly looks down and is like, oh my God, that is that Little Towel. Like, they know. I'm telling you, they know. And they were pissed that I figured it out because it really did expose something that should not have been exposed. And I tried to, I don't know why they wouldn't listen. I tried to explain that they were tipping their hand and they should have not used, neither side should have used the operatives that they did. But I want to show you this federal press. I want to show you the first question I ever asked at a press conference. It was kind of like, it was bold. Murder by Maestro, have you ever seen this? Did you know I asked Josh Levy a question directly? I don't know if you, I am fearless. I will go into the Department of Justice if I have a question. This was about a different case, but I will just ask. Like, I'm not afraid. I did it. You want to see me do it? It's cool. These allegations seem eerily similar to the type of bonus and kickback scheme in the Correa case. How concerned are you about this behavior being endemic in the Commonwealth?
I guess I would answer that by saying when we get tips or information about misconduct, whether it's in public corruption or other spaces, we pursue it, we investigate it. I have no information that's endemic, but I echo, especially the Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Keller, comments that we want to receive information from the public if they have other information in this type of conduct, but I would not characterize anything as endemic at this point.
Are you seeking more?
These allegations. Now tell me, what did you think? I don't think he looked very pleased to see me. That man was like, oh, that is that towel. He cleared his throat. He was like, oh no, it's towel. It was. We're going to watch Karen clips, by the way, now, because that's going to be our close. I think around 10 hours is good for today, but we're going to do Karen clips. But yes, I mean, what did you think, ladies and gentlemen? Like, you look at that man. He knows it's me. And he's like, oh no, who let towel in here? Yeah, he was like, he was like, how did he get in here? He was just befuddled. How did he talk his way in here? I can literally talk my way in almost anywhere. You don't understand, ladies and gentlemen. I literally show up places and I'm like, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and the people are just like, oh my God, that Grant Smith Ellis. One time I called it, Yep, exactly. But one time I called, they're not Susie Q. It's just the FKR people just trolled. None of them are being watched by the FBI. It's none of the witnesses. It's just trolling. But, you know, it just, you can see it in his eyes. He's like, how did this man get in this room? Why is this man asking me these questions? So generally, Antoine, I don't work for the government. I have no connection. But just generally, anyone who even says the words like, I have communicated with the federal government, like, you shouldn't do things to them because there's like I'm not a lawyer, or you're a lawyer, there's not legal advice. There's like very specific statutes that apply in that context. Yeah, you know, it like, yeah. Yeah, it was he did not, he looked down and he was like, that is that towel. He figured it out. He figured me out. But he was more like, how did he get in here? But all I really have to do, one time I called into Boston Public Radio with Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan, and I was like, hi, Jim, it's Grant Smith Ellis. And he was like, wait, the Grant Smith Ellis? And I was like, oh my goodness. Yes, that Grant Smith Ellis. So yeah, sometimes I just show up, people. Well, Wicked Uma, we can't finish. There isn't really more to it. We can watch we'll watch the very end of the first. Then we'll watch the Karen clips, and then I gotta go because I still have to go before 10 o'clock. I have to go buy Eastern. I have to go buy my medicine, and I have to get ready for tomorrow. And I can't leave the chair tomorrow all day, so I have to get all my errands done today. I have to get my medicine. I have to get like 4 drinks for tomorrow, like liquid. I have to get water bottles. I have to get 2 energy drinks. I have to get a bunch of snacks. So I got to do that all before 10 p.m. So we have time. We can watch a little bit of the end. We're just going to watch until the end. We're not doing the Judge Canoni part, just the Judge Stitsky part, okay? That's all we're doing because Wicked Uma requested it. Yeah, no, I'm going, Wicked Uma, don't worry. I have 5 more hours. I'm not going to forget them. I'm only getting them now because I can't get them tomorrow because I have to spend all my day with you, which I'm so excited for. I am not going to get a big dog. My mom's allergic. I also live with, I live with most of the time my family, although she does travel. But no, I'm a little towel. The brave little towel. Yes, I am. I agree with you, Susie Q. Absolutely wrong for anyone to have dragged Colin into this. But yes, let's watch the end of this section of Hank's argument. Then we'll watch the Karen clips. Then we're going to get ready for tomorrow. We don't have to do a recap today. Oh, look at me frozen. Oh, that's hilarious. We don't have to do a recap today, though. So they consider this our recap. All right, I can still talk with you as we get ready to watch this. All right, keep talking, Bradle. Wicked Uma wants to hear the end. We get Hank again.
Dude, there's more litigation to be done where the court already allowed scrutiny of the phones by a taint team for attorney-client privilege information. And my client at the time had many civil and other cases going on at the time. So Attorney Cosgrove's statement, there's no attorney-client privileged information in the phone is ridiculous. There's a ton of it. We're also asking right now, Your Honor, for the taint team to scrutinize the phones for, we're going to ask for husband-wife communication.
Counsel, you're not asking?
No, not you, just so you know what's out there. I just want you to know what's out there.
I understand.
We're asking for husband-wife communications. We're asking for the journalist source materials, of which there's a plethora. We're asking that those be scrutinized by the taint team and all that stuff be taken out. So the taint team issues are still in flux. You know, the fact that they did this, the court should deny this, Judge, just on the fact that this is an 11th hour request. If you look at Lampron, it talks all about undue delay. They had this back in February of 24, and here we are now on the eve of trial on their case. So for all these reasons, Judge, we object. This is a gross invasion of privacy. It's a fishing expedition. There is no hook that they have to say we will find something criminal in those phones. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. So, ADA Brennan, before I hear from you any further in response, I am going to hear from counsel for the defendant in this case.
It's going to be Attorney Elizabeth Little, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, appearing on behalf of Ms. Reed. First, I just wanted to thank Your Honor for allowing us to be present and to be heard on this issue. The defense joins in Mr. Bradle's request in opposition to this Rule 17 motion. There's just 2 very brief points that I wanted to address that I don't believe were addressed by Attorney Cosgrove. Your Honor, if you take a look... Attorney Bradle. Apologies, Your Honor.
It's a lot of work.
There are. Your Honor, the Commonwealth's affidavit in support of the Rule 17 is facially deficient as to both elements 3 and 4 of Lampron. The Commonwealth does not include a single fact in the affidavit to show that it cannot properly prepare for trial without the production of this evidence. So just on that basis alone, the Rule 17 is deficient. That's the same with regard to element 4. If the court looks closely at the affidavit that was filed in support of the Rule 17 motion, the Commonwealth is required to show that this is not a fishing expedition. The Commonwealth, again, does not set forth a single fact or even a conclusory allegation as to element 4. And that's because the Commonwealth knows full well that a grand jury has already rejected the Commonwealth's claims that Ms. Reed was somehow engaged in witness intimidation with Mr. Kearney. And on that basis, because it's facially deficient, this has to be denied. We therefore respectfully request that the court deny this Rule 17 motion.
Thank you, counsel. ADA Brennan, I'll hear from you in response briefly.
I think most importantly, the parties are conflating two issues. Whether there is probable cause or beyond a reasonable doubt to convict a person of intimidation of witness and the relevance to consciousness of guilt. It's two separate assessments. It is true there was a no bill, and it is true that there is litigation in Mr. Kearney's case, but these phones are in the possession of the district attorney's office. The information is available. It's been represented. There's no attorney-client privilege. There is nothing to slow down or stop the availability of the information. It is relevant for the judge in Commonwealth v. Reed to assess whether or not this information establishes consciousness of guilt. That is the issue, not the complaints or the concerns or the personal opinions, the constitutional prowess of Mr. Brado. It is this reflective of consciousness of guilt?
And Brennan, on that issue, on the consciousness of guilt issue, there was some suggestion there was an agreement that the Commonwealth was not intending to pursue introduction of evidence concerning that issue unless...
That is not entirely accurate. There was a motion filed by the defense, and they were concerned that when they were cross-examining witnesses in this case, that at the past trial that I was not at, the witnesses then offered to the jury that they were being harassed by social media bloggers, suggesting at the behest of Ms. Reed. That is an entirely separate issue than consciousness of guilt. I agreed that unless the door is opened, a witness should not get up and talk about their state of mind and how they believe they were harassed. I agreed to that because I will instruct the witnesses unless the door is open and you have an invitation, that would be improper. Separately, a consciousness of guilt motion in limine, which I expect to file if it's viable based on the information, is an entirely different proposition. It's an entirely different proposition than opening the door to the state of mind. The consciousness of guilt has more to do with the conduct of Ms. Reed. Did she do something that reflects her consciousness of guilt to try to cover for the crimes that she's alleged to have committed? We know she was providing information, even protected information, to Mr. Kearney. We know he was publicizing it, appearing at witnesses' homes and addresses. We know that the witnesses, whether it is a conviction on intimidation of witness or not, felt very intimidated. We know the mental anguish they suffered. The defendant, in our case, Ms. Reed, knows it as well, because if you do see the video, with a smile, she acknowledges the consequence of her actions and seems to encourage it impliedly. And so this evidence should be available to me. I should be able to assess it. I should be able to provide a motion to eliminate to Judge Kearney if appropriate, and then she should decide the admissibility in the Commonwealth v. Karen Reed trial. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Folks, I believe I've heard all I need to hear. I will take this matter under advisement. I appreciate your filings and your oral advocacy today, and I'll endeavor to get your response as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think there's... You can see they clearly have an action. I think
give your attendance, you shall be heard.
this is now in front of Judge Kearney. So we're not, if we watch this, it would go for literally 3 hours. We will, next Sunday, folks, while we're in deliberation, I promise you, next Sunday, we will do a Sunday with Hank. I have the exact moment here. It's 34:56. We will watch the other 3 hours. I promise, Wickeduma. I promise we will do it. I hear ice cracking. I love your username, DJ. It's great to see you, Eva and Dwittick. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what's coming. You know what's coming. Now, it's not going to happen right away because there's one clip I think you know that I'm obligated to play first. But I have all 26 Karen clips for you. What a way to crescendo to the end of our day. But before we do it, you can see even Little Towel's getting tired. There is one thing we must watch, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you know it's coming. Only one thing the Little Towels want to see after listening to Hank Brennan make his argument. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is an ethical obligation. I hate to tease the towel friends. They always get so excited when they hear that this video might be played. But yes, and of course we do like Roberta Glass. Towel friends, definitely give Roberta Glass check out Roberta Glass. Towel is a big fan of her content. Definitely a great interview. Maybe one day Roberta and I will do another interview. Roberta could come on Towel's stream, ladies and gentlemen. How fun would that be? And then Roberta can... I actually did an interview one day when I was in the courtroom with Roberta. I did it from my car. We could have a wonderful follow-up. Hold on. Not on this... No, not on. This is freaking crazy. I don't understand, Irene. What are you saying? What do you mean is not on? We turned off that last argument. That was an argument from a few weeks ago about TurtleBoy and Aiden, TurtleBoy and Karen's phone, or TurtleBoy's phones and his communications with Karen. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the clip you want to see before we watch the Karen clips. I know you all want to see it. Here we go. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. A special double "You Can Call Me Hank" clip for the Super Towel friends. Oh, Susie Q, don't worry. We have lots of videos for you to watch. Do you know I have a full playlist, ladies and gentlemen, of every single towel clip? Oh, and by the way, because I know Roberta's going to go live soon, I don't want you to miss the Karen clips. Don't worry. You can always do the DVR on Roberta's first few minutes. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, that you can support Towel Channel by liking and subscribing to this stream, sharing it with your friends, letting your towel friends know if you want them to come on for towel interviews? Another way you can share this stream is by reacting to it or anything like that. And then also, ladies and gentlemen, please don't feel obligated, but I'll drop my links in the chat if you found this helpful today. If you liked this stream, Murder by Maestro helps Towel set up these special little links where you can contribute. I appreciate we're going to watch Karen clips. I've teased you long enough, don't worry. But I appreciate every single one of you who tuned in. This is a public information service. It's designed to engender cogent public discourse. And if you want to help more people become educated, informed, and entertained, and therefore ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government, and also help feed Little Towel, I'm going to go get my medicine and snacks now for tomorrow. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm doing good. I'm budgeting. Hopefully we'll be good this month. But yes, you can help Little Towel in the chat. And here we go. You love it. Towel loves it. Karen clip time. It's all you want to see.
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
So, I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out and David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability. So it's 207.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD. How long will your case last? 1.5 to 2 weeks. How are you feeling after today? I feel very good. Thank you.
So we approach from the north. We actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it. It's back there. It's on my left. I said, all right. So I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own was Cedar Crest.
like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John. You can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the earlier morning of January 29th.
Thank you.
Hey guys. Very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approach John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face. Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
This innuendo here, that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19. Okay.
I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian, and I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong. I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see. But could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
And this was the moment you would drop him off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Karen, did you see John go in the house? I did. You saw him go in the house?
I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
You
The comment?
that.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Tape.
How about the, do you remember making those phone calls, Sam?
Yes.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms. Roberts.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I questioned do I remember it because it's been relived so much. I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kerry Roberts.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4. And not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I had like a normal amount. Was it like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes?
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
drink was being counted as a double, so I would get a vodka tonic, and then I would pour a shot into it, so that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour, so I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka, he's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall, and I put that drink down, and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive, and did you feel how well done?
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There you heard it. That was the moment. That was the moment Karen Reed was forced to watch videos of herself admitting, first of all, evolving stories about how much she had drank in that night, but admitting she shouldn't have been driving, admitting she was under the influence of alcohol. 9 drinks over 3 hours. You heard it in Karen Reed's own words from the unaired footage, from the ill-advised 400 hours of interviews Karen Reed did with the ID Discovery and HBO Max documentary. That footage has now come back to haunt Karen Reed. You saw it in real time right there, folks, with Hank Brennan playing clip after clip after clip after clip for the jury to crescendo into the end of the half day of today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm clipping this to upload. You can watch more of this Karen multicam fascinating coverage in the future for the trial at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And after I clip this, I'm going to go back to talking to all the towel friends. So thank you for your patience.
10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids who lived very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said, it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman...
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children. Or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 34 Kearney. So who are you with? Pull up and let us see.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling, I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally,
And then we don't get to see the next clip because there's an objection. Towel friends. Those were the Karen clips. That was intense. I don't think we can end with just the Karen clips, though, ladies and gentlemen. I think you know what we have to end with. Just quickly, because Tal's going to run his errands. I'm going to get to bed by 8. No recap tonight. And then we're going to see each other at 7:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow's stream's already scheduled. You can hop right over into that chat next. You don't have to miss a minute. I think people are already chatting over in that other stream, even though this stream is still going.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir. I will, Hank.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir. I will, Hank. One more time.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank. We love it. You love it, ladies and gentlemen. The world loves Hank Brennan. Oh, goodness. Yes, we do it this way, ladies and gentlemen. And Antoine, it was great to see you. And then we have two last sections of our goodbye. Ange Whittick, Antoine, Gio, Tiger Lily Girl, Leafly, Discerning the Truth, Bunny Bryson, JVA, Claudia Montano, Rachel McIntyre, Kim Cordeau, Eva, Ange Whittick, oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen, Susie Q, Sonia Blanco, Kim Cordeau, Sunny-Eyed Girl, my dear friend, Irene Grillo, Rachel McIntyre, if I didn't say you, Claudia Montano, Dark Side of the Moon, Antoine, I Hear Ice Cracking. Oh, look at, ladies and gentlemen, Beth Fed, Alex was here, Iowa Travel Nurse, we love nurses on Towel Stream, Jimbo, my dear friend, oh, it was great to see you, Sis, Cat in a Hat, you're a dear friend, Chastity, thank you for being with us today, so great to meet so many new Towel friends, we can't wait to see you for coverage tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Eastern. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, the 5 MEO DMT, you get some rest, God bless you for being with us all day, my dear friend. Rachel McIntyre, Ange, Sarah L. Shenanigans. Oh, I can't wait to do our mock jury, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all these towel friends. You all were just chatting up a storm as I look at the scroll back. Of course, I was trying to engage in real time. Murder by Maestro, you are a super towel. Leafly, oh, Leafy, ladies and gentlemen. Alora was here. Hello. I go by Steph, yo. Hello, my friend Susie Q. I love your username. There's a song called Susie Q I really like. Oh, goodness, you know this is part of the tradition. DJ, hello, my dear friend. Oh, and then, ladies and gentlemen, I must click one more button over here on the towel chat because I got some towel emojis that I didn't even get to see, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I can't wait, you all. We're going to have such a good time tomorrow, and I know it's late for some of you, so you all have a great rest of your night. Irene, you all get some rest. You all have fun. Antoine, you have a good rest of your night. Enjoy your time over there watching Roberta Glass. Send the hellos from the towel friends to all the Roberta Glass friends. Irene Grillo, thank you for your support. Bossy Texas Chick, Eva, the wonderful super towel lemon emoji. I love it. Jack D65, thank you for sending that giggly towel rolling around like a super towel pear on the ground. That's me. I am a giggly super towel. I love it, even after 10 hours. Oh, Jack D65, thanks for that coffee earlier today, too. I loved that. A to Z, God bless you for sending 10 super towel memberships. God bless you, my dear friend. Always launching the towel membership parades. Jew drops, I know you're sick. My super dear towelette friend, I hope you're sleeping now. I hope you get some rest all week. You let us know if you need anything. I don't know if we have towel friends where you are. We'll find some way. We'll send you soup. We'll send you towels. We'll send you fluffy blankets. And the girls, Kiki and Riri will keep you company. Manny, God bless you, my dear friend. I love the marching super towel grape emoji with his pom-poms. I love it. HB, my dear friend, the super towel hippo telling me that I'm getting a thumbs up. I love it. I am like that hippo. Marie23TX, thank you so much for that thumbs up. I love it, my dear friend. You get a thumbs up from Towel, I'll tell you that right now. All right. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Sis, Christina, Macy Towel, it was great to see you at the end. Rita P, I saw you pop in. Claudia Montano, Ange Whittick, ladies and gentlemen, Discerning the Truth. You all have a great rest of your night. Oh, we're not done yet. We have one more part of this close. Ladies and gentlemen, if you benefited from the stream, if you learned something today, if you felt that you had fun with your towel friends, do you know how you really can pay this forward? Look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness in your day-to-day life. Look for a reason to donate to homeless veterans. Look for a reason to say hello to someone on the street. Call a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, ladies and gentlemen. Look for a reason to donate 200 tomato plants and have them named honorary towels like Francis Frutrell did one time. Ladies and gentlemen, look for reasons to make the world a brighter, better place, and look for reasons to be a helper. Maybe then, We can bring about a new digital epoch, defined by Aquarius the water bearer carrying a towel, that instead of being centered around expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power, like those insidious, overlapping concentric socio-political circles of power we talked about earlier, we can create a world based on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to demonstrate universal and unconditional love through those small acts of service. I think it's possible, ladies and gentlemen. I think you're already doing it, and I think that is what we will leave as our legacy on this earth, a brighter, better tomorrow, wrapped in a fluffy towel universe and surrounded by towel friends. Now, we say goodbye to our friends on the Towel X first, ladies and gentlemen. We always do that. Towel friends on X get a few minutes extra in the beginning, so God bless you, towel friends. Colleen Henry, you're still here. We'll do it one more time for you, my dear friend.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank. And the Towel friends on the X, you have a great rest of your Sunday. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That's 12:30 p.m. GMT. Looking forward to it, ladies and gentlemen. On the X, you have a good rest of your day. Be safe. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much for joining me, and God bless. Now, Towel friends on the YouTube, you know this is our special opportunity to say hello to each other, to say thank you, for me to show my appreciation for this amazing community that we've created, and to play for Colleen Henry, the super towel herself, the Call Me Hank clip just one more time.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that there was a request earlier that I missed to see Hank Brennan's socks. You can even see Hank Brennan's socks in that clip, ladies and gentlemen, as long as I scroll it down far enough. And you know this means Colleen Henry gets the clip one more time. Hello, we say howdy here. Yes, we're about to close up. We're only still going on the YouTube. And I decided to make the video a little larger so you can see Hank Brennan's socks. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You got to see them at the end there, ladies and gentlemen. Hank Brennan's socks. But yes, God bless you. This community is so special to me. It feels effortless. I know it feels like going for 10 hours is a lot, but it feels effortless. The amount of love you show for each other, the support you show for Little Towel, you inspire me. You've given me so much purpose in life. I don't know. Waking up, going to bed each night feeling surrounded and comforted by towel friends, waking up in the morning feeling a sense of purpose. I can only pray it extends beyond this trial. The amount of good we've done here, the connections we've created, the ethos that's built around this community. It's a beautiful place. I cherish it daily. You all mean so much to me. I hope all of you appreciate the friends you've made here, because I appreciate having you in my life. You're special because you are you. You're appreciated. I try to remember as much as I can about all of you. You are all humans to me, and I hope that in some way matters. It matters to me. So God bless every single one of you towels. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night on the Towel YouTube stream. We'll see you bright and early, 7:30 a.m. tomorrow. Towel loves all of you very much. And you always have a friend here. You always have friends here. Please reach out if you need me. It's hard to find me. Twitter DM is always going to be the quickest. If you message me on Facebook or Instagram or etc., I may not see it. Even text messages I don't necessarily see. It's not because I'm ignoring you. It's because my phone has so many notifications that it gives up. It just doesn't alert me to them. After a certain period of time, I have to wipe them all. And then I go through them. I'm like, oh my goodness, I missed 40 messages and 40 text messages. And I feel very guilty. And then I try to find a day to go through them, and then I never have a day off. So Christina Towel, God bless you. I love that little heart. That means so much to me that I got to see that while the stream was still going. God bless you, my friend. Hank's gonna bring it home in his closing. Absolutely. All right, I know some of you literally will not stop watching until I go to bed, so I'm gonna get some rest. God bless you. Towel loves you. Oh, I hear ice cracking. I'm so glad I got to stay on to see that too. God bless you, my friend. Have a great night, everyone. As Beth Fed said, whether you're religious, secular, towel wants you to be safe, wants you to know you're loved, and know that you're appreciated. So, all right, God bless, friends. Until tomorrow, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Hank Brennan is a superhero, absolutely. See you